Family Business by Byron Bales. Manila. "I think that sucker's dead," the ponytailed backpacker shouted across to his buddy. He thumbed towards the lone figure at the far end of the communal table, face down and spilt beer. "He ain't moved since we sat down." Buffalo Joe's was packed, the volume deafening. Glassy-eyed hookers followed the backpacker's thumb, looked over, indifferent. Alcoholic blackouts featured nightly at Buffalo Joe's. But the guy at the end of the table wasn't breathing. "Yeah, you're right, man." His buddy drew on a reefer, zombie-like, exhaled, and added hoarsely, "Look at that crap coming out of his nose." "Dude's history." "Where did she go?" one of the bar girls asked, looking around for the girl with the oversized purse who'd been sitting with the dead man. Then her eyes fell on his gold wristwatch, and she forgot about the other girl. The manager came over to investigate. He looked at the body from several angles, afraid to touch it, then called a waitress over. She felt for a pulse, announced that there wasn't one. She asked if anyone knew CPR, but no one volunteered, not with all that slop on the guy's face. She called for someone to phone the police, and at this, Johnson whores, drunks and hopheads either left or scattered to other tables with extraordinary haste for people in their condition. No sooner had the call been made when a police officer kicked open the screen doors. He was a large, chesty, dark brute in a tight-fitting blue uniform. He ordered the staff into the kitchen, pointed to the manager, and ran his finger across his throat. A chorus of bitching rippled across the saloon as the music died and blinding overhead lights came on. "All right, everybody, hit the bricks. Outside." Officer Reno Marcellus shouted. He scanned the saloon, spotted the dead man's coordinates in a sea of emptying tables, then walked over and stood behind the girl who had been eyeing the watch. She tried to dart past him, but he grabbed a clump of her hair and spun her around, tore the dead man's wristwatch from her hand. "That'll look better on me, Puda." He held it up to the light, admiring it, a genuine diamond-studded Cartier. He kicked the girl into the crowd pushing towards the door. When the last person was out, Marcellus began emptying the corpse's pockets. In the back of the joint, the manager cut off the air conditioning. Marcellus yelled at him to turn it back on. It was a typical Manila night, hot and sticky. Soon, the dregs milling about outside began thinning away, some to find another beer joint, others back to their cheap hostels with a hooker in tow. An old, battered Ford screeched to a halt at the curb just before an ambulance arrived. A news photographer jumped out of the Ford, ran up the steps into Buffalo Joe's. As the EMS team approached the saloon, a camera flash went off inside, followed by a torrent of curses from Marcellus. The newsman flew back out into the street, taking off the screen doors and bowling down the paramedics coming up the steps. Officer Marcellus rode with the body to the hospital. On the way, he ordered the driver and the team to pull into an alley, to step outside for a cigarette. The driver started to say that he didn't smoke. Then they all got the message, and did as they were told. Marcellus turned off the light in the back of the ambulance. He took the corpse by the shoulders, hung the head over the gurney. He withdrew his nightstick, but thought better of it, rummaged around the ambulance, found a crowbar in the vehicle's emergency kit. Gripping the metal bar, he took aim, smashed it down with all his might. The dead man's skull cracked, caving in an inch between the eyebrows and the hairline. Marcellus lit a cigarette, examined his work. It was a bit of overkill, but so what? Satisfied, he honked the horn and the crew came running back. Marcellus stepped out of the ambulance, looked at his new Cartier. It was 2:30 a.m. 5. Just before sunrise, Marcellus sat behind the wheel of his patrol car in the alley behind Buffalo Joe's. He zipped up his fly, and Lolita moved away, and then began crying. Marcellus withdrew a pint of rum from the glove compartment, took a swig. He watched drunks stumbling past his car, heading up the alley, dispossessing the rats in a pre-dawn search for old pros. Well past their prime. Blowjob Boulevard. Lolita wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Brian was a nice man, Reno. He never hurt nobody. Why you care? You got Jordan now. You said the pills would just make him sleep. Get your pussy back on the street, girlie. When she didn't move, Marcellus leaned over, opened the door on her side, and kicked her out. The contents of her purse spilled across the alley. I'll call you when I hear from Jordan, he said, slamming the door. He put the car in gear, cruised slowly up the alley with his lights off, looking for drugs to roll, hookers to extort. He was having a banner night, although the stiff from Joe's had been the real windfall on his shift. Lolita squatted in the alley sniffling, and scraped her things into her purse. Clean panties, tampons, cigarettes, a few pesos, and a vial of downers. You bastard, she screamed, knowing he was too far away to hear. 1. The door of the go-go joint banged open, shooting daylight through the darkened club. The few customers inside shielded their eyes, shouted at the intruder to close the fucking door. Hey, I got limitations here. Max Pollock returned with equal indignation. He grunted and tugged, trying to force his electric wheelchair over the door jamb. A diminutive, scantily clad bar girl hurried over to assist him. She managed to get him through the door, for which he rewarded her with a pat on the ass. Max surveyed the girls shaking with minimal enthusiasm up on the stage. They returned his look, a few wondering if a quadriplegic was able to get it up. He spotted Roth at the end of the bar reading a newspaper. On the stage above Roth danced a well-endowed girl who gave Roth her full attention, jiggled especially for him. She looked to see who was entering the club, and certainly got Max's attention. But she ignored him. Crippled pensioners were cheap Charlies. Plus Max had touched up the artwork on his tropical shirt with a dash of Big Mac special sauce. Max wheeled over to Roth, ordered a drink. He wiped sweat from his forehead with his hand, flung it on the floor. Damn furnace out there, he said to announce his arrival. He craned his neck to read the newspaper headline, Kano's last roundup at Buffalo Joe's. A photo of a dead man, taken from behind, covered the front page. A wide-eyed police officer, bent over the body, was caught in the frame. Roth acknowledged Max with a grunt, then turned his attention to the girl on the stage. She'd make a credible alibi. Hey, Titty City, he called, beckoning her down. She squealed childlike, slapped high fives with the other girls in the meet review. What ya doin' here in Manila, Roth? Max asked, his eyes glued to Titty City. Roth shrugged. Whoremonger. Max accused, joking-like. Nothing wrong with whores. They're honest about what they are. Max tapped the newspaper headline. I heard about this guy. People at the hostel were talking about him this morning. Guy boozed himself to death. Bet he won't do that again, Roth mumbled. You working over here? Yeah, Roth said, watching Titty City's anatomy jiggle as she negotiated the narrow steps at the end of the stage. Her 6-inch heels didn't make it any easier. She threw a shirt over her shoulders, a loud red nylon job with the club's logo embroidered on the back, her number on the front. She scurried up to Roth. Her height on the stage was deceptive. Even in her come-fuck-me spikes, she didn't reach his shoulders. Roth wrapped his arm around Titty City's waist. She snuggled up under his arm, hugged his chest, gave him a well-rehearsed innocent smile, her eyes starry with immediate adoration. Listen to this, Roth. An enterprising scheme was working in Max's mind. Roth said to the girl, Get your civvies on, honey. I'm bar-fining you. Hey, Roth, you listening? Max tugged on Roth's sleeve to get his attention. Hanging on every word, Max. Titty City skipped back to the dressing nook by the DJ's booth. Her cheeks bouncing around in her bikini string distracted Max for a moment. But he won the struggle, regrouped his thoughts. When I get back to Bangkok, I'm gonna write my insurance company. Tell them I was wheeling across Sukhumvit Road. See, mindin' my own business, crossing with the light. When this bus comes barreling down on me at 50, 60 miles an hour, and damn near ran me over. Hell, man, everybody knows Thai drivers are crazy. Max threw his shoulder into the action as he narrated. But I jumped clear, threw myself out of my chariot, crawled to the curb, and barely made it as the bus flattened my chair, flattened it to shit. He made a spurting sound, spraying saliva over the newspaper on the bar. This baby's insured for $3,000. What you think? Won't work, Max. Roth shook his head, drained his glass. Max was indignant. His scam certainly sounded feasible to him. Why not? You gonna snitch me out? Only if your insurance company is my client. What? You wouldn't lie for me. To my friends and my priest, I lie. To clients, never. Bullshit. Max spat. I know how you claims guys cheat your clients. Titty City returned in hot pants and a low-cut tank top that threatened fallout. She smiled at Max now, seeing how he was acquainted with her new customer. Maybe they were good friends. A girl could never be sure in this business. It paid to be nice to people connected to anyone she connected with. She really didn't like him, though. Crippled customers had a strange hunger that made most of the girls uneasy. Roth threw some pesos on the bar, shot Max a dark look, and headed for the door. Titty City trailed after him, waving goodbye to the gimp. Max called out, "See you back in Bangkok, huh, Roth?" But Roth was already out the door. Max turned to the bartender, threw out his arms in innocence. "What did I say? Huh." The bartender ignored him, but Max was used to that. Two Roth's rental cars sat in front of the Immaculate Heart Hospital. It was a run-down medical facility, so named to invoke some spiritual healing power, more miraculous than what was practiced therein. Across the street, Roth occupied a child's four-seater swing in a mini-park, licking an ice cream cone and reading a paperback. The Avis driver sneaked glimpses at Titty City in the rearview mirror. She knew he was checking her out, but ignored him. "Taking me to his hotel?" Titty City asked, her pride injured by Roth's indifference. The driver shrugged. "Mr. Roth has to see the owner of the hospital." As Roth swung the four-seater, a toddler came along with his grandmother, an ancient crone whose toothless face was crisscrossed by 1,000 lines. The boy watched Roth, offended by this interloper. The swing was his domain. He inched forward. Roth glanced at the boy, made a face. Finally, the boy scowled and stomped his foot. "Beat it, kid, I was here first," Roth snapped. To drive the point home, he tantalizingly licked the ice cream. Uncertainty swept across the boy's face. Did he want his God-given right to the swing, or the ice cream? Grandma rattled off a rebuke in Tagalog, just as Dr. Ignacio pulled up across the street in his car. Roth watched Ignacio extract his 300 pounds from behind the steering wheel. He locked his car door, polished the chrome side view mirror with his sleeve. Roth looked back at the grandmother, flipped the boy a casual salute. "Smart kid. Always bring your muscle with you." He abandoned the swing and shuffled across the street, intercepting Ignacio as he waddled towards the hospital entrance. "Yo, Doc," Roth called out. He extended his arm and pumped Ignacio's hand. "Do I know you, sir?" "You will," Roth said. "Here, hold this, Doc." He handed him the cone of melting ice cream and dug around in his pocket for a business card. He found one, stuffed it in Ignacio's breast pocket. Dr. Ignacio offered him back the cone, the ice cream beginning to run down over his fingers. "Nah, that's okay, Doc. You can have the rest of it." Roth pointed over to the mini-park. "See that kid over there?" The ice cream was dripping on Ignacio's shoes. He held it away from him, looked around for a trash can, then at the boy in the park. "Yes, what about him?" "Just don't give him any ice cream," Roth said. "I don't like him. He's a bully." Roth linked arms with Ignacio, walked him towards the entrance. "Gus didn't write you about me, Doc." "Gustavo Clemente. My amigo. I work with Gus in Tacoma." "Ah, Gustavo. Yes, my nephew. He is well, I hope." There was no place to throw the ice cream cone. Finally, Ignacio tossed it in the gutter. "Your nephew?" "Right," Roth said. Gus is in the paint, Doc. Asked me to look you up. It is my pleasure, sir. Roth led Ignacio into the foyer, where he stopped, and turned around to show him Titty City sitting in the back of his car. She returned their gaze, wondering if Roth maybe had a sick dick problem. Doc, I need a very large favor, Roth whispered. You see, I gotta report back to the plant next week, or I'll get fired. He pointed to Titty City. But Titty? Teresa has agreed to marry me, sweet darling that she is. So I need more time. For a honeymoon, you understand. He winked at Ignacio. Gus thought that you could fix me up with a medical certificate. Give me an excuse. Buy me some extra time. He guided the doctor inside. Past an attractive receptionist, slipped a 1,000 peso note into Ignacio's breast pocket next to his card. 15 minutes later, in the doctor's office, Roth reviewed the fictitious certificate that Ignacio had created for him. This is perfect, Doc. Let's see. 15-day hospitalization, starting today. Typhoid fever. Terrific. Dr. Ignacio smiled. He stood, extended his hand to Roth. But Roth just stood there, a wicked smile coming to his mouth. But you see, Doc, the truth is, I'm such a good liar that I ought to be a lawyer. Ignacio's smile faded. I don't understand, my friend. Don't you? First, I ain't Gus's amigo and you and me ain't friends. Roth stuffed the bogus certificate into his coat, pulled out another, this one an insurance claim form on Gustavo Clemente. Second, Gus is nothing more than a fraudster, and you gave him this phony certificate. Just like mine, it's a fake, Doc. Bogus. Fraud. Olent. You've been caught, right along with old Gus, trying to dick his insurance company. But I was only doing Gus a favor. He also needed time off. Roth laughed. Of course you were, Doc. Hell, I know you didn't do it to split the 48,000 U.S. buckaroos he's claiming. Roth read the certificate, chuckling. A 2-week hospitalization, round-the-clock nursing, medications, oh Christ, this is rich. Consulting physicians, therapy, x-rays, lab workups, ambulance, private room at 700 clams a day, plus. Roth threw his arms open and turned, taking in the room. $48,000 is a lot of ice cream cones, Doc. For this toilet? Ignacio plopped down in his chair, rested his head in his hands. Doc, your picture should be in the post office. Ignacio jerked his head up. I am not a crook. Doc. Roth shook his head. That denial is reserved for presidents. Okay, you're no thief. You're no sleazy, lying, two-bit scam artist. You'd never do it for the money. Roth reached over, plucked a 1,000 peso note from Ignacio's pocket. So, I'll tell you what we're gonna do, Doc. Write me up a statement. Something that reads that good old Gus was never hospitalized here. That it was all a big mistake. A clerical error. He snapped his fingers. Better yet, blame it on that luscious little secretary sitting out front. Save your face, keep the Philippine Hospital Association off your ass, and get me out of your life. Roth walked out of the hospital, tucking Ignacio's signed statement in his jacket pocket. Ignacio hurried after him. Couldn't we come to some sort of an arrangement, Mr. Roth? Roth opened the rear door of his car, turned to Ignacio. For a piece of 48 grand? Don't insult me. He got in and rolled down his window, pulled a miniature tape recorder from his jacket. And Doc, don't even think 10 about recanting your statement. My little witness heard it all. He rewound the tape and they listened to Ignacio's excuse. But I was only doing Gus a favor. He also needed time off. Ignacio bit his knuckle, spoke through his fist. I'll tell you the truth, Mr. Roth. Gustavo was counting on the insurance money. What shall I tell him? Roth chuckled, his eyes hard. Why, tell him that you betrayed him, of course. He reached over and tweaked Titty City's chin as the car pulled from the curb. She giggled, happy at last to have her customer's attention. 3 Lori Macmillan crossed Roxas Boulevard and walked towards the U.S. Embassy. The afternoon heat was oppressive, and her black lightweight cotton suit had already lost its crispness. her bouncy blonde hair now flat. She envied the Filipinas, whose thick black hair defied humidity, who always looked fresh and never perspired. On her flight over from the States, she'd read that Southeast Asians had lower body temperatures, giving them immunity against the blistering heat with matching humidity. She passed the long line of Filipinos, visa applicants, waiting outside the embassy, drawing attention as she usually did. Lori was 23 years old, 5 feet 8, slim, busty, curvaceous. She carried herself with a model's poise. The beauty mark high on her right cheek seemed to suggest this, in fact. The crowd near the heavy steel gates funneled open as she passed through. She asked directions to the American Citizen Services section. The Filipino guards didn't bother to check her passport, for she was obviously an American. Women with her looks filled fashion magazines, but there was something different about this Cana. Americans are quick to smile, Filipinos say, because life in America is good. But Lori Macmillan wasn't smiling. She looked miserable, and her black outfit told her story, a recent widow on the verge of tears. Typical of Filipinos, they sympathized with long faces, and whispers followed her progress. Filipinos were great mourners, a trait well practiced, for the country is awash in tragedy, the most dangerous on the Pacific Rim. Violent death was common here. The gates closed after her, barring the flow of humanity desperate to set foot on American soil. Inside, Lori waded through another, smaller crowd snailing up the stairs into the consulate. Again, the hopefuls yielded immediately. Inside, visa applicants formed long lines at a dozen service windows, and hundreds more sat waiting to be called. The U.S. visa office in Manila, the busiest in the world. Huge air conditioners labored full blast against the heat of this humanity. After a few moments, Lori felt cold as the air chilled the sweat crawling down her back. She asked a Marine for the American Citizen Services section. He pointed to an area where only a few people waited at windows reserved for Americans. She thanked him, walked on, and the Marine discreetly conducted a visual reconnaissance of her ass. In the American section, Lori looked around. A little girl squirmed restless in a seat next to her mother, a Filipino-American service wife, pestering her about when they'd be going back home to Oregon. Lori took a number and sat as far away as possible from the little girl. She withdrew a handkerchief from her purse, wiped perspiration from under her eyes, dabbed at her hairline. She looked around for a ladies' room to freshen up, knowing she looked a little frayed around the edges. Don't bother, she thought. It was just as well. Players from a semi-pro basketball floor poured into the section and lined up against the wall, their anxious, youthful energy working overtime. They jostled each other and horseplayed until one by one. They noticed Lori. Hormones kicked in and demeanors improved. When her number was called by an attractive brunette at counter 3, Lori stood and walked over. Predatory eyes followed her every movement. At the window, Lori presented a Western Union mailgram, pushing it under the glass to the brunette, who smiled at her until she read the message. Lori watched the smile fade. "Hello, Mrs. McMillan," the brunette managed. Through the thick security glass, her voice over the intercom sounded like a long-distance telephone connection. "We weren't sure when to expect you." "I'm Millie O'Hearn. Mr. Towers, he said you the mailgram. Stepped out from his office. He'll be right with you." Lori nodded, made a mental note of Millie's name. "You have our sincere condolences, Mrs. McMillan." Lori forced a faint smile to her lips. Millie scanned out front, took in the jocks propping up the wall, their eyes glued to Lori McMillan, and as only a woman can about another, reached a conclusion. "Here he is now. Just one moment, Mrs. McMillan." Lori looked back behind the counter to see William Towers coming over. He was tall, pleasant-looking, with the nondescript features that typified State Department personnel. Millie intercepted Towers. She whispered, "Hard-on country out there." "What?" I said. "Handle counter 3 out there." It's Mrs. McMillan. 12. Towers glanced at Laurie. His expression went somber. He nodded to Millie, walked over to the window. Off to the side, Laurie saw another consul, a man of about 40, leaned sideways to get a glimpse of her. The late Peter Macmillan was obviously a topic of conversation. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Macmillan. I'm William Towers." Laurie sensed that he wanted to shake hands, impossible of course through the window. He gave his condolences, then excused himself, said that he'd get Peter's file. Peter Macmillan reportedly died 5 days ago, his body discovered in the middle of a packed honky-tonk on the Beanie Street around 2 a.m. No one knew how long he'd been dead. The staff and everyone else had assumed he'd passed out. Towers returned with the file. He laid it on the counter on his side of the glass, discreetly slipped a tacky newspaper headline beneath the stack of papers. Laurie's eyes fell on the typed label that ran across the file tab. Macmillan, Peter, report of the death of an American citizen abroad. She blinked wide, mist in her eyes. Towers avoided eye contact, although he knew he must, at least intermittently, look at her. Every consul hated this part of the job. He imagined what terrifying thoughts had haunted the widow Macmillan this past week, starting with his mailgram. Confusion, disbelief, denial of the horrible truth, and finally, accepting the unacceptable. Then the hasty travel plans followed by an interminable flight among unknowing, uncaring strangers. A sad journey, he thought. People in Maury Macmillan's predicament should be entitled to wear an insignia, like battle ribbons, a sign bearing their grief to the world. I lost someone dear and I'm alone and going to get him. What's left of him. I want the world to understand that I'm miserable and frightened by the unfairness of what's happened to me. The sign should flash whatever her emotions dictated at the moment. Leave me alone to grieve or approach me with genuine sorrow for my loss. Understand my loneliness and pain, as though it were yours. Grant me a special dispensation from all worry, fear, heartbreak, and loneliness, just for these first few horrible days. Towers cleared his throat. She made him feel awkward. It wasn't just her fabulous looks. He sensed an inner strength, a quiet resolve that enhanced her very obvious charms. He'd met others on similar missions, visiting the consulate as though they were on an errand, like picking up the laundry, or worse for some, like picking up the garbage. The family garbage, black sheep, and deadbeats, deserters and absconders who disappeared to these islands to live squandered lives, men whose eventual demise brought relief from further family embarrassment, answered long-held doubts, brought closure. But that wasn't the case here. No, he could see that hers was a real loss, a painful one. Laurie spoke first, and Towers realized that she probably thought he didn't know where to begin, even though he'd been through this routine 100 times. My husband's associate, she fumbled to find a facsimile in her purse, and then read the name. I seem to have lost a day somewhere. Isn't that silly? No, Mrs. Macmillan, not silly at all. You lose a day when you fly to Asia. We're a day ahead of the States. Yes, of course. Stupid of me. When the flight landed, they announced it was Friday morning, but I really didn't think about it. She shrugged. Mr. Morales has been very helpful. I only wish he could be here, although I've never met him. In fact, I never heard of him until I received your telegram. Did anyone accompany you from California? No, she said, looking down, blinking away tears. Mom couldn't get away, and there was no one. I see, Towers said. That was unfortunate. This business was bad enough without a widow being alone. This Mr. Morales was notified by the police, who, in turn, contacted us. He has your husband's business papers, and a few things from his hotel room. We received his personal effects and passport, found your name, and notified you immediately. You have his things? She held back no longer. Tears began welling in her eyes. She dug into her purse for the handkerchief. The little girl from Oregon stood by her mother at the next window, holding her skirt. She asked why the lady was crying. Mrs. Macmillan, please come inside the office, Towers offered. pointing to a door to the side. She heard the little girl ask her mother again why the lady was crying, then passed into the office. A sign on the door read, "Staff only." Inside, Towers pointed to another door beyond. "Let's use the staff lounge." Employees glanced at Lori, trying not to be obvious. Yes, Lori thought, word on Peter McMillan had certainly gotten around. She followed 14 Towers through the office to an unmarked door leading deeper into the consulate. The lounge was spacious if sterile, a typical government space, with tile floors. Nestled at one end of the room were 4 leather couches squared off around a huge coffee table. A Filipina clerk was brewing a fresh pot of coffee. "Please sit down," he offered. He edged around the coffee table to the couch adjoining hers. She sat at the end of one couch, abutting one he sat on, their knees almost touching. She tugged at the hem of her skirt, but it didn't cover her knees. "Would you like something to drink?" "Tea, if it's no trouble." Of course, no trouble at all. Towers pulled his attention from her knees, turned to the clerk. "Maria, could you please? A tea?" As he turned back, Lori asked, "Do you have Darjeeling?" I'll check." He turned again and inquired, then shifted back. "And honey?" "Yes." "Oh, excuse me?" "Honey rather than sugar." "Oh, let's see." He twisted again, relating this request, then turned back, feeling rather like a puppet. "I'm sorry to be such a bother," Lori concluded. "No bother at all," he said, nonplussed by her preferences at such a time. He started to say that this was job, but checked himself. That would sound too impersonal. "That's what we're here for," he managed, diplomatically, but the business at hand was unpleasant. He'd just have to slip in the necessary details matter-of-factly, but her closeness was unsettling, and he had trouble organizing his thoughts as he felt her warmth, absorbed her heady perfume. He held the file in his hands, inches from the distraction of her legs. Maria brought her tea on a small tray. There was only instant tea, and sorry, no honey. Towers shrugged an apology, but Lori pushed the cup and saucer away. Towers opened the file. The preliminary police report, completed by an officer Reno Marcellus, read that Peter McMillan died an ignominious death in a sleazy dump where prostitutes trolled amongst Manila's wasted expats. Buffalo Joe's was legendary, the inspiration for lewd jokes in the American community. Towers wondered how a guy with a wife like this could end up in such a rat hole. It just didn't make sense. But this was Asia, and a lot of things didn't make sense here. McMillan had eventually been identified through a hotel room key found in his trousers. At the hotel, Officer Marcellus reportedly found McMillan's passport, which had been hidden somewhere in the room. Naturally, by the time the police had tossed the place, there were only a few pesos found amongst his belongings. Just his clothes, toiletries, and some 15 business papers remained. No wristwatch, rings, camera, laptop, nothing negotiable aside from a return ticket to the States, and a few traveler's checks in small denominations. Mr. Morales had offered to keep the business papers for Mrs. McMillan, adding that he had removed anything that would injure her feelings, specifically a photograph of a young Filipina, and condoms from his toilet kit. In retrospect, now sitting only inches apart from the widow McMillan, Towers was grateful for Morales's astuteness, because in the Philippines, philandering was the national pastime. He handed Lori her husband's passport. She opened it and looked at the smiling shot of Peter McMillan. His handsome face and clear blue eyes stared back at her. "I hadn't seen him for a while," she sighed. Her eyes watered, and before Towers could distract her, could deflect what he feared most, the dam broke and tears gushed forth. He bit his lip, eyes downcast, helpless to comfort her. He felt compelled to shift next to her, to hold her, soothe her, but he didn't dare. Her face contorted in anguish. Her hands moved as if to reach for him, for someone, anyone, but instead she clutched her knees so hard her knuckles turned white. He covered her hands with his, impotently muttered, Now. But there was nothing to say. She cried hard, shaking her head, then gasped for breath. She withdrew her hands from beneath his, and clutched her handkerchief to her face, unballed the damp cloth, wiped her eyes and nose. "I'm sorry," she breathed quietly. "No need to be, Mrs. Macmillan. It's quite all right." He suddenly realized his hands were on her knees, just as Millie pushed open the door to the lounge. He jerked his hands away, but Millie had seen. He wished she'd seen the deluge. Millie just stood at the door, studying them. He and Millie had been an item 6 months back. It hadn't lasted long, just long enough for an occasional pang of jealousy on Millie's part, punctuated by frequent bouts of sniping. As for him, losing what could have been hurt more than he let on. After a cooling-off period, they settled back into the friendship that preceded their affair. They were compatible as friends, but as lovers, the worst in both came out. Absurd competitiveness, jealousy, inane pettiness. They squabbled over anything, the affair ending one morning in a shouting match over who used the hairdryer first. But the diplomatic community was close-knit, and after all, they still liked each other, had similar interests, which had been the mutual appeal in the first place. They just shouldn't have been lovers. They kept each other company, which encouraged gossip that they still had a thing, but they didn't and never would again. Eventually, their post-affair relationship returned to what it had been before the sex. They went off together on weekends, usually with friends, but they no longer shared a room. This weekend, a 3-day holiday since Monday was Labor Day, they planned to visit a resort at Porta Azul with John Warbell, the section head. 16 Towers excused himself and walked over to Millie. She studied his face, her eyebrows arched, worked to perfection, her way of asking pointed questions that always made him cringe. He leaned close to her, whispered, "She's a mess. I'm trying to console her." Starting with her thighs. Millie whispered back, wide-eyed, mock confusion on her face. "I'll explain later." "No need to. It's not my business. But maybe it's good therapy. I should have tried that last week. Remember when old Mr. Walters came in? All broken up over his wife's death. I should have held his dick, don't you think?" Towers pulled his attention from Laurie Macmillan. "What do you want?" he snapped. "Just to remind you, Puerto Azul, we've got to leave by 4 if we're going to beat the traffic." "Oh, right." Towers grimaced. "Okay, this won't take long. Are we going in John's car?" he asked, distracted, again looking over at Laurie Macmillan. "Yes, Bill. In John's car. Where our bags are. Where our bags have been since this morning. They were still there when we talked at lunch." She mimicked telephone static and white noise. "Earth calling Bill. Lost somewhere up planet Uranus. Are you all right, or has Mrs. Macmillan caused you to run a fever?" "Oh, very funny. Wise ass. I told you she's a mess." Millie peeked around Towers. "She looks pretty good to me. You didn't see how she stopped traffic out in the section." She turned to leave and called back over her shoulder, where Towers returned to the couch and sat down. Laurie had stopped crying but held the handkerchief to her nose. He gently took the passport from her hand. "Well then, I'll just have this." He started to say cancelled, but thought that might open the floodgates again. Taken care of. He went to the door and called Maria over. "Have this cancelled and bring it right back," he whispered. Passports of Americans who died abroad were cancelled and returned to the next of kin. Otherwise, they had a way of disappearing, since they carried a high street value, selling for as much as $20,000, depending upon the statistics of the bearer and the length of validity remaining. For those who could afford one, it was, literally, a ticket to freedom and opportunity. Towers returned to the couch and opened his file. He pulled out State Department Form 2060, Report of the Death of an American Citizen. Abroad. 17. This report, Form 2060, will assist you with matters back home. For changing records, creditors, insurance, that sort of thing. Also, you might like to know, when a credit card holder dies, many of the institutions have a built-in life insurance feature which automatically kicks in, canceling the outstanding balances on the card. Oh, I didn't know that. He smiled, feeling like a bearer of gifts, relieved that they could talk now. He'd just have to watch how he said things. Her crying jag had subsided, and he didn't want the flood to start again. Lori McMillan had obviously been deeply in love with her husband. He admired her loyalty and wondered if Millie could ever be that devoted. Maybe she could be, to the right guy. He continued, "The report isn't finished, since we haven't received the medical certificate yet." Medical certificate sounded better than death certificate. Lori nodded. "Read the document. Do I need to sign?" "No. In fact, I sign it once we have the medical certificate. I can give you as many copies as you like. Most families require a dozen or so." "What's the purpose of the report? I don't see why I need it. Won't I need a death certificate?" "There'll be a local death certificate also," he answered, thinking that since she felt comfortable using the D word, there was no reason he shouldn't. "In fact, I need it first to complete this report. You see, in many countries, death certificates are naturally in a local language. Fortunately, here in the Philippines, they're in English, but in other places, they're often in a strange format, sometimes extremely brief, even vague to the point of being unclear. So the State Department long ago devised Form 2060 to facilitate surviving family members." Lori looked confused. "You mean the local death certificate isn't any good?" Yes, of course it is. But Form 2060 is like a death certificate that people recognize at home. Back there, you'll find that people, financial institutions, that is, will prefer seeing this. Some foreign death certificates are even spurious." "Spurious? Questionable. I see, I guess. Then I'll be needing one of these." "It's best you have one." "Yes. What else will I need?" "That's about it. Just this, really." He tapped the 2060, "and the local death certificate." "Nothing else?" "Not really. I'm sure the NBI will provide you with a copy of the post-mortem report if you like. But I don't see why you'd need that." 18. "Post-mortem?" "Autopsy," Towers said, as softly as he could. "It's necessary in matters such as this." By matters he meant a violent death. Autopsies were conducted so that coroners could rule out foul play, although it appeared as though Peter McMillan just fell down in a drunken stupor and cracked his skull. Lori's eyes watered, but she kept her composure. "NBI? Yes, the National Bureau of Investigation. Sort of like our FBI, but unfortunately nowhere near as efficient. Cases such as this are turned over to the NBI, whose pathologists handle post-mortems." "The death certificate, where is that?" she asked, paging through the file. "Ordinarily in America, it would be available by now, but this is the Philippines. Manana is always another day. We should have it by Monday." "Oh, I forgot. Monday is Labor Day, and we're closed." "Tuesday then. It'll be here Tuesday." "Where is my husband?" The NBI had few medical facilities, so it conducted autopsies at funeral parlors. McMillan's autopsy had been performed at the Las Flores Funeraria in Ermita, where his body remained. He handed her a slip of paper with the address. "As for your husband's things, I tried calling this Mr. Morales yesterday," he said. "His number just rings and rings. But you said he was away." That's what his fax said. Normally, the consulate inventoried a dead American's personal effects if no family members were available. Towers had sent Ernestine Scales, an intern, to the post-mortem once they were notified by the police where the body was. Ernestine then went to McMillan's hotel with the police, where she collected his personal effects. Towers pushed a large manila envelope towards Lori. "This is all there is, I'm afraid. Mr. Morales has his clothes and business papers, which we assume appropriate since they were in business together, and we made certain there was nothing negotiable amongst those things." Lori looked at the envelope, felt the wallet through the paper. She put it aside, studying the incomplete Form 2060. Maria entered and stood by the door. Towers excused himself again and went over to her. The cancellation stamp was nowhere to be found, and she'd looked everywhere. Towers couldn't recall where he last saw it. He told Maria to keep searching and asked her to make a photocopy of the preliminary police report. He sat down again and explained the delay as Lori read the 2060. She pointed at a blank space, under disposition of the remains. "Ah, you can provide me with that information afterwards." He trailed off. After the funeral, he meant, or however she decided to dispose of the body. This was the part where delicacy was nearly impossible. Mrs. Macmillan, after the NBI's post-mortem, most families prefer cremation. He studied her face as she digested the words. Her expression asked why. How could he tell her that autopsies were horribly ugly, and the NBI pathologists did sloppy work, so when they released the body to funeral homes, embalmers had to practically rebuild the human form to meet a family's expectations, especially if the body was to be repatriated to the States. Considney's stateside always complained about the condition of corpse they received, and usually recommended a closed casket service to the family. Of course, he added quickly, if it isn't against your faith. She kept her eyes on his, and he resisted an impulse to squirm, wondering why she made him particularly edgy. He'd given this taunt countless times, but her eyes were like magnets. It's simpler, he went on, and of course far less expensive than shipping to California. This is your choice, of course, but I must caution you not to expect too much when you see your husband. Thankfully there were no more tears on the way. She'd probably cried herself out, he thought, emotionally numb by now, a stage that grieving relatives eventually reached, unable to process further trauma to the psyche. Her eyes sank to the carpet, and she nodded her understanding. Maria returned with copies of the preliminary police report, but still couldn't find the stamp used to perforate the word "canceled" through the passport cover. Towers sneaked a look at his watch. 3:50 p.m. He was running late and still had a stack of papers that required his signature before he left for the weekend. He excused himself, went out into the general office, quickly reviewed what still needed attention. Too much. He found Millie at counter 2, finishing with the last American for the day, a businessman who required extra pages added to his passport. He trailed her to her desk as the office staff was stampeding for the doors. "Look, there's no way I can make it. I don't know what happened to the time. It's like I lost the afternoon. Did you look for it up Mrs. Macmillan's skirt? Cut it out, will you? So what else do you have to do? When can you split? John's anxious to hit the road. I gotta put my signature on a pile of papers, and I've got to finish with her. She's still here?" Millie asked, a little too loud. She urged. "Have you seen the cancellation stamp?" "No, I haven't." John Warbell came up to them. He'd changed from work clothes into Bermuda shorts, a tropical print shirt, and tennis shoes. "Hey, you guys, ready to rock and roll?" "Running behind, John." "Very behind," said Towers. John glanced at Millie, said, "Translate very." "It's not me," Millie objected. "Ask Mr. Fondles here." "Will you cut it out?" Towers said through clenched teeth. "I need an hour, maybe more." "Damn," John exclaimed. "That'll put us in the middle of traffic. It'll be bumper to bumper all the way down to Porto Azul. Late traffic on the national road meant sweltering behind rolled-up windows. Traffic crawled at that hour, with diesel-belching trucks sputtering long trails of nauseous, black plumes. I know," Towers said testily. "Look, you guys go on ahead. Take my stuff and I'll drive down later. Have the resort hold my room. I'll be there for a late dinner, but you guys have a swim before dark." He turned to Millie. "Just go with John." John looked to Millie. "Okay by me." "Sure," Millie said, slamming her desk drawer closed with her knee. "Why not?" They watched her storm off, exchanged shrugs, and John headed for the exit. Towers was sick of Millie's attitude. If the weekend was going to be like this, who needed it? He headed back to the staff lounge. Midway, he spotted the cancellation stamp sitting on a windowsill and started for it. But he stopped short and looked around. Maria was hurrying to leave, but hadn't given up the search. "Maria, you go on home. I'll find it later." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Towers. Have a good weekend." "You, too," he said, staring at the stamp. He left it where it was, and went back into the staff lounge to find Lori Macmillan paging through the file. She was certainly entitled to whatever he had, but he didn't appreciate her taking the liberty of going through government papers. Moreover, he wanted to protect her from reading the unsavory details of the death, or seeing that newspaper article. The reporter, a muckraker named Otero, liberally salted the story with repeated references to horse, drugs, and the dregs that patronized Buffalo Joe's. Peter Macmillan's body had been looted, or so the NBI presumed. There was a slight bluish lividity impression of a watch or band on his left wrist, but the item didn't appear on their inventory of his personal effects. That, plus his body had been callously treated. Drunks had flipped cigarette butts at the corpse, angry that the dead man gave the police cause to empty the joint. But maybe it was better that she read it for herself than have him tiptoeing around her emotions. She seemed to be handling the situation much 21. Better now. Her handkerchief was in her hand, held next to her cheek, but she was soberly digesting the file. Logic was replacing emotion, he guessed. He handed her the preliminary police report, a 3-page summary, and an envelope. "We still can't find the cancellation stamp." He lied. "It's around someplace. Tell you what, I'm running late as it is, and there's still more I need to do. Perhaps you'd like to visit Las Flores Funeral Home in the meanwhile to finalize things. I'll drop the passport at your hotel when I leave here. Would that be all right?" The Manila Hotel was a 2-minute walk from the consulate, just across Luneta Park. "Yes, that would be fine. Las Flores, is it far?" "Maybe 5 minutes in traffic. You can catch a taxi just outside, on Roxas Boulevard. I'd suggest you have the driver wait, then have him return you to the hotel, or wherever you're going next." Lori stood, digesting his instructions. "I have nowhere else to go," she said, looking lost. "I don't know anyone here." Nowhere else to go, he thought. Her husband's death was bad enough, but being on the other side of the world on such a mission had to be the loneliest thing imaginable. "I understand Manila is dangerous," she said. "Not as dangerous as road rage in Los Angeles." He smiled. "And not unless you're looking for trouble. Then you'll surely find it." Lori's face went white. Shit, Towers thought. He had to go and say that. Obviously, Peter Macmillan wasn't attending choir practice in Buffalo Joe's. He thought again of the stash of condoms Mr. Morales had found in the hotel room. "Just take normal precautions," he mumbled. He showed her to the door, confirmed that he'd drop off the passport at her hotel, no later than 6 o'clock. He watched her walk out through the visa section, his eyes sliding down her form. Fabulous-looking woman. Fabulous everything. He cleared his throat and closed the door. He wouldn't reach Porto Azul before 9 o'clock, once he met Lori, then went home, showered, changed, and drove down. Suddenly, going down there this weekend didn't seem so urgent. "Yeah, Millie, you just go on with John." Towers was due for another posting in the new year. Wherever it would be, it couldn't come soon enough. Transfer. A clean break. Maybe settle down. Maybe find the right woman. He went into his office, waded into the paperwork on his desk. Shortly, Jocelita, the section telephone operator, peeked in on her way out. "Call for you, sir." "Who is it?" "A Mr. O'Toole. He's called from Boston several times this week about his missing brother." 22. Towers looked at his watch. It would be 6 a.m. in Boston. All right, put him through. Then close the switchboard. He punched a key on the telephone. "William Towers here." "And Kevin O'Toole here." A brusque Bostonian accent came back at him. "I've been calling you people all week to see what you're doing about finding my brother." Towers remembered seeing a note. He rummaged through the disarray on his desk, and not finding it, asked a few general questions, not really paying attention. He summarized by telling O'Toole that since his brother hadn't registered with the embassy when he arrived in Manila, all they could do was file a report with the police. "Look," O'Toole objected, "I know there's something wrong. Brian called me every day while he was there. You people can do a lot more than that." "No, sir. That's really all we can do. Perhaps refer you to a local investigator who might be able to assist you." O'Toole told him to check around, insisting that the consulate must have started a file on the matter after all his calls. Towers lied that the files were locked for the night and started to provide him with the number for the tourist police. "I've already talked to them," O'Toole cut in, "and I've got a private investigator flying over from Boston. You people just be damn sure you're doing everything you can." O'Toole slammed down the receiver. Towers, stunned, responded in kind. "You're very welcome." He steamed for a bit, waxing defensive. "It's not my fault if your brother didn't register with the consulate. The embassy tried to help in cases like this, supplied a menu of emergency telephone numbers and a list of local attorneys." He brushed off another call from a young Filipina married to a World War II veteran who'd expired at the Makati Medical Center. He'd been comatose for the last day, his death imminent, and his 20-year-old bride had been calling all week, inquiring about veterans' benefits, Social Security, widows' benefits, and of course whether she was still eligible for a visa to the States. She'd married the old geezer on his deathbed, and Towers wondered if the ancient campaigner was under strong medication when he said, "I do," to the little gold digger. "Is that switchboard closed?" he yelled. There was no answer. Jocelita had gone. Good. She was a sucker for callers in distress. Had a hard time saying no to anyone. Well, he didn't. "No, sir. Office hours were posted, and they should be adhered to. Everyone seemed to have an emergency these days." Well, he also had a life, and emergencies, real or imagined, would just have to wait. His thoughts returned to Lori McMillan. He'd see her again soon. If she wasn't back at the hotel, he'd wait for her. Couldn't leave a U.S. passport 23 with just anyone, could he? Even if it was canceled. No, he'd wait at the hotel until she returned. But since she'd be returning to the consulate on Tuesday, there really wasn't any reason to take it to her tonight. But he knew why he'd offered to. 4. At 5:45 p.m., the giant air conditioner went off with a violent shudder. Towers finished the last of the 2060s, sorted them in the mailroom. There were 5 death reports, a busy week. Most were for older American veterans who had retired in the islands after military service, many settling in Angeles City, outside the old Clark Air Base. Life in the Philippines was easy and inexpensive. Paradise. These deaths were expected, whereas McMillan's had been the only one out of the ordinary. But then McMillan had probably thought it was paradise too. Towers thought about the widow, as he had a dozen times since she'd left. There was something special about her, not something any fool could obviously see, but something more than her beauty. An inexplicable depth he couldn't define, couldn't put his finger on, a knowledge and maturity beyond her years. He rechecked her birth date on the photocopy he'd made of her passport. She wasn't yet 24 years old. Incredible. But then Lori McMillan was incredible. Within minutes the building warmed up. The general office would soon be a sauna. He remembered the cancellation stamp. He took Peter McMillan's passport from the file, went into the general office as staff cleaners began coming in. He pressed half-inch-high perforations, which read, "Cancelled," across the face of the passport, then entered it into the logbook. The Manila Hotel was a famous establishment, a century-old institution. Towers asked for Mrs. McMillan's room at the desk. The clerk found a note in her box instructing callers that she was at the swimming pool. The pool area was nearly deserted. He walked out onto the patio and spotted her on the far side of the pool. Her lounge chair was wedged between those of two older, chunky American business execs, who were trying to engage her in conversation. She ignored them, got up, and stood at the edge of the pool, drawing quiet stares. Towers was mesmerized by her figure, the way she filled out her modest one-piece tan swimsuit. She dived in, surfaced. One of the businessmen hoisted his bulk off his lounger, sucked his gut in, and towed the edge of the pool. He tried to execute a smooth dive, but belly flopped next to her, splashing water in her face. She sprang out, shot him a look that could kill, and just then spotted Towers. "Hi," she called, and waved to him. The exec turned around in the water to see Towers skirting the pool towards Lori. Disappointment crossed his face as she went up and took Towers' arm, conveying a definite message that a significant someone had arrived. "Let's sit over there." Lori pointed out a table at the other end of the pool. She threw a towel over her shoulders, picked up her cigarettes and 25 lighter, and walked ahead of him, tossing a departing scowl at the jerk in the water. Towers tried but failed to avert his eyes from her shape. She led Towers to a table where they sat down. He felt good just being with her. "Beautiful, isn't it?" She pointed with her cigarette, past Towers. He turned to watch the spectacular light show of the sky changing colors, while the sun, an orange ball now, sat behind the mountains on Baton. The reflection gave Lori a warm glow on her face, which, he wanted to believe, was from his company. "Thanks for coming," she said. "I got out here 10 minutes ago and found that area empty." Her eyes shifted cat-like to the lounge chairs. "For all of 2 minutes, that is." Towers looked over at the paunchy executives commiserating to each other, fortifying themselves that it didn't matter. It didn't really. There was no shortage of available women in Manila. But Lori was a blonde, a rare item in Asia, like a trophy, compared to the local talent. Hell, like a trophy compared to any woman. "They'll survive," Towers said, turning back. "Manila's a friendly town. Damn, watch what you say, Bill." Searching for companionship probably caused Peter McMillan his last night on Earth. Lori's smile evaporated, replaced with a look commensurate with the business at hand. "Yes, I suppose," she said flatly. "Care for a drink?" Without waiting for an answer, she summoned the waiter, a smart-looking young man with a drinks tray tucked under his arm. "Sure," Towers agreed. He forgot the time, forgot his plan to drive home, shower, change, and head down to Porto Azul. "I've just had a marvelous concoction," she said with a curious mood swing, rolling her eyes. "A sunset something or other, and yes, I think I'll just have another sunset surprise." The waiter corrected. He was tall, trim, smiling, and smooth. Towers read the name tag on his jacket. "Of course, Antonio, that's it," Lori affirmed. "Sunset surprise. 2, please." She gave Antonio a warm smile and looked back at Towers. "And it's really a surprise." Towers thought that she was a little under the influence, maybe trying too hard to lighten up. She pulled the towel from her shoulders and began drying her hair. Towers stirred in his chair as her breasts jiggled like 2 plates of jelly. He looked around the area to see if anyone was looking, certain that even an 80-year-old monk would do a double take. No question about it, Mrs. M was stacked. A heart-stopping drop-dead handful. When she stopped, her hair hung across her face like a mask. She smiled from behind the cascade of smooth blonde fleece, blew it out of her eyes. Towers laughed. She was 26. Definitely under the influence. He wondered what a second sunset surprise might accomplish, given the effects from the first. Lori flung the towel back across her shoulders, combed her hair with her fingers, then asked, "Now why in the world did I bother doing that? The water is marvelous and I'm going right back in." She stood and dived into the pool, backstrap towards the opposite end, her breasts dipping left then right as she glided through the water. At the far end, she turned, upended to dive deep, her long legs and perfect buns descending. Damn, 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 son, Towers muttered to himself. He shook his head, following Laurie's watery shadow returning to their end. She popped up near their table as Antonio came out with their drinks. She sprang out and turned sideways, perching herself on the pool's edge. "Here, please," she directed Antonio, patting her thigh. He sat the tray on the ground. She signed the charge and Antonio left. "Come on over," she motioned to Towers. He walked over, squatted down. "I'll bet if you take off your shoes and socks, dangle your feet in the water, not a soul will care," Laurie whispered. He laughed, eased himself down next to her, took his glass. "She tapped glasses," said Matthew. The moment seemed preposterous to Towers, but then his entire afternoon had been strange, starting with the moment he first laid eyes on Laurie. She seemed a normal person now, frolicking in the pool, her spirits high. So what if she was trying too hard? "Everyone healed differently. Have dinner with me," she said, looking into her drink. "Here," she pointed her drink straw towards the poolside restaurant. "I really wish you would. I want to have dinner, then I want to drink myself to sleep, or until I'm stupid, whichever comes first. Yes, I've thought about it. That's the thing to do." She looked up at him, a quiet pleading in her eyes. "You twisted my arm, lady." "Sure," he said. "I'd be happy to." It seemed like the most difficult thing she'd ever asked for, assuming she'd ever had to ask for anything. "Good," she said, smiling. "I'm told the food here is excellent." He wouldn't reach the resort until midnight at this rate. But so what? Why not have a few drinks? Instead of driving down to Porta Azul, he'd just hop in a taxi, leave his car in the embassy compound. It would run him 30, maybe $40 down there, subject to haggling, but what the hell? His bag was waiting in his room at the resort, and he'd return on Monday evening with Millie and John as planned. "Did you know that General Douglas MacArthur once lived here?" Laurie said. "In the penthouse." Towers nodded. It was common knowledge in Manila. She smiled, mischievous. "When I asked if I could stay in his suite, they informed me it was huge. $2,500 a night. Imagine 27. That, but I had to have a peek at it, don't you know? So I shrugged as though price was of no consequence. It's absolutely gorgeous. But then I told them, in an uppity fashion, you understand, that it just wouldn't do at all." Towers cracked up. "I'm ravenous," she announced. "How about you?" She didn't wait for his answer. It was too hot all day to eat. "Or maybe it's these sunrise surprises." "Oops, sunset, I mean. What do you think?" The second drink was making her loquacious. Towers said that he could eat something. Laurie asked him to wait while she went up and changed. She stood wobbly and struggled into the robe provided by the hotel. "Don't you dare run off," she said sternly, wavering towards the doors leading into the hotel. She negotiated a table, but bumped into a chair near the door. "Not likely I'd run off from you, lady. Not likely at all." Towers finished his drink, picked up her cigarettes and lighter, wandered into the cocktail lounge, where he ordered a vodka tonic. He sat at the bar, playing with her lighter, practiced flipping the top open and striking a light. It was heavy, gold. He turned it over, a small engraving read. "To Rachel with love, Bobby." Towers shrugged. Apparently it was someone else's. An hour passed, and she didn't come down from her room. Towers was working on his third drink, pleased somehow to be slightly tipsy. He meandered around the lobby, appraised the paintings that lined the walls, and settled into a large leather chair. Another 20 minutes passed, and he wondered if she'd fallen asleep in her room. He was about to ring her room when she emerged from the elevator. She wore a flowing tan crepe dress that clung to her figure, and, as usual, she turned heads. Towers admired her obviously as she approached, smelling of honey, lilac, her cheeks rosy, radiating health. He wished he could have at least showered. He struggled with his thoughts. The poor woman was a widow all of 5 days, and trying hard to forget it. and he was trying to forget that she was on a widow's mission. A shitty way to meet a beautiful woman. The mabuhay room was darkened, quiet, less than half full. Tables with starched white linens glowed under small, brass candle fittings. A romantic place for all intentions. Towers took in the room, certain that a few of the couples in the restaurant weren't married, at least not to each other. They were seated at a table near where a jazz trio was setting up. Towers pulled the envelope containing Peter Macmillan's cancelled passport from his jacket, pushed it across the table to Laurie. She didn't open it, but put it in her small evening bag. "Tomorrow," she said at length. "Absolutely," he blurted without thinking, but recovered with a quick, "What about tomorrow?" "Peter's funeral, I've decided. Tomorrow morning. The funeral director, Mr. Florentino, has been very helpful. He agreed with what U-28 said. About cremation, I mean. We'd never spoken about it, Peter and I. That's not the kind of thing people our age think about. What was it that someone once? Death is distant rumor to the young. No, I don't see what difference it makes. Do you?" He assumed she was comparing cremation to burial. "No, I don't think it matters." She nodded as though his approval had been necessary, and stared into the candle for long seconds. Fire, blinking. She looked up at him. "It's awfully inexpensive, isn't it? The funeral and everything." "Yes," he said, almost adding that at least one benefit about dying in the Philippines was the nominal cost. "Yes, it is. Life is inexpensive here. It's a hard economy." He patted her hand, pulled his back, but sensed that she wished he hadn't. Her eyes shifted back to the candle. Cremation solved many problems. No delays or paperwork necessary to transfer the remains back to the States. No health certificates. No hermetically sealed coffins, air freight waybills, or permission to remove a corpse from the country. One just carried the ashes back home. That was at this end. In California, there'd be no need for a consignee. Again, no paperwork, funeral home, burial. Most families just conducted a memorial service, the urn taking center stage. He made a mental note to prepare a memorandum for Laurie to carry Peter's ashes aboard the plane back to L.A. It might save indelicate questions at airport security. Just an ash urn, a small aluminum vessel that the funeraria would neatly box and label. The ashes of Mr. Peter Macmillan. Most people never bothered with documentation. Instead, just placed the box in the overhead bin. Passengers would be surprised, he mused, at just how many spirits rode the Pacific in the luggage bins above their head. One thing was for sure, it would be the cheapest flight Peter Macmillan would ever take. "They do it right," Laurie said with sad eyes. "Poof, it's done, no trouble." Her eyes watered. "No muss, no fuss, is what Mom said when Dad passed on. No bother, nothing, all very convenient." She dabbed her eyes. Towers reached over and patted her hands, this time not pulling his back. His heart picked up pace. Damn if he didn't get a charge out of simply touching her. But she slowly pulled her hands from beneath his and glanced up at him, a question in her eyes. She opened her evening bag. "I've lost my cigarettes." Towers dug into his pocket. "No, you haven't." He offered her one of her own cigarettes, then lit it for her, somehow disappointed that she smoked. The one imperfection about the otherwise perfect Laurie Macmillan, because the mole on her right cheek was merely nature's classic beauty mark. 29. Didn't Peter have family? Laurie shook her head. He was an only child, orphaned at 12. An aunt raised him, but she passed on when he was away in the army. We met down in Mexico, both on vacation, both from L.A. We were married a month later. She smiled a remembrance, her eyes sliding away. Towers thought she was at this instant with Peter, back on some beach in Mexico. He sipped his water, waited for her to return from her reverie. Shortly she did. "That's enough of that." She ordered another sunset surprise, and Towers said to make it 2, although he really didn't care for them. Laurie asked him questions about himself. She listened, hands folded under her chin, eyes intent on his life story. She was a good listener. The only thing preventing him from thinking he was on a date with this gorgeous creature was the wedding band on her finger. Beautiful fingers, perfectly manicured. He wondered how long she'd wear the ring. When did a woman take it off? After 1 year? Never. Until she remarried? He'd ask Millie. No, check that. Bad idea. They had dinner with more sunset surprises, and after they'd eaten, he wanted to ask her to dance to the soft music by the trio. But that would be improper. By 10 o'clock, it seemed they'd hardly been talking long at all. Laurie was tipsy, laughing at whatever he said, which encouraged him all the more to weave humorous stories about life in the Foreign Service. He paid the check, and they carried their drinks outside. They made their way past the deserted pool to a pier behind the hotel, overlooking Manila Bay. There was no moon, but the festive lights around the pool lit the area to similar effect. Laurie said that the moon was beautiful, all 7 of them. She cracked up and fell against towers. It was definitely time she retired, and he suggested this reluctantly. She agreed, her laughter trailing off, said that she had to rise at 10 o'clock for an 8 o'clock service. They laughed for long moments at her state of inebriation. All too soon, he thought, the night had to end. They headed inside. At the elevator, he asked if she'd be all right. She said she would, then fell back against the elevator door. He steadied her again and got into the elevator with her. At her door, she managed to unlock it, then turned to bid him good night. I'll see you Tuesday, she slurred. She patted his coat lapel, left her hand there and stroked the material. You are a very nice man. She reeled a little, backed into her room. As she closed the door slowly, her eyes regarded him with a strange probing stare. It was nearly 11 p.m. when he walked out of the hotel. He thought about Laurie's expression as she'd closed her door. Was she also unhappy that the evening had ended all too soon? He caught a taxi at Roxas Boulevard, headed for home, not Puerto Azul. Feeling empty, replaying Laurie's every word, her every expression, and her parting look. 30. In his apartment, he telephoned the resort. Not wanting to wake Millie, or maybe not wanting to explain, he left a message for her that he'd be down tomorrow afternoon. 5. Laurie stopped short at the sight of Towers, arms crossed, leaning against the fender of his car. He was dressed in a dark blue suit, smiling at her. She shielded her eyes from the sun. What are you doing here? Funerals are lonely enough as it is. I thought I'd take you. You are a dear, she replied, her voice choking a little. Just a sec. She returned inside to the transportation desk, canceled the hotel's car. On the drive to the Las Flores funeraria, she said she'd received a fax from Mr. Morales earlier. He couldn't return to Manila on Monday, maybe not even Tuesday. He wants to discuss some things with me. She shook her head. I hadn't planned on remaining that long. I have to get back to the shop. What does he want to discuss? Haven't the foggiest, she shrugged. I really didn't know much about Peter's business. Just import, export. Did Mr. Morales mention anything to you when he came into the consulate? No, but I didn't inquire. As a gauge, if he says the business is pressing, that probably means money. Which probably means your money. Filipinos are never eager to discuss money they owe. You mean I could owe him money? Don't know, but if he says you do, I'd suggest you carefully examine whatever it's for. There'd have to be records, merchandise and freight bills, canceled checks, paid invoices, things like that. We maintain a list of local law firms if you need one. Can probably find an accountant for you, too. She looked at him, said softly, I don't know what I'd do without you. At the Las Flores funeraria, he parked his car in the compound. Inside the main building, a small sign next to the chapel read, Macmillan. In the chapel, a closed casket lay on a draped gurney in front of a rostrum. The director's son, a young, heavy-set man, led them to the office where they met Mr. Florentino. He was a heavier-set, middle-aged original of his son. Laurie signed some papers, then asked for the ladies' room. Young Florentino led her out of the office. Towers asked Florentino if Mrs. Macmillan had seen the body. She hadn't wanted to, he said. Not after he delicately explained that the NBI pathologist's work hadn't been the best, particularly the cranial closing. He'd been left with an extremely difficult cosmetic job, particularly the cranium, which had been difficult to seal closed, plus the ugly bashed-in forehead. Florentino caught himself, shrugged, and belatedly asked if Towers was a relative. Towers shook his head and handed Florentino his card. 32. Ah, it is fortunate, Florentino said, that Mrs. Macmillan has the good services of your embassy. When Laurie returned, Florentino explained that he could crate the urn for shipping, unless she wanted to carry it with her. She asked him to pack it. They went into the chapel, where a non-denominational minister waited to begin. The coffin was a simple rectangular pine construction, painted white with ornate, gilt woodwork on its top and sides. It was inexpensive and crude by most Western standards. A wreath from Morales lay at the foot of the casket, and another elaborate one hung on an easel. "Mom sent those," Laurie whispered. "That was sweet of her. They never really got on well, she and Peter." She felt that Peter wasn't the most attentive husband. Towers nodded, curious to know more. But it wasn't his place to ask. In attendance were Florentino and Junior, their secretary, plus an organist and an older couple who worked for the funeraria. The service was brief, dignified, during which Towers sensed Laurie's distance, having steeled herself for this moment. Her eyes watered briefly when the minister spoke about what little he knew of Macmillan, having the barest information from Florentino, perhaps from Morales. Towers held Laurie's arm, and she leaned into him as the final prayer was read. The organist played a solemn dirge in conclusion. Laurie stared ahead, as though lost somewhere in time. Her eyes misty, she uttered, "It's like he never existed." Towers looked at her. It was a strange thing for her to say. An attendant wheeled the gurney back through a curtain to the crematorium at the rear of the building. Laurie turned to leave. "I don't want to stay for this. Please drive me back to the hotel." "Of course," he said. They declined a serving of tea. Florentino's office. Laurie thanked him, added that she'd telephone in a few days about the ashes, and instructed him to send any necessary papers to the hotel. Florentino said that he'd take care of everything. Back at the hotel, she invited Towers into the coffee shop for tea. A secretary from the transportation desk approached as unobtrusively as possible, handed Laurie an envelope. Her circumstances apparently were known to the hotel staff, who seemed to mouse around her with near reverence. "It's Saturday," Laurie said, confirming the fact to herself. "I have to wait until Wednesday if that's how long it takes Mr. Morales to get here." "A lot of waiting around." She dispatched the secretary. "It seems like a lifetime, these past 24 hours. Do you realize I've been in Manila less than a day? It was difficult 33. Sleeping last night, even after those lovely surprises. Time is different somehow. I still feel foggy, jet lag," Towers offered. "I suppose that's it," she said. "Whatever it is, I can't face getting back on a plane for a few days, so I'll wait for your report." She shot him a glance, immediately, adding, I'll wait for Mr. Morales. I asked the travel desk for suggestions for the weekend. I don't want to wait in Manila. They suggested a place nearby. Porto Azul or something. Porto Azul, Towers corrected, surprised. "That's where I'm heading." "Oh." Laurie looked at him as if she were suspicious. She opened the envelope and read a reservation slip. "They've put me into," she peeked up at him. "Oh, some bungalow. A car will take me down there at noon." She looked at her watch. "I've just time to change." "Is it far?" "Not too far. 2 hours in light traffic. It's Saturday, so you can make it in less time. Most weekenders left yesterday. That's why the restaurant was quiet last night. I was going to leave last night." "You stayed because of me?" "I had some paperwork at the office," he lied. "So I went in for a few hours this morning. We're staying at the South Seas Resort. Some friends from the embassy and I. There are lots of bungalows along the beach, but I've never stayed at any of them. South Seas is about the nicest place down there. There's a casino and everything. Place will probably be mobbed." He realized that he was rambling on, leading up to suggesting that she drive down with him. But she stood without further ado, signed the check, extended her hand. "Well, Tuesday then?" He stood up. "I'll complete my report as soon as I have the death certificate Tuesday morning. There doesn't seem to be a rush since Mr. Morales won't be back for days." She grimaced. "My shop. I don't think Irma can handle it that long. Irma's my assistant. She's terrific, but I'd better send her a fax before I leave, telling her where I'll be for the weekend." She started to leave. "Mr. Towers, I want to thank you for everything. You can't imagine what it's meant to me. You've been wonderful. Bill. Call me Bill." "Thank you, Bill," she said, turning towards the elevators. Watching her leave was like turning out a light in his world. She glanced back, waved goodbye. At being caught with a long face, he forced a smile. Contact with the lovely Mrs. McMillan had been severed all too soon, all too suddenly. 34. 6. On the road to Porto Azul, Towers replayed their parting for the 10th time, cursed himself for not offering to drive her down. After all, they were going to the same place. But her expression when he announced his plans had put him off, as if he'd invented his trip there. What did she think? That he'd fabricated all that? That he was going down just because she was? A note from Millie was waiting for him in his room. She'd gone scuba diving with John, and would return by dinner. Good. He wasn't in the mood for them. All he could think about was Lori. He called around to the other resorts and bungalows. Unable to locate her reservation, he went out to the beach, where bungalows north and south lined the shore. He walked north, realizing that this whole weekend seemed flat. Hell, his whole life seemed pointless. Like a monotonous chore before returning to the salt mine on Tuesday. That's what it was, just marking time. That's what these past 2 years had been, except for those few months with Millie. The futility of it all, waiting for his life to take on meaning. He gave up the search along the north shore, returned to the resort as night was falling. He ran into Millie and John near the restaurant, but made excuses for dinner, saying that he wasn't feeling well. He showered in his room, but instead of retiring, slipped out through the casino and headed back for the beach. This time he would search the bungalows to the south. Lights dotted the beach from beer bars and resorts nestled in jungle outcrops. As he walked into the blackness at the edge of the resort's property, he felt the sensation of being watched. But Porto Azul was a safe area, and he shrugged off the feeling. He abandoned the search at midnight, returned to the resort. In the morning, Towers was jolted out of a deep sleep by someone banging on the door. He flew off the bed, scrambled to the door, opened it wide, ready to fly out. Millie, in a tennis outfit, was bouncing a tennis ball against the door. She laughed at the picture he made, hair disheveled sheet lines across his face, pajama bottoms open at the crotch. He blinked sleep away and closed the door to a narrow slit, so she couldn't see the bed. Until he realized it was empty, he dreamt of Lori, the dream crazily real and passionate. He rubbed his face, let Millie in. She looked around, then drew back the curtains and opened the balcony door. She picked up the telephone, studying him as room service came on the line. She ordered coffee for him, pointing to his crotch. He turned away from her, buttoned his pajama bottoms. She shook her head. My, such modesty. She hung up and going out the door, called back over her shoulder that they were reserved for a tennis court in 30 minutes. He shuffled into the bathroom and began to piss, but stopped midstream, no easy feat with a full bladder, and something Milla had said. No, it wasn't what she'd said, but how she'd said it. What? She looked over her shoulder, called back that she'd reserved a court. He shrugged. So what? A déjà vu thing, he guessed. They played tennis, but to Millie's disappointment, court reservations aren't easy to get. Bub. He forfeited after one set, which relinquished the court. He apologized, said he didn't feel up to working out. They sat and had drinks by the pool. Towers was quiet, listless, and Millie casually inquired how things had gone with Mrs. McMillan on Friday afternoon. He looked out over the water, shrugged off her question, unwilling to reveal that he'd attended Peter McMillan's funeral. But Millie wouldn't leave it at that. So what kept him in Manila, she asked. He lied, said that a screen full of email awaited him at home, that he'd worked through the evening, sleeping late yesterday morning. After a while, their talk trailed off. They read and napped until John returned from diving and found them poolside. Towers again begged off having dinner with them, lied that he wanted to look up a retired Air Force buddy who'd settled near Batangas, an hour's drive south of Porto Azul. Millie became short, went off to her room to change for dinner. She'd been looking forward to the dance in the ballroom this evening. John looked at Towers. "How generous you are, pal. Tossing away something that lovely. That's what you're doing, you know." Towers grunted, stood and gathered his things. "Be my..." He went up to his room, showered and dressed in shorts, a print shirt and sandals. He left at dusk to search the beach again. At the water's edge, he watched the dying sun reflecting off the bay. Soon it was almost dark. He thought how this business was becoming ridiculous. He hardly knew Lori, yet could think of nothing else. He walked south again. As with last night, the feeling of being watched gripped him in the darker areas. Aside from petty thievery, he'd never heard of any crimes around the resort. This wasn't Manila, where phantoms of the night had claimed Peter McMillan. He walked on, looking over his shoulder whenever a soft breeze kissed the edge of the jungle, rustling leaves and fronds. Small breakers slapped against the sand, and music from beer bars drifted up the beach. But there was no one. He passed a bungalow colony set back off the beach. High bamboo walls surrounded the compound, and no signs advertised the place. He wondered how people ever found it. He passed a string of beer bars and some darkened bungalows, then a cluster of backpackers lazing around a 36 bonfire, swigging down San Miguel's and roasting fish. They spoke German, and he caught a whiff of marijuana. He stopped at a beer bar further up the beach. He was the only customer, but he didn't feel alone. He looked around again, but saw no one else. Another night remained in this lonely paradise penitentiary, another night of longing, of rethinking his life, whipping himself for being 10,000 miles from home, and knowing he didn't want to be here at all. He finished his beer, then headed back towards the resort. As he approached no-name bungalows, he saw Lori up ahead. His heart turned over at the sight of her. She stood at the water's edge, looking out across the dark void towards a hard streak of pink that cracked the blackness to the west. She wore bikini bottoms under a sleeveless t-shirt. Her hair was slicked back from a recent swim, and her breasts stretched the t-shirt. Prominent nipples poked against the material, as proud as her stance. The vision of her was breathtaking. She was barefooted, her arms were crossed, and she held an empty glass up next to her cheek, scrunching her breasts together. She turned to him as he approached, her face smiling a hello. He marveled at how the beauty mark on her cheek turned up. Weak-kneed, he came next to her. "Thought that was you," he said the obvious. "Funny, I was just thinking about you." "Oh," Towers felt his heart tug. "Wondering if you'd made it down," she added. "How's the food here?" He looked inside the fenced compound. "Marvelous. They have a Belgian chef. Try for yourself." "I think I will. Join me. I've already eaten, and my dance card is jammed." She turned her empty glass upside down. "Buy a lady a drink." Inside the gate, Towers took in the pool surrounded by tucked-away bungalows. The place creatively landscaped for maximum privacy. A small restaurant was at the end of a walkway. 2 security guards were on duty, disguised in knee pants and loud Polynesian shirts. One was a teenager, but the other was older, a thick-set man whose easy smile didn't hide a tougher side. A few couples sat around the poolside bar, waiting for tables inside. Laurie wrote Towers' name on a slip of paper, gave it to a waiter. This was the inn place in Porto Azul, and he'd never even heard about it. He felt like a holiday nub from Podog, the kind of tourist who never ventured beyond his balcony, while a newcomer had found the place. They perched on stools at the bar, ordered drinks from the bartender, who addressed Laurie as Mies Mock Milan in his cheerful sing-song accent. They were called soon. Bumping, Towers thought. 2 other parties. The small restaurant was first class with a superior menu and expensive decor. 37. Laurie drank while he ordered dinner, and soon a pack of yachties came ashore, congregating around the bar outside, waiting for tables along with other arrivals from off-premises. As his entree was served, Towers braced at the sight of Millie and John entering. They were shown to a table, and Millie looked around, taking in the restaurant. She froze when she spotted them in the corner. Towers cringed. From the corner of his eye, he saw her alerting John. Millie and John sat down and ordered, looking over occasionally, obviously talking about him. Soon, he excused himself and walked over to their table. "Look who I ran into," he said, almost apologetic. "Your old army buddy," Millie confirmed to herself, then shot him that look of hers. She looked so young to be retired. "I ran into her on the beach." "Walking down to Batangas, were you?" Millie batted her eyelids. "No," he said, cool. "I decided not to go down after all." "No kidding. How is Mrs. Malmin this evening?" Her eyes slid over to Laurie's table. "She seems fine." "Strange she should end up here," John said. "Did you invite her?" "Of course not," Towers objected, a little too strongly. "She decided to get away for the weekend. The travel desk at the Manila suggested this place." Millie and John exchanged glances. Exasperated, Towers said that he should get back to his table. "Casino later?" John asked. Towers shook his head, said he didn't care to gamble tonight. Millie gave him a concerned look as he withdrew. "Take care, Bill." He ignored her. Back at their table, Laurie seemed not to have noticed Millie and John. In fact, it seemed that she kept her face towards the window, so that they wouldn't see her. Was she embarrassed to be seen with him? Towers lingered over his dinner, drinking wine now, making certain that Millie and John finished and left first. He saw them walking around the pool outside, inspecting the place before going out through the gate. Laurie languished over several more cocktails between appetizers she picked at, and didn't seem to mind his slow pace. She was becoming more tipsy, more talkative with each drink, potent, fruity concoctions. Towers paid the bill, and they went back out to the poolside bar. No one was poolside now except Alberto, the bartender who flashed a gold-capped front tooth and stationed himself, awaiting their order. Laurie asked for another of the cocktails, walked off towards the cabins without a word, reeling slightly. She returned, wrapped in a towel, and dropped her key on the bar. She lifted her glass, tapped it against his, sipped as she let the towel drop to her feet. Her outfit, what there was of it, nearly jolted Towers off his stool. It wasn't the modest one-piece she'd worn at the Manila pool. This job, 38, was a skimpy day-glow lime bikini held together by a few strings, an outfit absolutely guaranteed to make that 80-year-old monk do backflips. The bikini top was cut an inch or so wide over her nipples, and the bottom was a triangle not much larger than a Band-Aid. A string ran around her hips, disappeared between her buttocks. Towers held his breath as she turned and dived into the pool. He exhaled, then peeked at Alberto, who muttered something in Tagalog, turned his back and pretended to inventory the tells held his breath. Laurie surfaced at the shallow end of the pool, beckoned Towers in, but he dare not stand up, his shorts resembling the oft-referenced home of Omar, the tent maker. He shrugged, pinched at his short to show he had no swimsuit. "Take my key," she called. "Use my bungalow. "Drop your shirt off. You can swim in your shorts." He refused. She insisted. He declined. She relented, whereupon he acquiesced in cavalier fashion, saying that no lady should be thrice refused. Besides, the stalling tactic eased his erection. He felt his retort witty, until Alberto muttered that only a fool would have refused once. "And grab another towel," she called as he crossed the lawn, leading to the bungalows. He realized that he was also a bit under the influence. Or maybe he was just happy being with her. Whatever it was, he felt great. In her bungalow, Laurie's clothes were strewn about. The appointments were excellent, far better than his sterile room at the resort. King-size bed with rich linens, a well-stocked bar, cable TV, a library of porno videos, and a Pullman kitchen. Beyond a sliding glass door, a private, walled-off sunbathing patio, nestled next to a large jacuzzi, exclusively for this unit. Towers whistled. In such a place one need never venture beyond the door. This was a place for lovers. He ran his finger across the file of porno discs. Maybe 7 or 8 lovers. Feeling proprietary, he emptied his pockets and left his keys, money, shirt, and loafers in the bungalow. He pulled an oversized Godiva from a heated towel rack and returned outside. Laurie was still in the pool, standing at the darkened shallow end, drink in hand, speaking in hushed tones to the big security guard, who squatted close to her at the edge of the pool. Their talk seemed conspiratorial, and she laughed. The guard saw Towers, terminated the conversation, stood up. Laurie turned, ran her thumb down the inside of her bikini top, adjusting the patch that covered her nipple. The guard wandered off as she waded across to where Towers stood. He smiled at her, curious about her conversation with the guard. It seemed too familiar. Him being an employee. She was adjusting the bikini top again. Maybe it was precarious keeping the sheer cloth perched across those beautiful summits. A scant millimeter shift to either side and Las Coronas would peek out and say howdy. "Come on in," she coaxed, patting the water. She slurred her words. He sat at the edge, scooted in. The water was warm. Laurie summoned Alberto over with his drink, then handed hers to Towers, taking the fresh one. She backed against the side and sipped, studying Towers, a pert smile on her face. "I love the water," she said, wistful. "I could live in it. There's a pool where we live, in L.A., where I live, but it closes at 9, and I'm rarely home from the shop by that time." "What kind of shop do you have?" "Antiques, collectibles, that sort of thing," she answered, suddenly testy. She seemed to want to tell him something, was thinking how to say it. He sipped his drink, waited. "Peter traveled a lot," she said at length. "At least lately. I thought he was just trying to keep away from me." "How could a man possibly want to stay away from you?" Towers thought. "I didn't think all the travel was necessary, since he had agents wherever he did business. People like Mr. Morales. But he insisted it was. We argued about it, and he suggested I travel with him, knowing that wasn't possible with the shop. Anyway, he finally admitted that the travel wasn't all that necessary. But he liked globe-trotting and said he wouldn't stop. Then I found out why." Laurie sipped her drink. "I don't think I would have been welcome on his trips after all." She bit her bottom lip. It was nearly midnight, and the lights around the pool area went off suddenly. 2 couples emerged from the shadows for a late dip. Having waited for this moment, one was a middle-aged tourist and a young Filipina who looked underage despite her considerable physical charms. In the pool, they closed like magnets in intimate conversation, as the other couple joined them. A younger man with another girl of Buffalo Joe's. An exhibition of giggles, fondling, and embracing followed, the couples unaware or uncaring that others were poolside. Laurie watched them, Towers waiting for her to continue. "I'd gone through his things one morning after he returned from a long trip to Manila. He was asleep, dead to the world. He hadn't touched me when he came in during the night. After a month. That wasn't like Peter. So I went through his things. Women do that, when they suspect something. His boarding pass showed that he'd left Manila 3 days before. He hadn't just arrived. He'd been in LA for several days. There were condoms in his bag. She stopped, seemed to be thinking where to go with this. I could have told you that, Towers thought, still unable to fathom how a man would prefer other women to Lori, especially those tarts that patrolled in Buffalo Joe's. I looked in his address book, she continued. I'd never looked through it before, never had a reason to. There were names and addresses of women, all over, even in LA, right under my nose, and I had no idea. Snapshots of little Asian sluts. I'd been a naive fool. Peter was a very handsome man. She swallowed hard, said bitterly, I should have guessed it. She hissed, pest, in the Filipino fashion, and Alberto looked up. She pointed to her glass, held up 2 fingers, although Towers had hardly touched his drink. Alberto grinned, his gold tooth aligning with the brass buttons on his tunic. Towers chug-a-lugged his drink to keep up with her. What the hell? It was Sunday night, and he could sleep in tomorrow morning. Let Millie and John play tennis. He was here to relax. And finally, with Lori, he was doing just that. He couldn't remember feeling so good. He peered over at the couples in the corner of the pool. They spoke and laughed in hushed tones, an occasional burst of pretended outrage when one of the girls was fondled. I told Peter I wanted a divorce, she went on, watching their antics dispassionately. But he wouldn't hear of it. He asked for time, saying he had some important things he was working on. I suggested at least a separation, but he didn't want that either. Although the way things were going, we might as well have been separated. I insisted he sleep on the couch when he came back from his trips. I only saw him twice in the past 6 months, when he dropped in, a detour to somewhere else. But he paid his share of the bills, and I devoted myself to the shop, doubting that he'd straighten out. He was drinking. Heavily. Their drinks came, and Lori turned light again, as suddenly as she'd gone sullen. Whatever these are, they're heavenly. I'll sleep well again tonight. Come on, she commanded. She climbed out of the pool, stood unsteady above him. Bring your drink. She held out her hand. Towers took it, climbed out, wondering where they were going. To the jacuzzi in her room. The towels, she whispered, although no one was close enough to hear her. Towers gathered them, and she led him around the pool to the compound exit. The pool's too crowded, she giggled. Well, too busy at any rate. We can swim at the resort, he gestured in the opposite direction. They leave the pool open until 1 o'clock. He nearly tripped on a sand mound. So what? She protested, pulling him along. They leave the ocean open all night. And we have no school tomorrow. Towers turned the we over in his mind. She pulled him across the sand until they were well away from the lights from the bungalows. The bay was silent, the water still aside from a 41. Fate lapping on the sand. Lori tried to sit down but fell sideways, giggling. Towers sat down clumsily, spilling his drink on his arm. Oops, he said. What oops? Sit on a crab? She laughed and squeezed his arm. Spilled some on my arm. She reached for him, falling across his lap. Where? I'll just drink that, she slurred. She pulled his arm to her mouth, slurked drunkenly at the wetness. Towers began to swell. Not bad, she appraised, smacking her lips, her breath hot against his skin. But next time, hold the hair, please. That struck them as terribly clever, and they laughed hard for long moments, caught their breath. Then she repeated, hold the hair, and they laughed again, launching into contagious giggling. She stood up reeling, gained her balance, stripped off her tiny bikini, and dropped it on his head. He pulled a string away from his face, held up the tiniest strip of material, and looked up to see her wading into the water. Oh, my Lord, it's wonderful, she called out. It certainly is, he said, focusing on her ass. He tried to stand, but fell sideways. He tried again, succeeded, and followed her in. Splash! She dived. Towers dived shallow, scraped his body on sand and seashells. He was drunker than he thought. He stood, laughing at his foolishness, spat water, the salt burning his eyes, thinking this wasn't such a good idea. Lori was 8 feet away, facing him. She upended, her buttocks glistening as she descended. Rock hard now. Towers was aware of the water's coolness at his crotch for the first time. She surfaced, treading water. Towers waded out further, wishing he liked water as much as he professed. But in truth, he didn't feel at all comfortable in the ocean, especially in the dark. "Do you think there are sharks?" he whispered. Trying for mature indifference to her nudity, trying to tread water effortlessly, she moved closer, her face near his, her eyes intense, praying. Then she screamed, "Shark!" She grabbed his manhood, laughed uproariously. "And what a big fish I've caught!" She drew close and threw her other arm over his shoulder, nearly pulling him under. Her hand worked on him as he struggled to keep his head up. He took in water, choked, fought to keep from panicking, edging backward, and was relieved when his toes touched bottom. With considerable effort, he backed them closer to the beach until his feet were square on the bottom, and she still held his member, tugging at him, squeezing so hard it hurt, and his heart thumped like a jackhammer. "You'd swim easier if you weren't overdressed," she said, the liquor on her breath strong. She undid his fly, groping him, unimpeded by the material. His heart hammered in his chest, his brain pounded with 42 excitement. She tugged at his shorts, jerking them down around his knees to where he stepped out of them. She threw her legs around his waist as his shorts floated to the surface and away from them. She put her arms around his neck, hoisted herself out of the water and body scissored him, moaning. She grabbed his penis, her nails like razors, guiding him into her. "Oh my God," she cried. "It's been so long." Her arms were strong around his neck, her fingernails tearing the flesh on his back. She moaned and jerked, her legs squeezing his waist so tight he winced, nearly unable to breathe. Then all of a sudden she was still, hanging limp around his neck, panting. She pushed away from him, waded back to the beach. He looked down at himself, winced in frustration. Lori sat on the sand, drew her knees up to her chin, and covered her nakedness with a towel. She seemed to be crying. Towers waded ashore, painfully erect, hoping her noise hadn't summoned the guards from the bungalows. He sat next to her, looked around for his towel, draped it across her shoulders. She was crying. He put his arm around her, but she made no effort to lean into him. At length she spoke without looking up. "God, I am despicable." "No, you're not," he said, wishing she'd been despicable just a little bit longer. "That's the first time I've ever been unfaithful to Peter." Towers felt like crying out his frustration, but nearly laughed at her words. Their briefest coupling could hardly be called infidelity. Shaking hands took longer. "I had no right to take advantage of you," she said. "You haven't," he replied, "and you haven't been unfaithful to Peter." She looked at him, her face blank, her tears stopping, as if realizing her new status for the first time. "No, it isn't infidelity now, is it?" He shook his head, wanting desperately to take her again. His erection was scheduled for eternity if he didn't. He was indecisive, and she offered no encouragement. "Just the same," she said, "I had no right to presume with you. I drank too much. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, and you have nothing to be sorry for." She glanced at him. "Maybe. Maybe not. Where do we go from here?" "Back to Manila," she answered. "That's not what I mean. I know it's not, Bill, but I need to understand where I've been this past year before I know where I'm going." She stood without another word and walked back into the compound. Towers replayed what had just happened, wondering if she would return. When it was apparent she wouldn't, His disposition withered, while his erection persisted. Should he follow her into the compound? He stood, and 43 realized he was still naked. He looked around for his towel, then slapped his forehead. He'd thrown it over her shoulders and she'd taken both in with her. He couldn't very well steal naked into No Name Resort, creep up to her bungalow, and knock on her door with his boner. His shorts. He searched in the blackness, checking along the waterline where, hopefully, they'd washed ashore. Not finding them, he went back into the water, waded up and down the shore, looking, but mostly feeling around in the pitch dark. There were voices coming up the beach. The German backpackers returning to their bungalow, their voices booming across the sand. Several carried flashlights, their beams jerking this way and that, bouncing between their paths along the beach and occasionally out across the water. Towers cursed his predicament. Nakedness took on a new meaning. Being discovered alone and naked on the beach with a hard-on would look more than suspicious. The damn thing just wouldn't go down. He thought to call out, ask them to help look for his shorts with their flashlights. Bad idea. They'd just have a big laugh at his expense, maybe keep their lights on him all night. He backed deeper into the water, hunkered down, ridiculously feeling like a commando on an enemy beachhead. When the group passed, he resumed his search with increasing desperation. Near dawn, he skulked back to the resort wrapped in a banana leaf skirt. His room was on the second floor, down one wing or another, but he wasn't certain now because either the building number or the floor number preceded the room number. Everything looked different at night. Unbeknown to him, a high-visibility target, being as he was wrapped in a banana plant, a security guard had tailed him as soon as he set foot on the resort. Towers crept from bush to bush, flower bed to lawn, tiptoeing along the brick paths. The guard was close behind, stopping and listening at the same time as Towers did. Towers remembered that his room was at the end of one of the corridors. He went up to the second floor from an outside stairwell, and just as he thought, could see that he'd be able to edge along an outside lip toward his balcony. He was certain he hadn't locked the sliding glass door last night. On the second floor landing, he climbed over the railing, for a moment nearly losing his banana leaf skirt. Tied around his waist with a vine he pulled away from a tree. He tied it around his waist again, started across, facing the wall for a better balance. The second floor wasn't higher than 3 meters above the grass lawn. Not too risky. But halfway across the ledge, which was only 6 inches wide, his foot slipped and he nearly lost his balance. He saved himself from a fall. But he lost his skirt again. It fell on the patio of the room on the first floor. He continued across the ledge, was almost to the balcony of his room. 4 feet. He smiled, thinking how stupid he must look. Then, inches closer, he heard the glass door sliding open. A woman's voice came from the balcony. "Freddie, come out here. Bring my coffee and let's watch the sunrise, honey. It's beautiful." Towers saw her profile and her forearms as she leaned on the balcony railing. Christ! Towers had not only the wrong room, but the wrong wing. "Hey, what are you doing there?" The security guard, emerging now from behind a giant plant, called up to him. The woman, thinking that the guard was addressing her, started to reply when she realized that he was speaking to someone else. She followed his eyes, shrieked, and backed away from the railing at the sight of a naked man just feet from her. Startled, Towers teetered and nearly fell, but managed to keep his balance. The woman's husband came outside. At first amazed, he grew furious at seeing this pervert exposing himself to his wife. "My room is here somewhere," Towers called down. "I forget which wing." He addressed the husband as well as the guard below. "Come a little closer, you sicko," the husband beckoned with his head, his hand wrapped into a fist. "And I'll show you a room." "Where are your clothes, sir?" the guard asked, pointing a nightstick up at him. "On the beach." Towers began to sweat. "Well, my shorts are there. Somewhere out there. In the water. but my shirt and shoes and things are in another resort. Your room key? Well, that's the thing. I usually carry it with me instead of leaving it at the desk. Saves time, you know. But I left it at the other resort. Which room is yours, sir? That's the thing. You see, my key is with my things in the other resort. Which resort is that, sir? Towers shrugged. That's the thing. I don't know the name of the resort, but it has a swimming pool and a very good restaurant. Small, but with delicious food. A Belgian chef, actually. Why are you here, sir? I've told you. Because my room is here. I'm staying here. Which room, sir? The guard asked again. It'll be a fucking hospital room, the husband threw in, before going back inside. That's the thing, you see. I don't remember. Sounds stupid, I realize, but I haven't spent much time in the room, and lately I've been preoccupied. So I just look at my room key, follow the signs in the corridors, and don't think about the room number once I'm inside. 4 digits. The room is here, on the 2nd floor on one of the wings. I remember now. It's directly across from an emergency fire hose station in the hallway, wherever that is. 45? If you have no key, how are you going to get into the room? Well, that's the thing, isn't it? The balcony door. I was going to see if I could edge along this lip and climb onto my balcony. I'm sure I left the balcony door unlocked. The guard shook his head. There were too many things this man expected him to see. And your shorts, they are swimming in the bay, sir. It was getting lighter, a streak of blue visible on the horizon. Because of the commotion, birds in the trees had begun exchanging screeches. Now the husband was back at the railing with a tennis racket in his hand. He stretched as far as he could over the railing, trying to whack Towers with it. Either that or scrape him off the building. A couple came out from the room downstairs and stepped off the patio, looked up. At the sight of Towers, who appeared to be glued naked to the side of the building, the woman held her hand to her mouth, moved close to her husband. From another room downstairs, 2 teenage boys popped out. Well, no, Towers explained. You see, we were swimming naked. We? The guard turned his head to make certain her heard correctly. Joey, quick, get the camcorder, the older boy ordered his brother. Yes, Towers nodded. A young lady and myself. A young lady? She is naked also. Yes, she was naked too. Where is she? Well, that's the thing. She disappeared into. The guard began working his radio, requesting backup, and advising in frantic Tagalog that a naked woman was roaming the grounds. The security team swept into action. Radios crackled and squawked. Questions concerning the woman's description flying across the grounds, as though naked wouldn't adequately describe her. Height, weight, age, color. Flashlight beams shot in all directions. Cats hissed and bolted from their hiding places, with stray beach dogs in hot pursuit, and the birds deserted their treetop roosts as the immediate search began for the naked woman. The guard force never more diligent than at this moment. More guests, woken by the disruption, appeared on their balconies and patios, some spilling out onto the lawn. A few more cameras appeared, and Towers heard a giggling little girl giggle, exclaim that Spider-Man had a hairy butt. And there were murmurs from his audience about iReport and YouTube, as the security team fanned out across the shadowy landscape to assist in the search for the naked woman. By this time, some guests had joined in the search. The resort manager, Mr. Dacua, was summoned from his bed and arrived on the scene. Towers had managed to work his way back to the 46th, landing just as the irate husband finally threw his tennis racket at him in a torrent of abuse. A guard located a frilly red housecoat with tassels on the bottom for Towers to wear. It was too small and short, but he stuffed himself into it, ripping the material in the back, and at the armpits, leaving him looking like a hideously hairy drag queen, absent his pumps. He told his story again, then accompanied Dacua downstairs to the general office, where they gave him a hotel robe and sandals. They checked the registration cards. One was found in his name, but his signature wasn't on it. He explained that either a Mr. Warbell or a Miss O'Hearn had registered for him yesterday, and their cards would also be on file. So, with a pass key, Dacua, with 2 guards flanking Towers, took him back up to the 2nd floor on his wing, and outside the door, asked him to identify his belongings inside before they entered. Fortunately, Towers had left his watch behind. He described this, along with some of his clothes. Satisfied, Dacua left with a stern warning to Towers that naked guests wandering around the resort could not be tolerated. To their monumental disappointment, the security force never found the naked lady. Towers took a long, hot shower, cursing his luck. But he couldn't blame Lori. She had been drunk and ashamed. No, it wasn't her fault. In all, he'd been a size 10 asshole, was ashamed of taking advantage of a widow. Christ, a widow for 1 week, and he'd gotten into her pants. He should be shot. Yet, as he relaxed in bed, a smile came to his lips. 47 Towers waited until a respectable hour before making his way back to Lori's resort. 10 o'clock seemed right. Over breakfast he'd regale her with the episode after the beach last night. But she'd already checked out. She'd left his things and hotel key in a plastic bag with his name on it. Inside was a note. "I'm so ashamed, I don't know how to face you, but I guess I'll have to Tuesday. Lori." He was devastated. She could have at least phoned him at the resort to tell him she was leaving. But she was probably too embarrassed. Outside the gate, the heavy-set guard looked away, pretended not to notice him. Did he know? Had his conduct been so dastardly? He shuffled back towards the resort, his disappointment monumental. However, it was a capital conquest, after all. He didn't admit to himself that she'd fired down the cocktails as fast as Alberto could mix them. He'd make it up to her, though. He should have resisted her. She might have respected him for that. Christ, what was he saying? Weren't women supposed to think like that? He avoided Millie and John, left the resort without saying goodbye. He phoned the Manila hotel as soon as he dropped his bag in his apartment. Lori was checked back in but wasn't in her room. Or maybe she just wasn't answering the phone, too embarrassed and ashamed to talk to him. He left a message, but she didn't return his call by 10 p.m. Maybe she thought that it was too late to call after that, but he waited up until midnight just the same, then set the phone ringer volume on high. He fell asleep, dreamt of her, and woke several times during the night, resisted the urge to call her. On Tuesday morning he received the death certificate from the Civil Registrar's office at City Hall. He completed Form 2060 in handwriting, based on the autopsy findings, which showed that McMillan's stomach had contained massive traces of barbiturates. Combined with alcohol, this had proved fatal. Plus, there was a fracture of the skull. Towers shook his head as he read the certificate. He had a clerk type out and photocopy a dozen 2060s, and then he pressed the government-embossed seal on each copy. At 2 o'clock, his heart lurched when Lori entered and sat down in the American Citizen Services section. She wore a simple cotton dress and a straw sun hat. The section was busy, but he called her out of turn to a window. "Hi," she mouthed, coming up to the window, then lowered her eyes. She peeked at him from under her hat, shifted her gaze, saw Millie watching them. Towers had no excuse to take Lori back to the staff room this time. He almost wished she'd start to cry, so he'd have a reason to get her alone. She nodded. "Is everything ready?" Yes. Wait 1 moment," he said in his best official voice. He took McMillan's file from his desk, feeling Millie's eyes on his back, and returned to the window. "Here," he said, passing a wide envelope beneath the window. "I've signed and sealed a dozen copies of the 2060 for you. Extras usually come in handy. And here's the death certificate." Lori read them, and Towers watched her eyes pause on the entry next to contributory cause of death. Substance abuse, according to Dr. Lecanto of the NBI laboratory. Hopefully, she wouldn't have to show it to many people. "Can I see you later?" he asked, almost mouthing the question because the microphone required a certain volume to be audible. Mr. Morales made it back to town after all, she said, equally conspiratorial. I have to see him later. He'll call, maybe for dinner. Dinner's fine. I mean, I may have to see him for dinner. Oh, well, when are you leaving? Tower's eyes slid sideways, his voice low. Millie was busy at another window. John was in his office. I'm not sure. That depends on what business Mr. Morales has. I'll call you later, he said. Say, around 8 tonight. That'll be fine. She folded the envelope, stuffed it in her purse, started to turn away, and then looked back at him. A frown. Was what happened Sunday night part of the American Citizen Services? Her sober expression was accusing, and Towers cringed inwardly until he detected a smile coming to her lips, the beauty mark rising. Shucks, ma'am. We try to help, he quipped, cheerful-like, but feeling nothing at all like that. He needed desperately to see her again, to hold her. He gave her a broad smile. Maybe tonight they'd swim at the Manila hotel, and afterwards, well. And you certainly did, Bill. You'll never know how much you have helped me. She turned and walked away with a provocative gait. He felt certain was for his benefit. He was due for a home leave. He'd planned on saving it, adding it to other time once he returned to the States. But now that had changed. He'd tell her tonight. He'd go home to Denver, but stop off in L.A. to visit her. Maybe take her home to Denver with him. Better yet, maybe they wouldn't even make it to Denver. Maybe by then she'd be clear of Peter's memory. Maybe then she could think about the future. He turned to find Millie, standing directly behind him, her eyes questioning. Had she overheard their exchange? He felt foolish, but he didn't care. He brushed past her and went into his office. 49. Towers made a point of working late, to stay near the Manila Hotel. He telephoned her at exactly 8 p.m. I'm sorry, sir, the operator said, but Mrs. McMillan checked out this afternoon, just after 3 o'clock. Again she'd vanished. That was odd. 3 o'clock. Right after she visited the consulate. Odd also, since she had to meet with Morales this evening for dinner. Perhaps Morales had invited her to stay at his home. Well, Filipinos were very gracious, hospitable to a fault. That was probably it. He realized that Lori didn't have his home number or cell number. He opened Peter McMillan's file, noted Morales's number. He called, but it just rang. He called back several times. Same thing. It rang, but no one answered. He called up until midnight, letting the phone ring on, each call more desperate than the last. Finally, he left the office and drove to his apartment. Maybe she'd call him at the consulate in the morning. Throughout Wednesday, he hovered near the switchboard, eavesdropping, breathless, as incoming calls were answered. But hers wasn't one of them. 8 Roth weaved around passengers deplaning the flight from Cebu, dodged a noisy family congregating near the jetway, and hustled through the domestic arrivals terminal. He raced to international departures, checked in for the flight to Bangkok on Thai Airways. The staff at Gate 7, alerted by the check-in counter, waited as an agent hustled him through immigration. Then to Gate 7. Next to 7, Lori McMillan was hurrying to 6, to board Philippines 631, en route to Los Angeles, where she'd connect with a New York flight. Had she been 30 seconds earlier or Roth 30 seconds later, they might have met. Had Roth seen her, they surely would have met. If so, she surely would have blown him off. His eyes were rheumy, and he was sweating and disheveled, smelling of booze and day-old clothes. He slumped into his business-class seat, ignored a few icy stares condemning him for the delayed departure, and smiled at the hostess, his bartender for the 3-hour flight to Bangkok. 9 New York City Mrs. Julia Warner entered the Fifth Avenue apartment building at 4 o'clock. Tuesday afternoon. She marveled at the fact that she'd left Manila 30 hours earlier, yet arrived in New York on the same day, and around the same time. Gus, the doorman, smiled and tossed a casual salute. She tipped her sunglasses down on her nose, winked at him. She was always friendly that way, a knowing smile on her lips. Gus wondered again if that mole on her right cheek was real. He'd read somewhere that moles were fashionable, that women just pasted them on here and there. Fake or not, it was far more attractive than those bimbos who stapled their faces these days. "How was Chicago, Mrs. Warner?" "Windy. Is my husband in?" "All day. Hasn't gone out yet." She'd called the apartment from Kennedy Airport, but Robert hadn't answered. The numbnuts was probably glued to the TV, hadn't heard the phone ring. She was exhausted. 30 long hours since she'd left that toilet called Manila. Hank, the day elevator man, took her up to the 4th floor. She didn't bother finding her key, knowing Gus would buzz the apartment ahead of her. At the door, she detected a shadow behind the peephole. Then Robert swept the door open. "Surprise, Jordan, darling," she greeted him, making certain Hank overheard his name. "I finished up in Chicago sooner than I thought." "Rachel, Julia, darling," Robert answered. Hank smiled, pleased with his small contribution to this joyous reunion. Robert swooped her up in his arms, planted a kiss on her mouth. He kicked the door closed with his foot, kissed her again, harder this time. "I've missed you, Rachel. Don't overdo it." She pushed away from him, throwing down her bag. "And God damn it, keep my name straight, idiot." Robert grimaced. He'd screwed up her name again. Rachel headed straight for the bar, started on a martini. Barbie, her toy poodle, scurried in from the bedroom, yapping frantically, and flew into her arms. Robert went over and sat on the divan, turned his attention to the TV for a stock quotation he'd been waiting for. A ticker tape paced across the bottom of the screen, and he scribbled figures on a notepad before him. 52. "How was my baby?" "Huh?" Rachel nuzzled Barbie up to her cheek. "You miss Mommy?" to Robert. "Was she all right?" "No matter how well I disguise it, I just can't get her to eat the poison," Robert replied, distracted. "That's not funny," Rachel snapped, then made a pouting face to Barbie. "He isn't funny, is he, precious?" "How'd it go?" he asked, turning back to her. "It went," she said tiredly. "May I extend my condolences on the loss of your late husband, the unremembered, unlamented Peter McMillan. Good riddance. Tell me about it. Later. I'm tired. And filthy. 30 hours from Manila. Routed through L.A., laid over for 5 hours. Don't complain. I've hauled my ass to Manila, and back twice in the past 6 weeks. Haul this," she said, kicking her bag across the floor. She put Barbie down, but the dog protested with a shrill bark, the fluffy ball at the tip of its tail wagging like a metronome to an 8-count beat. Rachel finished building her drink, took a long sip, then put it down. Robert got up, hefted the bag, followed her into the bedroom as she left a trail of clothes. Her shoes, coat, blouse, and skirt. She disappeared into the ensuite bathroom, slammed the door. Barbie, on her heels, scratched on the outside. She called through the door, "Fetch my drink, won't you?" Robert looked down at Barbie. "Fetch? Isn't that your job, you pathetic little fur ball?" He heard the bath running. He towed Barbie away from the door, but the poodle protested. Yeah, Mommy slut's home, you little bitch." Barbie looked up at him, growled, then pawed again at the door. Robert tossed Rachel's bag on the bed, returned to the bar for her martini, and carried it into the bedroom. He knocked on the bathroom door, and Rachel's hand poked out through the steam. Seized the opportunity, squeezed inside. Rachel slammed the door shut, and Robert heard the lock turn. He went back into the living room, plopped down again on the couch in front of the TV. Soon he was lost in financial reports. Their stocks were doing poorly. He clamped the earphones on his head, listened to a CD as he watched the screen. Rachel emerged from her bath an hour later, wearing a robe, her hair bundled in a towel. She went into the living room and behind the bar to make herself another martini. "How are we doing?" she asked. She looked up when he didn't respond. Headphones again. No wonder he hadn't answered her call from the airport. The phone sat right in front of him on the coffee table. 53. You're really a sad sack of shit, you know that, Robert? She leaned on the bar. A real Class A idiot. She snickered at her solitary game, picked up the cell phone on the bar, dialed their apartment number. Robert tilted his head, thought he heard the phone ringing. He removed his headset, picked up the receiver. Hello? You're a fucking idiot, you know that? What? Who is this? Rachel threw an olive that bounced off the back of his head. Robert jumped, turned around surprised. Oh, you can hang up now, Einstein, she said, disconnecting. How are we doing? High techs are down. Way down. Bonds are up. He looked back at her. Why don't you take a nap? We'll go out later for some dinner. I will, but first, another. I can't go for 30 hours, then just fall asleep. She came around the bar and perched on the stool, sipping her martini and studying the stock reports. Occasionally, Robert picked up pad and pencil, scribbled down a stock quotation. A really good window opening up for some stuff I've been following, he said. You'll have to cut loose with about 300-400 grand. He put his headphones on again. She watched the screen for a few moments, then finished her drink with a gulp, went into the bedroom and closed the door. Robert woke her at 8 o'clock. The bedroom was dark. He scooped Barbie off the bed, lay down and pressed up against her, cocooned beneath a quilt. She stirred, gave him a shot with her elbow. He grunted. Don't, Bobby. Robert moved back. Why, Rachel? Why? You know why. Fuming, he got up, walked to the door. We could have gotten 2 bedrooms, he snapped. I did it to save money. It's only for another few months. And you said you didn't mind the couch. I was hoping it'd be the way it used to be. We can't ever go back, Bobby. She sat up. I'm famished. What time is it? Just after 8. He resigned himself, sighed. How's steak sound? Moo, she answered, earning a half-hearted chuckle from him. He could never stay angry with her for long. On 3rd Avenue they found a steakhouse, took a table in the back. She told him about Manila, Puerto Azul, the cremation, and, as their plates arrived, Towers, laughing all along at the buffoon. Fuck him? 54? Rachel groaned. Whatever she did lately dominated Robert's thinking. I wanted to come away with the 2060. I do what I have to. How's it going with what's her name? Rachel asked. Lolita. Little bitch is gonna make trouble. Says that she's gotta die off and disappear. She wants more money for her family before she comes to the States. She really believes you'll marry her? Rachel shook her head at Lolita's naivete. Of course she does. I can be pretty persuasive, you know. Pretty good in the cot, too. She ignored his self-promotion. She's getting greedy, huh? What do you expect? She's just a streetwalker that cop fixed me up with. Dumber than a sack of hammers. Uses drugs, some local shit called shabu. Something like crack. He opened his hands in protest. I didn't know it until I saw her again the other week. Rena will keep her in line, but she ping-pongs. Nice, then bitchy. Flirts around in front of me, like I give a rat's ass who she blows. Then she puts on a jealousy act when I look at a skirt. She asked who you were when she called last month. Tell her I'm your sister. She didn't believe it. Says if I cheat on her and don't cut her in for more money, she'll talk. Get that. Cheat on her. If she had as many dicks sticking out of her as she's had stuck in her, she'd look like a porcupine. She understands that if she runs to the authorities, she'll get nothing. Says she doesn't care. I'm telling you, she's not reliable. That shabu shit makes those girls crazy. Robert and Rachel Tierney, presently known as Jordan and Julia Warner, and also known as Peter and Lori McMillan, studied each other for a moment. Do what you have to, she said at last, looking away. Don't we always? He replied, concentrating on his steak. Anyhow, I'm out of here in the morning, St. Louis. Don't forget to file the claims on McMillan. I'll wait until next week. She crossed her silverware on the plate, started to light a cigarette, forgetting she was in New York. Why? He asked. Macmillan is a pile of ashes one day, and I file the next. Makes a widow look too anxious. A widow needs time, grieving and all that. Then she thinks about security, goes through the safe deposit box, and surprise, surprise, she discovers the insurance policies. Think about it. Robert shrugged. I suppose so. Still, some of these stock opportunities don't stay around long. I told you I need 300,000 or 400,000. I'll look at it first. 55. Temper again. Don't you think I can choose a stock? She didn't answer. He was too impulsive, too fast with investment decisions. And he snubbed her insurance research. What companies wrote, what lines of business, how they paid, who they hired to investigate their claims. They'd been over this too many times. Robert didn't listen. He lost money in the market, chasing glamour stocks, anything new and promising, regardless of how she stressed blue chips. Solid risks with solid track records, realistic interest rates. Last year their portfolio had eked out 3% interest after taking his losses into consideration. Had he followed her advice, they'd have netted 8%. Robert waited for a reply, arms akimbo, challenging, like a martinet. She ignored him. Tell them you're staying with a friend. Too easy to connect the Macmillans with the Warners. All I need is some adjuster coming to interview Mrs. Warner, and he says, Hey, weren't you Mrs. Macmillan last month? I like to think I'm not easily forgotten. Robert shrugged. Use L.A. maybe, but we've used that place too much. What are you thinking? Another apartment. Not necessary. Don't want to spend the money or bother with new bona fides. Which reminds me, you didn't have the camera installed. Been too busy. One call, that's all it'd take. Okay. I want to see who's at the door without looking through the peephole. You don't think people know when someone's peeking at them from behind the door. Hiding behind doors in an apartment like this looks suspicious. I'll call someone in tomorrow. You're leaving in the morning, remember? She gave him a look. Never mind, I'll handle it. You're too careful. Again, he let her down. A simple phone call was all it took. An hour or two for a technician to install a pinpoint camera lens and a monitor. Too busy? Why, Cal? All he did was sit on his ass and watch the market and hit the singles bars trying to get laid. And you're not careful enough, she said. For the 100th time. Back in the apartment, Rachel brushed her teeth, did maintenance work on her complexion, and retired. Later she felt the bed shake as Robert got in, and later still he started touching her, his hand warm on her thigh, sliding up beneath her panties. She reached around, withdrew his hand, threw it off her. 56. You want me to sleep on the couch? She asked testily. The bed shook again as he got up. He took a pillow, left the room, stopping at the door. You screw everybody but me. She rolled over, her back to the door. The expense of a 2-bedroom apartment wasn't necessary, and he'd agreed to use the couch when they took this place on a 6-month sublet. But he was starting again, becoming more insistent. He probably wasn't getting laid. With his attitude, she didn't wonder. He counted on his good looks, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he turned women off. They wouldn't be here much longer. January at the outside. Until then, the couch wouldn't kill him. As for their next place, she had some hard thinking to do on that item. She was getting sick of his tantrums. In the morning, she woke just after 7 o'clock to the smell of cooking. She threw on a robe, went into the breakfast nook off the kitchen, poured a cup of coffee. Robert was dressed for traveling. Slacks, crewneck sweater, sports jacket. She liked the way he dressed. Or rather, she liked the way she had taught him to dress. What time is your flight? She asked. Noon. I'll stay in St. Louis tonight. Head north in the morning. Push up into Iowa. I've written out my itinerary for you. On the desk. A few weeks should do it. But I'll need more than $3,000 for the trip. 3 is enough. Robert scowled at her but didn't want to argue. She was squeezing him too much. Never enough loose cash for a guy to have a little fun. I think I'll go down to Mom's next week. Rachel declared. "File the claims on Mr. McMillan, Mrs. McMillan. I told you last night. It'll wait until I get back." "You tell me," he said snidely. "Who died and left you chief? I don't see any Indians running around here." Rachel sighed, didn't answer. Robert was looking for an argument again. This was happening too much, and sex, or lack thereof, was behind it. That, plus he always needed more pocket money. Well, she wasn't going to screw him or piss away money, just to keep the peace. He served her a plate of bacon and eggs, and sulped quietly. At length, he said, "Say hi to Doc for me. It's been 2 years since you've seen them, Robert. They always ask about you. Tell them I'm just fine, Rachel. Maybe I'll go down at Christmas." "My name is Julia," she said, rolling her eyes. Robert blew up, threw the skillet into the sink. "How come I gotta remember that you're Lori, or Julia, or whatever flavor of the month you are? But you can always call me Robert? Huh? Rachel stood and threw her cup at him, barely missing his head. The cup shattered on the wall behind him. "Because I don't screw up like you, 57? "Do," she screamed. She headed for the bedroom, slammed the door, and didn't come out until she heard the apartment door slam shut. Barbie looked up from her pillowed lair beneath the bed, her eyes sympathetic. "Asshole," Rachel spat. Barbie yapped her agreement, jumped up on the bed for a cuddle. She liked it when that horrible man was away. 58. 10 Hannibal, Missouri. Robert drove past the city limits, heading northwest towards Palmyra. Rachel's initial data had developed 3 search possibilities for establishing faked personas, 2 in northeast Missouri and 1 in southeast Iowa, courthouses that had burned to the ground over the past 25 years. Around the time Robert was born, in the first 2 county courthouses he checked, birth and death records had been saved, but in the third, birth records had been partially destroyed. He drove through Lewis County, up into Clark County, arriving at the county seat at dusk. He stopped at a motel, registered under the name of Jordan Warner, went out in search of the best restaurant in town. It wasn't hard to find, since there was only one place, a countrified steakhouse attached by swinging doors to a honky-tonk bar. The waitress, a buxom girl of 17, came over with the menu. Robert selected a tenderloin with California burgundy to keep it company. By the time his order arrived, the restaurant was becoming crowded. This was the place in town. His first bite of tenderloin confirmed that. Not bad for a Wednesday night in Hayseed, Missouri. He surveyed the place, doubting he'd find any action, or at least anything he'd care to wake up next to in the morning. The local women looked corn-fed, full-breasted, round bottoms, easy manners. Pretty much like the local cows. They didn't interest him. He preferred sophisticated-looking women, tall, willowy blondes. Women like Rachel. Maybe the first woman in a man's life forever determined his preference. He and Rachel had been in their teens when they discovered each other in that way. Damn. He'd called her Rachel again, even if it was to himself. When he admitted it, he was afraid that one day he'd use the wrong name at the time. Wrong time. As for now, she was Julia, until 3 months ago. She'd been Lori, and before that, Clara, and before that, hell, he couldn't remember. He finished his meal and transferred to the bar, perusing the room for single females. He flirted with the waitress, who seemed impressed by his cover story that he was a reporter up from St. Louis. She called it the big city. That was good for a chuckle. He saw no worthwhile opportunities. Besides, these girls wouldn't be easy. He knew the type, even if they secretly galloped the 7 dwarfs at once in the back of their family pickup. For a widder like Robert, they'd first elicit a pledge of marriage, demand a respectable period of pleading and begging and scraping before they even let him cop a feel. He paid his bill, drove back to the motel in time to catch the start of The Tonight Show. Life in these Midwest troughs was a drag. He'd rather be back in Manila. His thoughts turned to Lolita. He'd love to have the little tramp here in the sack, then kick her ass across Missouri for the way she'd treated him last month. But she'd get hers. soon. He visited the local newspaper office the next morning, and by noon had a list of males born 25 to 35 years ago, taken from announcements. The certificates read, live births. He chuckled at that. These yokels were brain dead at birth. He also had 4 obituaries from this same period, 2 of which were local and matched the birth announcements. The other 2 were probably born elsewhere. Of the 2 local obituaries, one died of pneumonia at 3 years, and the other was killed in a highway accident at 9 years of age. Of the 2 born elsewhere, one had died in a fire, and the second had been run over by a farm tractor. Stupid shit, Robert thought. The kid had probably been in sexual bliss, porking a pig in a cornfield when his daddy sliced him up with his international harvester. His next stop was the library. There he learned that 2 of the 4 families were listed in the town directory and the town telephone book. The infant who died of pneumonia and the boy who died in the fire still had family locally. He headed for the cemetery, found the headstone for the boy who was killed in the highway accident. But there was no registry or headstone for the boy who'd been blended with the cornstalks. Maybe he'd been buried on the farm, Robert mused. Or, depending on the farm, the tractor had done. All over the farm, his pappy using him for fertilizer. Robert checked 2 other cemeteries. No burial registry or headstone. Very likely, the kid had no family locally. Robert smiled. It was beginning to look like his next persona would be a plow-pushing bugger named Wallace Bishop. Don't be hard on the local yokels, he thought. He and Rachel just might be setting up in Chicago next. Maybe in February, after the claims on Peter McMillan were paid, and they'd claimed on Lolita Magpeo. Then, of course, Jordan Warner. He returned to town. In the courthouse, he researched Wallace Bishop's family. The Bishops, Dad Elmer and his 2 sons, had farmed a few hundred acres. The older boy, Willard, went off to the Army at 17, a year before Elmer shredded pigfucker Wallace in the cornfield. Elmer Bishop hailed from Iowa, moving here a few years before Wallace was born. Wallace's body might have been returned to Iowa for burial. He would have been 30 had he lived, 4 years older than Robert. Close enough. He next checked birth and death records. Death records had been destroyed in the fire for 2 years, preceding Wallace's death until 4 years 60. Following his death, many records, perhaps as many as 60%, had been reconstructed and refiled by affidavits and testimonials. In the birth records, he found Wallace's certificate on fish. That was good and bad. Good because he wouldn't have to scrounge up testimonials, and bad because the document held leads that Robert needed to research in order to circumvent a close scrutiny in a background investigation. He learned through yearbooks that Wallace hadn't attended school locally. No one recalled him. The birth certificate showed that his parents, Elmer and Lydia Bishop, née Walker, were born in Muscatine, Iowa, and Rock Island, Illinois, respectively, both about 100 miles north, both towns on the Mississippi River. Robert studied the clerks working in the records section. None was old enough to have worked here when Wallace was killed. In the past, Robert had come across some old decrepit civil registrars who'd chiseled their first statistics in stone. Thus throwbacks had memories like elephants. But now, record-keeping was automated, impersonal. Americans didn't know each other anymore. That was good. When he checked out of the motel, he paid in cash. He drove up to Muscatine. Wallace's older brother, Willard, had also been killed in the Army during the Gulf War, an accident when a helicopter fell on him during a training exercise in Saudi Arabia. Robert wondered how anyone managed to have a helicopter fall on him. He put the Bishops down as truly stupid fucks, fatally and magnetically attracted to anything with rotor blades. Elmer Bishop was 78, and said to be taking up space in a nursing home in Davenport. At the Muscatine Cemetery, Robert found the grave for Wallace Bishop. Eureka! No one at the Clark County Courthouse in Iowa recalled Wallace, whose death certificate had been destroyed in a fire elsewhere. But his birth certificate was on file here. Robert drove to Davenport, found the nursing home, but learned that Old Man Bishop had croaked 2 months ago. Tough luck, but Mrs. Witt is here with us. The nurse yodeled as he was walking away. Robert turned back. Mrs. Witt? Mrs. Norma Witt is Mr. Bishop's sister. She's with us also, the nurse curator smiled, proud of her Bishop family fossil collection. To Mrs. Norma Witt, Robert spun a combat tale. He said he was researching a story in which nephew Willard may have played a part in a secret operation during Operation Desert Storm. If so, Robert claimed, there might be a posthumous Silver Star in it for Willard. Maybe even a Medal of Honor. He needed to research the family's records. But Mrs. Witt only had a collection of family photographs. Robert studied these as the old gal spoke proudly of Elmer, Wallace, and Willard, and directed Robert to her sister living in Cedar Rapids, who maintained more family records and memorabilia. The next day, Robert left the home of Auntie Maxine Sayers, with a box full of photographs and documents under his arm. The kindly old lady gave him Wallace and Willard's birth certificates, baptism records, and school records, only too happy to help the nice young reporter from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, especially if nephew Willard might be a real American hero. Would the nice young reporter promise to return the documents after his research? Certainly, ma'am, Robert assured her. Robert walked down the steps of the Sayers' home. Don't hold your breath until I get back, you old cunt. He rethought that. Better yet, hold your breath. He was elated. The backward Bishop bunch had served up 2 bona fides just for the asking. He wouldn't even have to write the Clark County Courthouse for a photocopy of Wallace's birth certificate. Better yet, he could build another persona around Willard, despite him being from the same family. It was a common name. Plus, Rachel would select different insurance companies to insure with. He sat in his car outside the Sayers' home, studied the photograph of Willard Bishop in his Army uniform. Then he found Wallace's photograph, taken the winter before he was killed in the cornfield. Robert laughed at the gangly youth. You really looked like a bacon maker, boy. He swung up into Minnesota, where preliminary research showed a total of 4 county courthouses that had burned at least partially over the past 30 years. Fires were more common in cold climates, most occurring during the bitterly cold winters that swept the plains. He spent 4 more days skulking around small towns, researching backgrounds, eating in country restaurants, watching late-night shows, and jerking off to thoughts of Rachel, the bitch. To New York City he had a few more solid candidates, but the success with the Bishops, a fluke, had been the real score. He had everything he needed to develop their identities and create a backdrop for their continued existence. But he would have to avoid the Social Security number on the older boy Willard, who would have been issued a number in the Army if not before. His death would have canceled that number. Robert would either apply for a number for Wallace, then confuse the number when it came time to use Willard's persona to build bona fides, or just invent a number. Then he'd insure himself under both names with different companies. For the remaining possibilities, the identities garnered in Minnesota, he contacted a skip tracing company, providing them with whatever information he had, except, of course, that the person was dead. He instructed them to locate families, but never to contact them. The more 62 difficult the locate was, the more likely the candidate for creating a bogus persona. The skip tracers believed he was an independent consultant engaged in air searches. Robert and Rachel Tierney maintained multiple mail drops, but post office boxes made civil registrars and insurance companies suspicious. So Robert had recently recruited a woman he'd met in a singles bar. Marcia Post, homely to a fault, predictably and immediately became infatuated with him. He asked her if she'd mind him using her address for a mail drop, since he was on the road most of the time. She wasn't the sharpest scooter in Manhattan, so to her, Robert came across as brilliant and witty. He and Rachel collected pals, whose addresses became the object behind quick, chummy friendships. 63. 11 New York City. Rachel's tan was deeper after 2 weeks in Florida. On her instruction, Robert invited Marcia Post to dinner at the L, a trendy diner just across 68th Street from Marcia's apartment building. His sister Julia was in town, he said. Marcia hurried to the restaurant, arrived late as usual, although she always tried to be punctual, especially for Jordan. She caught her breath, saw him through the window, sitting in a booth with Julia. She adored his handsome looks, always garnered envious glances from women whenever she hung on his arm, something she did at every opportunity. She briefly wondered why Jordan didn't use Julia's address for his mail. Well, siblings could be strange sometimes. Besides, she liked having Jordan depend on her. She thought it made them close. She studied Julia, who was as beautiful as Jordan was handsome, and thought she could see the strong family lines in their faces. Both were tall, fair-haired, lean. Marcia had to diet constantly, but was eternally 20 pounds overweight. She often fantasized what a child fathered by Jordan might look like, but when she was honest with herself, she wondered what Jordan saw in her. She entered the diner and stood by the entrance, waiting for Jordan to notice her. He spotted her and waved her over. He greeted her with a wide smile and a kiss on the cheek, and Julia smiled too when Robert introduced them. Several guys at another booth stole furtive glances at Julia, as did the women at Jordan. Now that Marcia had joined these beautiful people, she entered the spotlight, feeling attractive. She wondered what having Julia for a sister-in-law would be like. She withdrew a bundle of mail from her purse, addressed to Jordan, in care of her apartment. She knew that people at work called her a doormat behind her back, but nevertheless took advantage of her many kindnesses. But Jordan wasn't like that. He really appreciated her help. He'd said so several times. Marcia perched on the stool next to their booth, gave Julia a shy smile, and watched as he sorted through the mail. "His work is fascinating, isn't it?" she said to Julia. "Searching for heirs." Rachel smiled, nodded. "Maybe someday he'll be asked to find me," Marcia bubbled. "Maybe I've got a filthy rich old auntie out there who's left me $1 million. 64. "I hope so," Rachel smiled. "Not in this lifetime, sweetie." For a split second she considered using Marcia in other ways, maybe as a stand-in for insurance. No, bad idea. Marcia was too straight. Plus she was dumber than Robert, and he was enough of a risk. "I like scholarly men," Marcia announced. "He's writing a book, you know. Something to do with veterans from the Gulf War." Rachel raised an eyebrow, nodded. "But I didn't know there'd been a war in the Gulf of Mexico. Maybe I was too young when it happened." Marcia thought to research it on Wikipedia, to give her something to talk with Jordan. But she'd forget it the instant she dropped onto the couch in front of the television. She checked her watch, announced the reruns of Sex and the City started on TV tonight. Said she didn't understand why Sarah Jessica Parker's boyfriends always left her, because she had such a beautiful smile. Robert cleared his throat, winked at Rachel. Yes, Marcia was for real. She was perfect. Rachel and Marcia made small talk. It could only be small with Marcia, while Robert continued with his mail. Most of it was from county clerks, asking for affidavits of birth or payment in advance for certified copies of birth certificates. Robert turned away from their conversation and continued thumbing through the stack of envelopes. It was about time he received a certain correspondence. He froze for a second when he saw the envelope. "Yeah, there you are, you little darling." He shot a quick glance at Rachel, who was busy working on Marcia for something. He stuffed the envelope in his pocket. It was a claim form for the hospitalization policy he purchased in Brisbane last month, when he'd taken a quickie side trip down under from Manila. He snapped the rubber band around the stack of envelopes and rejoined the conversation. "And can you imagine," Rachel was saying, "they have absolutely nothing in my building while they're painting my apartment." "Crash at my place?" Marcia offered. "And I refuse to pay hotel prices." "Really, it's no trouble," Marcia almost pleaded. Robert smiled. Rachel was working on the temporary apartment she needed for the interviews with the insurance adjusters on Macmillan's death. He had to admire her. God, she was good. She'd only just met Marcia, and already had the run of her apartment. After dinner, Rachel paid the tab. Marcia glanced at Robert, who seemed aloof. But it must bother him that his sister was paying. Outside, Rachel gave Marcia one of those cheek-to-cheek girly kisses that miss by a mile, then hailed a taxi. Robert offered to walk Marcia home. At her building, just across from the diner, he declined to stay the night, complaining about project deadlines. He kissed her tenderly on the mouth, 65, holding his embrace just long enough to convince her she was special. They'd have more moments the next time he was in town, he said. As Marcia walked up the stairs of the brownstone building where she rented a one-bedroom apartment, Robert made a face behind her back. She turned at the door, waved goodnight, and he smiled. Once she was inside, he hailed another taxi, arriving at the Fifth Avenue apartment just after Rachel. "Rachel. Julia, I mean," he called out, entering the apartment. He threw his coat on the sofa, dropped the mail on her computer, found Rachel in the bathroom, her face plastered with some gooey green shit, as she ran a bath. "How is a woman like a tile floor?" Rachel gave him a dirty look in the mirror. "Do tell," she said, indifferent. "Weigh 'em right enough the first time, and you can walk all over them forever." He laughed at how he'd duped Marcia. "I made a copy of her mailbox key. Don't want her looking too close at everything." He checked her mailbox some days before she returned home from work. Until today, Marcia thought he'd been away, planning a move to New York sometime soon. To be close to her, he'd said. Rachel caught his reflection in the mirror. "I wouldn't take people for granted if I were you." She tested the water, adjusted the temperature. "I've got a lot of entries to make tonight. I changed my mind and filed on Macmillan while I was down in Florida. All 3 companies. I've already heard from 2 of them. They left messages on the machine in L.A., and I got back to them, made appointments for the week after next. I'd rather put them off until I hear from the 3rd company and finish them all at the same time." Anyone's attention to New York with war coming up. Who's investigating? Both companies farmed them out to local investigators. A guy named Dubs on one case. A one-man shop. I checked him out. He's local L.A. Young guy who does mostly domestic work. A divorce dick. American Travelers apparently farmed it out to a guy named Blogger in Chicago, and he in turn farmed it out to this Dubs guy. He's not too bright. Wasn't even sure where the Philippines were. It's unlikely there'll be much of an investigation, since the policies are not contestable. They have my claimant's statement, the police report, and the local death certificate along with the 2060. That'll satisfy them. I asked Dub. Ethics dictated that an investigator refrain from discouraging a claimant from getting legal advice, and once counsel was 66. Retained, the beneficiary could only be contacted through that attorney. Dubs would have known that if he did insurance work. "That's the 200 grand, right? American Travelers?" Robert asked. Rachel rolled her eyes at him in the mirror. He had trouble with details, all the juggling they did with ongoing claims. Too many insurance companies, too many policies, too many balls in the air at one time. She worked the glop around her nose, answered, "Right." She was tired of his dumb questions. For the second policy with Chase Hampshire, a young woman with a national inspection company had contacted her from San Francisco. That policy was for $300,000. Rachel walked into the bedroom. Robert followed. She switched on her laptop sitting on a small secretary in the corner of the room, then went back into the bathroom. Robert trailed her, Barbie following them both. "Do I always have to tell you? Feed Barbie." Robert went into the kitchen, looking for dog food. "Nothing more from the 3rd company?" "Just an initial call. That was the big one. Amalgamated Life of Illinois. $500,000 with double indemnity. Call him back." "Not yet. I don't want to seem pushy. Some secretary called me at the OA number, said she's handling everything. Bowing over her head would look suspicious. If I don't hear from her soon, I'll call back." Robert came back into the bathroom, weeping of course. "I won't overdo it. I'll sound unhappy, confused by the delay." Rachel started to slip off her bathrobe. She pushed him out of the bathroom, slammed the door. He went into the living room, filled himself a drink, carried it back to the bedroom. He called to Rachel through the door, asked if she wanted one. Maybe she'd let him take it into her. "I've got too much work tonight," she called back. Robert heard Barbie chonking down her food in the kitchen. He leaned against the door jamb. "Such a chilly night, perfect for a bubble bath with a friend." "If you've got one and he's good-looking, send him in," she replied. "Now get away from the door." He sipped his drink, tried the door. Locked. "Go see Marcia," Rachel called. "I told her I'm flying out tonight. Tell her you've changed your plans." She eased herself into the bath. "Tell her you couldn't stand to be away from her for another 2 weeks without seeing her one last time. Women love that sort of thing. She's too fat." "So what?" William Towers was too stupid. "Why mention him?" Robert spat. 67. "To point out that we all have unpleasant duties. He wasn't a fat pig." Rachel sponged water over herself and cursed Robert under her breath. What she'd done with Towers was no more pleasant than what he complained about with Marcia. Besides, Marcia was kind of sweet, even if she was dumber than a broom handle. Barbie scurried up behind Robert and scratched at the bathroom door. Rachel got out of the bath and opened the door only far enough for the dog to squeeze through, then locked it again, settled back into the tub. "You hear me?" Robert rapped on the door. "He wasn't a fat pig." "You don't know what Towers was," she said, sick of his whining bullshit. Time he understood that they couldn't go back to how it was before. Talking about other men usually put him into that size mode until he'd extract believable confessions that some guy's penis was smaller than his, or he'd assail her with accusations that she refused him because she wanted other men. He just wouldn't face the simple truth. Towers was an inept, bumbling idiot who hadn't been laid in years without. Unsure his secret, the first he'd ever kept from her. She didn't allot him enough pocket money. Never had. He caught Marcia's expression when Rachel as usual paid the tab, and as usual he looked away. It was humiliating when she did that in front of others. He'd paid for the hospitalization policy with his own money when he was setting up the Macmillan scam. He got an Australian visa in Manila, jumped down to Brisbane, bought the policy through a travel agency. It was a one-time travel policy that went into immediate effect. It covered theft, accidents, emergency treatment confinements while on the road. He returned to Manila, finished up the details on Macmillan with Reno Marcellus, then stopped off in Budapest. He faked a fall-down accident and spent a week allegedly convalescing in hot baths, then filed the claim out in Missouri, using Marcia's address. Rachel would never know, and it was safe since life and medical claims from different companies didn't share claim databases. Besides, the policy was issued in Australia. The claim was for a piddling $20,000, when and if it paid. Not much, but still, it would be more 68 pocket money than he'd ever had before, and he planned on working more of these scams as the opportunities presented themselves. Rachel wasn't the only one who knew this game. They'd banked $4 million by last June, with another $1.5 million coming on Macmillan, and $2 million more in the pipeline on the Warner and Lolita claims. Still, Rachel stiffed him on pocket money, doling out $300 a week. Runaround cash. No more, she said. The money was for their future, she said. Yada yada, yada. 69. 12. Another week passed without further word from Amalgamated Life of Illinois, a giant mutual life insurance company licensed to write business in all states. Lori decided to proceed with the interviews for American Travelers and Chase, Hampshire, and arranged to meet their representatives at the LA apartment next Tuesday and Wednesday. She flew out on Sunday, stopping off in Chicago to attend a fraud conference sponsored by an insurance association. Through the internet, she'd contacted the association and got on its mailing list, just for the asking, representing herself as an employee from a third-party administrator. The association didn't bother to check her out, questioned not one detail on her membership application. At the conference registration area, her fee gladly accepted as a delegate, she circulated amongst an army of claims examiners, investigators, and law enforcement types. As a brunette, and from behind large framed, tinted glasses, she mingled with 1,000 insurance claims professionals from across the Midwest. During the seminars, she wandered around, inspecting the vendors' exhibits, which were set up in a separate room. She scooped up promotional material from investigative agencies, whose brochures outlined their services, geographic areas handled, and more importantly, listed names of company personnel. She reckoned she would have a solid week of indexing when she returned to New York. Without doubt, her database already held more information about investigators than those of most insurers. She sat in on one seminar that dealt with foreign claims. Many investigators boasted this service, but few actually traveled themselves. Instead, they farmed out assignments, an easy feat with worldwide internet connections. The panel focused on spotting fake death claims, but the audience concentrated on cost containment. One woman from a Texas insurer vented her spleen over high overseas investigative costs. "Atta girl," Rachel thought. "Stiff your investigators, honey." One alarming development. One investigator addressed the Assembly on State Department Form 2060. The death report, citing examples of bogus death claims, despite the existence of a 2060. Fortunately, his talk made little impact on the audience. That the United States government could be duped was unthinkable. She circulated at cocktail hour, listening to examiners and asking questions, all the while thinking that if any amongst them were worth their salt, they'd be suspicious from her inquiries. Instead, they rambled on about their experiences. War stories, as they called them. Mostly they related the escapades of their field investigators. 70. Older claims execs were eager to appear claims savvy, and not one admitted to ever being scammed. Denial permeated their thinking. This knowledge alone was well worth the price of admission. Some spoke about SIUs, Special Investigative Units, mandated by law. Rachel saw that the laws had no teeth. Better yet, some companies outsourced this function, even contracting accounting firms. She researched SIUs through the internet, fearing the worst. But for the most part, these units concerned themselves with filing reports with state insurance commissions. It was just so much bean counting, with attention paid to filing compliance reports, rather than actually fighting fraud. The conference had been more educational for her than the defenders of the coffers. There'd been no need for anxiety about entering their arena. They were the Christians, she was the lion. In L.A., she crashed on the couch in the apartment she had illegally sublet last year. The renters, a young couple who bore an amazing resemblance to Lori and Peter McMillan, hadn't been easy to find. Maureen and Larry bussed tables between acting jobs and made themselves scarce when Rachel was being interviewed. They assumed she had business meetings. It was expensive maintaining multiple apartments, creating and backdropping personas. Rachel roped in young couples who met her and Robert's general descriptions. They unwittingly passed for whoever the Tierneys posed as during any given period. Rachel charged low rent in exchange for keeping the sublet quiet. She leased the furniture, and when a scam ended, she skipped out on the bills, always maxing out the credit cards issued to their fake personas. Why not? Credit card companies just passed on their losses to insurers. Damn, but America was a great country. Rachel sat through 2 separate beneficiary interviews over 2 days. She feigned bitterness with Debbie Brubaker, a 30-year-old housewife and part-time claims examiner who'd flown down from the Bay Area to interview Mrs. Lori McMillan on behalf of Chase, Hampshire. Brubaker sipped Darjeeling tea that Rachel had brewed especially for her, and listened intently to confidences of Peter's infidelity, the same sob job that Towers had bought into. Such revelations created plausibility, put life and drama into the claim, gave amateur investigators something negative to report, something juicy, however immaterial. But it deflected Brubaker's questions and wound down the clock as Rachel recapped her heartbreak, then terminated the interview, declaring that she had to rush off to a job interview. After all, with Peter gone, she had to find work, didn't she? Yes, of course. Lori was free to see Debbie again if she needed more details, but a second interview would require that Brubaker remain overnight in L.A., and with a precious 9-month-old daughter at home. Well, any further details could be discussed over the telephone. It escaped Brubaker that 71. Rachel knew far more about her than Brubaker would ever know about Lori McMillan. Dubs, representing American travelers, had been predictably distracted by the widow's legs. Rachel covered the same ground about Peter's infidelity, adding tearful details. Dubs became very chatty, even volunteering information about himself, not the least being that he was planning to separate from his wife. Hint, hint. With the policies out of the contestability period, the companies wouldn't bother, according to the insurance contracts, to inquire into Peter McMillan's medical history. Therefore, his background wouldn't be scrutinized. Neither investigator thought to question if an actual death had even occurred, or if it did, that the dead man was really Peter McMillan. Beyond that, neither came close to suspecting that Peter McMillan never existed. After all, the good Mrs. McMillan reported that she'd actually seen her dead husband. And wasn't there the report of the death of an American citizen abroad? Rachel signed releases for both companies, authorization for them to check whatever records might be necessary. When the interviews were over, both investigators were impressed with Mrs. Lori McMillan. Her courage to carry on after such a tragedy was uplifting. Rachel wasn't surprised at how the interviews went. Her research had been good. Before the policies for American travelers in Chase, Hampshire were purchased, she'd phoned their claims departments, introduced herself as a claims examiner new to the area, and wanted recommendations for claims investigators. She knew which investigation agencies she'd be facing long before the claims were even presented. But the big score, Amalgamated, had been silent after the initial contact advising her that they were investigating her claim. Would Amalgamated contest accidental death for double indemnity? Even the dead man's skull had been fractured. If not, what was the delay? Within 2 weeks, American travelers paid off. Their check was deposited in a joint account for Lori and Peter McMillan in L.A. When the other companies paid, the account would be closed, and Rachel would empty it out, erase their personas, and then vanish. This was another juggling act at which she excelled. While the IRS had greater resources, it moved too slow. Before deposits could be traced, particularly on Social Security numbers that didn't exist, she emptied out their accounts with wire transfers. The tyrannies were long gone before a discrepancy was even noticed. Also, IRS task forces were reserved for high-profile players, drug lords, Ponzi ping-pongers, laundry folk, and by comparison, the tyrannies were small players, particularly since they couldn't be singled out on more than any one scam. "Never piss off the feds," Mom always said, "and never give them a challenge. Slide into anonymity, evaporate, and they'll leave you alone. They chase commendation letters, accolades to validate their budgets, and small potatoes don't taste good." 7313, Chase, Hampshire hadn't paid yet, and Amalgamated Life of Illinois hadn't even gotten back to her. Rachel called Amalgamated in Chicago, spoke with a claims examiner, a Miss Walsh, who sounded young and inexperienced. But Miss Walsh wasn't very talkative. Non-committal actually, saying only that the claim was being looked into. Rachel didn't push the fact that the policy wasn't contestable, and therefore there wasn't any reason for the payment to be delayed. She backed off, offered whatever assistance she could, puzzled why Miss Walsh didn't mention that someone would interview her. Finally, she asked if she shouldn't obtain the services of a lawyer, to which Miss Walsh replied that she couldn't advise her on legal matters. Rachel looked at the receiver. Maybe Miss Walsh wasn't so inexperienced after all. After she hung up, Rachel entered the details of the conversation into her computer. And on the other end, Miss Walsh made notes in her claim file. She didn't know what was going on, only that her boss, Jim Kincannon, was personally supervising this file. He'd sent it to Nina Davis of Premier Services on Long Island, New York, because he couldn't trace the McMillans back further than 2 years. Nina promised to have the senior partner, Mike Roth, handle the case. And in New York, Nina Davis had been trying to reach Mike Roth, who was traipsing around Asia. 74. 14 Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Roth waited outside the medical records department of the Minute-Sheng Municipal Hospital. This was the last stop on a case he'd been working for 3 days between here and Hong Kong. The claim was on a 37-year-old Taiwanese who died of lung cancer before the second anniversary of his policy. Contestable death claims were suspicious, and most investigations developed pre-existing medical history that the insured denied at the time of underwriting. But the insured's cancer had metastasized like a forest fire, taking him in under 6 months. The policy for $200,000 US had been taken out in Hong Kong just before the insured married. It was fortunate he'd had the foresight. His wife gave birth to their child a month after his death. Roth paid for copies of the medical records, which, along with charts he'd collected in Hong Kong, showed no serious medical history. As Roth thought, the case was clean and the policy would pay off. Roth checked the airline timetable, made a dash for the airport. With any luck, would be back in Bangkok tonight, sopping up drinks on soy cowboy. He awoke the following morning in his bedroom in Bangkok, next to a girl he didn't know. It was noon, and he was still drunk, having only slept a few hours. It was a humid day, but the sun was out. Night would bring another storm. The skies had opened up last night as he'd pulled in from Taipei. Between the trips he used to make from New York and all the itineraries around Asia, he had decided to set up in Bangkok, handle Asian cases exclusively. He had reps in most regions now, and could afford to lay back a little. He'd handled cases in half of South America, Central America, and the Caribbean, most of Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, and at last count had worked investigations in over 100 countries and territories. Now he wanted a steady diet of the Orient, the ease and freedom of Buddhist cultures, the weather, and of course all the little lovelies. Nina, his next senior partner, handled the New York office. Her fax on the desk read that more claims were coming for the Philippines, in particular a curious one involving the death of an American citizen. Balled up under the sheet against the air conditioner, he threw the covers off to see what he dragged home. She was pretty, not very shapely, even looked a bit butch. Roth craned his neck, looked between her legs to assure himself. He shook his head, wondering what her appeal had been last night. He rousted her out of bed and sent her on her way with a handful of baht. In the bathroom, he nearly slipped on a used condom lying on the tile floor. He picked it up with the tips of his fingers, at arm's length, like it was a dead rat, flushed it down the commode. He checked his trousers. His money was still there, most of it anyhow. Dirty clothes from his trip were heaped on the floor and in the laundry basket. Mac, his macaw, squawked from his cage out on the terrace. Aside from his clothes and business equipment, Mac was the only thing Roth owned in Bangkok. He wrapped a towel around his waist, went out to Mac's cage. The water cup was dry. Roth opened the cage to retrieve the cup. Mac squawked again and scurried across the bar for a finger snack before Roth could close the door. He filled the cup and again risked the jaws of death. His apartment was on the ground floor, less than 20 feet from the swimming pool. 2 girls, somebody's playthings from last night, were frolicking in the water. He recognized one of them, a dancer from a club on Cowboy. She looked over at Roth and waved. He shook the fog from his brain, rubbed his eyes, yawned wide. He threw the girls a casual salute, headed for the shower. Over the next couple of days, between carousing by night and regretting it by day, he finished 2 weeks of reports on his laptop. He emailed the reports to the New York office and express-mailed hard copies as well, since some documents were originals. On his 3rd morning back in Bangkok, the express package from Nina arrived. He sat at the desk in his office and opened it. There were 2 death claims in Manila. One involved a young man who'd been shot to death by his fiancée's other boyfriend, the guy she'd been fooling around with while he'd been studying in America. The second death claim, the one on an American named Peter McMillan, raised his interest. Nita had attached a note to the front page, which read, "Don't you just love it? Marcellus again." When he read the police report, he saw where Nina had circled the name of the cop who handled the scene. Special Police Officer Reno Marcellus of the Manila Traffic Division, a familiar name from a couple of scams he'd investigated in Manila. Usually the deaths hadn't even occurred, and often there hadn't even been an accident. Marcellus was a known plant, a guy who slipped bogus documents into the pockets of dead folk. It was a simple trick, one that Roth had seen countless times. Cops were recruited by scammers holding large life insurance policies issued in the States, or the 76 UK, Germany, or Australia. Usually they were Filipino Americans, Chinese Americans, or whatever Americans. They furnished cops like Marcellus with their personal ID papers, and when he came across a stiff meeting, their general description. He'd plant their documents on the body. Things took a natural course from there. The stiff was identified as the insured. When the falsely identified corpse never turned up, families filed a missing persons report, but their case was never summed, because the dead person was in someone else's coffin. Eventually, the family figured the relative just ran off. The Philippines, an archipelago of over 7,000 islands, was the perfect place to disappear. Tago non tago, baby. Hiding and hiding. Roth saw the photocopy of the tabloid headline, "Cano's Last Roundup, at Buffalo Joe's." "Oh yeah, this one," he mumbled. Someone in Manila had said they saw the body. Nope, that wasn't it. Someone said they heard about this dead guy. Whatever. Oh, right? Mangled Max had said that? Roth wondered if Max had made it back to Bangkok. If so, he was probably out on Sukhumvit Road, studying traffic patterns. He reviewed the proofs. Everything was there: the Filipino death certificate, Reno Marcellus's police report, the funeral parlor's bill, autopsy report, newspaper clipping, and of course, the often erroneous U.S. State Department Form 2060. Jim Kincannon at Amalgamated was one of the few people who shared Premier's view that 2060s did little more than parrot local death certificates, themselves often bogus, created by corrupt doctors and municipal clerks. But the fact that the consulate had done a report likely meant that there was an actual corpse involved in this claim. Their families often didn't bother informing the embassy, but few visiting Americans had family in the islands, and thus came to the attention of the police when they died. Police protocol was to inform the embassy, but consulates handed out these 2060 too freely. Sometimes a death never even occurred. So if there was a stiff, this was a variation from the scams Marcellus usually figured in. Roth checked the name of the wife and beneficiary shown on the 2060, a Mrs. Lori McMillan. He knew many consular officers across Asia, and especially in Manila, by name. But he didn't recognize the name of William Towers. He opened his laptop, opened his sources file in which several thousand names were stored. Comments of when, where, and in what connection he'd met them. He scrolled down his list of U.S. embassies, and under Manila came up with the name of John Warbell. He'd met Warbell before. The date and case name was shown. However, he couldn't recall his face. 77. Of course, it was possible that this case was legit. After all, Marcellus was a traffic cop who handled real accidents as well as fake ones. And accidents did happen. The date of death for Macmillan occurred just a month after the 2-year contestability period had passed. Therefore, Amalgamated wasn't interested if the insured had made a material misrepresentation on his medical history. Even if he had, Amalgamated would still have to pay out. Jim Kincannon wanted the actual death verified and the accident checked out, since it involved double indemnity. Faking deaths for insurance benefits was an international sport. Everyone was doing it, with the Lebanese, Jordanians, Syrians, Haitians, Nigerians, and Filipinos being amongst the more skilled practitioners. but the cases were usually easy to break. Once you'd investigated a few hundred of them, the patterns were easy to spot. Either there was no actual body, or if there was, it belonged to someone else. In most cases, Confederates were involved: cops, doctors, undertakers, and primary witnesses, such as family members. It was easy to sort out the Confederates once the investigation started. Kincannon knew his business, and trusted no one. He handled international cases himself. Pushing 60, he rode a desk now, and carried a limp, compliments of a claimant who ran him down with her car 20 years ago. Kincannon hadn't always been an armchair detective, unlike most of Premier's clients these days. There was a third case in Nina's package, a death claim in Burma. Roth decided to handle that one first, and called Malie, his travel agent, for electronic tickets. She'd also handle his Burmese visa application, and arranged to have his passport picked up by a messenger. Roth closed his laptop, built himself a drink, then went out to the pool. The girls were gone, so he started on laps. 78. 15 Los Angeles Towers flight landed at LAX from Denver shortly after noon. He was happy to escape his parents. Good to see them and Sis, but enough was enough, especially with Lori McMillan waiting in the wings. He had tried to reach her from Manila several times, but she hadn't answered his messages or returned his calls. Within weeks of submitting McMillan's 2060, the Social Security Administration returned their copy with a form, advising that the deceased's Social Security number was incorrect. They wanted a correction. He rechecked his paperwork, saw that he'd correctly reported the number from the card found in McMillan's wallet. Lori had also confirmed the number. He remembered being very impressed by that. What wife these days knew her husband's Social Security number by heart? On his personal email, he'd asked a State Department buddy in Washington for an informal Social Security check. Actually, he wanted more than the usual information. The friend balked, eventually relented, and wrote back that while the numbers for Peter and Lori McMillan originated in California, the one for Lori checked back to an 86-year-old widow in Burbank, while Peter's number checked to a 45-year-old aerospace engineer in San Diego. Then, the Veterans Administration, to whom a report had also been copied, since Lori said that Peter had been in the Army, advised Towers there was no record. Towers assumed he'd just gotten the numbers wrong. When he rechecked the files, he saw that 2 insurance companies had written, asking for verification of Form 2060. He blew them off with standard form letters, directing them to obtain copies from the State Department in Washington, D.C., and circled the fee request shown on the form. He was annoyed that insurance companies would bother him with such details. He had more important things to do than send out copies. He telephoned Lori's apartment from Locke. As before, her phone was answered by a voice message. He'd heard this many times from Manila and Denver. It was Lori's voice, but she didn't identify herself, just said that she'd return shortly, to please leave a message. Well, he'd left messages. 6 of them, in fact. If she didn't want to see him again, the least she could do was say that. He deserved a straight answer. He taxied to her given address, an investment of $40. The La Crescenta Apartments, 3 blocks off Ventura Boulevard, surprised him a little. It was stark, with concrete lawns. It was decent enough, simple, well, 79. Maintained but with an air of desolation, impermanence. And there was no swimming pool. It was also well off the beaten path. And while all Los Angelinos used cars, La Crescenta still seemed too remote. He wondered where her antique shop was. The building manager, an elderly Mexican-American named Colin, directed Towers to apartment A4. He added that Lori wasn't in, but that her husband might be. "I doubt that, my man," thought Towers as he headed for A4. It was just after 3 p.m., and Lori wasn't home. The mailbox was stuffed with mail. Towers took a furtive look around, then pulled the letters from the box, combed through them. There were a dozen envelopes, mostly from insurance companies, various state government offices, and some addressed to other parties carrying this apartment number. He assumed that the mail from the insurance companies was in connection with Peter's death, so they were pestering her too. A folded copy of Variety lay in front of the door. He stuffed the mail back into the box and returned to Colin's office, asked when he'd last seen Mrs. McMillan. Yesterday, Colin reckoned. He said that both Mr. and Mrs. McMillan worked, should be in later. He last saw Mr. McMillan 3 days ago. Her husband? Towers doubted that Colin saw the tenants often and certainly hadn't seen Peter McMillan for over a month. He decided against leaving a card on the door, saying that he'd return. He walked for a mile before he found a restaurant, where he sucked down coffee until 7 p.m., then hiked back to La Crescenta, wishing that he'd rented a car. A4's mailbox was empty now. Towers edged up against a window covered by a curtain. He could make out a man and a woman in the kitchen. Had Lori already hooked up with another guy? His gut wrenched. Well, what did he expect? A looker like her certainly wouldn't suffer lonely nights if she didn't want to. Maybe that's why she didn't answer his calls or messages. Still, he deserved an answer, an explanation. With a knot in his stomach and feeling like he'd caught a cheating wife, he knocked on the door. After a few moments, a tall, attractive blonde in her mid-20s opened it. "Hi," Towers began, relieved that it wasn't Lori. He glanced over the blonde's shoulder to see the young man working the controls on the oven. They were preparing dinner. "I'm looking for Lori McMillan." The woman hesitated, then said, "She's out at the moment. Can I help you? When will she return?" Towers could see that these people were comfortably settled into the apartment, which looked like only a one-bedroom unit. Now that Peter was dead, maybe she was sharing it, but he wondered what sort of sleeping arrangements these people had. His face asked 1,000 questions. "What's this about?" the woman asked. "I'm Bill Towers," he said. "Yes, I met Lori last month." The woman nodded, waiting for him to continue. The man came up behind the blonde. He was also in his mid-20s. When she visited Manila, when her husband died, he showed them his embassy ID, explained he'd dealt with her case. The woman looked over her shoulder at the man. "Oh yes," she said. "Wasn't that terrible? Lori told me. Remember, Larry? I told you about it." "Yeah," he said, indifferent. "Terrible. Why don't you come in, Mr. Towers? Please, call me Bill. I'm Maureen. We're just about to have dinner, so if this won't take too long." Maureen and Larry had never met Peter, and only once met Lori, who sublet the apartment to them for $800 a month, far less than the actual rental. Lori told them that she and Peter might return in a year or so, and didn't want the hassle of looking for a new apartment. Since subletting violated the lease, Maureen and Larry let the management assume they were the McMillans. Lori insisted they keep a low profile so that she wouldn't lose the apartment. They didn't know how to reach Lori aside from a post office box in New York City. Lori received a lot of mail here, which Maureen bundled off to New York weekly as part of their agreement in exchange for paying such a low rent. Lori told them that she wanted to keep her California insurance license active, another reason why she needed to keep the address. Towers screwed up his face. Insurance license? She was here for a few days the other week. Maureen volunteered. She needed to meet some people here in the apartment. "Wait a sec," Larry said, recalling that she'd called yesterday. "She left something on the machine. I wrote it down." He looked on a bookcase, found a slip of paper. "She's in care of a girlfriend in Manhattan. Here it is, Marcia Post, East 68th Street. But no phone number. Says she's always losing her cell phones. She never leaves a phone number," Maureen added. "Guess she bounces around too much." Towers asked where Lori's shop was. Larry and Maureen looked at each other, asked what shop. They knew nothing about an antique shop. Only Lori telling them that she and Peter were insurance consultants. They didn't know anything about that either, and didn't want to, grateful that 81. Lori hadn't tried to sell them insurance. Towers asked where Lori's mother lived and got a big nope on that one too. Oh yes, Maureen pointed a finger at Towers. You called before. Several times, he said, almost indignant. Lori calls occasionally. I gave her your messages. Towers quizzed Larry and Maureen about Irma, who managed the antique shop. They shrugged at each other, said they'd never heard of her either. Maureen gave him the post office box number in New York City and the address of Lori's girlfriend on 68th Street. Towers returned to Lax more confused than ever. At least it explained why Lori's voice was on the answering machine. So she'd received his messages. Maybe she wanted to start a new life, make a fresh beginning. Maybe she wanted nothing about Peter McMillan in her new life. Maybe that included Towers as well. Back at the airport, another $40 blown on a taxi, he checked with the New York City operator. Yes, sir. There is an M. Post on East 68th Street, in Manhattan. Would you like that number? Towers dialed the number. It would be 10:30 in New York. But what the hell? If he could stop off in LA, spend $80 on taxis, the least Lori could do was answer the phone at this hour. He still had 2 weeks vacation time, and if Lori wanted to see him, well, he'd hop the red-eye to the Big Apple. Hello? A woman's voice, but not Lori's. Oh, hello, may I speak with Lori, please? There's no Lori here. I'm afraid you have the wrong number. Towers rechecked the number the operator had given him, read it off. That's correct, but there's no Lori here. Does this number go to M Post, East 68th Street, Manhattan? Silence. Then, who is this? Towers rattled off his name, where he was from, why he was calling, said that Lori McMillan had given this address to friends in L.A. Yes, I'm Marcia Post, but I'm sorry I don't know any Lori McMillan. Have you a roommate, perhaps? No, well, lately a friend stays here sometimes, Marcia said. Is she there now? Towers assumed the friend was a woman. No, I don't know when I'll see her again. What's her name? Towers immediately realized the question was untoward. The reason I ask is that maybe she knows Lori McMillan. He again explained the connection, wishing he'd introduced himself officially. Inquire about the screwed-up Social Security numbers. But that wouldn't fly at this time of night. Lori definitely gave your name and address to these people in L.A. 82. Well, Marcia said, I don't know how that happened. And I don't know a Lori McMillan. My girlfriend's name isn't Lori McMillan. Towers assured her, officiously, that government people were not prank callers. Do you have a number for her? Come to think of it, I don't. She never gave me her number. A cell number, maybe? No, not that either. When will you see her again? I have no idea. Defeated, Towers thanked Marcia Post and hung up. Maybe he'd gotten the wrong M Post. He checked the New York City operator again. No other M Posts. There were 2 other posts in Manhattan, and he called them both. It was nearly 11 p.m. when he finished the second call. The guy told him to fuck off. He decided he'd write her one last time, in care of the New York City post office box, and Marcia Post. If she didn't reply, well, he'd have his answer. He refused to face the fact that any man in charge of his hormones would already have his answer. With a heavy heart, he boarded his plane. He just couldn't understand how he'd gotten both Social Security numbers wrong. 83. 16 Manila Lolita Magpayo stared out of the window in the Aristocrat restaurant on Roxas Boulevard, her head propped in her hands. She studied people passing by, waiting for Reno Marcellus, but lost in her thoughts about Jordan Warner. She'd been waiting for an hour, and when she thought about it, got angry at this latest slight by Reno. He'd become more abusive, especially since she'd taken up with Jordan. He acted jealous sometimes, yet Jordan had been his idea all along. He'd introduced them. Maybe Reno just wanted her out of his hair. Lolita found that the jealous act paid off. Men were suckers for guilt, but Reno never acted guilty, nothing close to it. He dispatched her to Jods, made her sell pills he got from Morales, that customs guy. Lolita had no illusions about Marcellus stomping her to pulp if she even thought about snitching to his wife. Or to that other cop, his crazy brother-in-law, who was the only person Reno feared. Jordan was okay. For a Kano, at any rate. Even if he did think he was God's gift to women, he was very handsome, smart, and he wanted to marry her as soon as he secured their future. She'd have a home in America, and her family would have the most lavish home on Masbate Island. Jordan was going to make lots of money from insurance by faking some papers for her, an old game in the Philippines. She'd go Tago non Tago, then come back to life and go off to America with Jordan. Lolita didn't know how Jordan was going to do it, but it was going to happen soon. That's what Reno said on the phone this morning. She watched Marcellus pull into the parking lot. She loved the way he looked in his tight uniform, with his gun and nightstick and handcuffs dangling all over. She also liked his knee-high motorcycle boots, although he never rode a motorcycle. She liked to flirt with him when he was in uniform. It gave her face. And also let the world know that she wasn't being arrested for prostitution again. That's how they first met. He caught her nodding in some John's lap behind Trader's Hotel one night. He ran the John off before she was paid, threatened to arrest her unless they could resolve the matter out of court, so to speak. So, she gave him a blowjob too, in the back seat of his car. He called his penis his nightstick, and Lolita thought that was funny until she learned that he administered said nightstick, similarly to half of the street girls in Ermita. Still, once she had the joy of meeting Reno, other cops stopped 84, hassling her. Also, Reno did important things for her, introducing her to rich Kanos like Jordan for one thing. Marcellus spotted her from the entrance. He motioned her outside, returned to his car while she paid her bill. He drove her to a short-time motel near Benigno Aquino Airport. He didn't have the money Jordan had promised to send to her, so she wondered what all the secrecy was about, until she realized that he just wanted his nightstick polished again. But this might be the last time she ever saw Reno, since he was going to arrange for her passport under a new name. She consented to his demands, complaining that since she was now Jordan's fiancée, he shouldn't be doing this to her. Reno just laughed. He used her as never before, as she never allowed even good-paying customers to use her. That rear-end business none of the girls liked. Well, she certainly didn't, anyhow. Afterwards, she sat on the bed, naked except for a towel wrapped around her, sulking like a child. Her rectum hurt, and she wondered if he'd torn her down there. Marcellus was showering with the bathroom door open, giving her instructions. "Pay attention," he called out. "I want you to wait on the corner of Roxas and Vito Cruz. Tonight, midnight exactly." That was the corner near Trader's Hotel where they'd first met, her favorite trolling place. "Midnight exactly," he repeated. "Have your passport, ID card, 3 passport-sized photographs, and anything else that can identify you." "Why can't I just give you that stuff here, and you get the new ID?" she whined. "Because the guy who makes this stuff deals only with the person he's working for. And that's you, honey buns. And he doesn't meet people in the open. Tonight, you're going to give him all your ID. In the next couple of days, he'll make up new papers for you." "Okay, but I told Jordan I wanted 100,000 pesos more for my mother. He said you'd have that for me." "Tonight, Jordan's wiring the money this afternoon. I'll have it and the ID guy in my car." Lolita shrugged. "Okay. I'll be parked in front of the exhibition center, across the street. It'll be dark in front of the building. Don't approach the car until I flash my lights." "Why all this sneaky business? Do I look like James Bond or somebody?" "Because people know me. That's why." She watched Marcellus step out of the shower and examine his nightstick. She turned away, and he laughed, amused by her pretend indignation. He checked his watch, more time to spare, and for the first 85 times she noticed Brian's gold Cartier on his arm. He walked over to the bed, stood in front of her, dropped his towel. "Have a cigar," he said, chuckling. She dozed off after Reno left. Later, a clerk banged on the door. The time on the room had expired. The room boy carried fresh linen, beers to stock the small refrigerator. Seeing her with only a towel wrapped around her, He offered to let her stay for a few more hours in exchange for a favor, a blowjob. She refused huffily. What did he think she was, anyhow? She threatened to tell her boyfriend, the police officer, if the boy wasn't more polite. It was dark when she left the motel. She went home to her single room, locked the door behind her, then moved the bed. In a hiding place under the floorboards, she took out her passport, the one that Jordan had paid for. She hadn't gone any place with it yet, but she felt important just having one. None of the other girls who worked the streets had one. This was Jordan's proof that he loved her, proof that he was taking her to the States. Why else would he insist she have a passport? And he guaranteed that he'd get a fiancé visa for her from the U.S. Embassy. He had connections, he said. She'd once tried to get a visa to America, but had been refused. The embassy kept a record of visa denials. Maybe Jordan knew that, and wanted her name changed. She rummaged through her hiding place, took everything she needed, replaced the floorboard, and pulled the bedpost over it. She washed behind a screened-off area on the back porch, doused herself with water from a rain barrel, and soaped down, scrubbed her hair. She felt her rectum. Still tender, but not as bad as before. Reno was a bastard for doing that on their last time together. She was glad she'd never see him again after tonight. Maybe he was jealous that she'd be living in the States soon, living a life even better than his. Yes, that was it. Reno was envious. The thought pleased her until she worried if he'd be mean enough to tell Jordan what he'd done to her. She'd refused Jordan a blowjob. Nice girls didn't do that. She'd told him. He didn't need to know that a John once told her she could vacuum seal a missile silo. A smart customer would just put her face where he wanted it. But if a guy like Jordan was dumb enough to ask, well, of course, the answer was always no. But Reno probably wouldn't say anything. Jordan had money, and paid Reno to do things for him. She should have refused Reno. What could he have done? Beat her up? Not likely, with Jordan calling the shots. Lolita was just smart enough to know that she wasn't particularly bright. But lately she'd felt absolutely stupid. Ever since Reno made her drug Brian at Buffalo Joe's. The pills would only knock him out, Reno had promised. So he could roll the American, he'd said. But the pills had killed him. Reno said they hadn't. That Brian just had a weak heart, and drank 286. Much. But Lolita knew better. Too many downers with the liquor had killed Brian dead as hell. Reno had said to drop the whole lot into his drinks, but she thought that was too much. So she only put 15 in his beers. And why Reno wanted to rob Brian was curious, too. Brian didn't have much money left. He'd already blown his wad on her, was useless otherwise. He was a nice man, treated her and her son well, had sent money this past year. Not much, because he had an ex-wife and a kid back home in Boston. But he didn't deserve what happened to him. Brian drank like a fish for 3 days straight after Reno told him about Jordan. Reno was mean enough to do that. She'd already latched onto Jordan, so she told Brian to go home as nicely as she could, that she was finished with him. She started to dress in her prettiest outfit, a one-piece, fire engine red cotton shift that Brian had bought for her. But there were no pockets, and she didn't want her passport and other things in her purse. Too risky, so she put on a denim jean jacket over the top, stuffed her documents in a pocket with a zipper. She went out, took a taxi downtown. On the way, the driver propositioned her, offering to waive the fare in exchange for a little bit of skull service. She refused, angry now. Why did men always think she was a whore? She got out at Padre Fora and Del Pilar streets and, just to show the driver how wrong he was, gave him a 20 peso tip. Generous. What whore would do that? The driver thanked her, apologized for his mistake, watched her strut, nose in the air, into a restaurant notorious as a hooker's pickup palace. The place was nearly deserted. She rendezvoused with a growing group of colleagues eating around a table. As usual, the girls brightened when she entered, for Lolita always spun funny stories. They talked about Johns, the places that were hot, places off limits to them, current prices for their services. A while later, they adjourned to a dance club around the corner, on Del Pilar Street, converged round a large table where they'd operate from this evening, strategically situated just inside the main entrance where Johns had to pass. There were some 30 girls already in the joint, but the place, seating hundreds, still seemed empty. Although they'd just eaten, several of the girls ordered kebabs and soft drinks. House rule, if they plied their trade here, they had to order something. Most of the girls just nursed a mango juice all evening. If they didn't score a customer by 1 a.m., they took to the streets, each having their special patch. There were few Johns in the place yet, and the band was just warming up. Lolita was anxious to talk about going to America soon, but Reno and Jordan had warned her against that. She was to tell no one, and she knew herself that if she began talking, she'd tell everyone everything, 10 times over, so she wouldn't talk about the passport, which just ached to be let loose, especially when that Teresa bitch from Bohol Island began boasting about a Japanese John who wanted to take her to Tokyo. Everyone knew that 87 the Japs only took Filipinas to Japan to sell them. Lolita wrinkled her nose at Teresa. Did she think they were all stupid? Lolita still had the stash of downers to sell. They were something like Demerol, Reno said, but with a different name. The other girls wouldn't buy them. Too expensive. She carried her drink into the ladies' room, took a pill, washed it down with a gulp of beer. When she returned to the table, Teresa was holding court, jabbering away obliquely to impress 2 Johns who'd taken the next table. Lolita sat down, looked over, indifferent, at the Johns. One of them, in his 50s, winked, motioned her over. She ignored him. Working girls missed nothing, and Teresa just had to say something. "Oh ho," she blurted in Tagalog. "Miss Hoi Polloi is too good for customers now." The girls turned to Lolita. She tried to ignore Teresa, but her pride took over. "I don't have to work anymore." "Sure, girlie. Maybe you found Yamashita's gold, huh?" Teresa teased. General Yamashita of the Imperial Japanese Army was rumored to have buried a cache of gold in Manila during the Second World War. It was never found, and urban legend carried tales of many people having recovered it. Lolita bit back her anger, but couldn't ignore the baiting, couldn't hold it back. "After tonight you won't see me again." A girl who'd seen Lolita with Jordan chimed in. "She has a rich Kano boyfriend now." Lolita confirmed, "He's taking me to America." Teresa laughed. She'd become popular over the last few weeks, ever since she'd bragged about scoring $500 for one night with that Japanese guy who, she claimed, also sent her money from Tokyo. "Lots of it." "Sure you are," she hissed. "Your nice boyfriend's gonna get you over there and make you sell your pussy." She held her drink up, flaunting a gold bracelet her Japanese customer had bought her. Lolita went back into the toilet, sat in a stall, and fumed. All she had to do tonight was meet Reno. Why not pop another downer? At 1:45, she announced her departure, now very subdued from 3 beers on top of the pills. But still she laughed, at almost anything the girls said. The place was packed now with hookers and Johns, but she showed no interest in a table of Japanese businessmen nearby, engaging the girls in broken conversation. She said she was going home, an air of independence in her voice. She no longer needed to troll for Johns. She was going to marry her Kano and have everything she wanted. Reno was waiting for her right now with 100,000 pesos from Jordan, who might have thought that's all she wanted, but next month she'd hit him up for another 100 grand, or refuse to go to America. A Filipino would knock her into next week if she tried that. The Kanos were suckers, easy to control. Brian, 88, had been an absolute fool for her, and Jordan wasn't much smarter in that regard. He'd fallen head over heels for her the minute Reno introduced them. She caught a taxi in front of the club, feeling different about herself now. An air of indifference, of freedom, of complete independence. She'd never walk another street, never suffer the indignity of hanging on a corner as cars cruised slowly past. Drivers inspecting her body, some stopping and just staring without calling her over. Inspecting flesh for sale. She'd known 1,000 Johns, yet it still hurt when one sat in his car at the curb for long minutes, then cruised on without at least talking to her, pricing her, negotiating, requesting her specialty. What did the bastards want? That she should strip her clothes off right there, maybe pass out photos of herself in action. The taxi dropped her off in front of Trader's Hotel on Roxas Boulevard. The second downer was kicking in. She felt sluggish, too relaxed. She paid the driver, walked unsteady across the service road that ran parallel to the boulevard, and reached the corner of Roxas and Vito Cruz. A few cars flew by on the boulevard, but Vito Cruz had almost no traffic, and there were no pedestrians around. In another hour, the place would be infested with Johns cruising past. She looked at her watch, had difficulty focusing. Yes, she giggled. Senor Demerol was doing the business. Midnight exactly. Across the street, set back off Roxas Boulevard, was the Manila Convention Center, its darkened facade silhouetted against a blacker sky. Lolita couldn't see Reno's car, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. The area was dark. She stood beneath a streetlight and waited, occasionally squinting into the shadowed areas around the convention center, wondering if she would see his headlights when he did flash them. She moved to where it was easier to see. She felt light, giddy, and thought that after she met the documents man, maybe she'd go back downtown after all and take a guy for the night. Not for the money. Having sex of her own choosing suddenly seemed like a good idea. Maybe she'd show the 100,000 pesos to the girls, especially to Miss Teresa Bitch. Maybe she'd even pay for a guy she wanted. Wouldn't that be a kick? But first, she had to finish this business with Reno. She watched a taxi approaching from the direction of the airport. It slowed, then stopped near the corner. The driver was probably waiting for anyone to come out of Trader's, Lolita thought. But if he was looking for a fare, he ought to pull into the service road and cruise past the hotel. The taxi idled quietly, and soon its headlights went out. The glow of a cigarette punctuated the darkened interior. Was the driver watching her? Did he think she was a fare? She hoped he didn't think she was working the street. She saw Reno's headlights flash in the darkness beneath the convention center. She stepped off the curb, crossed the inbound lanes. The taxi pulled away from the curb, but she paid it no attention. She reached the 89 grassy median, crossed that, and stepped off the curb into the outbound lanes. She swore as she turned her ankle, her foot slipping off her high-heeled shoe. As she bent over to adjust the straps on the shoe, the taxi picked up speed, headed in her direction. She thought the driver was going to U-turn, until he gunned the engine and shot straight for her. She stood paralyzed, her drug-addled brain trying to comprehend what was happening. Then she realized Marcellus's trickery. He'd marked her for a hit. She dropped her purse and darted for the sidewalk, but the taxi, a low-slung Nissan, hit her in the middle of the street, sending her flying and crashing to the pavement. Metal ribs beneath the bumper caught her body and dragged her 50 feet along the road. She thought she could hear herself screaming, but in reality, she made no sound at all until the back tire ran over her and spit her from beneath the car, spinning her against the curb like a rag doll. She felt wet, numb. She heard the taxi's brakes screeching. The driver looked back, saw that she was moving. He reversed the taxi, burning rubber as he sped backwards. This time, the rear tires ran over her, the car bouncing over her body, tearing flesh and snapping bone. The tires spun her sideways until they ejected her into the middle of the road. Car headlights appeared from the opposite direction. The traffic lights further up the boulevard must have turned green. The taxi driver U-turned without looking back. If he tried to hit his victim again, it would be obvious that it was a murder. If any oncoming driver was courageous enough to stay around for the police. An oncoming driver slowed, saw something in the road. The taxi was nearly out of sight, its headlights and taillights turned off. The driver thought, He'd seen something he didn't want to witness. He cruised by, looked at the body at the end of a blood-splattered trail. He sped ahead, as did others, down the boulevard. Vehicles were coming from both directions now, and one of the drivers stopped and got out of his car. Other cars began stopping, and the doorman at Trader's was looking over, although he'd seen and heard nothing. Several men came walking over from the hotel. Soon a dozen cars had pulled over. One of the drivers directed traffic around the body that lay in the middle of the outbound road. Marcellus, in uniform, coasted down the convention center ramp, turning on his headlights as he reached the street. He positioned his car between Lolita and the median, got out. People stood back as he asked what had happened. Several drivers and pedestrians began talking at once, and Marcellus, who'd watched it all, soon knew that none was an actual witness. A dozen other people stood on the steps of Trader's, a few more walking over to the scene of the accident. Reno ordered everyone to stand back on the curb, shouted for someone to call for an ambulance. He knelt down next to Lolita, cursed to himself. The bitch was still alive, though just barely. The back of her head was split open. Blood covered her head, face, then shoulders, a pool forming 90 under her back. Lolita recognized him, tried to move to get up, her mind screaming for her to get away from this man. But she was paralyzed, floating in and out of consciousness, crazy thoughts racing through her mind, like just how incredibly hot the underside of a moving car was, wondering if her skirt was up and if her panties were clean. She murmured something inaudible, blood bubbling from her mouth. Marcellus's back was to the growing crowd. He leaned over as if to listen to her closely, his broad body shielding what he was actually doing, kneeling on her throat. Lolita thought of little Polly, her son. How would he react when he learned she was never coming home again? "Die, you puta bitch. Die," Marcellus hissed. His eyes slid sideways to make certain that he wasn't detected. Called out again for someone to get an ambulance. Someone shouted back that one was on the way. Lolita choked on her blood, thought that she was forming words, but that Reno wasn't paying attention to her. What could she have expected? She'd let him beat, cheat her, even punk her. Of course he thought she was his to do with, as he pleased. Even to kill her, if that's what he wanted. Maybe that's what she'd been put on this earth for someone like Marcellus to use, then to kill. She began a silent prayer. "Our Father who art in heaven." The doorman called over. "Here it comes now." Emergency lights flashed at the end of a line of cars, funneling into one lane, slowly passing behind Marcellus. "Good," he yelled back, cursing Lolita as her blood soaked his trousers. She saw her blood on Reno's knee, and never finished her prayer. 17. The claim in Burma was clean. Roth had traveled up to Mandalay, where he tracked down the family of an insured who reportedly died in a road accident. It was legit. The man was killed as reported, and his family had transported his body down to Rangoon for cremation. He rerouted back through Bangkok without stopping over. The next morning in Manila, he started on the death claims for McMillan and the young man murdered by his girlfriend's other boyfriend. It had been 3 weeks since Mrs. McMillan filed the claim against Amalgamated, so he first emailed a status to Nina that he was starting the job. He doubted that the boyfriend case was dirty and wouldn't take but a day to finish it. He visited the Manila local civil registrar at City Hall, where at Counter 6 on the ground floor, he spoke with a clerk named Boy Carrera. Boy was as well known in scam circles as Officer Reno Marcellus, as corrupt as they came. While most death filings at the registrars were legitimate, with Carrera, there was always a possibility of fraud. Boy was in his mid-20s, pleasant, impervious to insults, and quick to flash a smile as he openly solicited bribes. A dream come true for cops like Marcellus. Roth asked him to match up both death certificates in his register, a manually kept ledger. Boy looked at the photocopy of McMillan's death certificate and immediately said that it hadn't been entered into the log yet. Roth's ears went up. It was impossible, since a registry number could only have been assigned by this very office once it was entered into the log, and a number appeared at the top of Roth's copy of the form. Roth had investigated hundreds of death claims throughout the archipelago, and knew the procedure like clockwork. A chronological number was assigned manually at the registrar's office when they received uncompleted death certificates from hospitals, doctors, and from pathologists in the event that the death occurred on the street. A registration number was clearly shown on the top of the certificate, and it seemed logical according to the expected number of deaths for Metro Manila by late August, which is why Roth hadn't been overly suspicious, even with Rito Marcellus's accident report. Until now, Boy reached into the bottom drawer of his desk, pulled out a bundle of death certificates. He rummaged through them, found a copy of the certificate for Peter McMillan. It matched the certificate and registrar's number on Roth's copy, which had been furnished to Amalgamated by Lori McMillan. A Dr. Lecanto, a pathologist with the NBI, had filled in most of the details. But if Boy kept a copy handy in the desk rather than entering it, the manual log, and keeping it on file, he'd done so for a reason. The handy 92 certificates in his stack were spurious for one reason or another. This was Boy's private enterprise stash, a pile of documents in which he had a financial interest. Most people wouldn't have recognized such an obvious ploy, and to those who did, people like Roth, Boy couldn't have cared less. Boy held it up, asked Roth if he wanted a certified copy. Roth smiled a please. The routine was for Boy to give Roth a fee slip to pay at the cashier's window, but Boy offered to go to the cashier himself and pay for a certification. Of course, he'd pocket the fee and return with a bogus receipt provided by a Confederate in the cashier's office. Roth gave him a 1,000 peso note, knowing that it would take him ages to get it changed into smaller notes. Boy smiled. "I keep the change, yes? In exchange for a few hours with your sister, sure." Roth smiled back, adding, "I want a receipt for that." Boy shrugged, said he had no sister, disappeared in the back to press the seal on the document and get change. Roth turned the death ledger around, ran his finger down the list of people who died on August 25th. The number in the log for Peter McMillan's registry number read, Reyes, Arturo, with an address in Tondo, a suburb. Peter McMillan's name appeared nowhere on the pages for August 25th. Nothing for McMillan. Roth pulled out his small Canon Advantix camera, snapped several photos of the page. The claim on Peter McMillan was bogus. As simple as that. No doubt about it. Roth was a little surprised, since most faked death claims in the Philippines involved Balikbayans, Filipinos who'd lived in the States. Many bought policies there, then returned to the islands to fake their death. At this juncture, one of two scenarios was possible. When Americans faked their own death, they were usually either Filipino Americans with no interest in returning to the States, or Americans who insured themselves under phony names, then did a disappearing act when the policy paid the beneficiary. Boy returned with the change and the certified copy of the death certificate on Peter McMillan. It was the same certification of the photocopy that Roth already had. But no record existed in the ledger, and the registration number had been assigned to another deceased. Roth took the receipt, read the number off aloud for Boy to verbally acknowledge. Roth also had Boy certify the copy of the death certificate on his other claim, checked the manual ledger to verify that that death was properly entered, then spent the afternoon working on the case of the rival boyfriends. The scenario was logical here in the Philippines, but anywhere else it would sound stupid. The policy was an old one, $25,000 death benefit with ADB, accidental death benefit, that would pay $50,000 if the boy had been murdered, since homicide met the policy's language under accidental death, providing he killed while committing a crime. Roth substantiated the actual death, and there was no question about the boy's true identity. He spoke with friends and family, interviewed the tearful fiancée, and visited the church where the funeral service had taken place, plus the funeral home and the cemetery, before wrapping up the case. It all fit, and Roth had no question that the death was legit. The boys had argued. The jealous suitor had been sniffing around the fiancée, while the betrothed was off studying in the States. It was also clear that the fiancée hadn't discouraged the interloper's attentions. But she'd wept at the boy's funeral, then at his killer's trial, and now tearfully visited the murderer in jail every week, all the while dating yet another dumb young sucker. Filipino melodrama. Soaps weren't invented in the Philippines, but they should have been. That night, Roth sent a fax to New York on the dead student, and advised that he'd started on the McMillan case. He'd need more time on that one. Clean cases usually required only a day or two to handle, like the boy in the coffin wearing a bullet in his brain. But fraudulent cases took days to unravel, sometimes weeks, even months. The McMillan case could be one of those, since there would likely be litigation if Amalgamated didn't pay up. He instructed Nina to work up the backgrounds on both Peter and Lori McMillan, and to tell Jim Kincannon that if they heard from Lori McMillan again, to say only that a Mr. Mike Roth would be in touch with her in due course. He ate dinner in his room, then visited Buffalo Joe's, a few blocks from his hotel. He drank and flirted with the hookers until around 2 a.m., the time of Peter McMillan's reported death. The place was packed. He bought drinks, guaranteed to attract attention, and chatted up the girls, asking about where he could get his hands on some barbiturates. A pretty little thing from Romblon Island professed knowing someone who could get downers, but it turned out that she really knew little about drugs, and finally offered to get him some marijuana. Roth declined, saying he wanted the real thing. Confused by his real thing remark, she asked if he wanted a Coca-Cola. In the morning, Roth obtained a certified copy of the police report on McMillan from Manila Police Traffic Headquarters. The report read that the undersigned, SPO Marcellus, was the first officer on the scene. Marcellus later met an American consular officer, a Miss Ernestine Scales, at the autopsy, then went with her to McMillan's hotel. Roth knew the place. It was a dump off of Del Pilar Street. Marcellus reported that amongst McMillan's personal effects was a business card for a Mr. Morales. No first name given, describing him as a business associate. Morales's phone number was shown in the report. 94. His report went on to say that he contacted this Morales, who, shocked by the news, rushed to the hotel. McMillan's body was picked up earlier from the hospital by the Los Flores Funeraria, and Marcellus notified the NBI. Later that day, he reported the death to the U.S. consulate, making contact with a Mr. William Towers there. But conspicuously absent throughout Marcellus's report was a time frame. It only read, "Later in the day with respect to his contact with the consulate." Roth next visited the Manila Nightbeat, a nightly news rag, but published by a respected Manila daily. He'd been here many times. He checked in with the city desk, located the reporter on the McMillan scene, Nestor Otero, in the cafeteria. Otero likely visited other accident scenes involving Marcellus, so when Roth sat down opposite him in the cafeteria, he couched his inquiries matter-of-factly, in case Otero was hand-in-hand with Marcellus. Otero, in his late 20s, was pleasant, well-educated, cooperative. He tuned into police band calls every night, beginning at 8 p.m., and had heard the McMillan call. He was 10 minutes from Buffalo Joe's at the time, so he covered the story. Otero finished his meal, took Roth back upstairs, where he dug out a copy of the edition his article appeared in. There were 3 headlines, all in red letters, each covering a ghoulish scene. Under the Kano's Last Roundup headline, a kicker read, "American found dead at Buffalo Joe's. OD suspected." "Any other pics?" Roth asked. "No, I only got this one, from about 10 feet away. Why, that prick Marcellus. He threw me out. Again, why, who knows? Sometimes Marcellus is okay, lets me take all the shots I want. Up close, you know, whatever I need. Even with some guy stuck in the hooker he got blown away with, you know. Then, other times, Marcellus gives the press a hard time, won't let us get near an accident or crime scene. I tip him, you know, for letting me get some good photos. A few hundred pesos, sometimes more. Otero shrugged. I can't figure him out, you know. Got a print on this. Roth tapped the photo in the headlines. Sure, I keep all prints, you know. Let me have it. Otero wrinkled his forehead. If a Kano wanted something, then there must be value in it. I don't know, you know. It's worth nothing to you, you know, Roth replied, annoyed that Otero's habit was becoming infectious. Still, you know. Okay, tell you what, blow it up for me, you know. I'll give you 500 pesos for an 8x10. But I keep the original file? You keep the original file? Sucker, Otero thought, nodding. He would have sold the file and the blow-up for 200. Chump. Roth winked. He'd have paid 1,000. He exchanged telephone numbers with Otero, said he'd speak with him later. The Las Flores Funeraria was a large building inside its own courtyard on Adriatico Street. Mr. Florentino had been contacted by a Mr. Morales at 3 a.m., Monday morning, August 25th, once the body had been refused by the Manila hospital, since it was a DOA. This was an hour after the reported time of death. Morales said that his American business associate, a Mr. Peter McMillan. How he knew that fast, I'm not sure, Florentino explained. Mr. McMillan had no family in Manila. Why did you get the call for the body? Roth asked. We're well known in Manila, 6 branches. Mr. Morales gave a deposit, said that the widow would pay the balance. What did Marcellus say? Marcellus? Who? Reno Marcellus? I don't believe I know him. Is he a friend of Mr. McMillan? Roth shook his head. He believed Florentino. One funeral director was the same as another. If the perpetrators had an actual stiff, no reason to involve an undertaker if they didn't need him as part of the scam. You knew it would be an NBI case? I assumed as much. We picked up the body up at the Manila hospital. They didn't admit him because he was DOA. Plus, the man had died in a saloon. The NBI boys post him here? Yes, downstairs in our morgue, later that evening. Would you like to see? No. Did you take any photos? Roth hoped. What for? Did the NBI? Yes, they always do. After the autopsy, they left the body here. And you prepared it for burial? Cremation. Mr. Morales said that it would be a closed casket affair. How he would know that, I don't know, unless the wife, Mrs. McMillan, told him so. Anyhow, it is usually a good idea. Those NBI pathologists are most untidy. They don't leave me much to work with. Wait, Roth said. Let's back up. You said the body was autopsied in the evening? 96. Yes, around 8 p.m. That he died at around 2 that morning, 18 hours earlier. Roth bit his lower lip, thinking, remember what McMillan looked like? Yes, somewhat. Average height. Cano average or Filipino average. Florentino smiled. You are correct, sir. Filipino average. Cano short. My height. Roth estimated that Florentino was about 5'7". That will all be in the autopsy report. Florentino went on. Wavy hair. Very dark red. Auburn? Yes, that's it. Auburn. Build. Stocky. You will see it all in the NBI report also. But you prepared the body. I want to know what you remember about him. He had, how do you call it? Permanent pimples. Not pimples. Freckles? Yes, those. He had freckles across his face, his shoulders and back. Many. Florentino tried to run his fingers across his own shoulder, but his suit was too tight. Age? Maybe 30. A little less. Not more. What else? Nothing. regular features. Oh, karate. Karate? Yes, karate, I'm sure. His knuckles were large, both hands, like they'd been broken many times and mended bigger, thicker. Karate, I am certain. Color eyes? Florentino shrugged. I didn't pay attention. I don't like them looking at me when I work on them, so I tape the eyes shut. Tell me about his clothes. Casual? American jeans. Levi, I think. A baseball t-shirt. Which read what? Florentino shrugged. Apologetic. I don't know. I don't follow baseball. I like basketball though. And I like baseball caps, so they ought to have basketball caps, like they have baseball caps. Do you ever wonder why they don't? Night and day I wonder about it. Mrs. McMillan took his ashes, huh? Florentino's eyes widened. No, that is the thing. She came for his funeral with a man from your embassy. I have his card somewhere. Mrs. McMillan asked me to crate the urn. And? 97? I never heard from her again. I sent her a message, I think it was to Los Angeles, but I've heard nothing back from her. The good Mr. McMillan rests with us here. He led Roth into a tiny room where several urns were stored on shelves. The urns, most containing the ashes of Chinese Filipinos, had photographs on the face of the pottery, but not McMillan's. His ashes were in an urn placed in a cardboard box, which was in turn packed in a small wooden crate. I crated it for her to take aboard the plane when she returned to America, but she said that the experience would be too much for her and asked me to ship it. Did she pay for shipping? No. Did she pay all of the funeral expenses? No. She promised to return a few days after the service and settle the bill and tell me where to ship the ashes. I'll get back to you about the ashes, Roth said. Tell me about Mrs. McMillan. A slow, awkward smile gathered on Florentino's lips. You'd like to jump her. Is that what you're saying? Pardon? One more thing. Has anyone else been around asking questions about McMillan? And the jester? I have his card upstairs. A local man. Roth next visited the National Bureau of Investigation on Taft Boulevard. Dr. Locanto, the pathologist who performed the autopsy, was out of the office. His secretary said that he'd be in tomorrow morning, and made an appointment for Roth to see him. It was nearly 3 o'clock. Roth hit an ATM machine on United Nations Avenue, then crossed the avenue, grabbed a cheeseburger at the McDonald's opposite, the Holiday Inn, stood outside, and ate it, mulling over the case. An old, dark woman sat on a mashed-down cardboard box on the sidewalk and leaned back against the building. She held an ill-kempt infant in her lap. Both were dirty and disheveled. A coffee cup sat on the filthy sidewalk in front of her with a few pesos in it. She looked up at Roth devouring his hamburger. Then her eyes slid away. Above her head, inside the restaurant, chubby youngsters from prosperous families sat wolfing down burgers and fries and milkshakes. None looked at the old woman, although she was just inches away, separated by the window. Roth dug into his pocket, pulled out a 1,000 peso note. He walked over, stuffed the money into the coffee cup. The old woman's eye met his. Then she looked away. Several Filipinos waiting at the curb for a jeepney watched Roth and looked 98 dispassionately at the old woman, then averted their gaze. Beggars were a common sight in downtown Manila, with hundreds sleeping on the streets at night. Bahala na, Roth thought. Come what may, the Filipino philosophy that kept the country in the toilet 50 years after independence. Once the richest country in Asia after the Second World War, despite the war's destruction, the nation was sinking under patronage and crooked politicians. Roth stood at the curb, ruminating over the McMillan matter. Whoever the perpetrators were, they'd done a good job except for the screw-up with the death certificate at the registrar's office. The wife, Lori McMillan, had to be involved. She was the beneficiary for $1 million on this policy, presuming double indemnity kicked in. And he'd bet $1 to a dime that there were other policies. Probably a buildup of them. For anyone else to profit from this, the money would first have to go through the wife. Never mind that she cheated Florentino, but abandoning the dead man's ashes had been dung. It was more likely that the Macmillans cooked up this little trick together. Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Macmillan had another name altogether, and planned to disappear after the policies paid. Couples who did that were usually petty fraudsters, losers who bounced between scams until they struck on something worthwhile, hit the jackpot. Namely, a caper like this. Maybe Macmillan wanted to do a Lazarus, return to life after death, to live out his days in the islands. $1 million here was like having 20 million in the States. On the other hand, maybe they were pros, moving from one scam to another. A lot of maybes. But there was a body, the body of a Westerner, if not an American, someone bribed boy, who purposely failed to enter the case in this ledger that would later be sent to the NSO, the National Statistics Office, making the death official. Instead, Boy was waiting to hear from the person who orchestrated the scam, then destroy his copy of the death certificate. No death would be on record with the registrar's office or the NSO. That someone was probably Marcellus. Filipinos used this scam to claim a death without actually dying, because in the Philippines, one wasn't considered dead until the certificate was finally registered with the NSO. This was a form of checks and balances, since no one trusted civil registrars. They shelled out bogus certificates for pennies, particularly once a Filipino was turned down for a visa to the United States, and needed another name, and another birth certificate to try again. Roth, and just about every one of his reps, had bought death certificates on themselves, to show clients how easy it was. He had a few framed in his office in New York, and although he'd been hospitalized only once in his life, a broken fibula when he was in the Marines, he also had a collection of bogus hospitalization certificates for himself from hospitals around the world, compliments of fraudsters like Dr. Ignacio. But here was the rub. The U.S. Embassy knew that civil registrars were bent, and visa officers wanted birth certificates certified by the NSO before they issued a visa. Yet they accepted death certificates from those same civil registrars. Selective thinking. Visa officers covered their asses against issuing a bad visa. But when it came to death certificates, the insurance companies could fuck off and die if they paid a fraudulent claim based on a bogus 2060. Roth finished his cheeseburger, rolled up the paper, dumped it in a trash can 10 feet away, wiped his hands with his handkerchief. This was getting to be an interesting case, one that would dispel his general boredom, maybe offer up some unexpected perks as well. He'd been working these cases since around the time Christ was a corporal, and few challenges remained. Just getting to these places is what annoyed him most. Traveling to far-flung shitholes had long ago lost its allure. There was no point speculating further on this. The MBI autopsy photographs could clear things up. He walked back to his hotel, had dinner, and settled in for the night with a six-pack of Señor San Miguel and a paperback. 18 next morning, to avoid long lines, Roth was at the NSO 30 minutes before the windows opened. The sun was already hot, although it was just 8 o'clock. He mopped his face with a handkerchief, counted only 8 people in front of him. The NSO was better known by Manileros as the National Census Office, and if you wanted accurate statistical information, it was only necessary to fill out a form and come back for the answer. The lines continued all day, thousands engaged in the popular national pastime, waiting. At a window, he applied for a certified copy of the death certificate on Peter McMillan, paid 40 pesos for a rush search. The results would be available by 4 p.m. He also applied for a certified copy of the death certificate on Peter McMillan, paid 40 pesos for a rush search. The results would be available by 4 p.m. He also applied for a certified copy of the death certificate on Peter McTillan. Locanto pulled the autopsy report, read through it with Roth. However, there were no photographs of Macmillan's corpse. A note in the file read that that particular roll had been inadvertently overexposed when the camera popped open. Accidentally, of course. As well, the film had been damaged somehow when it was removed from the camera. In either event, it had been destroyed and thrown out. On that particular set of exposures, there had been photographs of 3 other autopsies. The death mask, that being a facial shot, was always included. Locanto appeared genuinely upset and wanted to speak with the technician responsible for processing the photos. But the technician, as it turned out, was merely a young morgue attendant named Bing, who'd been processing film for only the past few months, since the regular photographer quit the job without giving notice. Locanto railed at Bing in Tagalog. Roth leaned against a file cabinet off to the side, watching Bing's reaction. The boy peeked over once at Roth as Locanto's tirade ran down. He was excused after Locanto waved off his feeble excuses. Inexperience and negligence, Locanto said, shaking his head at the sad state of affairs within the NBI. More likely, Roth thought, Bing had been bribed to destroy the film. Locanto couldn't recall any aspects of the autopsy. He performed 3 or 4 daily, and had to refer to his notes. Had it been otherwise, had Locanto been able to recall the particulars off the top of his head, Roth would have suspected him of being involved. Locanto struggled with his memory, but in the end recalled less than Florentino had. 101. One thing, Roth said. The cause of death? Did he drink himself to death or did he fall? There was scant trace of blood on the skull wound. That would suggest he was dead before he fell. Let's see if I have this right. He was dead, then he got up, and then fell down? No, of course not. Perhaps his body was dropped, but the trauma to the cranium was massive, as though he was struck by a blunt instrument with great force. After he was dead. Locanto paused. Yes, but I admit there seems no point to that. Unless his assailant didn't know that he was already dead. Otherwise, why assault a dead man? For double indemnity, are you calling the death accidental or natural? Oh, I see. For insurance, of course. I would have to say heart failure, induced of course by a massive dose of barbiturates. But the trauma to the skull, while certainly enough to kill him, wasn't the cause of death. Roth was recording the interview, but still, in court, it might come down to a pissing contest. Roth requested a photocopy of the autopsy report and thanked Locanto. There was no point pushing Bing around. He'd never admit to accepting a bribe, because for starters, he'd lose his job. But worse than that, cops like Marcellus had a reputation for rewarding treachery with extreme prejudice. Bing would end up on a slab himself. He wondered what Marcellus had paid Bing, probably only a few thousand pesos. Roth's next port of call was the flophouse where Peter McMillan had stayed. To see what the check-in drill would be, he asked to register for a room. The manager, a smiling young man in his early 20s, named Sonny Santos, gave him a registration card to complete. No ledger was used, at least not by the guest. Roth said never mind, and told Sonny that he wanted to see the registration cards for the last week of August through the first week of September. Sonny asked him why. Roth gave him 200 pesos, said that's why, and Sonny gladly pulled the cards. Finding no card for Peter McMillan in the stack, it was Roth's turn to ask why. Sonny went into another drawer, where a card for McMillan was conveniently on hand, just as McMillan's death certificate had been conveniently handy in Boy Carrera's desk at the registrar's office. Roth quizzed Sonny if anyone else had been around asking questions about McMillan. There hadn't, which told Roth that any other insurers weren't interested in the claim past a perfunctory check, believing it was legit. Still, there could be more insurance companies involved that Roth didn't know about, who hadn't investigated yet. 102. Sonny said that McMillan's clothes and some papers had been taken by his friend, a Mr. Morales, after the authorities had gone through the room and collected McMillan's passport and personal effects. Who took those things? A woman from the American embassy. When? Later that day, Roth leaned into Sonny's face. Again, when? It was dark. Morning dark or evening dark? It was in the evening. Evening. That would be about 16, maybe 18 hours after Macmillan's death. Let's see your register. Register? Yeah, your daily register. Oh, we don't keep a ledger, if that's what you're asking for. We only have the registration cards, which we keep chronologically, and this is Macmillan's registration card. Sonny nodded. You kept it handy, eh, Sonny? In case someone wanted to see it. I thought that people would be needing it. What people? Like, insurance companies. Yes, exactly. Who told you to do that? Sonny almost answered. He wasn't the smartest guy in Manila. He shook his head. Nobody. I just thought people might want to see it. The registration card was completed by hand, with neat lettering. The handwriting was a Filipino's, in the familiar architectural style drilled into schoolchildren. A common script that stayed with them throughout their lives. A script as telltale as a typewriter key. The signature, Peter Macmillan, was signed by the same hand, using the same pen, an ink pen rather than a ballpoint. Roth compared the signature on the registration card with the signature on the photocopy of Macmillan's passport that had been submitted by the beneficiary with the claimant's papers. It was similar, but not the same. A graphologist could attest to that. The residence address shown on the registration card was the same LA location as on Mrs. Macmillan's claimant statement. Okay, thanks, Sonny. Roth tucked the card into his pocket. Hey, you can't keep the card. You're going to take it away from me? But you can't. 103? Can, Roth said. Another 100 pesos settled the question. Sonny relented, scooped up the note with a shrug. By the way, where is police traffic headquarters? Roth asked. Sonny started to answer, but Roth cut him off. Write it down for me, will you? My memory's shot to shit. Too many San Miguels. Sonny laughed, then obliged. He wrote directions on a slip of paper. He wrote with his right hand. The writing on the registration was also by a right-handed person. But it was someone else's handwriting. Someone else had completed the registration card. As Roth turned to leave, Sonny asked what he should do if anyone else inquired, since Roth was taking the registration card. Tell them to see me, and Sonny, I'll pay you 1,000 pesos to know who comes around. Roth threw his business card on the counter, his hotel card stapled to it. Call me at the hotel, or, if I've left, try me in Bangkok. Roth pointed to the Bangkok number on the card. Call me collect. Okay, I gotta go over and see Reno. Anything you want me to tell him? Say hi for me. A Reno? Reno who? Roth laughed as he walked out the door. He next called Nestor Otero, who said he'd blown up the print. They agreed to meet in a half hour at the Savory restaurant on Cala Boulevard, opposite Luneta Park. The enlargement did nothing in the way of identifying the dead man, so Roth asked Otero to blow up the back of the dead man's hand, a portion of arm, and the man's wrist. Maybe that would tell him something. He gave Otero another 500 pesos, told him to have the enlargements ready that evening. They arranged to meet at the Blue Hawaii Dance Club on Del Pilar Street. From the Savory, Roth returned to his hotel, showered and changed into cotton slacks and shirt, and at 3:30 taxied back to the NSO, where his responses were waiting. The death certificate on Arturo Reyes was on file, but the request for the death certificate on Macmillan came back with a no record stamp on it. Roth smiled as he read the form. Not only would the death certificate on Peter Macmillan be dubious, since it shared the same registry number as that on Arturo Reyes, but it hadn't even been filed with the NSO. Technically, no proper death certificate existed despite there being an autopsy report and a record with Las Flores Funeraria for Peter Macmillan. It was rush hour and he waited 15 minutes for another taxi. He ran to a cab discharging passengers, but a woman beat him there, jumping into the back seat. The average fare in Manila was less than 80 pesos, about $2. He offered the woman 200 to relinquish the cab. She did. The 104 driver, seeing a rich Kano, asked for a larger fare. Since Roth was running late and had several stops, he told the driver to leave the meter running, and he'd double the fare. He directed the driver to the address on the Reyes death certificate, where he met Arturo Reyes's widow. She lived with her 3 children in a 2-room apartment over a sari-sari, a neighborhood store. Arturo Reyes had died on August 25 at around 7 a.m. He was 56 years old and dropped dead near his home while walking to the bus stop to go to work. Typically, neighbors gathered around Mrs. Reyes as Roth interviewed her. She didn't know Officer Marcellus, had never met any Peter Macmillan, and couldn't understand what Roth's inquiry was all about. It was simple. Arturo Reyes, a brewer at the San Miguel Bottling Company, had actually died on the same day that Peter Macmillan supposedly died. And instead of assigning Macmillan's dead body an actual registry number, Boy Carrera had used the death of the next individual to be reported, in this case, Reyes. Boy assigned that same number to Macmillan's death certificate, then purposely neglected to enter the Macmillan death into the ledger or send a copy of the death certificate to the NSO. So once the insurance companies paid off, the real Peter Macmillan could return to life. That's what Filipinos did when they wanted to fake a death without dying forever. Had the Macmillans wanted this? This was the Filipino trick. An American, with extensive personal histories on paper, would likely want an end to his persona, especially if it was bogus to begin with. The Macmillans, or whoever they were, probably just wanted to collect and to hell with returning to life. But Boy Carrera had gotten his instructions wrong. With 2 death certificates bearing the same number and no record of the Macmillan certificate at the NSO, the death certificate would arguably be disallowed into evidence if the case went to court in the States. No death certificate, no death, no death, no claim. Roth recorded Mrs. Reyes's answers and took a written statement as well, and had neighbors witness their signatures. Now it was too late for the Macmillans from a legal standpoint. Despite the fact that there was a body involved in this claim, the death certificate on Peter Macmillan was compromised by conflicting information. Unless Lori Macmillan could come up with an actual eyewitness to Macmillan's death, as Mrs. Reyes and neighbors had for her husband, she'd have a problem proving her claim in court. Roth doubted if this Morales would ever be found. That left only the bent cop, Marcellus. This was getting interesting. Roth did a little jig on the sidewalk, to the amusement of the neighborhood kids, then walked towards his waiting taxi. Still, there had been a death. Since Marcellus and a bogus death certificate were in the picture, Roth ruled out an overdose suicide. A 105 despondent nutcase wouldn't need Confederates like Marcellus and his cronies to drink himself to death. That presented one of 2 possibilities. Either Marcellus body shopped until he happened upon a dead Kano to fill the part, or he'd guaranteed a body, then switched identities. Dead Filipinos were common, of course, but dead Kanos couldn't be found in every gutter. Roth smelled murder. He grinned at the driver as they headed back to his hotel. Finally, I get something nasty. The driver looked back at him. You want a girl, sir? Roth laughed. A different kind of nasty, and nasty raised the stakes, didn't it? At the hotel, he called Otero, who hadn't gotten around to doing the enlargements yet. Otero explained that a huge fire had engulfed a taro factory out in the suburb of Paranaque that morning, and photographers were lining up to use the computers to get their shots into the news system. Still, Roth arranged to meet him at Buffalo Joe's later. After dinner in his room, he walked to Joe's to meet Otero. He wanted to eyeball Otero, to make certain his excuse was legit, that he wasn't stalling for more pesos, or more importantly, wasn't betraying him to Officer Marcellus. Otero wasn't stupid. The case involved Marcellus in some way, and he understood the value of information. Otero had a few San Miguels, and they talked about the newspaper business. Roth sized him up as playing straight. The girl known to pedal downers hadn't been seen for a few weeks. A few girls presumed that she was away with a customer. When girls were missing, it usually meant that some John had taken them off for a holiday. By 2 o'clock, few girls were coming into Joe's, so Roth called it a night. He fixed the next meeting with Otero for 10 o'clock the following night. While having breakfast in his room, Roth mulled the situation over. It was time to see Officer Reno Marcellus, maybe take a few snaps of him. He dropped a camera in his kit. He waved down a taxi in front of his hotel. Thinking that it would be another long day, he arranged for the cab by the hour. He directed the driver to traffic headquarters over by South Pier. On the way, he studied McMillan's accident report again. But his photocopy was 4th or 5th generation, and while the handwriting looked similar to that on McMillan's hotel registration, he couldn't be sure. He told the driver to stop off at a drugstore, where he bought gauze and adhesive tape. In the back seat, he bandaged up his right hand to where he could hardly move his fingers. 106. At headquarters, he missed Marcellus by only a few minutes. He had the dispatcher call around, and finally caught up with Marcellus at the Southern Manila Traffic Command Station near the Harrison Shopping Plaza. This was Marcellus's assigned station house. Walking into the command, he spotted Marcellus talking with some other cops. Marcellus was just coming off duty. Roth hadn't seen him for a year or two, and the big Filipino seemed to be even darker, even bigger. Maybe just fatter. He had a large head, ruddy face, pockmarked. Marcellus saw the desk sergeant pointing him out to Roth, who motioned him over. Marcellus broke off his conversation with the officers, not thrilled at being summoned by a civilian. But he smelled money, and Canos were his best-paying customers. He recognized Roth, but couldn't remember in what connection. Roth led the big cop into a custodian's room off the corridor. Marcellus followed Roth, cautious, his eyes moving down Roth's frame for a bulge that might be a pistol. There were any number of folks who had reason to seek revenge on Marcellus, but he didn't think a Kano would try anything here. Officer Reno Marcellus, Roth began, offering his hand. "Long time, no see. How you been, man?" Marcellus shook hands, wondering what he wanted. Canis bought bogus accident and hospitalization reports to present to their insurance companies back home. The claims were small but paid for their vacation in the islands. For bogus accident reports, Reno Marcellus was the man to know in Manila. "Okay, man, I'm okay. How you doing?" "Never better, Reno." "Never better. Hey, look at this, will you, man?" Roth handed him the accident report. Marcellus recognized McMillan's name instantly, but pretended to read, playing for time, during which Roth might reveal his objective. Was he one of Jordan's Confederates, or an investigator, or maybe someone from the American Embassy? Investigator, Marcellus concluded, and finally placed him. "I know you, don't I?" "Of course," Roth said, looking offended. "Smash up over in Quiopo about a year ago. Death in Paco Park too. 3 years ago." "Yeah, that's it. What about this?" Marcellus handed the report back to Roth. "I got 100 for the real story, Reno. Dollars, not pesos. Just between you and me." Marcellus took the report back and studied it, his mind working. He'd met Jordan, or whoever the fuck he was, through Montilla, aka Morales, his chum in the customs service. Montilla peddled contraband and brokered fraudulent insurance claims, anything from lost and damaged freight to bogus deaths, while Marcellus matched bodies up at accident scenes, and 107 lined up the players, people like Boy Carrera, Sonny, and the NBI photographer, whoever was needed. Montilla's price to Jordan had been $2,000 US, which he split with Marcellus, who arranged a Kano stiff, switched identification papers, cleaned out the guy's room, did the legwork. Easy money for Montilla, especially since the cop handled everything. Marcellus's expenses had been $100, and Roth represented a chance to recoup that. But this Kano's death was a little out of the ordinary, a special case requiring special handling. For nearly a month he'd had to search for a stiff, and growing tired of Montilla's griping, took matters into his own hands, using that puta, Lolita, who had a convenient customer all lined up, a first-class loser. He handed the report back to Roth again. "This is the real story, man. What are you talking about?" "Okay, Reno, tell you what. I'll tell you what happened, and you just nod or shake your head. The 100 will still be yours." Marcellus said nothing, just eyed Roth cautiously. Before Roth said anything, 2 officers opened the door, seeking privacy themselves. The space served as the station's conference room where the cops conducted their scam franchises. The officers apologized to Marcellus, even though one was senior. But Marcellus said never mind, motioned Roth back out into the corridor. Roth was squeezing him, and the confined space put a fine point on that. "Gimme 5 minutes to sign off duty, then we'll go for some beers, okay, man?" "Fine," Roth said. Murder wasn't a simple fender bender, and Marcellus didn't like being caged, wanted time to think this over. But maybe he'd be willing to give something up. Ben Franklin was a popular guy in the Peens. Roth already knew the story. He'd seen a few cases tumble like this over the years. He wanted confirmation even if it was silent. What wasn't said in an interview spoke volumes. Marcellus was a source, and impertinent questions developed pertinent answers. So why not simply ask him? They left the building and walked across the street to a small beer bar opposite the police station. They sat at a table and ordered San Miguel's. Roth's eyes fell on the gold Cartier on Marcellus's left wrist. If it was real, it would have taken years to pay for it on a cop's salary. Marcellus folded his hands, right forefinger over the left forefinger. He was right-handed. He stared at Roth. "So, like I said, just nod or shake your head. Easy as that," Roth instructed. He held the folded $100 bill in his hand, just a tip peeking out. "If you don't know, just shrug." 108. To expect Marcellus to sell out for $100 wasn't as preposterous as it would seem. For starters, Marcellus was practically immune. Manila cops were like politicians, their peers being very sympathetic, particularly when there was bribe money to spread around. Besides, the average Filipino never thought past tomorrow. That was the trouble with this beautiful, fucked-up country. The dead man wasn't Peter McMillan, Roth stated. Marcellus was expressionless. Roth tapped the bill on the table, Marcellus's eyes following the action. He glanced around, shook his head, though just barely. "What was his name?" Marcellus's eyes showed amusement, a reminder that this quiz was multiple choice, not an essay. He swallowed a mouthful of beer. The dead man was definitely a Kano. Marcellus blinked. Lazy. This Morales guy, he would know who the stiff was. Marcellus shook his head. Just noticeable. "You knew who the stiff was?" Marcellus did the slow blink again, suggesting that the answer was obvious. "Where can I find Morales?" Marcellus smiled, shook his head. Roth understood, no cooperation on that one. Morales was obviously a close Confederate. "Peter McMillan's wife, did she know about this?" Marcellus shrugged. "But that still didn't rule out the wife. You ever meet her?" Marcellus shook his head. "What did the photographer at the NBI cost you?" Marcellus smirked, reached over, and pulled the note from Roth's hand. "You got all that's worth, brother." "Yeah, right," Roth said. "Enough business. Although I'll tell you, Reno, when I get it figured out, put names on faces, that sort of thing, I'm gonna hold McMillan up for a lot more than he paid you. I think a third would be fair, don't you?" Marcellus shrugged, wondering for the first time how much insurance money was really involved. He glanced back across the street at the station house, as he had several times since they'd sat down. 400 million pesos, Reno. A cool 10 million Yankee bucks, Roth lied. Marcellus kept a straight face, but Roth knew that the figure hit him like a brick in the face. The cop's mind raced. Montilla, you prick. You said it was for 10,000 measly dollars. 1,000 for me, same for you, 8 for Jordan, then 109. Another grand for doing Lolita. Did you lie to me? Or did Jordan lie to you? Or is this Kano pulling my dick? Roth could see Marcellus churning all this around. His mind in turmoil, could smell him thinking. The amalgamated policy was for only $1 million, if double indemnity kicked in. But Roth wanted to fuck with Marcellus. Maybe turn him on Morales or the Macmillans, or whoever they were. Maybe he'd open up. Squabbling over the spoils usually puked out a disgruntled partner, and Manila cops knew that they usually got the smaller cut. Unions didn't cover this sort of benefit. Marcellus twisted around again, looked across the street at the station. But hey, the hell with it, Roth said, all cheerful. Tell me, Reno, where can I get some quality pussy? I don't mean bar girls. I'm tired of those prudes. Something sweet like young virgins. Maybe some college girls. Sure, man. No problem. He rattled off a telephone number. Hold it, Roth said, taking out a notebook and a pen with his left hand. Write it out for me, will you? Marcellus had wondered about the thick bandage on Roth's hand. How'd you mess up your hand, man? Roth leaned forward, whispered, conspiratorial. Got it caught between a girl's legs. Marcellus chuckled, taking the notebook. But he used his own pen, a Mont Blanc, which he pulled from his shirt pocket. He unscrewed the top officiously, proud of its prestige. Wrote the name and number of a woman. He shoved the notebook back to Roth, then recapped the Mont Blanc with similar ceremony, as though he'd been a signatory to the Magna Carta. He called the waitress for more beers, looking towards the station again. A pencil-thin police major stood on the steps at the entrance across the street, arms akimbo, staring at Marcellus like a hawk. Eyeing a field mouse, Marcellus swore under his breath, "Shit, that crazy Rodrigo." He began talking fast as the major walked down the steps. "You call there any time after 5, and she'll send you whatever you want," Marcellus said, winking towards the waitress's bosom when she brought their beers. She returned his look. "Anything you want," Marcellus went on. "Juicy young college girls, man, even 13, 14-year-olds. But I don't know about virgins, man. I ain't never seen one of those." He chuckled and tapped the paper with a meaty finger. "Just tell her you got the number from me. Reno, the Manila connection." "Thanks, Reno," Roth said, holding his smile. The Manila Guerrilla would be more like it. Marcellus surely had a financial interest in the call girl service. Marcellus shot another look across the street. "Damn, man, here comes my brother-in-law." The dapper major was crossing the street, coming their way. 110. "Don't talk about pussy, man," Marcellus ordered. "This guy's the only man in his family, 8 sisters, and I'm married to the youngest one." Roth looked over. So, Rodrigo was raised in a seminary, man, by the Jesuits. Crazy fuck. He'll cut my dick off if he knows I jump other pussy. Fanatic don't understand men like to change sometime. You know, eat different rice. He straightened up, whispered, got the Lord Jesus on his shoulder, and a 0.45 that speaks his sermons. Check out the motherfucker's hands. Crazy fuck had himself crucified last Easter. You know the Philippines, man. You know the type. Roth nodded. The islands were rife with religious zealots. Each Easter, dozens had themselves nailed up on the crucifix under the scorching sun, their equally twisted relatives moaning and praying at the foot of the cross. Few died, but nails through your hands. Rodrigo came up to them, hovered over Marcellus. "Benita's not feeling well," he said, accusation in the tone. "I've been trying to reach you all day. On my way now, Rodrigo. Just had a little business here." He hastened to add that he was meeting with Roth about an accident he'd handled. Rodrigo wasn't interested in Marcellus's business or in Roth. He just wanted Marcellus to go home and take care of his ailing baby sister. Roth read the masked resentment on Marcellus's face. No one talked to him this way or told him what to do. No one except Rodrigo, that is. Rodrigo turned to take Roth at length, his dark eyes burning the image in his mind. He wasn't the kind who forgot faces or insults. A group of officers passed their table. One stopped and reported to Rodrigo briefly, his deference obvious, his manner rigid, wary, reserved. Rodrigo was a feared man, his blank, ball-bearing eyes locked on his subordinate as he made his report. Roth estimated that Rodrigo was likely the only cop in Manila who wasn't on the take. He studied the major, who studied Marcellus, who studied his boots. The gorilla was right on that point. Rodrigo wasn't too tightly wrapped. Roth stood to take his leave. He tossed some pesos on the table, threw a mock salute to Rodrigo and Marcellus, walked down the street to where his cab waited. He compared Marcellus's handwriting in his notepad against Macmillan's hotel registration card. Bingo! Same handwriting, likely even the same pen, which, knowing Marcellus, was probably lifted off of some corpse. Roth tucked the papers in his jacket, waited, watched. 10 minutes passed, during which Rodrigo did the talking, and Marcellus the listening. He looked and gestured defensive as Rodrigo read him the riot, act as related to his beloved sister, Benita. Rodrigo ended his lecture, tapping with emphasis on Marcellus's forehead. Then he walked 111, back across the street to his car parked in front of the station house. Roth watched Marcellus's face, read the seething rage. Anger built up over the years, married to a woman he no longer wanted. The day would come when one of these men killed the other. Roth's money was on Rodrigo doing the whacking. Marcellus stood, bat-kicked his stool, sending it crashing against another table 10 feet away. The waitress and other customers avoided his eyes. Marcellus looked at his Cartier, then walked to his car, a puke-yellow Datsun, parked in a lot behind the beer bar. He turned into the street, and Roth had his driver follow. At Roxas Boulevard, Marcellus looked around to make sure that Rodrigo wasn't behind him. He pulled into traffic on the boulevard, which was beginning to get heavy now. Roth followed him a mile down Roxas to the Admiral Hotel. Marcellus parked along the side of the building and took a suit on a hanger and a gym bag from his trunk, walked into the restaurant. He sat by a window facing the parking lot, ordered a beer, and chatted with a waitress. Then he carried the suit into the men's room and returned a few minutes later, wearing civvies, his uniform on the hanger. After another beer, he left the restaurant, his arm wrapped around the waitress he'd been chatting up. She'd also changed into street clothes. She was a dark, long-haired beauty in her 30s. Roth snapped off several pictures of the entwined couple, Marcellus grabbing a handful of butt. The taxi driver checked Roth in his rearview mirror, anxious because he was surveilling a police officer. Marcellus and the woman got into his car. He pulled back into traffic on Roxas and drove towards the airport. Traffic was bumper to bumper now. "Just stay with them," Roth ordered. "You lose him, Chico." "I'm not paying." He always called Filipinos Chico if he didn't know their name. The driver checked his watch. He'd been working for Roth for over 3 hours. That would mean losing 400 pesos. He could argue the point if he blew the surveillance. But Roth didn't look the type accustomed to losing arguments. In his car, Marcellus necked with the waitress whenever he stopped at traffic lights. Roth snapped off more photos, the driver moaning with each shot. Following a cop was a very scary business. It was nearly dark when Marcellus cut off from Roxas into an alley. 100 meters up, he pulled into a short-time motel that provided garages beneath the rooms. In the Philippines, to hide one's car while philandering was essential. Roth photographed Marcellus registering in the lighted reception area, and with the waitress's features framed under the neon light, photographed them as Marcellus pulled his car into the garage. Again, the cop tried to eat the woman's face as the door closed. Roth checked his camera, a manual SLR, old school. He'd shot 33 exposures. He rewound the film, removed it, loaded another, this one, a black and white slow speed for 112. Night photography. Roth told the driver to settle in, and after a while snoring emanated from the front seat. Just after 11 p.m., the garage door opened and Marcellus pulled his car out. The waitress was in the front seat, working on her makeup. Roth snapped more shots, doubtful he'd got much in this light. He nudged the driver awake, and they followed, staying a car behind, and on the right, on the blind side of Marcellus's car, until there was an opportunity for the driver to swing to the left. Roth clicked off a dozen excellent shots under streetlights. Images he knew from experience would be clear. His lust spent, Marcellus was cooler now, indifferent to the waitress, who hummed around his shoulders, kissing his neck and cheek. She was apparently the type fond of pockmarks. 30 minutes later, he dropped her off on East Avenue in Quezon City, where a bus was just pulling away. She ran after the bus, but couldn't catch it. Marcellus, ever the gentleman, left her there, pulling away with a wave of the hand. The woman waved back, sat on a bench to wait for the next bus. Roth surveilled Marcellus, another few miles to his home. A cop who supposedly earned $400 a month could never afford such a house. Properties like this were in the 4 million peso range, about $160,000. Yeah, Marcellus did all right. Roth raised his estimate of what he'd gotten for his part in this scam. He noted the address in his tape recorder, then told Chico to cruise back past the bus stop, where the waitress had just boarded the next bus, with a few other passengers. He told Chico to follow the bus, suspecting there was a very good reason why Marcellus hadn't dropped her at her home. She got off the bus a mile away and walked into a quiet residential neighborhood, not on a par with Marcellus's, but decent, middle class by Manila standards. The street was narrow and dark. Roth told Chico to wait while he tailed the woman on foot, following close around a winding lane where a slow-moving taxi would have attracted attention. She entered a modest home at the end of the block, just after midnight. Lights came on in the living room, and soon Roth heard a man shouting. The woman screamed her rebuttal, and while Roth could only pick out a few words of Tagalog, it was enough to know that hubby was upset at the hour. Roth crossed the street, slipped up near to the entrance. He noted the address, sauntered back to the taxi. Downtown, he left the cab outside the Blue Hawaii on Del Pilar Street. He paid the fare and tipped the driver 500 pesos. He'd done a good tail job. By the way, Chico, I wouldn't think about scooting back up to Quezon City and telling that cop you followed him around all night. Taxi drivers in Manila were notorious for selling information, details on adultery being an especially valuable commodity. He'll surely blow your brains out. Got it. 113. Chico said nothing, just glad to get the cano out of his cab. He didn't have to be told about cops. Plus, anybody crazy enough to tail a cop around Manila at midnight was equally bad news. Otero had waited for him in the club. He had 8x10 matte blow-ups of Peter McMillan's back, and close-ups of just his head, arm, and wrist. All that Roth could make out, aside from McMillan needing a haircut, was that his hair was wavy, almost curly. Color couldn't be ascertained. McMillan could have been a brunette, or even a redhead. There was a pale band around his wrist where a watch or bracelet had been. Also, something appeared to be written on his arm, partially hidden under the sleeve of his t-shirt. He told Otero to concentrate on the arm, and wrist with yet closer blow-ups, paid him another 500 pesos. They had drinks and sat around bullshitting about accident scenes, nasty deaths, and nastier women. Roth flirted with a bosomy 18-year-old from Mindoro who gave the improbable name of Lisa Lane. He nicknamed her Mammary Lane, and they went around to Buffalo Joe's. Otero located the table where he'd taken the photo of Marcellus leaning over the dead man. It had a charcoal grill in the background, just as in the photo. Whores were territorial, occupying a usual venue where they could be found by their Johns and colleagues alike. So with any luck, some of the same girls might be around who remembered the morning of August 25th. Buffalo Joe's was a big place, seating hundreds. He and Otero drank on, flirting with the usual fixtures, worrying Mammary, who feared she might lose her customer. Roth again asked around about buying some downers. None of the girls could help him, not tonight, but there was one girl named Lolita, who had some, but she hadn't been around lately. The girls surmised she'd gone to America with a boyfriend. Boyfriend, of course, as in customer. He told the girls to scout around for anyone who handled downers, and offered a reward for anyone who could make a good connection for him. He had a few more beers, tipped Lisa a few hundred pesos, but decided to forego a stroll up Mammary Lane. 114. 19 Peter McMillan didn't exist until 2.5 years ago, Chief, Nina said over the phone. I've got Amalgamated's underwriting report, a nickel-and-dime fluff job, only requiring a 2-year background. But I went past that, and there's nothing. This guy didn't exist before then. Roth had worked with Nina for the past 15 years, and he'd made her the first of 4 partners. She specialized in background investigations. She'd taken family trees back to the American Revolution, and if she couldn't find a history, that meant McMillan didn't exist. Of this, Roth had no doubt. Apparently, Kincannon also tried writing a few checks on McMillan. Came up with SIP, she added. An underwriting report was a background investigation that underwriters ordered on new life insurance applicants. In McMillan's case, because of his age, only a brief background check had been made. These reports were inexpensive, and the inspector had been satisfied by the manager of La Crescenta Apartments in a phone interview, who said that the McMillans paid their rent on time, and there were no complaints from the neighbors. The accounts manager at a Wilshire Boulevard bank reported that the McMillans maintained a checking account, average balances in the high 4 figures. No loans, no overdrafts. The account had only been opened for a year before the policy was applied for. Neither the La Crescenta manager nor the accounts manager could actually provide a description of the McMillans, however. In fact, Nina pointed out, bankers these days rarely knew their customers by face. Currently, the balance was now in the low 6 figures, which could be anywhere between $100,000 and $333,000. Only a fool would carry that sort of balance in a checking account, so Nina figured that the money was recently deposited and speculated that a life insurance benefit on Peter McMillan was just paid. For the underwriting report, Peter McMillan had also been interviewed by telephone and gave his occupation as an importer-exporter, self-employed. A business reference had been given, a Dr. Rossiter in Tampa, Florida. What the underwriting inspector hadn't known was that he couldn't possibly have checked McMillan back further than that, because Peter McMillan didn't exist before then. McMillan had undergone a physical examination by a paramedic for the amalgamated policy. The paramedic had taken his blood pressure, listened to his heart, and had taken a sample of blood and urine. The paramedic's report read that Peter McMillan was 5 feet 11 and weighed 160 pounds and was a healthy 26-year-old. Roth's mind raced back to the autopsy report that stated that McMillan was 5 feet 8 and 115, weighed 150 pounds. Easy to lose 10 pounds if you had the willpower. But 3 inches off your height stretched dieting to the extreme. Nina also discovered 2 other policies. Kincannon had learned about American travelers, while Chase Hampshire learned about Amalgamated's investigation. Chase Hampshire wasn't happy with the investigation done by Debbie Brubaker, and subsequently learned of Premier through Kincannon. They wanted to cooperate on the investigative costs, and contacted Nina. Unlike Amalgamated's coverage, Neither policy carried double indemnity, but it was obviously a build-up. Now, catch this, Nina went on. The reason I called. A week after Macmillan died, he was sitting up to his ass in mud at the Gellert. In Budapest, no shit. I shit thee not. A hospitalization claim came in this morning from a traveler's assistance company down in Australia. How'd they find us? Our website. They saw we handle Europe, and just faxed in the case. The Gellert was a hotel and health spa in the Hungarian capital, an institution known worldwide for its therapeutic mineral baths and treatments, its specialty being mud baths. Many of Premier's investigators had examined hospitalization claims there, enjoying the sanitarium services while they were at it. Each year around this time, hospitalization claims for Hungary came rolling in, claims for treatments that had allegedly taken place over the summer. Most treatments were unnecessary, a convenient excuse for amateur fraudsters to finance a European vacation. A dumb mistake if it's the same guy, Roth said. Same date of birth, so I matched Macmillan's signature on the amalgamated application against the claimant's statement for the treatment at the Gellert. And? It's our boy. No doubt about it. What about American travelers? I gotta call into them, see if they want to come in also. Roth thought for a second. Who we got near Budapest? Let me check. Nina put down the phone and went into the general office, where a world map showed her daily where their reps were. The average rep handled 10, maybe 15 cases a month, covering a particular geographical area. Most returned to the States after a month on the road, finalized their reports, took a few weeks off, then headed out again with a stack of fresh claims. She came back on the line. Laura left Budapest 3 days ago. She's in London now, but maybe she can get back over there. Nina mumbled to herself, wait, no she can't. She's got a biggie in Spain that's getting old. Then she jumps down to Dakar, has to fly out to Cape Verde. She's been on 116 the road for 9 weeks. She needs a break, so I'm pulling her back. She can fly to the States from Cape Verde, a direct flight into Logan. Thanks for the tour. Like I asked, is anyone near Budapest? All right, I'm checking. She dropped the phone again for a minute. Then is in Israel. Then he's got 3 hospitalization cases in Greece. Then yeah, he can do it. It'll take him 2 weeks to get to Budapest, because one of the cases is out on Crete, and another is on Corfu. She mumbled to herself again, but he can't fly from Corfu to Budapest. Has to reroute back through Athens and lay over 1 day. 2 weeks is fine. Get him up to speed on the Macmillan claim, and be sure he checks for signatures. Anything that ties the 2 Peter Macmillans together. Wait, Roth thought. An unusual opportunity might be presenting itself. On second thought, don't bother Ben with details on Macmillan. Just send him a specimen of Macmillan's signature. Nina went quiet on the line then. Why not bring him into the loop? Just don't, Roth said. Okay. And another thing, don't tell either company about this hospitalization claim. But that cinches the case for all 3 companies. Why not? 'Cause I said not to. That's why, Roth ordered. Nina was quiet again. This was irregular. Clients had a right to know these things. All right, she said. Roth heard the hesitancy in her voice. Anything else? Yeah, some more cases will be going out tomorrow. A dead guy in a canal in Bangkok. A dead guy in Kunming. And I'm getting in a tourist killed in Phnom Penh. This one looks pretty straightforward. But the floater in Bangkok smells. I mean the case smells. I'm sure the stiff does too. Okay, I'll be back in Bangkok soon. On Macmillan at the Gellert. I'd like to see the claim papers. Fax me that shit. Yuck. It'll probably jam the machine, but if that's what you want. You're not well, lady. It's the company I keep. Plus, I haven't been out of here for so long. But Mexico, here I come. Why's that? We got a pile of hospitalization claims down on the Tex-Mex border, and we're stacking up Tijuana cancer claims. Thought I'd take a run out there myself, get away from this madhouse for a week. The crew can handle the office. Get this. In Tijuana, Quack cancer clinics are back to administering coffee enemas to rectal cancer patients. No shit. A lot of shit, apparently, mi amigo. Roth chuckled. One more thing, get someone out to LA on McMillan. Have him nose around on the beneficiary. She's out in the valley, near Ventura Boulevard, I think. Check, Nina said. Anything else? Isn't that enough? 118? 20. The next morning, Roth booked a return flight to Bangkok for the following day. He wrapped up a few details on the McMillan claim, doubting Morales would ever be identified, unless the embassy had this information, which wasn't likely. Morales was a go-between, used to convey information on McMillan's death to the embassy, and introduce the beneficiary into the picture. Roth called the U.S. Embassy. Towers was away, temporarily working in the consulate down in Cebu. He'd have to delay meeting Towers until his next trip. He returned to Buffalo Joe's that evening, learned that the girl who peddled the downers had been killed in a street accident last week. Roth's inquiries had prompted an enterprising girl named Maritza to look up the girl known as Lolita. That's when she learned of her death. A small blurb had also been in the papers at the time, according to Maritza, but few pros at Buffalo Joe's ever read the newspapers, and even if they had, none of them had known Lolita's last name. Last names weren't a requirement on Del Pilar Street. It was speculated that Lolita had been loaded with downers and walked out into traffic. Lolita had been a long shot anyhow. There were a lot of places to get downers. Still, Buffalo Joe's was Roth's only lead. He tipped Maritza 500 pesos for her trouble, asked around for other sources. While he got leads for just about everything one could get only with a prescription, there were no further tips for downers. Back in Bangkok, Roth started the case of the floater in the Klong. He also had Nali, his travel agent, dispatch a runner with his passport to the Chinese consulate for a visa. He sat in his office overlooking the swimming pool, completing reports and working up the case on the floater. It smelled bogus from the start. While the police had actually pulled a body from the canal, there was a question as to its true identity. The following week he flew up to Kunming. The case on Yu Along, the brother of a Chinese American, was easy. Yu was very much alive, operating his brother's restaurant downtown. The notary, which in China is a government official, who certified the death certificate, vanished when Roth visited his office. This was always telltale in China, since officials normally became indignant whenever they saw bogus government documents, or at least those bogus documents that they weren't profiting from. The notary was involved in creating certain documents for the beneficiary, the insured's brother living in San Francisco. But the notary's 119 lack of cooperation didn't matter. Roth located the restaurant, identified Yu from his passport photo, stood him up against the wall outside his restaurant, holding the day's newspaper, and took his picture. Yu actually apologized for putting Roth through so much trouble. He complained that he hadn't been feeling well lately, and thought he might die soon. He said that he wanted to be certain that the insurance company would pay the claim. Returning to Bangkok, Roth made preparations to fly over to Phnom Penh to handle the dead tourist case. Just before 6 p.m., as he was building his first drink of the evening, a package from Nina was delivered. It contained some personal mail and new claims. Also in the package were the documents from Chase, Hampshire, and the claim forms from Peter McMillan covering his stay at the Gellert in Budapest. Roth pulled the Macmillan file. Just as Nina had said, McMillan's handwriting on the life insurance application with amalgamated matched his signature on the claim forms covering the treatment at the Gellert. It was a capital fuck-up, but unless Premier had been coincidentally assigned both cases, there was no way in the world this would have been picked up. Still, the actual documents from the Gellert would confirm if you'd actually been there. He was about to put on a stake when the phone rang. It was Nina in New York. "Any word from the good widow McMillan?" he asked. "Yeah, she turned up here in New York. Visiting a friend for a while. Says she'll be here for a few weeks. You want me to interview her? No, tell her that I want to see her. Give her my name, but don't mention anything about my having been in Manila. Check. When do you want to see her? Stall her. I need a week before I can get there. Gotcha. Cannon wants you to move on this. I'll get there when I get there. Okay, just telling you. Did you get my last package? Yeah, it just walked in the door. Oh, that guy in Kunming, Yue Lung. He's dirty. Give the customer a status, and I'll get a report out in a few days. Was he dead? Didn't look dead, and he said he wasn't. But his brother will probably kill him when he gets to Kunming. By this time, you would have contacted his brother in San Francisco, the designated beneficiary, alerting him that he'd been found. Just the same, ask the client if he wants us to follow up with the brother for an admission. I'll scan the photo of you picking his nose in front of his restaurant. You know what to do. 120. Right, Nina said. Insurers didn't bother pursuing attempted fraud, so Nina notified U.S. Immigration of a reported death, and Immigration sometimes picked them up when they re-entered the States. Confused, Immigration would contact Nina, asking why she'd reported the man dead, when he was standing right there in their office. Like it or not, insurers were then brought into the picture and made to come forward with their files. Let Yue Lung try talking himself out of a fix. He'd likely be deported even if the insurance company, the intended victim, couldn't care less once they'd gotten off the claim. Another thing Nina said, that third company on Macmillan, American Travelers. I spoke with Sid Sidow. Remember him? Yeah, Roth recalled. What'd he say? They've already paid the claim, coughed up $200,000 to Lori Macmillan, easy as you please. That's what accounts for the six-figure balance in the Macmillan bank account. I contacted Sidow, asked if he wanted us to handle this claim past the perfunctory inquiries their investigator had made. I told him in no uncertain terms that the claim reeked of fraud. Sidow's a snob, if you recall. He used that dick in Chicago, the backslapper named Loggart. Then Loggart farmed out the L.A. handling to a guy out there. Probably farmed it out in Manila, too. He did, Roth confirmed. Associated over there handled it. Those fuck-ups. Anyhow, you met Sidow, remember? Yeah, it's coming back to me now. At the Eastern Claims Conference 3 years ago. Right. Arrogant dummy? That's him. We had drinks with him and Loggart. They're Army buddies and Loggart's retired Army intelligence. So are most of Sidow's contacts. Old intel cronies. Sidow didn't like your manners. Roth had called him an idiot, so Sidow never referred business to Premier, even when they cautioned him on mutual cases he shared with other clients. He also refused to reinvestigate bad claims he paid. Paying bad claims didn't look good for him, and he paid a lot of bad claims, so many that one had to wonder if Sidow wasn't on the take. Probably not, but what else could account for his supreme ineptitude? Let me know as soon as you have anything on Macmillan from Budapest. Then got hung up on Corfu. He should be in Athens tomorrow, then up to Budapest. That next day Roth wrapped up the case on the floater in the Clong. The alleged deceased uncle had filed the claim with a Canadian insurance company. Fortunately, the forensics had lifted fingerprints off the corpse, and finally, with the cooperation of the Thai Army, the fingerprints of the insured were obtained. Since he'd served in the Thai Army, the insured's prints 121 didn't match the dead man's. Case closed. The authorities would probably never learn who the floater had been, just one of scores of unsolved cases in Bangkok. Roth wrote up the report and instructed Nina to notify Canadian Immigration that the insured was dead. He had no idea where the insured was, maybe already back in Canada, but he'd get picked up when he passed through Canadian Immigration the next time. As with you, he could explain his apparition to the friggin' Mounties. Canadian authorities weren't much better than the Americans. They also refused to make inquiries on fraudsters playing games overseas. Privacy laws. A Canuck copper had once told him in Vancouver. Everyone had rights these days. No wonder insurance fraud was fashionable. No penalty if you got caught. First, Roth mused, there'd been no-fault automobile accidents, then no-fault divorce, and now there was no-fault fraud. It made a guy think, didn't it? 122:21. The tourist in Phnom Penh was dead. All right. The Cambodian police had done a good job of documenting the death, and the case was an open and shut matter. The guide had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. The dork was gawking at a construction site when a crane operator wasn't watching where he dropped a ton of wet cement. From Phnom Penh, Roth transited back through Bangkok and flew on to Manila. He handled a pair of hospitalization claims in Makati, then decided to take a wild flyer on something that had been chewing at him. That Lolita girl. He had Otero check the RAG's archives for the past few weeks, and now with her last name, Magpeo, and the accident date, Roth pored through accident reports at Manila's police traffic headquarters, until he found hers. What were the odds on two lost souls from Buffalo's Joe's meeting with fatal accidents within weeks of each other? One victim sold amphetamines. The other died from an overdose. What were the odds on them knowing each other? Shorter. Also, maybe 1 in 1,000 people die violently. Here were two on the same case. What were the odds? Much shorter. When his eyes came to rest on the name of the investigating officer in the road death, you wouldn't need a computer to calculate it. S.P.O. Reno Marcellus. Her autopsy photos matched Lolita's passport photos found in her blood-soaked jacket, and her landlady confirmed her identity for Roth. But Marcellus never bothered visiting her room. That wasn't like the Manila gorilla, who'd walk on his knuckles across town for 10 pesos. Unless he knew he'd find nothing of value. She'd been carrying every piece of ID she owned. Since the passport matched the face, that item wasn't planted on her. So why was she carrying her passport to cruise the streets? The cause of death was severe external injuries with massive internal and external bleeding and subsequent heart failure. Her system had been lousy with phenobarbital and alcohol, making misadventure a logical assumption, according to the accident report. A gruesome death, and on this occasion the tabloid photographers were allowed to snap close-ups of her face. Good sordid journalism. The NBI's autopsy photos hadn't disappeared this time, and they were horribly clear. Lolita's mangled face was a gruesome death mask, but she was identifiable. There were no visa stamps in her passport, no arrival or departure stamps to anywhere. Little Miss Magpale had never gone anywhere, and never would. 123. The police report called the case an accidental hit and run. Well, Reno Marcellus was calling it that, despite multiple tire burns on her body. It wasn't Dr. Lecanto's case, but Roth had gone to him anyhow. He was calling it a murder. There were 2 sets of matching tire tracks across the victim's body, yet only one car struck her. It was, of course, a crime to leave the scene of an accident, even here, but nevertheless the police report called it a presumed accident. Correction again. Marcellus was calling it an accident. The police, they do not care. Lecanto had said. The girl was a prostitute and nobody cares about them. They will not try hard to find her killer. Marcellus's investigation report speculated that Miss Magpale had been cruising for John's, perhaps peddling her services car to car in the middle of the street, delusional from booze and pills, and was accidentally struck by one or more automobiles. The Philippine Airlines flight to Masbate Island took 45 minutes. Descending into Masbate City, the pilot braked hard. The landing strip couldn't handle large aircraft, and even the 737 took every foot of runway. The plane sat on the tarmac until the tower cleared it to taxi to the arrivals terminal. Masbate was in the middle of the archipelago. Most places in the Visayas were paradise, clean, safe, inexpensive, the girls wondrously beautiful. But not Masbate. Here remnants of the New People's Army were solidly entrenched. Called the NPA, or Nice People Around, the quasi-communist group controlled parts of Masbate, just as they did in eastern Samar. As the plane came to rest, a ground crew rolled out the stairway. Roth took a last look at the preliminary police report on Lolita Magpeo. Her occupation was listed as hostess. Maybe Marcellus did her a kindness. He could have listed her as a prostitute. That he handled the scene immediately after the incident wasn't lost on Roth, just like Macmillan. Still, Marcellus's supervisor hadn't bothered for a closer look at her case. Nobody gave a shit, except her brothers on Masbate. Roth sat on the bamboo porch of the Magpeo home just outside Masbate City, studying Lolita's 3 brothers, who studied him right back. They had NPA written all over them and didn't much care for Roth's looks. To the NPA, America was behind every problem the Filipinos had. But then most Filipinos blamed America for something. So, nosy Canos weren't particularly welcome to sit down over San Miguel beers, and for that reason Roth told the biggest, oldest, and meanest-looking of the budge to fetch him a beer. Big Brother's eyes said that they'd just as soon crack open Roth's head as crack open a beer for him. But he rattled off something in Tagalog to a small boy who answered to the 124. Name Polly, who jumped down from the porch and scooted beneath the house where the beer was kept. Roth wandered inside the house, not much more than an elaborate hut, and looked around. The boy said nothing at this intrusion, and Roth thought for a moment if he shouldn't piss around the place to stake off his territory. The home sat 10 feet off the ground, up on stilts. It had 4 small rooms, or dividers, under a sleeping loft reached by a bamboo ladder. He asked where their parents were. Big Brother called in to him that their mother was off somewhere in town, wouldn't return until evening. Religious posters and calendars were nailed into the walls here and there, and an old framed photograph showed a young man and woman, Mom and Dad, taken back in the 1960s. An even older photo showed a young man in the soldier's uniform. Apparently, Grandpa had served with the Americans back in the 40s. In the muddy yard below the home, a pig stood chained to one of the foundation posts next to the chicken coops. A rooster crowed from beneath the structure and forayed into the yard. He flapped up, ascended onto the pig's back. Roth went back outside and settled on a railing that ran around the porch, took his beer from Polly. Lolita had been knocked up at 16. A common thing in the islands. No one spoke about the boy who'd done the deed, only that he wasn't around any longer, leaving Roth with little desire to inquire further on that point. Lolita was buried outside of town, and her death was still vivid in their minds. Big Brother ordered Polly inside. The boy went in but popped up shortly at a window overlooking the porch, staring at Roth. Polly was a cute kid, friendly and outgoing. He wore a Boston Red Sox baseball cap and a t-shirt, and watched shyly whenever he thought Roth might not be looking. It soon became a game, Roth shooting him a gotcha look every so often, which started him giggling. Eventually Polly abandoned the game and just stared, wondering what was being discussed about his mother. He didn't understand any of it, but his little eyes watered whenever he heard Lolita's name. Once Roth got the brothers talking, at least grunting, he ran through a list of questions. But they knew little about Lolita's life in Manila. From the money she'd sent to their mother, her occupation should have been obvious. He asked if Lolita was involved in any way with drugs. They didn't know, but in the Peens, using and selling grass was no big deal. Several months ago she returned to Masbate City on one of her occasional trips to see Polly. She spoke of going to America soon, of marrying a Cano who would take care of the family once she was in the States. She hadn't explained much, only that her Cano fiancé would be coming into plenty of money soon. In the meanwhile, she'd return to Masbate and wait until everything was ready for her to travel to America. 125. She'd been expected just around the time they were notified of her death. Instead of meeting a fun-loving, homesick Lolita at the pier, they'd met her coffin. He opened it. Inside was the treasure chest of an uneducated girl who hoarded cheap mementos from her customers. collected and saved from vacations she'd taken, with Johns to places like Boracay, the Palawans, or Porto Azul. There were imitation flowers, t-shirts and sweatshirts, a set of Heineken beer glasses, promotional coffee mugs, a cigar box of costume jewelry, island crafts, plush animal dolls. If there'd been money, the brothers had taken it. In another cigar box were photographs. Most were of Lolita alone, others depicted her man of the moment. Australian customers, Germans, Americans. On the back were dates and places, sometimes the John's name. In a third cigar box, there were letters from boyfriends overseas, and a few letters she'd sent to Polly. Lolita looked happy in the snaps, her eyes bright, smile wide. She'd been a pretty girl. Large eyes, small nose, full pouting lips, long silky hair. There were too many photos and letters to go through carefully just now. Roth snapped the rubber bands around the cigar boxes with the letters and photographs and carried it back out to the porch. "I'll send these back," he said. He shook hands with each of them and asked Big Brother to convey his condolences to their mother when she returned. He went down the steps and walked across the yard, scattering chickens. His driver kick-started his motorcycle, and Roth straddled the seat behind him. He knew Polly was watching him, but he didn't look back. Only one flight returned to Manila daily. The flight he'd arrived on. It was gone, so Roth arranged to fly back the next morning, then contented himself that evening sitting at a hotel bar, flirting with two young pretties as he swigged down beers and went through the contents of one of the cigar boxes. There were silly love bunny letters from Johns, some promising to send 126 Lolita money for her mother's imaginary operations. Others told her about their vacation schedules when they'd see her again. Promises and lies. More than a few had P.O. boxes for a return address. Married men. None of the letters, several dozen in all, offered anything interesting. The girls in the bar said that they were closing. In Masbate City, that meant locking the front door as well. Roth told them to pile a few beers in an ice bucket, close his tab, and lock up. He'd go up to his room when he finished. They complied and turned off all the lights except for a dim lamp over his table. As they were closing the windows back in the restaurant section and preparing to leave, Roth called over to the prettiest one to come up to his room later. She screamed with laughter and the other girl admonished him. "No, no, no. You must marry her for that." "Sure," Roth called back. "But how about the honeymoon tonight?" They laughed and went out through the back door to a small house behind the hotel. The night was dead quiet, with only an occasional sound from a distant motorcycle, a dog barking, another answering. Roth spent an hour looking through the second cigar box, the one with the photos. At the bottom of the box was an address book. Roth thumbed through this and a snapshot fell out on the table. Roth lifted it and turned it over. Whoa, he stared at the face of Peter McMillan. It was a passport photo, the same picture that appeared on the photocopy of McMillan's passport. He turned the photo over again. A single name was written in Lolita's handwriting on the back. Jordan. Written on the page where Jordan's photograph had slipped from were two names. One was Reno Marcellus, with a telephone number from the Southern Manila Traffic Command. The other was Jordan Warner, with a post office box in New York City. There was also a New York telephone number with area code 212, Manhattan. Roth flew back to Manila the following morning. Upon landing at the domestic terminal, he reserved a room at his usual hotel, phoned Otero, and asked that he meet him there. Roth visited the immigration office in Fort Santiago, looked up a source he'd used a few years ago. The man was gone now, so Roth made another friend for 1,000 pesos, requested a listing of the arrivals and departures of one Jordan Warner. Warner had visited the Philippines 3 times, once in April and twice in August, the last time just a week before McMillan's death. On the first and second arrival, he'd flown over from the States, but on the third arrival, he'd come up from Brisbane on Qantas. His last departing flight was on Lufthansa to Frankfurt. Roth returned to his hotel. Otero was there, waiting for him. He had more blow-ups of Macmillan, these focusing on the wrist and arm. Part of a tattoo showed from under the dead man's t-shirt. Roth was certain it was the 127, bottom of the initials USN, United States Navy. Now he at least knew that the deceased was likely an American. He called New York for an update on McMillan. One of Premier's guys had done some poking around over at Lori McMillan's L.A. apartment. Roth listened, took notes. It was interesting stuff. 128. 22 Towers nodded to Millie, walked to counter, studying the few details on Roth's business card. "Yes, sir. You wanted to see me." Roth took in the brunette who'd handed off his card to Towers. She seemed interested, more than interested. Her antennas were up. Then he studied Towers. "Yeah, I wanted to have a look at you." "Excuse me? I want to see your missing persons notifications. For August and September. Who are you looking for?" "Won't know until I find him." "Maybe I won't find him." "Well," Towers said, all huffy, hiding his glee. He just loved it when a brazen civilian marched in off the street and demanded service. "That file is confidential, government business. You'll need an authorization from the next of kin." "Really?" Roth questioned. "What's the big secret?" "Missing an atomic scientist. You can't just go looking through government records. This guy is a smartass who needs a good dressing down." Roth sized him up. "Anal type, huh? Got all the rules and regulations stenciled on your hemorrhoids." "Look, fella," Towers said. "If you have a name, I'll check. If not," he thumbed towards the door. Roth gave an evil smile. "Try McMillan, but I doubt you got a missing on him." Towers stared at Roth. It spoke volumes. "That got your head off the desk, didn't it? Pull McMillan's death file while you're at it. You know the one that goes with this." He slipped a photocopy of McMillan's Form 2060 under the glass. "And before you ask, yeah, Mrs. McMillan has provided an authorization." He slid a photocopy of the release that Lori McMillan had signed as part of the claim application to Amalgamated Life. Towers had been dying to tell this guy where to get off. But this changed things. Maybe Roth had information on Lori. He'd get in his shot afterwards. Tongue-lash this wise guy good and proper. Maybe even call one of the Marines to escort him off the grounds. He couldn't remember the last time he'd done that to some wise-ass. He motioned Roth to the staff entrance. They sat in the staff lounge, Roth looking through the missing persons file. Towers sat opposite, tried to read upside down the papers. Roth laid on 129. The coffee table. Roth paid him no attention. There were only 2 missing persons reports for August and September. Towers hadn't received a response to the letter he'd sent to Lori's P.O. box in New York City, or to the one he mailed to Marcia Post's address. Maybe Lori never received it. He'd send another, just as many as it took to reach her, to get his answer. He'd been composing a follow-up letter in his head just this morning. A few weeks ago, a local insurance guy had come in about McMillan. But the guy only had the same L.A. address for Lori, so Towers blew him off. Maybe there were times when he should give civilians more attention. Like now. "That's it? Just these 2? Roth asked. "Yes, that's all for that period," Towers said, trying for a practiced voice of officialdom. One of the notifications had been retracted later, when a tardy daughter finally called home. When Americans went missing, families queried the consulate on the off chance that the person had registered with the embassy when they entered the country. Except for the police, they had nowhere else to turn. In most poor host countries, Americans took the precaution of registering, giving an approximate itinerary and a date of expected departure from the country. But few Americans bothered to register in Manila, and none had during that period. The second missing notification was interesting. Roth compared it against dates in the McMillan file. The notification was on one Brian O'Toole, whose brother Kevin O'Toole inquired from Boston during the last week of August, the last time on the very day that Lori McMillan had first visited the embassy. Shortly afterwards, a private investigator from Boston paid the embassy a visit on behalf of the O'Toole family. He spoke with Millie O'Hearn, telephoned several times thereafter. Then they heard nothing more from him. K. O'Toole sounded familiar. Roth thought, "Oh yeah, KO for short." Knockout. It came to him, middleweight contender, maybe 12 years back. Roth jotted down Kevin O'Toole's location, pulled the only photograph of Brian O'Toole from the file. It had been left by the private investigator. It was a glossy 8x10 of the family gathered around a Christmas tree. Dated the previous year. Brian was circled with a magic marker. Roth rolled it up and stuffed it in his jacket, closed the file, then opened the file on Peter McMillan. He read the particulars of Lori McMillan's visit to the embassy. "I'm afraid you can't keep that photograph," Towers said. "Why not? You gonna find him?" "No, but..." "Well, perhaps we will." "Yeah, Towers, I can just see you humping your ass out there in the heat, beating the bushes." He took in Towers' white shirt and tie. 130. Towers objected, not at all liking Roth's manners. "Now hold on, fella. You went to Macmillan's funeral," Roth interjected. It was a statement, not a question. "Huh? Well," Towers started. "I did." Roth helped him. "I did. Yes." The question had thrown Towers. Well, it certainly wasn't against the rules if he did. He forgot all about the O'Toole family photo. "Did you see a body? His body?" Roth made a gimme gesture. "Try to keep up with me. I'll go slower." "Did..." The Veterans Administration also couldn't find anything on Peter McMillan, and Towers had tried as well, burning the midnight oil on his computer at home, and calling in favors from State Department buddies to check other indices that he wasn't subscribed to. There was something wrong with this whole affair. "It was closed casket," he said. "Brushing past that, as a matter of fact, I have a few open items I'd like clarified myself. Do you have Mrs. McMillan's current address?" Roth ignored his question. "You didn't see the body when it was being autopsied?" "No, I didn't attend the autopsy. Someone else went." "Yeah, a Miss Ernestine Scales. Did she see the body?" "I imagine so. Wait a sec. Here, I didn't say her name. She met with the police officer and picked up Mr. McMillan's passport. I remember now, she said the NBI pathologists were there, at the funeral home, conducting the autopsy. I don't know what she saw. We could ask her." Roth already had. Ernestine had told him it was her first tour case, and that when she arrived, the autopsy was nearly over. McMillan's skull had been reflected, opened like a coconut. His brain plopped on a scale like meat in a butcher's shop. She'd remained well back from the autopsy table, and admitted her squeamishness once she saw the dead man's face pulled down over his lower skull, like a rubber Halloween mask. She'd become queasy, had to sit down. She'd met Officer Marcellus there. Marcellus said that he hadn't found a passport, only knew that the dead man was an American from the registration card at his hotel, and from his associate, a Mr. Morales. From Los 131. Flores, Scales had driven with Marcellus to the hotel. The passport wasn't in the hotel safe, so, at Officer Marcellus's suggestion, they tossed the room. Marcellus found the passport hidden up in the ceiling tiles. "Clever," Roth had said to her. "I would never have thought to look up there," she'd said. "I guess the police know these things. Where people hide things, I mean." "I'm sure that's what it is," Roth replied. It had taken Marcellus only minutes to find the passport. Surprise, surprise. Miss Scales surveyed Peter McMillan's belongings, but didn't think of going back to the pathologist with the passport to make a positive ID. When she did think about it, she shrugged it off. Autopsy photos taken before the scalp was reflected would be available if anyone needed to see them. Aside from the passport, there were a few traveler's checks in $20 denominations, some pesos, a few credit cards, and a return ticket to L.A. Nothing else except for a few clothes, one piece of luggage, business papers, bills of lading, customs forms, and whatnot. No jewelry, no wristwatch, no camera, or laptop. Morales just happened to turn up at the hotel also, while Miss Scales was there, and she assumed that Officer Marcellus had contacted him. Mr. Morales volunteered to hold Mr. McMillan's clothing and business papers for the wife, saying that she was coming from the States. Yes, he'd contacted her already. Miss Scales had gone through the papers and, determining that there were no negotiable items, gave them to Morales, who provided her with his local phone number, as well as Mrs. McMillan's address in L.A., so that someone from the embassy could communicate with the widow. Towers had sent the mailgram, since he was assigned to handle the matter. Roth thought of having Ernestine here now as he interviewed Towers, but decided against it. Towers wouldn't make any admissions before a witness. "What exactly is this all about?" Towers asked. It came out huffier than he intended. Roth arched an eyebrow. "Tell you how this goes. I've got the investigator's license, so I ask the questions. Now, if I lose my passport and want another one, you get to ask the questions." "Okay. Just keep pushing, buddy," Towers thought, his facial muscles working. "You're gonna go flying out of here on your ass. You didn't see the body at Las Flores, either before or after the autopsy." "No," Towers said. He took the file and reviewed his own notes. "I took the report on the McMillan death from an Officer Marcellus at around 2 p.m. on the day he died. I was advised that the death had occurred in the morning, but the officer didn't have the exact time." Towers went quiet. His mistake was glaringly obvious. He'd neglected to press that question. Marcellus only said that he wasn't certain of the time. Towers remembered 132, thinking that 2 p.m. was just 2 hours after morning, since morning ended at noon. Later, when he learned that the death had occurred in the early morning, he never thought to question the delay, assuming there had been difficulties identifying the body. The man had, after all, croaked in the infamous Buffalo Joe's, and he wasn't exactly a dignitary. Had he been an important figure in Manila, Towers would surely have handled the entire matter himself. Towers next heard from NBI pathologists that afternoon, advising that they would perform an autopsy that evening. Given the circumstances of the man's death, dying in a public place and not under the care of a physician, providing that the embassy had no objection. This was protocol. In essence, they were asking if an American consular officer wanted to be in attendance. Towers assumed that an autopsy would be carried out whether or not there were any objections, as this was a municipal requirement in violent deaths. He acknowledged the call and passed the task to Ernestine Scales. It would be good experience for her. Besides, he didn't like working past 4 p.m., and was expected at the ambassador's residence at 7 for a fourth at bridge. On that day, Ernestine Scales had a stack of files on her desk, most of them passed down to her by him. She was late getting to Las Flores and didn't have McMillan's passport in hand, essential to make a positive identification of the body. Towers knew the passport hadn't been found yet. Therefore, there should have been someone on hand who could identify the dead man. He'd screwed up on that point as well, but wasn't sure what Roth was after. "I saw no reason to question the identity of Mr. McMillan." "Registrar. No certification by NSO?" "That's correct. You're a visa officer now, isn't that right?" "Yes, deputy of the section, in fact. When a Filipino wants a visa, you want positive ID, like a birth certificate, right?" Towers nodded. "But you'll accept a birth certificate only if it's certified by the NSO, correct?" Towers nodded again, wondering when Roth would reveal something about Lori's whereabouts. Whatever this was about, he couldn't see how it concerned her. Roth continued, "You won't accept a birth certificate from the local civil registrar, because we know they're crooks, right?" "Right," Towers agreed. "So," Roth said, "why accept a death certificate from the local civil registrar?" He leaned back and stretched his arms across the back of the 133. In his jacket were the 2 death certificates with the same registration number. One on Peter McMillan, the other on Arturo Reyes. Both had the same number, both died on the same date. But Peter Macmillan's death wasn't recorded at the NSO. I'm not sure I understand, Towers said. I'm certain there was a body, no doubt, Roth said. But the question is, whose body? Marcellus had come up with a corpse, and anywhere else when you saw a crook you yelled, cop. But in Manila, when you saw a cop, you yelled, crook. Towers shook his head, at a loss to grasp where Roth was going with this. Lori came to mind. What was new? She came to mind every hour of every day. He was confused. But there was something here that Roth brought out. It annoyed him, that something in the back of his mind, nagging at him once more. The time with Lori rushed back to him, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. How Millie had called back over her shoulder in the staff lounge, telling him how Porta Azul wouldn't wait. Then Lori's reservations at the bungalow there for the weekend. Had she heard Millie? He ground his teeth, frustrated with this something just beyond his reach. Lori's suspicious look when he announced he was going down to Porta Azul also. Later, he felt certain she either dropped hints or said outright where she'd be staying. And that creepy feeling on the beach those nights he went searching for her. Damn, there were times he wanted to scream out his rage. What was it? Where was Lori? Roth shook his head, went for the throat. Okay, you fucked Mrs. Macmillan, right? Towers groaned. That was clear enough then. What's your part in this scam? Towers jerked his head up. Scam? What scam? No, nothing, I swear. You may have to, Roth fired back. You saw her again after she left Manila? No, I didn't. And I don't know what you're talking about. What scam? But you tried to see her. Yes. At her place in L.A. Yes, Towers said, incredulous, wondering how Roth knew. Roth studied Towers. The jerk was only a pawn. He didn't have the balls to pull off a scam like this. Plus, he'd left his card with the couple in L.A., and with Florentino at Las Flores. If he was a Confederate, he wouldn't leave his fingerprints all over the case. It was simple. Lori Macmillan waited in Manila to be certain she had the 2060 in hand, rather than chance a snag coming up if she left without it. She got the report from this dummy, then skipped out, apparently to New York. 134. Roth stood, putting away his papers. The woman who'd been watching them from outside came into the lounge, a cup in her hand. She walked over to the coffee pot. Roth turned to leave. Towers stood and whispered, "Do you have her current address, Mr. Roth?" Roth was thinking about his next move, to the Manila Hotel, where Lori Macmillan had stayed. But there was also an open item. Macmillan's passport had an arrival stamp into the Philippines, but no departure stamp, since he supposedly died here. If a stand-in corpse was used, how did the entry stamp get there? That was an easy one. Marcellus obviously had an immigration officer in his employ. Roth looked again at the arrival stamp in the photocopy of Macmillan's passport. The circled red number of the immigration officer was illegible. No doubt, purposely so. Therefore, Warner could have entered on Macmillan's ticket and passport, then have Marcellus's inspector enter Warner as an arrival as well. One man came in, but with two passports, and obviously a passport was missing. Roth would have to check if Macmillan's arrival ticket had been used. If so, that's what happened. Warner then gave Macmillan's passport and return ticket to Marcellus, and used his own passport from there on. Warner also took out a travel policy in Brisbane under Macmillan's name. But how did he do that without a visa for Australia in Macmillan's passport? Simple again. The insurance agent in Brisbane, probably someone at a travel agency, licensed to sell insurance, hadn't checked for a visa. Probably only looked at the fly page of a photocopy of Macmillan's passport when he wrote the policy. Tourists often traveled around with only a photocopy of their passport, particularly when they left their passport locked in a hotel safe or at an embassy, if they were applying for a visa to travel to their next destination. Also, Warner checked in at the Gellert under Macmillan, but had flown to Europe on his own passport. He likely registered with a credit card issued to Macmillan, but paid cash when he checked out. So the spa records would be under Macmillan, which would be necessary to file for the hospitalization claim. But why leave a trail on Macmillan? Why not? Warner never expected the trails to cross. Towers moved in front of Roth's view. "I asked if you have Mrs. Macmillan's current address," he repeated, quiet. "Sorry," Roth said, a malicious grin on his face. "That's confidential non-government business. You'll need an authorization for that." He reached the door, stopped and turned. Millie was pottering around, pretending to look occupied, eavesdropping with her back to them. It wasn't a reach to see that her interest was personal. Below the belt time, he smiled at Towers. "Shame on you, sir," he said, his voice raised in indignation. "Sniffing around Mrs. Macmillan, that poor, sweet widow." He tossed a look at Millie as she turned around. 135. Eyebrows arched, Towers turned beet red. Rolf went out the door, chuckling. Fuck the stuffy little bureaucrat. Fuck him to tears. On the way back to his hotel, Roth detoured to the address shown for Peter Macmillan's so-called associate, Mr. Morales. As he anticipated, it was a blind. The street existed, but the house number didn't, and the phone number Morales had given to the embassy rang, then emitted a busy signal. It was a phone company test line. It was an old trick that investigators used. Well, investigators and conmen. Towers sat in his office that afternoon, mulling over this business, feeling very much out of touch with everything and everyone, particularly the American community. It had never dawned on him how isolated government employees could be. Still, Roth was no gentleman to reference him and Lori with such intimacy. Millie had bit her lip, left the staff room without a word, and avoided him all afternoon. Well, to hell with her, anyhow. Who did Roth represent? Towers plucked Roth's business card from his jacket hanging on the chair. There was a New York number. He looked at the wall clock. It would be 9 a.m., New York time. He dialed the number. In a small windowless office at Premier Services on Long Island, the light on the red telephone lit up as it rang, a red light also blinking on the instrument in Nina's office. She walked into the office and picked it up on the fourth ring, answered with only the last 4 digits. "Hello." Towers spoke loud into the receiver, even though the connection was perfect. "Yes, may I help you?" "I'd like to speak with Mr. Roth, please." Of course Roth wouldn't be there, but he wanted to verify the business affiliation. "I'm sorry," Nina said. "There's no Mr. Ross here." "Roth?" Towers repeated. "Roth, not Ross. What can I do for you, Mr. Roth? Is this—" "No, I'm not Mr. Roth." Towers squinted to read the card, moved closer to the lamp. "My name is Mr. Towers. Is this—" He noticed that no company name was shown on the card, only Roth's name, his title, investigator, and this phone number. "Is this an investigation company?" Nina smiled. "We are manufacturers' representatives." "Who are you? Who are you calling?" "Towers. Mr. Towers. For Mr. Roth." "What number do you have, Mr. Roth?" Towers rolled his eyes. No, I am Mr. Towers." He read the number on the card, beginning with the 516 area code. 136. "Well, that's the right number, but there's no Mr. Towers here, and we're not investors. Investigators," he shouted into the phone. "What are you investigating?" No, I'm not an investigator. I asked if you were." "Me? Heavens, no. I'm a receptionist." Towers slammed the receiver down, cursed. Roth had bullshitted him. At her end, Nina logged in the call on a sheet next to the phone. The line had an unlisted number registered to a Thomas Payne. The number was given out by their field reps when they were working a pretext, or a sting. Before giving out this number, the rep first alerted Nina that someone might call in connection with a case he was handling. Often an alias was given by the investigator. In any event, she always spieled out a conversation that fit in with the particular sting the rep was working. She always answered with the suffix, and if not otherwise instructed, always said that they were manufacturers' representatives, while under all circumstances denying knowledge of anyone's real name. This line meant that someone was suspicious, trying to uncover the investigator. Nina checked the caller ID. The call came from out of area. The caller was probably named Towers, probably Caucasian, and had asked to speak with Roth. Towers? Towers? Wasn't the U.S. consular officer on the Macmillan claim named Towers? If it was, why would Roth work a pretext on him? She shrugged, noted this in the log, and went out of the office. It was insignificant, or Roth would have forewarned her. Towers poured himself a whiskey, something he never did alone, and never at the office. Before he'd met Lori, that is. Sure, she had betrayed him. But maybe she had to. He thought again of her sad, sweet face when she'd cried those times they were together. That couldn't have been acting. Then, as he had 1,000 times, he thought of her fascinating body up against his, and his brain went limp. He thought to call Morales again, but didn't bother. After trying 100 times, the man was just never around. In his hotel room, Roth replayed the meeting with Towers as he packed his bag. The consulate had heard nothing further from Kevin O'Toole. Perhaps Brian eventually surfaced, which was usually the case. But O'Toole was a Mick, and Micks often had red hair and freckles. Like the dead man, he phoned and registered into the Manila hotel, unhappy about paying $200 a night, a discount rate at that, even if his client was paying. He left a message with Otero, where he'd be, then checked out of his hotel and taxied over to the Manila. He normally stayed at hotels that figured in an investigation. It was bad form, and information was usually refused, to poke around a hotel, 137, asking about guests. Unless he was a guest himself, then management couldn't very well stop him. At the Manila, he dropped his bag in his room, called down for a bottle of rum, cokes, and ice, then called reception, and asked for the assistant manager to come to his room. 15 minutes later, an attractive woman, late 20s, arrived at his door at the same time as the room service boy. She asked if there was a problem. Roth said there wasn't. He introduced himself, and the reason for his visit. He signed the tab and offered her a drink, which she politely declined. He handed her Lori Macmillan's name and the date she stayed at the hotel, and advised that he'd require information on telephone numbers she'd called, and other charges made to her account. Plus, he wanted to interview some of the hotel staff. This Rosalas C. in turn offered her card, explained that her last name was pronounced C, then diplomatically refused this information on the grounds of confidentiality, explaining that, as a guest himself, Roth could appreciate their policy. "I'm sure you take my point," she finished. Roth said that the Manila hotel was hereby free to tell anyone absolutely anything they knew about him. So there, he added that, first, this was a government inquiry. Feel free to check with Mr. Towers at the American Embassy. And second, he didn't want to pester the girls in the telephone room, all 3 shifts, the waiters, bartenders, chambermaids, clerks, at the front desk, all 3 shifts, plus 100 guests if he found it necessary to canvass guests, door to door for repeat customers who might recall the widow Macmillan. No, in his opinion, handling these things discreetly through management in the person of Miss Rosalas C., pronounced C., against intrusive, insensitive inquiries conducted day and night, pestering everyone under the roof, starting unfounded rumors, even creating doubts as to hotel security. He smiled, drew a breath, and summarized, "I'm sure you take my point." Miss Rosalas C. gauged Roth at length, weighing his determination. She'd checked his registration before coming upstairs. His Platinum American Express credit card was on file. He'd booked in for 3 nights. 72 hours was too long to keep this creep around. His registration card read that he was going next to the U.S. Good. Let's move his cano butt along, give him what he wants as soon as humanly possible, and get him the hell out of the hotel. She smiled, saying that she would be only too happy to oblige the U.S. government. However, she added. She could only provide handwritten details. No copies of anything. Roth remarked that that was absolutely the best way to handle matters, then asked her to send up the maid who'd cleaned Mrs. McMillan's room. That would be a woman named Rosalinda, Miss Rosella Sy advised, asking if it was necessary that she stay for the interview. Roth said that it wasn't, but if she wished to, only that Miss 138 Rosella C. should explain to Rosalinda that she was expected to be completely candid. He asked Miss Rosella C. how she knew, off the top of her head, which maid it was. She recalled Mrs. McMillan, she answered, who'd stayed here for a total of 3 nights, on 2 separate occasions, split by a few days, when she visited Porto Azul. It was general knowledge that Mrs. McMillan had just lost her husband, and the staff had tried to be especially helpful. Roth read more into it than that. The Manila hotel was a large operation, and usually quite busy. So what if there was a recent widow amongst the guests? Just what made Lori McMillan stand out? What else? He asked. There's more. Miss Rosella C. seemed to search the floor for an answer. Well, Mrs. McMillan encouraged several rumors, it seems. Yes? Roth coaxed. There's a rumor that Mrs. McMillan had been forward with some of the staff. Miss Rosella C. looked embarrassed. I'm all ears, my dear. Well, sir, it was suggested that Mrs. McMillan propositioned some of the staff members. TC, who would have thunk it? Miss Rosella C. shrugged, almost apologetic. These are just rumors, which meant, of course, that there were no reports in writing. He could just picture the general manager reading the morning report. Housekeeper Rosalinda observed the lovely widow, McMillan galloping the room service waiter on the serving cart. Roth chuckled to himself, and to Miss Rosella's relief, he didn't ask her to single out any of the staff. He asked, was that staff member she propositioned? Yes. Isn't that redundant? I don't understand. Oh, Roth cracked up, enjoying Miss Rosella C.'s innocence. Her face blushed crimson. He thanked her for her assistance, showed her out, but asked if she was available for a drink later, during which time he'd advise her on the progress of his investigation, hoping of course to carry his inquiries further, possibly into her panties. She apologized that she couldn't. Her husband was picking her up for dinner. Roth shrugged, said he understood, and wondered what the maid Rosalinda looked like. Approaching her pension years, unfortunately. Rosalinda didn't provide much information at first, but Roth prodded her along with specific questions. She said that Mrs. McMillan carried few things with her, only 1 small suitcase of carry-on size, but purchased several items from the 139 hotel gift shop. During her 2 brief stays, her room had a very strong albeit pleasant scent of musk, presumably from an expensive fragrance she wore. Embarrassed, Rosalinda said that she was certain that on at least 1 occasion, 2 people had been in Mrs. McMillan's bed. She grew quiet, preferring specific questions. Gimme, Rosalinda. What else? Well, sir, Mrs. McMillan traveled with a sizable collection of. She had trouble getting the words out. Never in her life had she spoken such words to a man. Especial condoms. What was essential? Bells and whistles. Rosalinda couldn't meet his eyes, replied that they were of the French variety. It was stressful for her to speak so frankly with a strange man about such intimate things. She wondered if she should include this in the confessional on Saturday. But what could she do? Miss Rosella C. had instructed her to be candid. Roth laughed, which didn't make this any easier for Rosalinda. Every kind of condom was on the market these days, even in the peens, colors, studded and ribbed, and with alien-like tentacles. It wouldn't be long before someone engineered a condom that could whistle, maybe shrill and off-key, Rhapsody in Blue during the old in and out. And chambermaids saw them all. He thanked her for her help and tipped her 500 pesos. Rosalinda pocketed the note reluctantly. That he wore the Widow McMillan episode around his neck like a medal. Tony shrugged. Sure, sir, I popped her. She asked me up to her room. Both times she stayed here. Hot bod. To die for, but... He clucked his tongue. But what? She was like lightning, Mr. Roth. So, the second time, after she returned from Porto Azul, she had me doing handstands to ring her chimes. And afterwards, I said, "Hey, how about me? You know, I didn't get mine." Know what she said? I can guess. Antonio's eyes went incredulous, looking into Roth's mano a mano like. She told me to get out, or she'd scream rape. What could I do? Antonio protested. Please don't tell anyone, Mr. Roth. She could still make trouble for me. 140. I don't think so, Antonio, Roth said, distracted, thinking he should visit the bungalows in Porto Azul. She was here for something too big to bother with a scandal. Yes? Like what? Roth looked around, conspiratorial, leaned over to Antonio, who moved closer. She's a communist spy, Tony. No kidding? Antonio drew back, wide-eyed. Yeah, with ties to Middle Eastern terrorists and the NPA, IRA, and Mata Hari. Roth put pesos on the bar to cover the drinks. Your assistance has been very important. Antonio smiled, impressed with himself. His tryst with Mrs. Macmillan had been ignominious to him. Yes, but still, she was a great-looking head, and to his co-workers, she represented a trophy. A cocky smile crossed his face as he shrugged, nonchalant-like. Roth couldn't have that. You were extremely fortunate, Antonio. Why's that? She usually gets her victims alone. When she's done using 'em, she ties 'em up, gags 'em, and castrates 'em. Balls and all. Oh, Jesus, Mary, Joseph! Antonio flinched, slammed his knees closed, made the sign of the cross. The next morning Roth was having breakfast in bed when a bellboy knocked on his door. He handed Roth a plain envelope. Inside there were several handwritten notes on unmarked paper. One was Lori Macmillan's total expenditure here at the hotel, which included her purchases in the gift shop, her meals, even what she'd ordered in the coffee shop. Another note listed her overseas calls during both stays. There were only 2 calls, both to the same Manhattan number and lasting less than 3 minutes. She charged everything on a credit card under the name of Lori Macmillan. It was Friday morning and he wanted to be in New York City on Monday night. He reserved a seat to L.A. for Monday, connecting to New York. But first, Porto Azul. He made a reservation at the bungalows where Lori Macmillan had stayed according to the hotel's records, arranged for a car and driver from the hotel to take him down there. As he was checking out, the receptionist gave him an envelope that Nestor Otero had left for him. On the way to Porto Azul, he studied the photographs. A dozen blow-ups of the back of the man's hand. The pale ring around the man's wrist was prominent. Roth studied the knuckles, large, perhaps twice their normal size, rough-looking, damaged. It was the karate hand Florentino had spoken about. Roth put the envelope away and chatted with his driver. Jip was a roly-poly type of guy with a pleasant smile. After a while, Jip asked him if he was a friend of Mrs. Macmillan. Roth was making inquiries. Jip recalled Mrs. Macmillan. At first, he'd been assigned by the transportation desk to drive her down to Porto Azul, but when she saw him, she demanded another driver. Jip didn't understand why until the young man chosen to drive her, a strapping 23-year-old named Claro, returned to Manila and let fly a secret. Mrs. Macmillan had demanded sex from him. Claro feared for his job, as she'd threatened a complaint of sexual harassment if he didn't service her. Claro relented, doing the deed in the back seat behind a gas station on the road down to Porto Azul. Roth howled, and funnier yet was Jipe's replay of his conversation with Claro, who confirmed that the widow was a rabbit indeed. Their tryst in the back seat ended within seconds. Then the merry widow reverted to being a cool, indifferent passenger. She didn't speak to Claro for the rest of the trip, and adding insult to injury, hadn't even tipped him. Risky business, Jip added. What you mean? Roth asked. She liked risky business, sir. You know, doing it right there in broad daylight in the back of a car. Jip laughed, recalling Claro's consternation. The beautiful Kana barked orders, demanding that he wear a condom that she whipped out from her purse like a smoking six-gun. Poor Claro shook throughout, relieved when the ordeal was over. At the bungalows, an added ha-ha-ha to his conversation with Jip came from Ernesto, the big security guy. So this Kano came along, see? I think she'd been watching for him, trying to meet him, you know. They had dinner and later they were in the pool. She was dressed for murder, man. Then they went to the beach where she got it on with him. We were watching, man, the other guard and myself, through the fence. When she finished him, which was real fast, Ernesto snapped his fingers. She left him bare-assed on the beach looking for his shorts. She came in laughing, didn't see us, and went to her bungalow. So I switched off the lights real quick so the guy wouldn't come back in here. He was looking for his shorts all night, bare-assed on the beach. Roth cracked up. Towers hadn't disclosed that juicy tidbit. Lori Macmillan was becoming more interesting with each interview, and one thing was clear. She enjoyed exercising power over people. You didn't get some? No. Ernesto shook his head. She flirted a lot, batted her eyes, accidentally on purpose flashed some titty. But she was coming and going a lot, baby following this guy around. It was more like she was working than taking a vacation. 142. 23 Los Angeles, a 3-hour layover at LAX. Roth cleared immigration, then went outside in the pre-dawn light for a smoke. He waited until 9 o'clock in Boston before calling the O'Toole Trucking Company. The receptionist said that Mr. Kevin O'Toole was on another line, and there was another call holding ahead of Roth. I'm calling about Brian. The receptionist was quiet then. Yes, sir. Please hold the line, sir. His first question was answered. Brian was still missing. Roth remembered more about the family. The O'Tooles were interstate truckers. About 10 years ago there had been a bloodletting between some Massachusetts trucking firms and the mob in Providence. The O'Tooles were involved somehow, but Roth couldn't recall the details. K. O'Toole here. A gruff voice came on the line. Who's this? What's this about Brian? Kevin O'Toole. K.O. for short. Knockout. A former welterweight contender, who'd almost made it, but lost the title shot, then the rematch, to the lightning-fast Puerto Rican champion. The second defeat ended his aspirations. He quit the ring at 26, joined his father and brothers in the family business. The O'Tooles also figured in Boston politics, prominent folks, since they'd shipped over from Ireland in the 1880s. The name's Roth. I'm a private investigator. About Brian. He never turned up. Why the fuck you want to know about Brian? Oh, tough guy, huh? Yeah, this must be K. O'Toole, the guy who couldn't whip a skinny spick without a dozen goons behind him. How'd you know about Brian? O'Toole asked. Then, never mind. What's it to you? Pop quiz, Mick. I got the PI license. The way this goes is like this. So pay attention. I ask the questions, and you answer them. Now if I want to rent a truck, guess who gets to ask the questions? You wouldn't be making with the mouth if you were here in front of me. How would I recognize you after what that spick did to your face? Where are you, wise guy? O'Toole was hot. Roth imagined he was standing at his desk, ready for the bell. Heading for the States, coming out of Manila. But hey, killer, I'll be in New York tonight. You want to come down for another pummeling, or you 143? Want to tell me about your brother? In fact, there was no way Roth would square off with this guy. O'Toole had been a meat grinder in the ring, but he lost the title shot because he went berserk whenever he got hurt. The champion had wisely paced O'Toole, jabbing and moving, cutting and dancing. He outpointed O'Toole, twice. Simple as that. You find him yet? There was a long silence then. No, we ain't. O'Toole asked again who Roth was. Roth. R-O-T-H. Take my New York number. I'll go real slow, so you can write it down with your crayon. He gave the number. O'Toole repeated it. So why you calling me, Roth? I don't need to hire another private dick who can't find his own ass with both hands. Say, that's clever. Can't find his ass with both hands. I gotta remember that. Look, you fucking leprechaun, I'm not a private dick. I'm divorced, so that part of me's gone public. I'm a private investigator. Get that straight. And I ain't looking for a job. I'm trying to help. Yeah, why? Maybe it'll help the case I'm working on. But there you go again, asking questions. And I warned you about that, didn't I? Roth could hear Ko breathing on the other end, fuming. Long seconds passed before the Irishman calmed down. So why you want to know? That's better. Did Brian wear a Cartier? A watch? Silence again. Roth had used the past tense. The question hung heavy on the line. Yeah, O'Toole answered, his voice gone soft. Dad gave it to him when he graduated community college. What you sayin' here? Was Brian into karate? Yeah, he was. Big time. Even before he went into the Navy. Stayed with it and got an honorary brown belt over in Asia. Continued when he got home. Had a black belt by the time he was 22. A lot of good karate did him. Did Brian visit the Philippines when he was in the Navy? Lots of times. He and a bunch of fellows took liberty there. That's like a furlough. He was a machinist's mate. O'Toole threw in, then grew quiet again. Keep talking, Ko. What do you need? A roadmap. Tell me about Brian. He, liked Asia. Went back once or twice a year whenever he could get time off. Liked the girls there, though I never understood why. I'd seen pictures of him with a lot of Filipino chicks. Never saw the attraction. They're, dark. You don't like dark people, huh? No. I mean, O'Toole was vaguely aware of political correctness in America. I mean, they're okay. 144? So why don't you own any? Huh? Go on, Roth urged. So, like I said, he went back every year or so. Took a month off each time. Those brown birds cost him his marriage. His wife divorced him. We're Catholic, see? And he got a divorce. Broke Mom's heart. And he's never been much on the job after that. We had him managing accounts, troubleshooting like that. What could we do? He's our kid, brother, you know. But shit, how do you stop a guy from screwing up his life? You couldn't very well kick his ass. Not a guy with a black belt, even if his brains were in his pants. He ever talk about anyone special in the peens? Once. After his trip last year, he was writing to her, sending her money. Was thinking about marrying her? That's who he went to see. She had a kid. From some other guy, Brian liked baseball. The Red Sox? Yeah. How'd you know? Beer drinking, blue-collar Mick from Boston. Not a giant stretch for that one. But Roth remembered Lolita's kid, little Polly, wearing the baseball cap. Do you remember the woman's name? No. I never really paid attention when he went on about her and her kid. He's got a kid of his own, from his own marriage, That was the kid he should have been talking about, thinking about. You know what I mean? But Tracy, his ex-wife, never let him near the kid. Not for the past couple of years. Not after he brought home a case of clap. So what happened? Brian phoned me when he got back over there the last time. He found out the bird was seeing other guys all the while. He'd been sending her money. Horse'll do that. Right, he was drunk as shit. Called me too, 3 times after that. Always drunk. Poor fuck even cried once. I felt sorry for him, told him to get his ass home. The broad, oh yeah, Lolita, was her name. I remember now, from that movie. She told him to piss off 'cause she had another guy who was going to take care of her and her kid. She told him to forget about her. Go home. But he didn't, Roth asked, turning his back to the phone. He spotted an attractive woman in her late 30s waiting near the phone bank in arrivals. She wore stylish glasses and a conservative, well-tailored 2-piece suit that didn't hide her curves. Her hair was chestnut. Long. Pulled high off her long neck. Up into a bun. Maybe a lawyer. His type. Refined. Educated. With a quiet, gentle, unassuming nature. A lover of the classics. Fusion cuisine. Wines and film festivals. The good things in life. Warm, 145 Intimate conversations. Thoughtful, sensitive, beautiful. And check out that dynamite rack. A throng of nieces and nephews came wheeling luggage carts out from customs in front of their parents. The kids saw her, screamed Auntie Lois, broke and ran to her. Roth pegged them as an expat family, returning to the States after a year or two, where Daddy worked for a multinational. "Nah," O'Toole said. "He hasn't come home. Said he was gonna hang around, try to change her mind. Offered to marry her himself. Woulda gone over with your mother, like the Dalai Lama saying Mass at St. Patty's? Brian used drugs? No way. He's dumb, but he ain't stupid. He likes to drink. Likes his brew. An Irishman drinking beer? Quit it. Your investigator found no trace of him? The children surrounded Auntie Lois, who embraced them in turn, the smallest first, working up to the oldest. Big hugs. Yeah, they'd been away a long time, and Auntie Lois was very popular with them." Roth studied her long, trim legs, well-turned ankles. She could be popular with him, too. He found nothing, K.O. said. No trace of him. Brian called from an exchange office in Manila. Cheaper than from his hotel, I guess, and he didn't say where he was staying. Cops have nothing. Our embassy has nothing. Philippine immigration has him going in, but no record of him coming out. "All right, K.O., I'll be in touch," Roth said. "Hey, you tell me what you got. You're on the job. Whatever you need." "I don't work for Mix," Roth said, hanging up. Roth had been talking about Brian in the past tense, but K.O. only heard what he wanted to hear. Roth picked up his bag and walked over to the welcoming party. As the oldest niece finished hugging Auntie Lois, Roth handed his bag to a nephew, threw out his arms. Lois shyly accepted a hug. As the parents looked on, smiling, the niece-nephews exchanging sly glances, a silent taunt on their lips. "Auntie Lois has a boyfriend. Auntie Lois has a boyfriend. God, Lois, you look fabulous," he growled, hugging her tight. Yep, those headlights were proud suckers, making this a great welcome home to America. He disengaged, held her at arm's distance, looked her up and down. "And you feel fabulous," he sighed, dropped his arms with a sad face, took his bag from the nephew. "Sorry, can't stay, gotta catch a connection," and walked towards the terminal exit. Lois smiled after him, turned to her sister, frowning. "Who on earth is that?" Faces dropped, smiles faded, and eyes widened, as Mom, Pop, and kids asked in unison. "You don't know him." 146. 147. 24 Little Neck, New York Premier, maintained a corporate apartment in Little Neck. It had once been Roth's apartment, and he still kept a lot of his clothes there, plus artifacts he'd collected from his travels over the past 15 years. Company reps from around the globe crashed here now when they came through New York. Premier recruited reps worldwide to keep up with their growing business, bringing them to New York for training, sometimes for court testimony. They had a good track record for winning cases in litigation, turning many into bench warrants for arrest, and ultimately, convictions. Clients never wanted to go to trial. They were satisfied just to get off the claim. But some cases were too big to ignore, and others went to trial when beneficiaries sued on weak cases, tried to scrounge a little parting cash. Piss-ass nuisance suits. Too often it worked. Insurers abandoned principal in the face of high legal fees. Suicides, for instance. It was easier to settle than go to trial. Favorable judgments on suicides were iffy, unless the insured left a note, and for good measure His Holiness the Pope witnessed it. The 3-bedroom apartment was buttoned up tight, unused for several weeks. The windows were closed and locked, water turned off. Roth detected an aroma. Curry. Their man from Kerala was the last to camp here. Before that, their guy in Cairo came through, on his way to Nashville for a deposition. Souvenirs covered the walls, primitive masks staring at him as he went through the place turning on lights. Roth went back through the apartment, throwing windows open, even though it was chilly outside. The smallest bedroom was converted to an office from the days when Roth bounced between Asia and New York. 11 o'clock. He was hyper after a long trip. He Check the office. A message on the answering machine. Nina called earlier to welcome him back, said she'd be up until midnight if he needed to call. He decided not to disturb her. Tomorrow was soon enough. He splashed water on his face, took a Weiser, walked up to a restaurant on Northern Boulevard. Maybe he could scare up abroad. But from what he saw on these occasional trips to the States, Americans weren't having sex anymore. They worked out, ate flour salads washed down with mineral water, hung on the phone and masturbated. Depressing. No, he wasn't home. He was only visiting his clothes. 148. He took a taxi to the office in the morning. Nina was in already, even though it wasn't yet 7 o'clock. He hadn't seen her for 6 months, although they communicated weekly, sometimes daily, from wherever he was in Asia. They greeted each other with hugs, and he tried to squeeze her ass, a habit from working together for all these years. They munched employee gossip with their coffee in the library, then got down to cases. Literally, Nina outlined some of the bigger, more problematic cases. They had over 100 active jobs, a dozen in Africa, 30 or so around Europe, about the same number in Central and South America, the Middle East and Asia. She'd just sent a package of cases to his apartment in Bangkok for China, Taiwan, and more in the Philippines, and a few scattered elsewhere. The package would have arrived in Bangkok yesterday, while Roth was in the air. She was also working up cases in Papua New Guinea, Malaysia, and Vietnam. When the embargo against Vietnam was lifted, fraudulent cases came rolling in. Vietnamese Americans could go back home now. And they took a lot of travel policies with them. It totaled 8 new cases Roth needed to handle when he got back, so he couldn't stay here long with that kind of volume waiting for him. "Where's all this work coming from?" he groused. "Our website. Don't complain. One more thing," Nina said. "A guy named O'Toole called yesterday. From Boston. Wanted to speak to you as soon as you got in. Knew you were coming. Bossy, tough guy type. What's the latest on Macmillan?" Roth ignored her question. "Call him back. Tell him I'll be in touch when I'm ready, and tell him to send his investigator's report on Brian to me in Bangkok." "Who's Brian?" Nina asked, jotting down a note. "Just tell him. And if he gets pushy, tell him you'll send some little Puerto Rican up to smack him around." "A Puerto Rican? Got that." "Sure, I'll tell him," she said, pensive, her questions sitting somewhere out in left field. "When are you going to interview Mrs. Macmillan?" "As soon as I get to it. She's called Kim Cannon several times, demanding they take action. But aside from the interview with the Chase Hampshire rep, she's heard nothing more from them either. I told her you'd call as soon as you got in. Before you ask, no, she has no idea you've been to Manila. I told her you were just out of town. She knows we represent Amalgamated, but probably not that we handle overseas, and I didn't mention we also represented Chase now. I'll take it from here," Roth said. He took a vacant office for visiting reps, closed the door. Nina now had his old office, where a once fully stocked bar was now piled high with case files, and her desk looked like a hand grenade had exploded on it. Roth marveled at how she kept anything 149 straight, but she did, keeping her pulse on all the reps and cases. Momentarily she knocked on the door, came in with the report from the Gellert, in Budapest. "Hot off the facts," she said. "Is it the same Macmillan? Can't be anyone else." She stood by the door. He knew what she was thinking. She was a good investigator, and her question about why the companies weren't to be notified about the hospitalization claim remained unanswered. Roth didn't look at her. With nothing more from him, she went out, closing the door behind her. Roth made a call to Sid Sidow of American Travelers, and after a few minutes was put through to him. "Sidow. Sidow, this is Roth. With Premier. On the Macmillan case, we're working it for 2 companies, Amalgamated and Chase Hampshire. But I understand you guys already paid it." "That's right. It's out of the contestability period. We checked it out." Sidow sounded his usual pompous self. "Who'd you use in Manila?" Roth asked. I'd rather not say, but we're satisfied. Roth knew. Sido used Logart, who, in turn, used Dubs in L.A. to interview Mrs. McMillan, then had Associated Insurance Adjusters in Manila verify the death. He'd seen their business card at Las Flores Funeraria. How they accepted the death certificate was curious. Had Boy Carrera entered it in the death register after all? Not likely. Boy probably just certified Associated's copy of the death certificate, and their rep didn't know to check the manual ledger of check with NSO. They hadn't contacted the consulate, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Towers would have blown them off. He was above answering to investigators, and a Filipino probably wouldn't have gotten through the door. As for Associated in Manila, Premier had tried using them a few years back on a case. Were inept at best or on the take at worst. They'd reported a clean case, whereas Roth knew it was dirty just from looking at the death certificate. He rehandled that one. It was fraudulent. Confronting Associated with the results of his investigation, they gave him polite, shit-eating grins and shrugged it off, asking nevertheless when their bill would be paid. Logart never traveled further than the other side of his desk, and had never been to the Philippines. He was as pompous as Sido, and held himself out as an expert in international claims. Sido wouldn't know about Associated, because Logart probably took their report and retyped it on his own stationery to project an international image. Logart was a master at fluff, had once repeated the old salesman's slogan that if you can't dazzle a client with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. 150. Look, Sido, Logart doesn't know the Philippines from the Philistines. He used some dummies in Manila. Pays them $7 an hour. What can you expect for that? Roth wanted to know exactly what Sido had. It could be important later. We've paid and closed the case. Sido wouldn't believe he'd erred in his choice of investigators, because he knew less about the Philippines than Logart. Even if he did think there'd been a screw-up, he didn't want to hear about it now. For starters, he'd look bad. Secondly, he'd doubt the chances of recovering the money forked over to Mrs. McMillan. It was best to let sleeping dogs lie. Listen, Roth said, the case is complicated, but it's fine with me if you won't listen. Your partner, Miss Davis, told me a few things already, and what you're saying is your opinion, not fact. We have a death certificate, plus the police report, which includes an autopsy from the Philippines FBI, plus a bill from the undertaker, plus a report of the death of an American citizen abroad, plus, Roth mimicked silently. Look, he persisted, death certificates in the Philippines are spurious. The cops are corrupt. The MBI's pathologist could have opened the wrong guy, and the funeral home has no idea who they fried. There, Sido had every chance to reverse himself. If he didn't, all the better. You have nothing, Roth. Try this. Maybe a certain Peter McMillan was somewhere else a week after he was supposed to be dead. The line went quiet. Then, McMillan's a common name. Sido was reaching. Roth groaned. The dead guy's ashes were left in the funeral home in Manila. Mrs. McMillan's prerogative. We understand she and her husband hadn't been on the best of terms. What did Sido need? A diagram? Didn't matter. Sido wouldn't reinvestigate the claim and would never hire Premier. He didn't like Roth's attitude. He was irreverent. That's the word Sido once used. Logart was his old army chum. They hung together at claims conferences, Logart doing the backslapping, drink-buying routine. Sido was no international player, and he lacked field experience. Worse yet, he was an attorney, which placed his chair on the right hand of God. So he'd be seen as mortal if he reversed himself. To have erred was out of the question. Asshole. You've made no mistakes? Roth asked. Got it all, huh? We got all that we need, Sido said, signaling the end of the conversation. Okay, Sido. Oh, one last thing. Yes, he answered. Very bored. 151. Is Logart still sucking your dick to get your business? The line went dead. Roth slapped his knee. By the way, What did that word mean? Irreverent? If one company wouldn't believe fraud, maybe others wouldn't either. The conversation had been telling. Not that Roth said everything he could have. He wasn't very convincing, hadn't weighed out the solid details of the case. But he laid the foundation, and it didn't take with Sido. And Sido wasn't so different than most claims people these days. But Kincannon was another story. His next call was to Lori Macmillan, at the number she'd been leaving. An answering machine came on. A woman's soft voice said that this was Marcia. No last name, that she was out, and would return the call as soon as possible. Her voice was one of those light, giggly ones, chronically happy, sounded so tickled she could just fart. Roth left his name, the private number, and why he was calling. An hour later the phone rang in the private office. Roth went in, answered with only the last 4 digits of the number. "Hello, Mr. Roth?" Roth checked the number on caller ID. It read unavailable. "Aha," he answered. "This is Mrs. Macmillan. You telephoned me?" Her question was like a challenge, her voice matching what he'd come to expect. Low, sultry, direct. No happy farts in the wind with this one. "Yeah, I need to see you. It's about time. Just flew in last night," he said. "From Manila." The silence on the other end was deafening. Roth snapped his fingers, spun his chair around to see Nina leaning on the door jamb. She made a pistol with her hand. After long moments he asked, "Are you there?" "Yes, I'm here, Mr. Roth," Rachel said. She gave him an address on East 68th Street, said that she was staying with a friend temporarily, a Miss Marcia Post, and repeated that it was about time she heard from Amalgamated. They set an appointment for 10 the next morning at the Post apartment, and Rachel hung up. Nina hung over the desk, reading unavailable on the caller ID. Must be a different number, a different instrument. Marcia Post is listed. Under M Post. Roth called Marcia Post's number again, got the answering machine. He didn't leave another message. Either she didn't call from there, or there's a second instrument in the apartment, she said. Maybe she's screening calls. Maybe she has caller ID also. If so, she'll know I called right back. He pulled out his notes from the Manila hotel. The number Mrs. Macmillan had called from Manila was the same number that Lolita had in her address book. He dialed the number. 152. Mrs. Macmillan answered. No mistaking that voice. Roth hung up. So she was getting calls at one number and making them from another. If she had caller ID, Roth's number would also appear as unavailable. Roth telephoned a longtime source with the telephone company. They chatted whenever he visited New York, always about getting together for a few beers in the city, but both knew they'd never get around to it. Aside from business, they had nothing in common. Roth asked him to get Jordan Warner's unlisted number. He gave the number, listened and wrote and circled 200 on a pad, handed it to Nina. In 10 minutes, his source called back, gave Warner's address on 5th Avenue, and the telephone matched the number he'd just called for Mrs. Macmillan. Jordan Warner's 5th Avenue address was just a few blocks from Marcia Post's apartment. He'd gotten Maury Macmillan's post office box number from Towers, which also matched the box in Lolita Magpayo's address book. In Ben's report from Budapest, the signature on Peter Macmillan's registration at the Gellert matched the signatures on the insurance applications for the Amalgamated and Chase Hampshire policies. It was all one case, and a big one, but why was Lolita Magpayo whacked? To shut her up, or was her death planned all along? Also for insurance. Did she have anything to do with murdering Brian O'Toole? Marcellus hadn't done the job, so that meant bringing someone else in. But why bring in a new witness to murder Lolita just to eliminate a body stand-in? And why whack her so violently? Of course for insurance. Double indemnity might apply if she'd been a hit-and-run victim. He called outside for Nina. She came in, perched on the edge of the desk. He gave her the accident report on Lolita, instructed her to start calling around for any companies who might have insured her, and to also list the death on their fraudulent claims bulletin. They emailed to over 1,000 insurers monthly. Two things were likely if there was insurance on her. The policies would be under her real name, and they would surely be for double indemnity. But how did they insure a street hooker in Manoa? Maybe they had a stand-in. An insurance salesman wouldn't ask to see a passport, and life policies were even sold these days over the mail and through websites. Another thing. Remember Mrs. McMillan's voice? He asked. Sure. Nina dropped her voice, mimicked Mrs. McMillan's with mock passion. Smooth, come fuck me. Call this number. He handed her a slip of paper with Jordan Warner's number on it. When she answers, give her a problem on the line. I want to know what apartment she's in. Use this phone. Where'd you get the number? Roth just looked at her. Okay. Nina scooted off the desk, called out into the general office. Lou, come in here. Bring the radio. 153? Lou came into the small, windowless room and plugged in the radio next to the desk. Turned the volume up, placed it up next to the phone, which he connected a tape recorder. Roth stepped out of the office, sat at a desk near the door. Nina dialed Warner's number. Rachel answered, and Nina held the receiver up against the radio. Rachel asked several times who was calling. Then Nina pressed the plunger on the cradle. She waited a few minutes, then signaled Lou. He lifted the receiver on the phone at his desk, punched conference as Nina dialed the Warner number again. Nina and Lou began jabbering, using a script long committed to memory. In the Warner apartment, Rachel picked up the receiver again. Hello, Nina said. So I told the bastard I was leaving him. Lou asked, You didn't tell him about us, did you? Hello, who is this? Rachel's voice interrupted. Of course not. Do you think I'm crazy? He'd go ballistic. Hello. Will he give you a divorce? Will Sherry give you a divorce? Who's on the line? Honey, if it weren't for the kids. Don't throw those brats in my face again, Buster. The Warner line went dead. Nina and Lou hung up. They waited a few seconds. Then Lou called the Warner number again. Rachel picked up, her temper a parrot. Hello, ma'am. This is the phone company. You having problems with your line? Yes, I certainly am, Rachel said, emphatic. Yeah, we're in the basement. This whole PBX has gone haywire. Everybody in Dalla Building's got a problem. What unit you in? Unit? Yeah, lady. What apartment you in? I'm sorry, Rachel said, but this number is unlisted. Not with the phone company. It ain't. Look, lady, we're freezing our noogies off down here, unscrambling doll lines. So if you want to free your line, I got no da unit. Otherwise, we're out of here and good luck to you. 4A, Rachel said, without hesitation. 4A? Lou repeated. Okay, that's a help. Yeah, I see it. He turned his head from the phone. Over here, Joe. Here's the fucking problem. Can you fucking believe this? Rats ate right through the fucking line. He let go with a king-size provolone burp. Hung up. Roth smiled. Lou was good. Perfect blue-collar daws and does, interjecting Brooklyn's favorite adjective in every sentence. He called into Lou. Where ya from, Lou? 154. Brooklyn, Mr. Roth, Lou called back, disconnecting the radio and tape recorder. Who would have guessed? Roth phoned Jim Kincannon at Amalgamated. Miss Walsh answered. Roth had spoken with her before, but never met her. She sounded efficient, and Kincannon sang her praises. Roth flirted with her, but it didn't take. She put him through. Kincannon, the voice came on the line. Jim, this is Roth. Hey, I got a question before I get into business. Yeah? Kincannon snickered. What's that? You punchin' Miss Walsh? What? Kincannon's gruff voice boomed. Roth could tell that he was in a bad mood. Kincannon was a no-nonsense guy, which is exactly why Roth liked to screw with him. He'd asked Kincannon about most females they knew in common, and some they didn't. Kincannon was always brusque. I'm a married man, Roth, he bawled. I told you that before, and that kind of talk has no place in business, and certainly no place on the phone. Oh damn, sorry Jim, I didn't know you felt like that. Okay, listen, just a second. I'm turning off my tape recorder. Now, tell me, are you two doing it? Don't hold anything back. I'm gonna hang up, Buster. Okay, on the McMillan case. I'm seeing Mrs. McMillan tomorrow. About goddamn time. She's called here twice last week. The case is just about wrapped up. They were both thinking the same thing. Would they need to report the case to the State Insurance Fraud Bureau? The problem was that the fraud bureaus were small and couldn't handle all the work in their state. A case like this, however, would grab their attention, especially if it was wrapped up nice and neat. A case that they could prosecute successfully. There'd be good headlines, which led to bigger budgets, promotions, and accolades. That was okay by Roth. He just wanted the money, and few bureaucrats made what he earned. Accolades? He'd promoted himself to company president years ago. Should I set up a file? Kincannon asked, in reference to the fraud bureau. Not just yet. I got some loose ends. Like I need absolute proof first, but it's a tough one. It's gonna take some slick, fancy footwork. He paused. Who knows? Maybe I can't bring it off. Kincannon grunted. The line went quiet. Neither man said anything. Roth pinched his lip, wondering what Kincannon was thinking. Kincannon was sharp, analyzing what wasn't said, as well as what he heard. 155. Yeah, well, keep me posted, Kincannon finally said, then asked Roth to transfer him to Nina. He wanted to talk to her about another case Premier was handling. The murder of a Mexican-American businessman. Roth had read the case notes. Nina was suspicious about the man's own family. It was a $4 million policy, and last year, the insured had been turned down for kidnap and ransom insurance. It was an interesting case from several angles. For one, an assumption that the kidnappers killed him even after a ransom was paid. So the $1 million ransom also disappeared. Smart if it was a scam. Last thing, Roth said, whispering. That cute little thing at reception, you stuffing her, Jim, doing the old in and out, a little up and down? Have Nina call me back? Kincannon barked. Go back to Asia where you belong, you disgusting degenerate. Ouch, Jim. And Roth, maybe you ain't as goddamn slick as you think you are. Kincannon slammed the phone down. Maybe, Jim, maybe. Roth smiled, hanging up. But I ain't never been caught. After work he went into the windowless office where a safe was kept, locked within another heavy-duty fireproof cabinet. He unlocked both and removed his .38 caliber revolver. He checked the pistol. It was clean and lightly oiled, the way he'd left it 6 months ago. He took 4 rounds from a box of cartridges and dropped them into his coat pocket along with the revolver. In a small card file, he found his New York City carry permit and checked the expiration date. It was valid for another year. He examined his .45 caliber automatic. It was in an airtight, foam-lined box. He never used it anymore, had rarely carried it when he'd been situated in New York. He put it back in its box, snapped the lock, closed the safe and spun the combination cylinder. He and Nina went for drinks. They talked about company finances and personnel, general bullshit about people they knew in common. Then she dropped him off in front of the apartment building on Little Neck Parkway. Hey, she called. So, you're not married yet? Any prospects? No. Frequent honeymoons, though? They count for a tax deduction? You ever coming back to the States? I'm here, ain't I? To live? This ain't living, girlie. In Bangkok, I work in a towel. Maybe a pair of shorts if I want to dress up. Call Lou. Tell him to pick me up in the morning. I want to use him for a few hours. Any problem? I can spare him in the morning, but he's got to be back in the office to take a telephonic statement at 1 o'clock. What time you want him? 156. Have him here at 7. He'll be back by 1. Nina pulled from the curb, cell phone in hand to call Lou. 157. 25 Lou pulled up in front of Roth's apartment building. At exactly 7 a.m. Roth was ready, sipping his second cup of coffee. His apartment overlooked the parkway, and through the curtains, he watched Lou behind the wheel. Would Lou just wait, or get out, go up and ring the bell? After a minute, the horn blared out shave, and a haircut, 2 bits. Roth smiled. Lou was assertive. 7 o'clock was 7 o'clock, and president or not, Roth was being summoned a la New York style. Roth drove, something he rarely did in Asia, where most car rentals came with a driver. He had to remember to drive on the right. Traffic moved on the left in Thailand, and foreigners got clipped daily, looking the wrong way when crossing the street. He thought of Max Pollock in his wheelchair. They stopped off at a bakery, bought coffees and bagels, the New Yorkers' breakfast, and then took Northern Parkway to the Triborough Bridge. In Manhattan, Roth skirted south along FDR Drive to East 96th Street, cut west to Lexington Avenue, turned south, arriving at 8 o'clock in front of Marcia Post's apartment building on East 68th Street between Lexington and 3rd Avenue. The building was a 4-story walk-up. Roth jumped out of the car, ran up the steps, and rang the bell next to the name M. Post. As he expected, no answer. He got back into the car and drove around to 5th Avenue, where he parked on the east side of the avenue, opposite Central Park. He edged the car forward to let it idle at the curb, 30 feet from the entrance of the McMillan apartment building. He adjusted the rearview mirror to where it fell on the glass doors under the awning. 5th Avenue was one way, downtown, strictly no parking at any hour. However, limousines stood on both sides of the street, with engines running, drivers at the wheel, waiting to pick up executives from the luxury apartment buildings. While they waited, Roth kept his eyes on the mirror and grilled Lou for his impressions of the business. Lou had a good attitude. His father and brothers were cops with the NYPD, but Lou didn't want to join the force. No pulling shifts or having income limited by a pay schedule for this boy. He didn't care about security. He'd taken care of himself, opening a pension plan 3 years ago. He wanted to travel and pick up a few languages. Police cars passed occasionally, their routine punctuated by the appearance of meter maids and tow trucks. As long as a car's engine was idling and a driver was at the wheel, they were ignored. I was wondering, Mr. Roth, why we don't make more arrests. I mean, we catch a lot of scammers, but we only arrest a few. There are 3 elements to a fraud: Lou, intent, setting about the mechanisms, and finally, the fraudster's gotta collect, gotta realize some gain. Without grabbing some bucks, it's only attempted fraud, and that isn't worth prosecuting, because the perp will only get a slap on the hand. I got it. So, despite not making a lot of collars, or occasionally having to stomp the holy shit out of someone, do you like the business? Yes, sir. I do. I'd like to open an office somewhere when I finish training. Call me Mike. How about Prague? We need someone in Central Europe. I was hoping for Asia, maybe South America. South America's covered, and I handle Asia. Of course, we could use another guy in the Middle East. You like to fuck camels. Prague sounds wonderful, sir. They grew quiet and settled into their own thoughts as tenants left and entered the apartment building, until, at 9:30, Roth spotted an attractive blonde emerge from under the canopy and turn their way. She wore sandals, was tall and lean, a rich mink coat blowing open to reveal jeans, dark blue turtleneck sweater. 5th Avenue casual elegance. Roth kept the woman's face in the mirror until he saw the mole on her right cheek, then turned towards Lou and tugged at his earlobe, keeping his left hand across his face. The woman was stunning, her makeup perfect, not a hair out of place. With her fur coat open, her breast stood out proud. Accidentally, of course. Roth said, $1 million says, that's our subject. Lou caught her in the corner of his eye. For her, I'd pay it. What a bambino. As soon as she passed, approaching the corner of 70th Street, Roth jumped out, told Lou to take the wheel. He shuffled back to the apartment building, approached the doorman, Asked for Mrs. Warner. You just missed her, he said, pointed outside. Mink coat? Gus. The doorman nodded. Roth withdrew a photocopy of Peter McMillan's passport from his coat pocket and handed it to the doorman. The hallman walked over, looked over Gus's shoulder. Is this Mr. Warner? Gus held it away from his face at arm's length and adjusted his glasses. He looked over the rim of his glasses at Roth, wondering if he should cooperate. Don't look at me, bub. Look at the picture. He stuffed a handy Jackson in Gus's breast pocket. Money carried a pleasant aroma for these guys. $159. His hair's shorter and he wears glasses. But yeah, that's Mr. Warner. Roth looked to the hallman, also nodding. Is he upstairs? Mr. Warner's away. Roth snatched the photograph back. Don't tell them that anyone's been around asking questions. Which is exactly what they would do. Of course they'd tell Warner. And that's what Roth wanted. A big part of a doorman's earnings came from tips, and information that someone was checking on a tenant, possibly even watching him, was good for at least $50, especially with Christmas coming. Naturally, they'd say that they'd divulged no information. They'd also inform Mrs. Jordan when she returned. Roth hurried back to the car and spotted the blonde a block down Fifth Avenue. He got in on the passenger's side and told Lou to follow slowly. At East 68th Street, Rachel turned the corner, walking towards Madison Avenue. The Post apartment was 3 blocks over, and apparently she was going to walk there, it being a brisk, sunny day. The car crept along 68th Street, and as they crossed Lexington Avenue, Roth jumped out. One more thing, Lou. Scoot downtown. Check building records for that place on Fifth Avenue. Get the floor plan and determine where the A-line of apartments are. Got it? Yes, sir. Anything else? That'll cover it for now. And then Nina wants you back in the office. Lou pulled away, cruising past the woman known as Lori McMillan, for a closer look at her, for a mental imprint of her face, should he have further surveillance on her. Roth followed her towards 3rd Avenue and onto the Post apartment building. She walked up the steps and went inside. It was 9:45. Roth stopped outside the building, lit a cigarette, then strolled to the corner of 3rd Avenue, where he checked the shops. He noted the coffee shop on the northwest corner of East 68th Street and 3rd Avenue, named the L. He went over and entered, looked around. Old photographs of an elevated subway platform lined the walls, it being the inspiration for the name of the place. He asked how late breakfast was served. All day, the waitress behind the counter said. Her name tag read, Ethel. He walked back across the street to the apartment building, and at exactly 10 o'clock walked up the steps and rang the bell for the Post apartment. Who is it? A soft voice came across the intercom. My name is Peter McMillan. Roth smiled into the intercom. What? The voice asked, incredulous. Then angrily, Who's there? It's Mike Roth. Silence again, the intercom still open. Waiting. We spoke yesterday, Roth said. We have an appointment. 160. The security lock buzzed. Roth pushed the door open. The Post apartment was on the 3rd floor. Roth walked up, looked left, then right. At the end of the hall, in the rear, Rachel stood at the half-open door, watching him as he approached. Mr. Roth? The one and only sweetheart. Sweetheart? Rachel frowned, closed the door a few inches. What kind of claims adjuster called grieving widow's sweetheart? Roth was dressed in slacks, a black crew neck, under a black leather jacket. Not exactly officious. No briefcase, standard equipment for adjusters. Roth stopped at the door, inches from her face, leaned against the wall. Well? You want to talk in the hall? Maybe set up a serving of tea out here on the landing. Rachel's fur coat was off and nowhere in sight. His eyes took her in. He was obvious, blatant, pouring over her frame. She looked better without the coat. Large breasts. The natural kind, hopefully. Flawless complexion, shoulder-length blonde hair, with a nice bounce, beautifully chiseled face, and deep green eyes. Roth could see why Towers tripped over his own dick for this one. Do you have identification? A badge? We don't need any stinking badges, Roth quipped with a Mexican accent. But funny you ask. ID is what I need from you. I don't understand. You understand. Now you gonna let me in? Or do we forget about it? I think I'd better call Amalgamated Life. Ask for Jim Kincannon. What you gonna tell him? That you don't want to talk to me. That you don't like me. I don't know who you are. You said yesterday on the telephone that I represented Amalgamated. And I do. He reached into his jacket, pulled out a business card. Rachel took the card and studied it, keeping the door open only a few inches. It's just that you don't seem like an insurance representative. Save it, lady. Roth pushed in the door. We've got a lot to talk about and I'm getting lonely out here. Rachel stood aside, nervous, looking into the hallway, ensuring a path of escape if Roth became threatening. Adjusters didn't act like this or say such things. When she'd returned Miss Davis's calls, the line was always answered with 4 digits. No name was ever given. She'd reversed the number, but it was unpublished, so she'd had no business name to check. Maybe Roth was just a one-man shop, with a wife, girlfriend, secretary. Roth stood in the middle of the small living room and turned in a wide circle. Anyone else here? He asked, not looking at her. He walked 161 into the kitchen, a tiny room barely wide enough to turn around in. He stopped in front of the refrigerator, turned back to Rachel and smiled. I'll bet you can't tell me if there's a beer in here. A beer? A beer, he repeated, looking at Rachel as though she was dim-witted. You don't have a clue what's in this box. Beer? Baloney? Boston-baked bullshit. He shoved his hand into his jacket pocket, around his 0.38, and walked through the apartment, opening doors. He checked the bathroom, swept back the shower curtain, then went into the bedroom, where he looked in the closet and under the bed. He returned to the living room, turned again, taking in the apartment's furnishings. The place was sterile, lacked character, the furniture inexpensive and boring. He'd been in cozier bus stations. It's a friend's apartment, Rachel offered. Roth looked in the coat closet, nudging her out of the way. What are you looking for? Dead husbands? Got any in here? I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. I think you'd better leave, she said. We're both leaving. I want some breakfast. He swept past her out into the hall. Get your coat. Rachel stood at the open door. I'm not going anywhere, she braved. I'm calling your employer. She reached for her purse and fumbled it open, searching for Jim Kincannon's letter. Your conduct is inexcusable. Your accusations are insulting. Roth laughed, booming in the hallway. Cut the shit. He pointed his finger at her, his face immediately sober. That's the second time I've told you to cut the act. Now get it together. I said I was hungry. There's a diner on the corner that I like. You can watch me eat breakfast while I tell you how you fucked up this little scam. And what we're gonna do about it. He went down the stairs, leaving Rachel undecided as to what she should do. Whatever Roth wanted, aside from breakfast, on which he placed the highest priority, he wasn't threatening her with arrest. He wanted something, and she had an idea what it was. She grabbed her coat, looked around the apartment. She didn't want to leave traces that someone had been here. While Marcia knew she had a key, she told her that she was staying with a friend on 5th Avenue while her apartment was being painted. In the hallway, she heard Roth walking down the stairs. She closed and locked the door. Roth stood outside on the sidewalk, lighting a cigarette. Rachel walked down the steps and didn't look at him. Silent, they walked towards 3rd Avenue. She bundled the fur collar high around her neck, although the weather wasn't that cold. He touched the fur on her sleeve. Nice coat. Where'd you get it? My husband bought it for me. Paris, she said coolly. 162. You're a good-looking woman, Roth declared, studying her face. Even better than I thought you'd be. Laurie said nothing, taking in the quiet street, watching if Roth had a partner lurking around. She mulled over his words. Even better looking than he thought I'd be. They crossed the street, where Roth stopped in front of the L. He took her arm, squeezed until it hurt. That's a compliment, beauty. Say thank you. Thank you, Rachel murmured. Roth was strange, frightening actually. Unpredictable, and probably dangerous. Who do you work for? Amalgamated of Illinois. I told you, you're not an employee of Amalgamated Life. Rachel couched her question, as though his answer would bring dreaded consequences for him. I mean, what's the name of your organization? Alcoholics Anonymous. Mr. Roth, I'm asking you a serious question. He studied the breakfast menu in the window. Okay, if the truth be known, I'm affiliated with Mistress Sadie's Discipline Club. She turned around, impatient, as though to hail a taxi. In fact, she had no idea what to do. He took her by the collar of her coat, opened the door, guided her inside. Morning, Ethel, he called to the waitress. Ethel looked around and saw Roth, who just popped his head in 10 minutes ago. He was calling her Ethel already? If he returned for dinner, would he think they were engaged? She grunted a reply. Rachel followed Roth to a booth by the window facing 68th Street. His familiarity with the place not lost on her. He knew where they were going, where he wanted to eat. Even knew the waitress by name. Roth put her in the furthest seat. She'd have to get past him to reach the door. The morning rush was over. Only one customer sat at the counter drinking coffee, talking with Ethel. Rachel and Robert once sat in this very booth eating hamburgers. They'd just come from Marcia's apartment, where Robert had checked the mailbox with the duplicate key he'd made. Roth called Ethel. Not that she was far away. She seemed the type to hang over her customers' conversations. Nosy type. Ethel, doll. How about some breakfast? Unlikely a coincidence, Rachel mused, that Roth just happened to live in Marcia's neighborhood. But he'd been here before, probably watching Marcia's apartment. She looked across the street, confirmed her suspicion. The stoop of Marcia Post's building was clearly visible from the window. Ideal for camping on a stakeout. Ethel came over and Roth smiled at her, looked at Rachel. Ethel, you don't suppose you could whip us up a few sunset surprises, do you? 163. Rachel froze, locked eyes with Roth. A what? Ethel frowned. No, I suppose not, Roth said. Too cold for those. Tell you what, rustle me up a big breakfast. 4 eggs over easy, bacon, don't be chintzy on the bacon, home fries, wheat toast, orange juice, coffee. He smiled at Rachel, asked Ethel if she had any Darjeeling tea. Darjeeling? Nah, I know we got Lipton's. Got some honey? Sure. Drop a little in the tea. Lipton's, if that's all you got. Rachel stared at Roth. How the hell did he know her preferences? She tried for indifference, but felt trapped. He offered her the menu, but she shook her head. Her stomach growled. Nervousness. She saw part of a tattoo on his right forearm. Roth looked more like a stevedore than a representative for one of the country's largest insurance companies. Ethel brought his coffee and her tea, and studied them. Anything else for you? She asked Rachel. Rachel shook her head. We'll let you know, Roth said. Ethel walked away. Then, to Rachel. Yeah, you've lost your appetite. I have that effect on people sometime. Aren't you supposed to ask me questions or something? Rachel asked, resuming the beneficiary's role. Questions? I got most of what I need, but there are a few things. Who's Marcia Post? A friend. Involved in this scam? I don't know what you're talking about. I'll let that pass for the moment. Involved in this claim, then?
What?
No, she's just a friend I'm staying with. Roth looked at her, disappointment etched in his taunting smile. Friend indeed? Okay, moment's up. You lie like a rug, beauty. She's either a dupe or she's involved in this scam up to her butt. My money's on dupe. Why else use her apartment? Okay, let's try this one. Where's Peter McMillan? Your husband, you say? He's dead. He died in Manila. Roth shook his head, lowered his voice. I can understand why he'd want to be dead, given the way you throw a fuck. Lori moved for her coat, started to stand. Roth kicked her in the shin beneath the table. "Did I tell you to stand up? Sit down," he ordered. "Unless you want to take a ride over to the 17th precinct where you can lay your bullshit story on the buttons." She threw her coat aside and placed her elbows on the table, staring at Roth, ignoring the jabbing pain in her shin. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction by rubbing it. "What do you want? 164? I'll ask you again. Where's Peter McMillan? I already told you that he's dead." Roth grabbed her wrist, squeezed it hard. "You gonna keep this shit up and we've got nothing more to talk about." His voice carried across the restaurant. Ethel and her customer looked over. Roth lowered his voice. "One more lie and you're going to jail. Once more, so help me, and I can't do anything for you. Am I coming in clear?" He released her wrist, pushed her hand away. Rachel's heart beat fast. She tried to control her nervousness. Defensive, she pretended anger. But she was scared. She should have detected it yesterday when Roth said he'd just arrived from Manila. What did he learn there? Roth reached into his coat pocket, removed the hospitalization claim form on Peter McMillan. He flipped it at her, hitting her on the tip of her nose with it. "Read this, beauty. You people fucked this scam up so bad. You ought to be jailed for stupidity, let alone fraud. You clowns get the dumb fuck award of the century." Roth looked over at Ethel, who was holding his plate, standing away from their booth. Roth waved her over. She asked, "We're not going to have any trouble here, are we, folks?" "Ask her," Roth said, pointing to Rachel. "Are we going to have trouble here, beauty?" Rachel said nothing, her head down, stomach in knots, trying to concentrate on the paper Roth had thrown at her. "I don't think so, Ethel. She's on her way around to seeing things my way." Ethel served his breakfast and returned behind the counter, grimacing to her customer. Rachel read the claim form, saw the date and Robert's handwriting. She had to read it several times to understand. Roth watched her, an evil, humorless smile working on his face. "That was dumb, girlie. D-U-M-M. Did you know that he did this?" Rachel wanted to scream. Moreover, she wanted Robert here so that she could rip his face open. The stupid, greedy little shit. After all her precautions, all her cross-checking, data entering and background research, he sneaked through a penny anti-hospitalization claim, then hid it from her. He'd blowed $1.5 million for a lousy $20,000 hospitalization claim. She should have known he'd pull something like this. She thought fast. She had two options, neither good. Either convince Roth that she was an innocent pawn, that Peter apparently faked his death without her knowledge, or run, contact Robert, warn him, tell him to get down to Mom's in Tampa. It was their emergency plan for this sort of eventuality. 165. But first, she'd have to get out of the restaurant. She appraised her chances of getting past Roth. He was apparently alone, and since he wasn't arresting her, maybe she had a chance to get away. She covered her eyes with her hand, considering the silverware on the table, her hot tea, his hot coffee, anything to throw at him. She might make it to the door, but then what? She looked out at the traffic on 3rd Avenue. It was flowing north, a lot of taxis cruising past. But unless she heard him, and heard him bad, he'd grab her outside in a flash. Maybe if she jabbed her fork in his eye. As if reading her mind, Roth scooped up her knife and fork. "You won't be needing these." She still had her fingernails. A lightning jab to his eyes to blind him, long enough for her to flee, get to the street. But someone just might be waiting outside. And if her attack wasn't successful, she'd surely be arrested right here. No, the smart thing was to talk her way out of this. "I can't believe this. This means he's not dead?" She looked up, found a tear. "What can I do? What should I do? If it's advice you're asking for, I'd say, save your money and take care of your teeth. Please, Mr. Roth, be serious." She pushed it, managed another tear and sniffle. Roth chuckled. He jabbed in home fries with his fork, chewed away. "Well, gosh golly, gee whiz. All this time you thought Peter McMillan was dead, and now you learn he's not. I believe it, Roth said, wide-eyed. After all, you're the only beneficiary. You investigated this claim. Roth's eyebrows went up in answer. I haven't collected anything yet. Big mistake. Roth frowned, shook his head, put down his fork. There you go again, beauty. Just can't keep from lying. One of these days, I'm going to teach you a very hard lesson about this. Lying to me. He picked up his fork, concentrated on his breakfast. A few moments later he said, You received 200 grand from American Travelers. I represent Amalgamated Life in Chase, Hampshire. He paused. Also, I represent my own insurance company, Transylvania Life. It's my own pension fund. I even have a motto. In a thick Eastern European accent, he said, It goes like this. I vant to suck your blood. His jocularity confused her. This was serious, yet he bantered on like they were old friends chatting over breakfast. She dealt with a dozen adjusters. Some could have been turned on the take, had the circumstances been right. But none acted like this lunatic. Still, he was on the take. All right. 166. All right, beauty, this is what happens now. I can help you, but you gotta tell me why I should. Roth rubbed his thumb against his first two fingers. How much? She asked in a whisper. Roth put his fork down, removed a pen from his coat, pulled a napkin from the dispenser, and wrote 500,000. Turned it to where she could read it. You're crazy. I don't have that kind of money. You'll collect $1.5 million. We're partners. Me, you, and Mr. McMillan from Budapest. He chuckled, shoveled in more home fries. Rachel started to speak, but he held up his hand as Ethel came over with a refill for his coffee. She started again as Ethel left, but once more Roth held up his hand. He carried on eating and drinking in silence, his eyes roaming over her. She looked out the window, ignored his inspection, wishing that Robert was here in the hot seat, since he created this mess. But he wouldn't know any better how to handle Roth. She'd better learn what he knew, which seemed to be everything. Roth finished eating, took a slurp of coffee, stretched his arms over the back of the booth. His eyes pored over her again. You're really a good-looking piece. You remind me of someone. He screwed up his face, reflecting. No, not someone. Something. He snapped his fingers, his eyes resting on her breasts. I got it now. Those Dagmars on the front bumper of a '57 Cadillac. Yes, ma'am, you're a good-looking piece. Rachel folded her arms across her chest. Say thank you, he reminded her, his smile fading. Thank you. You're very kind, she said, facetious. He picked up his pen, put it back in his jacket pocket. I am, you know. In fact, you're gonna like me. Roth finished the dregs of the coffee cup, stood up. Let's go. Where are we going? She was nervous again. I'll drop you at your place. I can walk. Let's go, I said. Rachel scooted out of the booth and put on her fur. She started to walk in front of Roth. He pulled her back by her collar. Let's get the order of things straight right off, beauty, he said, handing her the check. She made a face, dug into her purse, pulled out some bills and threw them on the table. Roth winked at Ethel as they left, and outside he hailed a taxi, directed the driver to Fifth Avenue. He sat close to Rachel, put his hand on her thigh. Tomorrow morning, there's a diner on Little Neck Parkway and Northern Boulevard in Queens. 10 a.m., bring 66,000 cash. That's my third 167. Of what American Travelers shelled out to you already, and bring Peter. I know he's away, but get him back here. I don't have that kind of money. Yeah, beauty, you do. Take it out of your account in L.A. If I don't get mine, you won't see the rest of the money. Tomorrow, I'll tell you the next step. He handed her another business card, but first wrote his cell phone number on the back. On Fifth Avenue, he directed the driver to pull up in front of Rachel's apartment building. She tried to look indifferent, but wondered how he knew where she really lived. "You're home, Mrs. Warner," he said, squeezing her thigh, nodding to the building entrance. He smiled. "Of course, it's not Mrs. Warner, but that doesn't matter right now. Let's keep it as Beauty. Will it be all right if I call you that? Beauty?" It was unnerving that Roth was this close to them, knowing where they lived. She reached for the door, unable to imagine all he possibly knew. For sure that American travelers had already paid, and that the money was in their LA account was only the tip of the iceberg. "Oh, one more thing," Roth said. "Your first reaction will be to bolt, skip out on me. You were thinking about that in the restaurant. But don't even try, because you've got something that's mine." He smiled at her. "Plus, I'll think you don't like me, Beauty, and that'll really crush me." He put on a hurt face, then leaned across to open the door on her side, brushing his hand against her breasts. She saw the revolver in his pocket. "Get out," he said. A cruel expression replaced his smile. She got out, stood on the sidewalk, watched as the cab pulled away. Roth didn't look back. 168. 26. "You stupid greedy little shit," Rachel screamed into the phone. On the other end, Robert ground his teeth, held the receiver away from his ear. "A lousy hospitalization claim, a few thousand measly bucks, and you jeopardize $1.5 million. What are we gonna do now? Shit for brains." Huh? Robert's instinct was to run, clear out the apartment, have Rachel slip out of New York, and they'd meet down at Mom's. Thanks to American travelers, they were $200,000 ahead on this scam. "Get out, Rachel. Just burn everything, trash everything. Download your laptop, erase everything, and mail the discs to Mom. Take the first plane out, doesn't matter where. No, on second thought, don't fly, take a train. Easier to get lost at Grand Central Station, and you won't be trapped in the sky. He called me Mrs. Warner, stupid. And he knows that's not my real name. I think he knows everything. I don't know how he found out, but he's been asking around about you, too. Showed your photograph to the doorman. He's probably watching me, waiting for me to run." "Can we trust him?" "How the hell do I know?" she screamed. A man walking his dog past the telephone booth stalked, looked at her, screaming as she was in the booth. She made a face at him and he walked on. "Oh, Christ," she said, slapping her forehead. "What?" Robert asked. "What is it?" Nothing, she replied. For all she knew, the man walking the dog might be Roth's agent. She'd better think hard and fast from here on out. Roth was dangerous and too goddamn quick for her, and apparently wasn't even worried that she'd skip out. "You must have a feel for it," Robert said. "How greedy is he?" She'd been thinking about that. Real greedy. And scary. She remembered his eyes poring over her, and his compliments, and his hungry for me, she realized. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Probably because he scared the bejesus out of her this afternoon. He was a loose cannon, liable to do anything, and everything was a joke to him. Why not? He was in the driver's seat and feeling pretty smug with himself. But could she get control of him? "Just get back here," she said, calming down. "Maybe he wants to grab both of us." "No," she said. "He's had a chance to do that already." Robert was at a payphone outside a motel in Nashville, where he was working the next set of bona fides. Rachel had telephoned his room, left the 169 time to call, and the number at a payphone on the corner of East 70th Street and Masson Avenue. "So he gets a third," he said. "That still leaves $1 million plus for us." "Just get back here. Tonight," Rachel commanded. "Stay at the Hilton, near LaGuardia Airport. I'll pick you up in the morning." She left him with a parting sentiment. "You fucking stupid shit. You. Unable to think of any more stinging superlatives, she slammed the receiver down. She placed a Bell telephone out-of-order sticker across the coin slot. This was going to be her telephone for the foreseeable future. Robert crossed the road to his motel, Rachel's bitter words ringing in his head. "You need your mouth washed out with soap, bitch. That, and a good fucking." 170. 27. It was dark when the taxi dropped Roth in front of his apartment building. After the meeting at the L this morning, he'd spent the afternoon at a storage facility in Long Island City, digging through personal effects he wanted shipped to Bangkok. On the opposite side of the street, Roth spotted a dark sedan with 2 men sitting in it. Black wall tires and an antenna on the trunk. Unmarked police car. The light was flashing on his answering machine. There was a message from Nina, and on his cell phone that he'd left in the apartment, a text message from Lori Macmillan. The message from Lori Macmillan, a.k.a. Julia Jordan, a.k.a. whoever, was brief. She said only "call me please," but didn't leave her number, either to determine if he had the Fifth Avenue apartment phone number, or maybe she didn't want to communicate anything that might be incriminating. And if he didn't have the number, that would tell her that the line wasn't tapped. Roth went to the refrigerator, liberated a can of Budweiser, the only thing in the fridge aside from condiments. He popped the top and gulped it, went to the front window, pushed back the curtain an inch. The unmarked police car was pulling away. He went into the office and sat down, dialed the number for Lori Macmillan. She picked up on the first ring. "What do you want?" he demanded. "About tomorrow." Her voice sultry. "You're not going to do something dumb like disappoint me, are you?" "No." "Well, yes and no. I like the no part." "What's the yes part?" "I can't raise it all that fast," she apologized. "I transferred money into another account the other day. I would have told you if you'd given me a chance." Roth guessed much of their booty was laundered, tied up in stocks, out-of-state banks, sheltered under other names, and tax ID numbers, leaving only a small portion liquid. "Well now, beauty, I wouldn't want you to get hit with an interest penalty," he said. "How much?" "I pulled out $26,000 this afternoon. It's all I could free up." "It's a start. Anything else?" "Yes, Peter. He's away. I told you to get him back." "Yes, but I'm not sure if he can get here that fast." 171. "Bullshit. You've already spoken with him." The line was quiet. Roth wanted to give the impression he knew her every move, and with Roth breathing down her neck, she would have immediately spoken with a Confederate. "Yes," she said. "Yes, I did. But nothing. I want to see him. Can't we just handle this? Do like I tell you." She changed the subject. "What is the money buying? I need to know." "Subtract 1/3 of everything. That's what you're buying." "Is that a guarantee?" "Nothing in life is guaranteed, beauty. You know that. But if you don't get yours, I can't get mine. Now can I?" "I suppose," she said. "Anything else? You're an interesting man. Are you going to tell me how you figured it out?" "Maybe someday. I'd like to hear it." Her words were soft and Roth could hear her punctuated breathing. "You're very sure of yourself, aren't you?" Before he could answer, she continued. "Determined. Very capable. Tough too. How did you get to be like that? Dancing with people like you. You're not afraid of anything, are you? Just kryptonite. Scares the shit out of me." She was quiet, chewing on that piece of idiocy. "Then, like I said, you're interesting." Roth smiled into the receiver. She was cranking out the syrup. "I told you, you'll like me once you get to know me." "Maybe," she said. Suddenly she laughed. Kryptonite just hit home. "You'll definitely like me," he replied. "Anything else?" Silence. Clearly she didn't want to hang up, and she hadn't steered away from incriminating herself on the phone. "No, I guess not," she said. "Not now." Neither spoke for long moments, each wondering what the other was thinking. 10 o'clock, sharp, he said, and hung up. He wondered if she'd been recording the conversation. But if so, why? She would only be incriminating herself as well as him. He called Nina and they talked for an hour. When he hung up, he showered and went up to the diner where he would meet Lori and Peter Macmillan in the morning. He ate a hamburger, then went across the street to a bar for a few drinks. 172. 28. Roth entered the diner at 10 a.m., carrying a paper sack. He stopped at the cashier's counter, bought a copy of the Daily News. whose headlines screamed at the reader in 2-inch high letters that the mayor was declaring war on street crime. Of course, elections were coming up. Rachel was already seated at the busy counter near the entrance. He motioned for her to follow him into the back section, where there were booths. This area was nearly deserted, the breakfast crowd having gone off to work. He selected a booth next to a large window, slid in, told her to sit opposite him. A young man with a familiar face sat a few tables away, his profile buried in a copy of the New York Times. Roth said to Rachel, loud enough for Robert to hear, "Tell Mr. Malmelin, or whatever his name is today, to come over here and join us." From the corner of his eye, he saw Robert flinch. Impatient, he said, louder than last time, "Hey, we gonna tango, or what?" Roth chuckled. "You read the Times in Queens, son, people are gonna think you're queer. It's worse in Brooklyn. They throw bricks at you." Robert folded his newspaper, stood up, and walked to the booth in front of Roth's and sat down, his back to them. "Fucking shy, aren't you, fella?" Robert didn't answer. "So be shy already. Just listen up and do like you're told." The waitress came into the back section with a carafe of coffee. She saw Robert's abandoned cup at the table, carried it over to his booth, asked if he wanted a refill. Roth ordered a full breakfast of bacon and eggs, same as yesterday morning. Rachel asked for a coffee. When the waitress left, Roth held out his hand to Rachel. "Let's have it." "Here?" Rachel whispered, nervous. "You want the money here?" "No, give it to me in the Office of American Travelers. Insurance company. Where do you think?" "Yeah, here." He looked around, wide-eyed. "What's wrong with here? You don't like the decor?" Rachel's eyes slid sideways, and she nodded over her shoulder, indicating Robert. "He wants to know what we get for it." Roth got agitated. "We went over that yesterday. Cut the stalling." Rachel dug into her purse, pulled out an envelope, a thick rubber band around it. She looked around, pushed the envelope across the table. 173. Outside, a dark blue van with tinted windows sat at the curb on the opposite side of the street. Inside, a man and a woman clicked away with cameras. The man used a video camera, and the woman shot stills, her camera's motor drive humming, clicking off shots. They'd be clear photos. No reflection off the glass, no haze. Just good clean shots of Roth and Rachel inside the diner. "Shoot the envelope," the man said, concentrating on his view in the video cam. "Zoom in on the envelope." I got it. Beautiful," she said, snapping away. She ran 20 shots in quick succession. "It was fast but not fast enough, folks," she uttered, concentrating. "I got the transfer real good." "She moved fast," the man said, zooming in on Rachel's face. "Not fast enough," the woman repeated. "Not fast enough. Quick." "He's holding it up." "Shoot it again." Roth felt the envelope, hefted it. "When will you have the rest?" "In a week," Rachel answered. She looked around the place, but no one was paying them the slightest attention. Roth tucked the envelope in his jacket pocket, pulled a Polaroid camera from the paper bag. "I'm going into the John to count this, and while I'm gone, you beauty will scoot over into his booth and snap a couple of shots with him holding this up to his chest." Roth unfolded the copy of the Daily News, whose lead story was accompanied by a photo of the police hauling a suspect into the Midtown North Precinct. Robert spun around in the next booth. "Is this guy nuts, Rachel? I'm supposed to be dead." Rachel flinched. It had gone completely over Robert's head. He'd called her Rachel. Maybe Roth missed it. She shot him a glance. No, he hadn't missed it. Roth slid out of the booth, reached across, smacked Robert on the side of the head with the newspaper. Jerked back, shocked, uncertain what to do. "Do like I tell you, or you will be dead." "Why do you want his photograph?" Rachel asked. "Let's just call it a matter of trust, shall we? You want me to take his photo here?" "Yes, here, right here, beauty. Look around. Do you think anybody gives a fuck what you're doing?" Roth headed for the men's room. He entered a stall, bolted the door, and counted the money. The bills were all hundreds, 260 in all, $26,000. He snapped the rubber band back around the envelope, dropped it back into his jacket pocket. It made a bulge over his left breast. Returning to the table, Rachel had finished taking Robert's photo. Robert had turned away, his back to them, again, faking interest in the new 174. York Times. Roth's breakfast came, and when he sat down, Lori pushed 2 developed Polaroids in front of him. A third negative was beginning to take form. He started on his breakfast in silence, studying the Polaroids, munching on. Rachel grew impatient. What now? Now I finish my breakfast. Roth poured ketchup over his home fries. She reached for her coat. I'll tell you when to go, he said, stabbing the home fries on his plate. First, I want to know a few things. Hey butt plug, he said to Robert. Turn around so I can see your face. Robert moved against the glass and leaned back, turning sideways, but didn't look at Roth. All right, Roth said. Next week, beauty, you bring me 40,000 more. Actually, it's $40,333. But for you, just make it $43,333.33. My place in Bangkok. He flipped another business card towards her, this one with his address in Bangkok. Got it? We want to know how you're going to help us, Robert said, still not looking at Roth. First I ask the questions, then I'll tell you what I'm going to do to be sure you collect on the outstanding claims. How soon will the claims pay? She asked. Roth grabbed her wrist. Are you deaf? I've heard of dumb blondes but not deaf ones. I said I asked the questions. He released her hand. You, beauty, will bring me the cash next week in Bangkok. He pointed his fork at her. That'll take care of my cut on the American Travelers policy. I have other plans for next week, she cut in. Roth looked at her in disbelief, shaking his head. You are incredible, he boomed. This is not a fucking debate. He slammed his fist on the table. Last time, idiots. You do as I say, exactly as I say, exactly when I say it. If I say shit, you, beauty, will ask how much and what color, and then you, Roberta, will come sliding in on a shovel. Are you idiots clear on this? He pointed with his fork towards the customers sitting at the counter, who were looking back at them. Even those people over there understand that by now. Rachel sat frozen. Roth had gone ballistic over a simple contradiction, that she had other plans for next week. But she was testing him. Maybe he knew it. Maybe that's what threw him into a tirade. Roth lowered his voice and threw out his hands, working them like a symphonic conductor. This is simple, easy, truly a no-brainer. You do as I say, when I say it. End of story. He settled back in his seat and held their eyes. Both looked away. He went back to eating, bit into a piece of wheat toast, washed it down with 175 coffee. Now, I want to know if there are any more policies out there on Peter McMillan. No, Rachel said. Just the 3. If I find out there are more you're not telling me about, I'm going to be real pissed. Because, you see, if there are more policies, then there could be someone else out there investigating this thing. Somebody I don't know about. Somebody who can fuck me up. Get it? Rachel shook her head. Only the 3 policies. Roth nodded. I ain't going to jail for no $500,000. He looked at Robert. Are there any more hospitalization policies on Peter McMillan? Robert shook his head. Roth looked at Rachel and said sweetly, Now we know that Sonny here doesn't tell us about all of his adventures, don't we? Roth was certain that the hospitalization policy was unknown to Rachel before yesterday. Her face when she read the document yesterday morning spoke volumes. She was the brains of the outfit. She wouldn't have screwed things up with a piddling hospital claim like that. Again, her face confirmed her doubt about Robert. She glanced back, gave him a look, and Roth chuckled. There'd been some nasty words over that little screw-up, and Rachel's attitude squared with his. She was siding with him on that point. Now, of course you two are thinking that if there were more policies on McMillan's death, I'd want a third. And you'd be right. Because I'm risking my ass. If I report one thing and somebody else says differently, then people might start comparing notes. I could look stupid. Worse, people would know I'm on the take. More questions will follow. Payment will get stalled, then denied, and the case gets reinvestigated. Got it? Neither Rachel nor Robert spoke. Rachel kept her eyes on Roth. He was starting to get angry, something that happened when people didn't agree with him. He balled his fist and crashed it down on the table. His plate jumped and his silverware rattled, some bouncing off the table. Rachel jumped as people at the counter looked back into their section. Roth yelled, his voice carrying across the restaurant, "If you people think you're gonna screw me, you're crazy. I've been in this goddamn business 20 years and nobody's gotten away with screwing me yet." His face was beet red, his voice jerky. He glared at them. Rachel steadied her lap. Robert buried his face in the Times. The waitress was coming over, and the manager at the cash register stood in front of the counter, arms akimbo, waiting to see if he was needed. Roth lowered his voice. "I'll take your heads off if you try to screw me. I told you, I ain't going to jail for no nickel and dime scam. If I learn there's more hospitalization policies out there, you're dead meat." 176. "There are no more life policies," Lori whispered desperately. "For God's sake, Robert," she urged, her head down. "Tell us, are there more hospitalization claims out there?" "No others." Rachel swore under her breath. She'd messed up this time, calling him Robert. Not Peter, not Jordan. It was clearly spontaneous, with Roth rattling them so. Roth swore. "You're brilliant. You know that?" A dead man submitting a hospitalization claim. In the van outside, the cameras clicked away. The woman was nearly up to 100 shots, using multiple 35mm cameras. She said, "I think Roth's crazy. They must be arguing about something," the man thought. "Damn, I wish I could hear what they're saying." In the diner, the waitress stopped a safe distance away. "Everything okay here, folks?" "A little misunderstanding, sugar. Sorry about the disturbance. Caught my girl naked with this guy. Thought they were doing the dirty. But it turns out he just likes wearing her clothes. Panties, especially. Gimme a refill, won't you?" He turned to Rachel. "Anything more for you?" Then, to Robert. "How about you, sweet lips?" The waitress filled Roth's coffee, studied the trio soberly, and moved off. Had she not recognized Roth as a local, and from the times he came in for a late breakfast, she might have called the police. But a few patrolmen would start drifting in around this time anyhow. The third Polaroid was clear now. All 3 photos showed Robert in the booth holding the Daily News up to his chest. He was clearly recognizable if the snaps were compared to McMillan's passport. "Okay, here's the agenda." He pointed to Rachel. "I see you in Bangkok next week with the additional 40,333. And don't forget the 33 cents. Then I wait 3-4 weeks, during which I delay my report. Beauty will make polite yet firm request for payment from both companies. You don't get nasty. You don't get pushy. You don't make threats. Got it?" She nodded. "I will then provide you with the name of an attorney. You go straight to him and hire him. He'll write a strong demand letter. He won't know anything other than what you tell him. You got all that?" Rachel nodded. Roth continued. "The companies will pressure me for a report, but I'll still drag my feet. Say that I've got some good dope on the case which might 177. Contest the claims and that I'll finalize it in a week at most. But I won't. It'll be a few more weeks. By that time it'll be too late for them to reassign the case to another investigator. Just to be sure, I'll muddy the water so badly a new investigator couldn't find his own reflection. And then, nasty time, the attorney will then give very short notice that he's filing a lawsuit. He'll stipulate punitive damages. That always gets their attention. Then I turn in my report at the 11th hour, which says the case is clean. The companies won't like it, but they'll reach for their checkbooks fast, because the clock has run down and they can't do anything else. Won't the attorney want a cut? Robert asked. Pay attention, dummy. I said that Beauty will hire him. He won't be in on it. He just gets paid for his time. $1,000 or $2,000 should cover it. If there's no litigation, he gets no percentage. Why do you want these photos? Robert asked. You could screw us over after Rachel gets the money and you get your cut. To the contrary, these little mementos are to ensure that you darlings don't screw me. If you do, I drop the photos in the mail. You'll hang yourself too. Why? Who says a little birdie didn't drop 'em in the mail? I'll just say I know nothing. I'll look dumb, but so what? These companies won't use me again anyhow, after I finish screwing them around with all the delays, then come up with nothing. They'll even suspect me, but what can they do? You could drop the photos in the mail after you get your split. Robert objected. Roth smirked, looked at Rachel, then at Robert. Is there inbreeding in your family? Do the math? Einstein, why would I stir up shit once I get my cut? Robert and Rachel studied each other for a moment. Then Robert looked away. They liked the deal, but Roth wouldn't be getting $500,000. No, it would only cost them a one-time $66,000 payout for his third of the American traveler's payment. Once Rachel got the other 2 checks, they'd skip out. Let Roth drop the photos in the mail. He'd end up looking stupid, and no one knew their real identity. Sure, Roth would kill them, if he ever found them. And if they didn't kill him first, that's it then, Rachel asked. Not quite. First, butt plug drops the claim for the hospitalization policy. Got it? Robert nodded. Just walk away from it. Even if you're contacted, don't respond. You're getting your mail at Marcia Post's apartment, right? Robert nodded again, avoiding Rachel's eyes. So, keep checking the mail. If anything comes from the company, toss it out. Second, I want to know everything. I know most of it, but I got a 178. Know all of it. I gotta cover my ass and account for anything that the companies might know that I don't know they know. Understand? The waitress brought more coffee and began clearing away his plates. She worked slow. Why don't you just pull up a chair and listen in? Roth quipped. The waitress made a face and moved off. A police car pulled up at the curb outside. 2 officers got out. Rachel stiffened, but Robert didn't see them, since his back was to the window. The cops walked up the flagstone steps, came in, took stools at the counter. Okay, Roth continued. Next item, a little show and tell, and you people better be convincing. Robert saw the officers then. He watched the waitress, who went up to the cops. Roth looked over, saw the cops taking a seat. Hey, dummy, he said to Robert. Don't worry about the buttons. Their new patrol cars have global donut positioning systems. That's all. You need to worry about me. Listen up. Robert looked back at Roth. Now, you guys think you're gonna try to bullshit your way through this. Then once Beauty collects the money, you think you're just gonna skip out, because you think I can't find you. So, let me straighten you out. I know a lot more than you can imagine, and the first lie gets you. Beauty, a shot to the head. Roth balled his fist. Right here, right now. Believe me, Beauty, I'll hit you so hard, those cops over there will ticket your pretty head for speeding across Northern Boulevard. She knew he'd do it. Robert wouldn't do anything about it. He couldn't. You. He pointed to Robert. Go to the toilet. Pull your pud while I ask Beauty some questions. When you come back, your answers better match hers. Robert hesitated. They hadn't planned on this, or they would have rehearsed some bullshit story. This way, Roth would get their real mains, their background, everything, if he didn't already have this information. So, if Rachel used an alias, there was no way he'd know which one, because he'd be in the John waiting for his turn to be questioned. That was a problem with their scams. Too many aliases, too many backdrops, too many claims. He couldn't begin to guess which story she'd use, and if their stories didn't jive, there'd be big trouble. Right here, right now, Roth said, and the whole game would be over. They would kiss a lot of money goodbye, just on what happened right now. Roth would go berserk if he tripped them up, caught them trying to bullshit him after his warnings. Maybe he'd tear the diner apart, go for their throats. Maybe he'd call the cops over, press charges on the spot. He had enough evidence. Robert's photograph on the Macmillan 179 passport and a copy of the Form 2060 was all he needed to bring this whole thing crashing down right now. Get in there. Roth thumbed towards the bathrooms. Robert scooted out of his booth, walked sullen to the rear of the diner. He looked back at Rachel. She shrugged. Roth had outsmarted them and she wasn't surprised. And somehow she wasn't even disappointed. Roth watched Robert go into the toilet, then turned back to her, his smile evil. He chuckled. There's no way in the world he can guess what you're going to tell me, rehearsal or not, because you haven't the faintest idea what I'm going to ask. Maybe I'm going to ask you things I already know, or maybe I don't know the answers. You're not going to know which. Now, beauty, we start with your real name. He balled up his right fist again, leaned forward and took hold of her jacket lapel. He pulled her face within inches of his, worked his shoulders, loosening up, and whispered, "You know what's going to happen to your lovely face if you lie to me, don't you? It'll break my heart to smear that beautiful nose across your face, but I guarantee that it'll hurt you a lot more than me." 20 minutes later, Roth had finished grilling Rachel and Robert. He left them with a parting thought. "Folks, I hate killing anyone unless I have to. But if I have to, I love to." He stuffed his bill into Robert's shirt pocket. Robert took it out and handed it to Rachel without bothering to check the amount. It was clear to Roth, who handled the money, explained why Robert had resorted to the petty hospitalization scam. As they walked down the steps at the side exit of the diner, the cameras in the van clicked on. As soon as the trio left the diner, a man having coffee at the counter jumped up and hustled into the back section where they'd been sitting. He moved so fast that the cops looked up in surprise, turned to watch him. He snapped a rubber glove on his right hand, popped open a plastic bag, and reached the booths just ahead of the waitress. To her surprise, he lifted glasses, cups, and silverware, slipping them into the bag, sealed it. He walked to the cashier's counter, threw down a $100 bill, and left the restaurant. The cops sitting at the counter looked at the manager behind the register for his reaction. He returned their look, a question on his face, but held up the bill, shrugged. The cops looked at each other, went back to their donuts. Outside, the man watched Roth and the Tierneys walking into the parking lot behind the restaurant. He walked across the street to the van and got in. The Tierneys got into their car, a late-model Audi, and Roth walked north on Little Met Parkway. He was filmed walking off, and when the 180 Audi pulled out of the parking lot a moment later, it too was filmed and the license plate recorded. Back in their apartment on Fifth Avenue, Robert seemed indifferent about the meeting. He didn't talk about it, didn't say a thing about Roth, didn't ask what she'd told Roth before it was her turn to visit the ladies' room. They knew that Roth had gotten the best of them, and Robert seemed resigned to splitting the entire booty. Rachel watched him from the bar as he plopped down on the couch in front of the television, watching the stocks tape, listening to his stereo with the headset on, leafing through magazines all at once, tuned out to the world. "You're really quite a stupid asshole, aren't you, Robert?" she said, matter of fact. "But why am I being so smug? Roth snagged me too." She shook her head, clapped for Barbie, who came running, and took her in for a bubble bath. Barbie liked baths. She also used a cat's litter box, being more feline than canine. Rachel hated walking her, and it was the one thing Robert absolutely refused to do. "Christ, Chief, where you been?" Nina inquired over the phone. It was Thursday night. "And busy. When are you heading out?" "Tomorrow afternoon. On those new cases." "How'd it go with Mrs. McMillan?" "You'll get my report. I got things to clean up in the office tomorrow. Then I'm out of here. Can someone give me a lift?" "Flight's at 4 p.m. 181. 29 Manila." "Yes," Towers hissed, smiling. "I'm out of here. 2 long years in purgatory in the bag, logged in the State Department's history books. John Warbell returned the smile, handing him the transfer orders. Washington. Effective January 3rd, he said. You've got another week's leave still on the books. Should put you home for Christmas. Towers studied his new assignment papers. He'd be stationed in D.C. for a year, training interns. Not bad. Not bad, at all. He wondered if Warbell just wanted him out of Manila. Maybe so. John and Millie had something going now. Maybe nothing serious yet. But he saw the signs, sure what was coming. Well, that was fine with him. Why not? She got on better with John than she ever did with him, anyhow. Was there anything else behind the transfer? Rumors about the McMillan matter were flying around the office. Was something up that he didn't know about? Was something else behind his transfer? For the past 2 weeks he hadn't been invited to bridge at the ambassador's residence. Didn't matter, just as long as nothing went into his record, and apparently it wouldn't, or he'd have been notified. You're cut from the Manila roster effective December 12th. Your replacement arrives December 1. Snap her in for us in citizen services, will you? Sure, John. Who are you moving into visas? Millie. That's great. She deserves it. The ambassador thinks so, and I agree. You would. John swiveled his chair around to look out the window. He made a tent with his fingers, crossed his knees. Bill, I've been thinking a lot about Millie these days. Do tell. John did. I mean, a lot of thinking. So when's the wedding already? She's a fine person, Towers said, without feeling. Well, I gotta get back to the section, if there's nothing else, John. Just wanted you to know, Bill. Sure. Towers left Warbell's office. He was finished with the Philippines. Finished with this wretched heat, the lonely nights, the eternal waiting for his life to take on meaning. Back to the land of the big PX. No more working in 182 air-conditioned, glass-encased cubicles, or living in what amounted to dormitory apartments, riding around in buttoned-up autos against the pollution, the potential terrorists. No more bottled water, diarrhea, commissary supplies, or wretched bimbos invading the consulate, looking for a visa out of hell. Yeah, back to a chance at pursuing a real life. Good old American women, God bless 'em. And Washington was loaded with women. Maybe somewhere, the future Mrs. Towers was waiting for him. But first, maybe Lori. He had to know. 183 30 Bangkok was sweltering at 90 degrees when Roth's flight landed from Hong Kong at 3 p.m. In the taxi heading into town, he thought about Rachel, as he had all week. She had a way of invading his thoughts. Evil was like that, carried its unique brand of fascination, an irresistible allure. She'd arrive tonight with his money. He'd need to hold her here in Bangkok for the weekend, instead of her turning around for New York. He needed a few details filled in. He dropped his bag at his apartment, then checked his mail. Gunnery Sergeant Austin from the U.S. Embassy had mailed him 2 tickets for the Marine Corps Ball, scheduled for the 10th. He'd stop in at least, since the gunny went to the trouble, remembering him from last year. He checked to make sure his tux was ready. He found it in the back of his closet, hung in the dry-cleaning plastic cover, then tucked into a suit carrier. There was an email from Nina concerning one of the cases he'd worked in China. There was also a fax from Rachel. She'd sent it from New York before leaving, asking him to book a hotel room for her in Bangkok. That was about 16 hours ago, so by this time, she was in the air and would arrive around midnight. He checked the airline timetable, booked a room for her at Marriott, then busied himself with reports. He switched off his laptop at 10 o'clock, showered, shaved, and dressed in lightweight slacks, loafers, and a Hawaiian print shirt. He taxied to Great American Rib on Soy 36. He ate a rack of St. Louis ribs, washing it down with margaritas, made a dessert of cointreau and coffee. At 11:30, he taxied to Suvarnabhumi Airport. In the terminal, he rested his elbows on the railing that cordoned off visitors from arriving passengers. Several hundred people waited for arriving Planes, dozens of drivers holding up placards. For some reason, the U case came to mind. All the little details that had given you away, the tiny clues Roth had followed to locate you alive and well at his brother's restaurant. A sobering thought. Were all his bases covered with this Macmillan business? Had he made any mistakes? What little details had he overlooked? None that he could think of. But didn't most scammers think that? Overconfidence was the kiss of death in the confidence game. He checked the arrivals board. Her flight from New York via Narita had landed 20 minutes early. Shortly he saw her pushing a cart loaded with luggage. Apparently she had no plans for a quick turnaround. Either that 184 or she was traveling beyond Bangkok. He went upstairs to the airline offices, which were getting ready to close. He asked if the manifest from the Narita flight was in, and a clerk pointed to a stack of papers on a nearby desk. It was on top. Roth ran his finger through it and found Rachel's name under Warner, her latest bogus persona, and not her real name, Rachel Tierney. She had flown business class, occupying seat 7A. In seat 7B had been a Chinese gentleman. Probably no connection, but Roth noted the name anyhow. He scanned the entire manifest, noted no other names of interest. But if the Tierneys were sending someone to hit him, that someone could be on any flight. Rachel was apparently traveling alone. She'd checked in 3 pieces of luggage and carried another on aboard, for a total weight of 66 kilograms. This little piece of sleuthing would have taken weeks, if not months in the States, using authorizations or subpoenas. Working in laid-back countries had its advantages. He went downstairs and walked outside, watched Rachel for a while from a distance. She was definitely alone. No one approached her or seemed to be moving in concert with her. A lot of eyes were on her as usual. Men studied her legs as though committing them to memory, like maybe they'd be tested later. Roth eyed a few limousines at the curb, opposite the line of taxis. They were empty. She was waiting for him. He lit a cigarette, sauntered up behind her. "Hey lady, wanna fuck?" Startled, Rachel spun around. "Oh, hello," she said, unfazed by anything he might say. "Have a nice trip? I'm beat." To Roth, she looked fresh, and smelled marvelous. "Couldn't sleep on the plane?" "Off and on, but not really." "Push your cart over there." Into the taxi queue. "You don't have a car?" she asked. Disappointed. "Never use 'em in Bangkok. Traffic's terrible and taxis are plentiful and cheap." "You could have a driver." "Had one, but he just sat around mostly. Had a softer life than mine. Couldn't have that. And I won't bother driving in traffic." "I'm a bother?" "You're a headache. And a princess. Just get in line." Rachel received his insults gracefully, smiled at him, and wheeled her cart into line. She'd have her moment, and probably soon. 185. Roth stood close to her, looking her up and down. She ignored his inspection, knew what he was thinking, what he'd been thinking about since New York. Traffic was heavy going into town. Roth's hand rested on Rachel's thigh, a move she hadn't objected to after the obligatory raised eyebrow. A lot of luggage, planning to stay for a while, maybe 10 or 20 years. "I read about a spa down in a place called Hua Hin. Thought I'd spend a few days there. If that's all right with you," she asked facetiously. "I'll let you know." She dabbed her forehead with a handkerchief. It was warm in the taxi, even with the air conditioner turned on high. "Where have you booked me?" "The Marriott." Rachel was surprised, expecting that he'd suggest she stay at his place. But he'd taken away her thunder. She couldn't deliver a thanks but no thanks. She looked out the window at the cars they were passing, nonplussed that she could never gauge his next remarks, his next action. At the hotel, Roth held the taxi as a bellboy stacked her luggage on a trolley. "You're on my tab," he said. "Under my name." He got back in the taxi, rolled down the window. "You have my address. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, and don't forget my present. Want it now? It's right here." She glanced around, surreptitious, ran a sleek finger across her purse hanging from her shoulder. Roth studied her face. It was like she didn't seem to mind giving up the money, like she was handing it over gladly. "In the morning is soon enough." He began rolling up the window. "Bring a swimsuit." She smiled after him as the taxi turned under the porte-cochere to exit. Yeah, she was getting to him, and he was making an effort to hide it. As Roth stepped into his apartment, the phone rang and the fax signal came on. Himself a drink as the first papers snailed out of the machine, and shortly there was a stack of documents in the paper tray. Financial reports on Robert and Rachel Tierney. Nina could pull up any credit profile, locate any bank account, track all credit card activity, even pull a few shenanigans and alter credit card records with. He'd read the reports in the morning before Rachel arrived. He put on shorts, opened the terrace door leading to the pool. He briefly thought of calling in a girl, but somehow a hooker would be a disappointment after seeing Rachel again. That bitch could seduce a dead pope. 186. 31. Rachel stood in the shallow end of the pool, her eyes closed, face tilted back for the morning sun to caress her. Roth might be right, she thought. If one spent her days in a swimming pool under a sun like this, life in the tropics was good. She supposed there were some benefits to having seasons, but right now she couldn't imagine what they were. She knew he was watching her. She cupped water in her hands and dabbed her face, pushed her hair tightly back, bunching her breasts in her bikini top. She was wearing the day-glow lime bikini, the skimpy job that had turned Towers into a stuttering idiot. For now it was time for management analysis with Roth. She turned in the water to fix his position. He sat on the diving board at the other end, watching her. She shaded her eyes against the sun with both hands, that ballooning effect again, and returned Roth's stare. She liked that kind of look from a man, regardless of how she felt about him. She despised quick, furtive peeks most men stole at her. $40,333 in a thick envelope was lying on the table on his terrace. Roth had tossed it aside, indifferent, without comment. In fact, she'd been here for nearly an hour, and not a word had been exchanged yet. The terrace door was opened when she arrived, a breeze wafting through the living room, flagging the curtains back into the apartment. She found him reading some papers, drinking a gin and tonic, twist of lime. She'd sat down, pulled the envelope from her handbag. He hadn't looked at it or at her, just tossed her a towel, and nodded towards the pool, as if to say it was time to show the other currency. She strung her bikini around her in a changing room poolside, threw on Roth's bathrobe, and he had her drink waiting on the terrace, a sunset surprise, a la Manila hotel, 1 hour ago and not a word. Was their business concluded? She had questions about the timetable, like when she should contact the attorney, but she said nothing. Roth would speak when he wanted to, and that suited her fine. Robert should be more like that. Roth would take care of things. He'd tell her what he wanted and when. Fine with her. Let someone else do the thinking for a change. Roth dived in. He swam underwater, his strokes leading directly to her. He surfaced in front of her, standing so close without touching that it was awkward. She covered her eyes from the sun and squinted up into his eyes, boring into her. What was he thinking, if not the obvious? Clearly, he was attracted to her, but he wasn't slobbering over her. Aside from his crude words, he had 187. Revealed absolutely nothing of his feelings. Maybe a boiler with the pressure building. She'd always had an effect on men, ever since that summer when she turned 13 and grew a few inches. Grew everywhere. She learned that men didn't hold all the power after all. She began noticing the way they looked at her. She held the power now, but not with Roth. At least not yet. What? She asked at last. The first word between them. Roth motioned to the terrace. They got out of the pool, dried off, and went over. Rachel sat down, crossed her legs, threw her towel over her shoulders. Roth sat down opposite her, fingered the envelope. "I want something else from you." "What's that?" Rachel asked. a smile coming to her lips. Roth's eyes dropped to her thighs. "You're sitting on it. You want my chair?" she asked, all innocent. Roth returned her smile. Nice smile, she thought. A different smile. He was warming to her. But then his eyes went hard. "Get in the bedroom." "No." She shook her head, slow and coy. He stood, his smile gone, replaced by that cruel look. "And don't even think about throwing a Manila special." "A what?" Rachel's voice cracked. Roth took hold of her towel, pulled it up around her neck, balled the end in his fist. "A wham bam, thank you, Sam. Manila special." He pulled her out of her chair, grabbed her wrist. "That's not part of this," she said, pulling back. But he was too strong, his grip tight on her wrist, hurting her. He held the towel firmly, twisting it tighter, like a harness, and pulled her inside. "Whenever I want, you'll lay down for me, or I'll think we're not friends." He spun her around and yanked the towel away, grabbed her by her hair. At the bedroom door she tried to resist. Roth put his finger under her nose, forcing her backwards, head first, and she had to back up, or fall. He spun her around again, slid his other hand beneath her legs, and lofted her onto his bed. This wasn't on her terms, and it angered her, yet she was curious about what came next. "I don't like rough stuff," she said through clenched teeth, drawing her legs up as he covered her with his body. He grabbed her wrists, crossed them, held them with one hand, and slapped her butt so she'd drop her legs. She tried to bite his face. Dumb move. He butted heads with her, so hard that she saw stars and went limp. Above her head on the wall was the hysterical face of an elaborate Baron mask, a demon face that barred spirits from Roth's bedroom. She told herself that she wasn't losing control, that this was really her idea, that she needed to get inside his head to deal with him, that this was just part of what started 188. In New York, she didn't like this road, but what the hell, it led to the same destination. She stared up at the hideous mask as he ripped off her bikini and took her, but she didn't see the tiny red light aglow within the mask. They had sex all day, dozing off intermittently, then waking and screwing time and again. Her legs ached from the strenuous work, and her body was tender from his ruthlessness. But she hated the pretense of affection, gentleness, or kindness that some people use to shield the frankness of lust. Roth didn't bother with that crap. No romance, sentimentality, or affection. He used her like a cheap whore. She stirred awake around midnight. Roth was on his back, asleep at her side, his arm under her head. She sat up and scanned his bedroom, looking for something heavy, maybe crush the bastard's head in. Instead, confused as she'd never been before, she moved against him and began kissing his chest, dropping her hand down to his stomach and down. She reflected in fresh wonderment how her emotions had betrayed her, and how she felt about his attack. That she was going to fuck him was a given after that meeting in the diner. But she was supposed to use him as she'd used Towers and so many others, starting with Jack Scarlett. Cops always say the guilty feel better after they've confessed. That's how she felt now, plus trying to read Roth's mind was stimulating. He'd known the truth about Macmillan from the get-go, had just crossed the T's, dotted the I's. Methodical and meticulous. Daylight peeked through the curtains. They ate a breakfast he prepared, eggs scrambled with mushrooms, and some sort of pate on crackers. And later still, after more screwing, he lay next to her, massaging her with oil as she sobbed, her nervous system racked from countless orgasms. The pillows were wet from her tears, the sheets soaked from their bodies, and now each time Roth touched her in those places, every place, her body shuddered, anticipating the excitement. She dozed off and on, not knowing or caring if it was day or night. Stirring eventually, she murmured, "Why are you doing this?" Roth turned his head. "Because you're a delectable slut, and I can't keep my hands off you." She smiled, kissed his chest. Delectable slut sounded marvelous. It was nice to be understood. Not this, she corrected. I mean, why are you helping me? You're helping me. Yes, but why? For the money, dummy. Why are you doing it? It was noon. She was half lying across Roth, his arm over her back, hand massaging her buttocks. They'd been in bed for a full 24 hours. Plates 189 were scattered across the bed on the floor, and the sheets were soiled from food, booze, oil, and sex. The bedroom was a pig pen, but neither cared to move a muscle. Because it's all I've ever known, she answered. But you're different. You're an investigator. You don't need the money. So tell me why. Why I'm doing it. Because I got expenses. That's why. Booze, whores, comic books. I want to know. You can tell me. I've told you everything. 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 She propped her chin on her arm and made a hurt face. At least everything important. Her eyes narrowed. Roth kept his thoughts to himself. Maybe he had secrets so deep he didn't even understand them. Things he never talked about. Like why he went berserk whenever he suspected a lie, no matter how innocuous. She'd bet anything that a woman had once done a number on him. Roth sat up and lit a cigarette. He inhaled deep, expelled the smoke, reached around for an ashtray. Not finding one, he flipped the ashes on the floor. Didn't matter, the floor was parquet, and the room was a disaster area and smelled like a whorehouse. Homie, tell me, she coaxed. It's all a big game. It's all about money, he said. So much money the insurance companies don't even know they have. But it's more than that. Some of my clients are inept idiots, narrow-minded bean counters who cheap Charlie their investigators. Fuck us at every turn. They screw over guys like me who do their dirty work. He came up on his elbows. I used to go out of my way to break a case, and all I ever got for my trouble was a lot of cheap chicken shit. Most inside claims examiners are narrow-minded, expenses-minded bureaucrats who've never been in the field themselves. Guys like Saito came to mind. He continued, venom in his voice. One thing will always stick in my craw. I once investigated a claim in Yemen, nearly got my ass greased breaking it. Risked my life and spent a week in a toilet, the Yemenis call a jail. I got scabies and I fought off the jailhouse proctologists. Then my property was confiscated and I was thrown out of country. The claimant planned to waste me when I refused a bribe. When that didn't work, he ran to the authorities and accused me of spying, and he complained to the client that I was maligning his reputation. I convalesced for a week, and Nina, my partner, invoiced for my time in jail. A few thousand measly dollars. But you know what? The client said that it wasn't their problem. They refused to pay for the time I rotted in that sewer, all along knowing their claimant was a crook. Roth dropped his cigarette butt into an empty beer bottle. Insurance people always take the easy way out for everything. It's easier to screw over 192 their investigator than face down their claimants. A couple of grand to do the right thing, and the client wouldn't do what a man should do. Some of those people are sniveling little humps with no notion of character or integrity. They're incapable of handling their own cases, but shit on those who do. Disloyal, two-faced bastards. Rachel sat up, silent at his tirade. She had her answer, an important one given their alliance. That's why I'm doing it, Roth spat. Sorry I asked, she said, sliding out of bed. Where you going? To pee, she replied like a mouse, knowing now to be cautious around Roth when he was riled. She went in, closed the door. Roth lit another cigarette and smiled at the closed door. Now you know, don't you, beauty? Now everything fits. 191. 32. They lazed Sunday away. She didn't want to get out of bed, but he forced her up and called in the maid. Her legs were rubbery, her body sore, her equipment ravaged. They sat in his hot tub for a while, took a swim, then showered and dressed for dinner. They ate Italian in a nearby restaurant. Then Roth took her to a traditional Thai massage parlor in Pratunam, ordering 2 girls for each of them. Her girls worked on her for 2 hours, while one of his also massaged her feet. Reflexology, nearly orgasmic. By midnight they were back in Roth's hot tub sipping champagne. He brought 2 girls back with them, and the massages continued in the swirling water. The girls were naked, and while Rachel had no proclivities in this direction, the experience was erotic. She was rethinking life in the tropics. Back in bed, Rachel, although tender everywhere it mattered, was anxious for more. An added stimulation were the girls, who pranced about nude, serving drinks and food, indifferent to the bedtime maneuvers. At first shy, Rachel soon found their audience delightful. Another first, but there'd been many firsts with Roth these past hours. She dozed off to an oil massage. Later, she didn't know how much time had passed. She awoke from a dream to Roth's voice in the dark. He was sitting up in bed, smoking a cigarette, making designs with his cigarette in the black night air. The girls were gone. She turned to him. "Did you say something?" I said, "Tell me about Lolita." Roth's voice was little more than a whisper. "Lolita, who?" she said, groggy. "Lolita who? I don't know. Maybe you never met her, but you know her." Rachel came up on her elbows, blinking sleep away, thinking, how the hell did Roth know about the Lolita girl? She hadn't mentioned her, that's for sure. "Oh yes, Robert's girlfriend, you mean? In Manila?" She looked at the luminous dial of the clock. "The second hand just past 4 a.m. Exactly. Tell me about her," Roth said. "How do you know about her? What did I tell you about answering my questions with another question?" His tone was mild, but Rachel sensed an undercurrent of impatience, a stepping stone to anger. And from there, well, she didn't want to dwell on that. "I only know what Robert told me, which was 192. "How much insurance you have on her?" Rachel froze. The air was suddenly heavy with tension. "I know about everything," he said, anticipating her question. "You should know that by now." Was this leading to Roth wanting another cut? "Robert's not going to like this." She put her hand on his chest. He removed her hand, tossed her arm aside. His fuse was getting short. "I couldn't care less what Robert's going to like. Has he filed the claims on her yet?" His question was a challenge. "Yes, I think so," she said. "Oh, I see," he said. "We're partners. But you only think so. Wrong, Beauty? You know so." Roth's breathing was deepening. He was about to explode. "Okay," she hastened. "He has filed the claims." She sat up, readied her voice with as much delicacy as she could muster for what she was about to say. "But those claims don't involve you. How much money?" "I'm not sure." Roth stubbed out his cigarette. "You want to reconsider that last answer. All right, there are 4 policies, each for $200,000, all with double indemnity. $1,000,006. Not bad for the life of a little island girl," Roth thought. He looked at her. "But this doesn't concern you." "No? You're not involved, are you?" Another question to my question? "Yes, I'm involved. Every insurance claim in the Philippines comes to me," he lied. "Who whacked her? Reno? Whacked her? I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't know any Reno." "Who do you know?" "No one. That's Robert's end. I never met that man, Morales, or whatever his name is. He was just a mechanism for getting Peter's death notification to the attention of the consulate. So, you could get the Form 2060, yes. Who whacked Lolita? Second time I've asked. There won't be a third. I don't know what you're talking about." "About. Her death was faked. 193. In a flash, Roth gave her a resounding slap on the side of her head, the blow coming out of nowhere in the dark. She cried out and slid out of bed, her ear ringing from the blow. "You son of a..." Roth flew at her. He grabbed her by the hair. She couldn't make him out in the dark, but he had no trouble seeing her. He swung his foot, sweeping her legs from beneath her, and she dropped hard to the parquet floor. She cried out. Roth held a fist of her hair. "I told you what was going to happen if you lied to me again, didn't I? And your mouth, Beauty, how nasty. Were you gonna call me a son of a bitch? Is that what you were gonna call me? He slapped her hard across the face. Son of a bitch, huh? She covered her face and begged him to stop. Stop hitting you. Hell, woman. I'm gonna kill you if you lie to me again. Fraud is one thing, but you're mixing me up in murder, and the price tag on that is half of everything. I swear I never wanted to know, and I didn't know that you knew. How could I? He raised his hand to hit her, and sensing it in the dark, she cowered, shielding her face with her elbow, holding Roth's arm to keep him from yanking her hair out of her scalp. I swear, Mike. Her mind was in a whirl. I don't know what happened to her. You knew she was dead, didn't you? No. Roth slapped her face again, knocking her back against the wall. Roth raged. Now, you're dead, girlie. From beneath the mattress he withdrew a butcher's knife. She saw its gleam from the crack of light coming from beneath the bathroom door. He dragged her closer to the door. There's a clom out back, where someone's gonna find you bobbing in the morning, all beat to shit against the concrete retainers. You took a walk in the middle of the night, you see, under the influence and careless. Where you stepped. Oops, and a splash, and there went Beauty. No, oh my God, no, she screamed. I knew she was dead, but I don't know what they did to her. Robert told you she was dead? Yes, he told me after it happened. That makes us both accessories. But I didn't do anything, she pleaded. How'd they whack her? All I know is that she was run over. Robert wasn't even in Manila when it happened. He knew a cop, or someone. Rachel spoke fast, the blade just inches from her eyes. The cop took care of it. Why was she whacked? 194. She was always strung out on crack or something. Robert said she was unreliable. She threatened to run to the authorities, to expose Robert to the insurance companies. Robert is Jordan, I mean. How'd you get the coverage on her? We bought policies on Lolita and Robert, as Jordan Warner, each being the other's beneficiary as fiancés. Small policies, so there weren't medical exams. For which you had a stand-in. Yes. Who? A Cuban girl from Florida. Name? Why does it matter? There it is again, a question for an answer. You're never going to learn, Beauty. He pushed her against the door with his knee and held the blade to her throat. She felt the steel pushing against her flesh. She spoke fast. Any second, Roth would cut her. I don't remember her name. It was someone our mother, sent up from Miami. Carmen. A Carmen something or other. Let's go back to Lolita, Roth directed. She believed Robert was going to marry her. At first, he was only going to fake her death, but she got out of hand, couldn't be controlled. And policies were taken on Robert also, so it wouldn't look lopsided when he claimed on her life? Yes. Your idea, right? Yes. Roth let go of her hair, stood back. Had to be your idea. Butt plug's not that smart. He opened the door, pushing her aside, and walked into the living room, switched on the light over the bar. He threw the knife in a cabinet, smiled towards the darkened bedroom. Oh, Beauty, he called, melodious. Would you like a drink? He heard Rachel in the bedroom. She tried to stand, but fell back against the wall. I guess you could use one, he muttered. He made more margaritas, the sound of the grinding ice in the blender angry in the blackness of night. He carried them into the bedroom, put them on the night table, turned on the bedside light. He pulled her up from the floor, sat her on the bed. Beauty, our first fight, he said with mock concern. Drink this, he ordered. Rachel started to shake her head, but saw that no wasn't an option. She took the glass in shaky hands, spilling globs on the floor, the bed. She slurped at the drink, spilling more across her shaking fingers. It was very 195. Strong, tasting mostly of tequila. The crushed ice hurt her teeth. The bitter, salty snap made her wince, and she tasted blood in her mouth. Roth looked at the clock. 4:16 and 23 seconds. 16 minutes and 23 seconds had elapsed since he'd woken her. Fast work, faster than he'd thought. "There," he said, his voice soothing. "Doesn't the truth make you feel better?" "Of course it does. Now I know that you're going to tell me the truth from now on. Because you see, Beauty, like I told you before, I need the truth to keep us out of trouble. If I operate in the dark, well, things would get screwed up." He put his face up to hers, nose to nose. "It's not fun in the dark, is it? Bad things happen in the dark, don't they? Now whacking people puts a whole new light on the picture. I will get half on both cases, and of course, half when the Jordan Warner scam is pulled off." So this was why Roth wanted the money here in Bangkok, so he could get her alone, laid her bare in every way, work on her. She was not only defenseless, but literally naked. And she'd planned to work on him. If her head didn't throb so, she would have laughed. She should have known better from the way he handled things in New York. She'd let her ego get in the way, let past successes blind her. The world wasn't full of guys like Robert and Towers. Roth was another animal altogether, not so different than Jack Scarlett, and their type couldn't be played. Mom's favorite mantra: "Don't bullshit a bullshiter, honey. Never snow the snowman." Roth had been light years ahead of them, still 50%. In the Macmillan case and the Lolita case, the answer was obviously yes. Without him, there'd be nothing. He'd see to that. And there's a bright side of all this. Roth hovered over her, stroking her hair. "We're going for bigger paydays, and I got a few ideas that'll blow your skirt up, tickle you plumb to giggles. Multi-million-dollar claims instead of these nickel-and-dime scams. Start thinking in 8-digit figures, Beauty." He walked into the bathroom, took a face towel, ran hot water over it, wrung it out. He returned, flapping the towel open to cool it. "With inside contacts, I can guarantee jumbo policies, and fast, no questions asked claim handling. It'll cost us for the inside people, maybe $100,000 a throw. But that's beans compared to millions. We won't even need stiffs all over the place. Just creative underwriting." He administered the warm towel, wiping her face as though she was a child. She looked up at him, afraid to say anything he'd take the wrong way. Robert would have to agree to a 50-50 cut for Roth, or have him killed. And if Robert killed Roth, what would become of their claims? But aside from that, killing Roth wouldn't be easy. Moreover, she realized that she didn't want him dead, despite this beating. Maybe she deserved it for lying to him after all his warnings. Plus, he had the experience and the contacts. He'd get things done, and he'd take care of them, just as long as they operated on 196. His terms jumped when he said jump. Maybe that was as it should be. Yeah, he was light years ahead of them. That left her new relationship with Roth to square with Robert. He'd be livid if he knew she'd slept with him, especially if she'd enjoyed it. She'd just have to bring him around. Or else. But what was the or else? Roth finished wiping her face. "Now," he said, looking at the clock, "let's have a nice little chat about Mr. Brian O'Toole." When Rachel finished telling what she knew, it was 4:50 a.m. Roth had plied her with drinks in quick succession, and she'd become more talkative, but still wary of his fury. Murder was out in the open now, and surprisingly she felt relieved. Like a weight was taken off of her, and was now on Roth's shoulders. Robert never shared the pressures. Roth was willing to, and managed them easily. He settled into bed, and soon pushed her head under the sheets. She performed on him as he spoke in a soothing voice, telling her to never again lie to him because if she did, he'd just have to kill her, since he was beginning to feel things for her. She turned this over in her mind, vowed to be truthful from now on. That wouldn't come easy for her, but she'd try. Was he really starting to have feelings for her? Did that square with his nature? He flipped the sheet back, looked down at her, asked, "Would you like me to hum something while you're at that? Maybe a few bars from some enchanted evening." She exploded with laughter. It was impossible not to like him, and she stopped trying not to. Well, sort of. 197. 33. Rachel left for Kaohsiung, the spa down in Hua Hin she'd talked about. She asked Roth to go with her, but he called it twat quality time, insisted she go alone. He had things to do, he said, promised her some adventures when she returned to Bangkok. The more she thought about it, the less she minded. Had it been Robert, he'd have dragged himself along, suffocated her Roth kind of attention. A health spa was no place for Roth. He'd only lust after the women there, and the more she pondered that, a tinge of jealousy worked into her thoughts. Like everything with Roth, this too was a new experience, and not one she was sure she cared for. On the other hand, maybe she did. At any rate, a reunion would be fun. That night, Roth attended the annual Marine Corps Ball at the Marriott on Sukhumvit Road. He met a few clients for whom he and an associate handled debugging work. Then, with a small group of partygoers, hit a few clubs in Patpalm. He barfined a dancer from the Tierra Club, took her home but sent her away after a quickie. Rachel stayed in Hua Hin for 5 days, returning like a newborn babe. She'd been exercised and massaged, well fed and pampered. Had she not missed Roth, she would have stayed for a month. Roth, true to his word, whirled her around Bangkok. Her first night back found them in a gambling den of Soi Tonglor, in the home of a police colonel. She won at roulette, not much, but she'd never won at the wheel before. Later that evening, they took in a sex show at Patpalm, then went for supper at the Dusit Thani Hotel. They slept the next day away, then in the evening went to a symphony, supped at the Royal Orchid Sheraton, and ended up rolling dice after hours in a go-go bar in Nana Plaza. Rachel dropped 80,000 baht, over $2,000, but Roth won 300,000. The following afternoon, they flew up to Hong Kong for night racing at Happy Valley, staying at the Peninsula in Kowloon. She shopped and saw the sights for a few days, during which time Roth forayed into China on business, the nature of which he didn't divulge. He returned and collected her, and they flew back to Bangkok. She'd originally planned 5 days in Thailand, but it was nearly 2 weeks before she returned Robert's calls. He was frantic. "Is anything wrong, Rachel? Why the hell are you still there?" 198. "Mr. Roth has been showing me around." "Around where?" Robert persisted. "What's going on?" "A few places. He's being a gracious host." "You're not closing a deal, you know. We're not exactly signing a contract there. When are you coming back?" "Day after tomorrow." Robert called again 4 days later, and she lied that there was a problem booking a return flight. She blamed it on the Chinese New Year, said she'd been on standby all this time, but had a definite reservation in 3 more days. Robert fumed on the other end of the line. Rachel scrunched tin foil next to the mouthpiece. It sounded like white noise on Robert's end. He cursed, grew impatient, and hung up, but called her back. She did it again when he asked why she wasn't staying at a hotel. Frustrated, he slammed the receiver down in a torrent of profanity, and then it dawned on him that Chinese New Year wasn't until early February. He called back again, this time seething, but Roth's line was busy, or more likely the receiver was off the hook. They went discoing that night, their 3rd in a row. Rachel had forgotten how she liked to dance. On the way home they stopped off at a bar on Soi Cowboy, where they had drinks and watched the Go-Go Girls, again to Rachel's fascination. Roth laughed. Straight women were always fascinated by bar girls. Rachel studied the girls until Roth was certain of one that intrigued her the most. He called over the shapely 20-year-old named Noi, who seemed equally interested with Rachel. Roth barfined her, and back at his place, they all swam nude in the pool, then drank champagne in the jacuzzi until the sun came up. They giggled and chattered throughout the night, Noi answering Rachel's questions about her occupation. But anything further didn't take. Roth abstained, neither taking Noi nor pushing her on Rachel, even though Noi's interest in the American woman was unmistakable. He packed Noi off in the afternoon with a wad of baht in her purse. Finally, it was time to leave Bangkok. Roth said he had things to do, places to go, people to see, mentioning more work in China. Their last night was steamy as always, and in the morning he saw her off at the airport with a surprising farewell thought. 199. 34 New York City. Rachel returned to New York, glowing, though not entirely from the pampering at the spa. As Roth had instructed, she telephoned both insurers weekly, inquiring about her claim, and each time, as Roth said to anticipate, she was only told that it was being processed. The people she spoke to at Amalgamated and Chase, Hampshire, were polite, even apologetic. Sometimes they repeated that foreign claims were difficult to resolve, and delays were expected. Rachel gave sighs of exasperation, but otherwise kept her composure. "Don't push it," Roth had instructed. "Be persistent, but not nasty." Nasty would come later. Other men held not the slightest interest for her now, and she wanted Roth with growing urgency, irritated by their separation. But steadily, her failure at dealing with Roth to her full advantage gnawed within her, despite her satisfaction with him at the helm. She wanted something more, just desserts for being played off like an amateur, not to mention getting slapped around. Revenge pushed further into her thoughts. Maybe something harmless, maybe something humiliating, but it had to be something. She swung between erotic daydreams of their moments together and exacting a furious revenge. He confused her, and that added to her resentment. She rarely spoke to Robert, who nagged her with questions about Roth, trying to pick out his weaknesses, anything that offered a way out of this new partnership. Roth had promised that after the McMillan claim was put to bed, she'd return to Bangkok for a long vacation. They'd visit Singapore, Bali, and Fiji next time. This is what she thought about, plus their playtime and the partying. She read up on Bali and Fiji, searched the internet about immigration and real estate values in these places, since Roth hinted that he was considering property investments in paradise. She'd briefed him about the Warner claim and the Bishop personas Robert was setting up, including the companies targeted. But she begged him to let her break the news to Robert first, promising to bring him around to accepting the 50-50 split, as well as their special relationship. The 50-50 cut really didn't matter, did it? Not in the long run, but she'd have to explain it to Robert, one item at a time. Her departure from Bangkok had taken an unexpected turn when Roth threatened to kick her ass from one end of Manhattan to the other, if she so much as looked at another guy. This was a surprising twist. He didn't seem 200 the type. So, she'd gotten under his skin after all. That helped temper her desire for revenge, and equally surprising, his jealously fueled her emotions for him. Never in her wildest imagination would she have fallen for Roth, of all people. On their first meeting in Marcia's apartment, he'd been crude and intimidating, ill-mannered and hostile. He'd seen through her right away, tossed all that feminine mystique crap right out the window. It felt good to be understood. Well, somewhat understood. But still, the beating he'd given her, that took some thinking about. She explained the new 50-50 division to Robert, but withheld what had happened with Roth, knowing it would send Robert over the edge. There was no telling what he'd do, but she'd let Roth handle him when he got to New York. Robert's usefulness in this partnership was going to be reduced, but she hadn't told Roth her entire story concerning her relationship with Robert. That could wait too. It had no bearing on the business at hand. Eventually she'd tell him everything. Robert had conniptions over the 50-50 split, spat venomous accusations at her about screwing Roth. He seethed for days, damning her for all things filthy, disgusting, and perverted, which, I have no doubt you performed with that bastard. She had, so while she admitted nothing, she also denied nothing, her silence aggravating Robert all the more. "It's never 50-50 with you, bitch," he raged on. "You and I are 50-50, huh? In a pig's ass, we are. You're 100% and I'm 0. Now that bastard is in for 50, which means you end up with all of that too. What does that leave me? He stopped rambling, trying to work mathematical logic out of what he'd just said. It wasn't true really that he had nothing. Half of everything up to this point was his. He just never got his hands on it. Rachel considered dividing up their spoils and sending Robert on his way, but there was Macmillan and Lolita to collect on, and then the Warner claim had to be worked. A clean break wasn't possible just yet. She'd let Roth decide how to handle Robert. As December got going, Robert seemed to be cooling off, and she wrestled a promise that he'd visit Mom and Doc in Tampa with her for Christmas. On December 7th, Roth telephoned. Robert answered the wall phone in the kitchen and was curt until Roth threatened to stomp his head into pulp if he didn't clean up his manners. Robert thrust the phone at Rachel. She took the receiver, hiding her excitement as Robert loomed behind her. She turned her back to him, and he eventually retreated to the couch in the living room. It was wonderful to hear Roth's voice, but he got right into business. It was time to contact a certain attorney named Hewlett and retain him to pressure the insurance companies. He instructed her to inform Hewlett that she planned to change her residence by Christmas. She asked why. 201. Couple of reasons. First, beauty. I want you out here with me just as soon as Macmillan's finished. We're gonna operate from Asia. Also, when it comes time to tweak noses, relocating is a plausible reason why you want funds fast. Have you broken the news to Miss Roberta? Robert, oh, not everything. Better do it, and you better not be screwing him, beauty. Your pussy's reserved. Uh-huh, she grinned. What are you doing right now? Sitting here sniffing your panties and jerking off? You always say the sweetest things. In the jacuzzi, Roth changed the portable phone to his other hand, poured more champagne. He clinked glasses with the girl in the tub with him. I'll call soon, he said, and hung up. Rachel heard the line go dead. She cursed, wanting to talk longer. But Roth always ended phone conversations abruptly. Robert called from the sofa. What did he say about me? He asked how you were. Bullshit. Would I lie to you? You little shit. I'm telling you, we don't need the son of a bitch. Another tantrum, she thought. Didn't answer. You hear me? He shouted. We don't need him. I need him. She wanted to scream. At least right now, I need a strong partner. That stupid move with the hospitalization claim in Budapest was the last straw. Robert was limited. Even Mom was more helpful with indexing, and Doc assisted her with research. The whole Jordan Warner death scenario for Brazil was Doc's creation. But the auto accidents Doc and Mom pulled were a far cry from death claims, and eons behind what Roth was planning for them. Roth appreciated how she indexed the insurance companies. She knew what she was doing, even if Robert didn't. But Roth conceded that Robert made a good frontman when policies were purchased. Robert presented himself well as a prospective insured, whereas Roth was too well known within the industry, and he was older, making bona fides more difficult to create, and underwriting requirements stricter, not to mention the higher premiums. No, Robert was okay for posing as the insured, providing he kept his mouth shut and did as he was told. Still, she thought, any stand-in would work, except that a new player brought into the loop would have to learn the routine and would eventually demand a bigger cut. She'd have to think on that. How to use another stand-in without giving up a large slice of the pie. Maybe not so difficult. They've gotten rid of Lolita, hadn't they? She'd run it by Roth later, after the Macmillan claim paid off. Robert returned to the kitchen, baited by her silence. He wanted this thing at a head. All right, he conceded, as though he had a say in anything. 202. Roth gets half on Macmillan and Lolita. But that's it. After that, he doesn't get anything, doesn't know anything. He knows about Warner, she said. How does he know that? Robert shouted, incredulous. Duh. Wasn't hard to guess, Mr. Warner. Barbie, at Rachel's feet, sidled out of the kitchen. You're upsetting her? Upsetting her? Upsetting her. She's a fucking lapdog, Rachel. A dog. How about me? I'm upset. She might as well tell him the rest. And he knows about the bishops. Robert spun in a circle, as though he'd been shot. Holy shit, woman. You've told him everything. We'll never get free of the fucking guy. Don't you understand? A guy like Roth will never let go of you. You got that part right, Buster, she mused. He didn't let go once in 3 weeks. Robert stormed to the closet, grabbed his coat. He's getting out of our life, you hear me? He left the apartment, slamming the door after him. The storm over, Barbie padded back into the kitchen, looked up at her mistress. Rachel scooted her away with her foot, then said, I'm sorry, baby. You hungry? No, Barbie yapped. Yeah, you're right, precious. He's an idiot. She went into the living room to turn off the stereo, and when she returned to the kitchen, Barbie had burrowed into the cabinet beneath the sink. Rachel squatted down to scoop her up. She paused as her eyes fell on a box of rat poison. Down on the street, Robert hailed a taxi, went over to the west side, found a bar. After his 3rd drink, he decided it was time to make a phone call. Time for action. Roth was becoming a sickness, like a terminal disease that got you if you didn't get it. Rachel phoned Hewlett the following morning. He was out, but called her back later, made an appointment to meet that afternoon. His office was a block north of St. Patrick's Cathedral, high up overlooking Fifth Avenue. Pricey. He was senior partner in a law firm carrying a litany of crusty names. They'd started as litigators, representing plaintiffs against insurance companies. But many of his clients now were the insurance companies. Still, he didn't forget his origins, and if a client needed representation against the insurance industry, he provided, as long as the defendant wasn't one of his clients. He looked over the claim forms, discreetly looked over Mrs. Laurie McMillan, and asked how he came recommended. Roth had prepped her on that. She answered that she'd found him in directories. Asked around, and 203 learned that his reputation was the best in the business. He was flattered, not to mention infatuated with Rachel, yet he would nevertheless double his already ludicrous hourly rate. He tossed the policies aside, pronounced it was a simple matter. He required a $3,000 retainer, which she provided by check, and said he'd get off strong demand letters in the morning to both companies. As it was already 4 p.m., he announced that he was quitting for the day, and invited her for cocktails at the plaza. To his regret, she declined. A pity. He was currently between mistresses. Perhaps another time. 35 on December 17th. Roth called Rachel again. It was midnight New York time. She reported that Hewlett advised her today that the companies had answered his demand letters and were pleading for a few more days to clear up some pending matters. Yeah, I know, Roth chuckled. They've been screaming at Nina, and she's been screaming at me for my report. Have you sent it in? No, I'll let them squirm for a few more days. Time to play hardball. Listen up, call Hewlett in the morning. Tell him to demand payment by the 24th, or he should file suit against both companies. No later than the 24th on both claims. Got it? Gotcha. And tell him to be sure to stipulate punitive damages. It's been over 3 months since Peter's death. Won't he wonder how I know about such things? Not necessarily. If he asks, just tell him you've been reading and talking with people who've been stonewalled by their insurance companies. Okay, but I wish you were here. I'll be in New York next week. You will? She cried. That's wonderful. Why, sure, beauty. I want to be certain that I'm not forgotten once you've collected. Mike, how can you say such a thing? Do you really think that? Is your pussy behaving? Uh-huh. She smiled into the receiver. She's waiting for you, but I'll bet you're sitting by the pool right now with some little plaything. You got the pool right, but no birds. Woodrow's anxious to see you, baby. Rachel started to answer, but the line went dead. She looked at the receiver like it was broken. She thought of calling him back. Maybe he'd been disconnected and would call back. She made herself a drink and waited, but he didn't phone back. She called his Bangkok apartment and got his answering machine. She shrugged. dialed Mom in Tampa to chat. She decided to take Roth to meet her and Doc for Christmas, and had forgotten to squeeze it into the conversation. Roth was all business on the phone, never liked to just gab about things. She'd tell him next time he called. He wouldn't mind, she was sure. He'd like Mom and Doc. Roth stepped out of the telephone booth and scratched his bristled chin. He was tired after 30 hours of traveling. Miami International was busy. 205 flights were still arriving at midnight. He had a beer at a snack bar, decided to crash in Miami for the night, and drive up to Tampa in the morning. He found the transportation counters and rented the biggest, most ostentatious car available, then drove to a nearby motel. 206 36 Tampa. "Hi," he smiled like a Cheshire cat. A confidence man if ever she saw one. "Hi, yourself." Mom smiled back. "Can I help you?" Mom was 20 pounds overweight. Wrong side of 50, he gauged. Resembled someone's sweet little auntie. With a slight southern twang, "I am truly sorry to disturb you, ma'am." Mom's eyes narrowed. His drawn-out ma'am placed him from Tennessee, maybe Arkansas. A grifter from Arkansas. Why not? An Archicon artist once occupied the Oval Office for 8 years. Her eyes slid past the stranger, taking in the street as far as she could see. The only car parked nearby was his. She'd seen him knocking on doors, probably casing the area. "That's all right," she said. "Just make one wrong move, Buster and Wolf will rip your fucking throat out." Her German shepherd sat obediently behind the door, watching his owner's every move. She smiled her nicest smile. "Providing that you're not selling anything, that is." They laughed, sizing up each other. "Well, if I were," he said, "I'd see right off that I knocked on the wrong door." "That'd make your eyesight 20/20, Mom agreed. They laughed again. "Okay, bub. Game time. Let's have it." "But I'm not," he said. "I'm looking around the neighborhood to buy. That corner property." He nodded up the quiet street, and Mom followed his direction. A for sale sign was posted on the vacant lot. She hadn't noticed it before, wondered when the property was put on the market. "Yes?" "Well," he continued, "I think it's always a good idea to check around, talk with locals first, about property prices, taxes, municipal services, the neighbors, things like that, before I strongly consider buying." Mom held her smile. "Pretty smooth garbage you're handing out, bub. Neighborly. A square would probably buy it." "So, how can I help you?" "Just that. Are the city fathers planning on driving a viaduct through these backyards? Is the golf course behind us going to widen the fairway? They've got a good 100 yards yet on their side of the fence to widen with. That put the tee shots on the 9th in flirting distance to a lot of windows. Things like that. Why not ask the owner?" 207. "Of course. But frankly, if you were selling your home and it was about to be swallowed up by a stadium-sized cesspool, would you tell a prospective buyer? I take your point." "All right, bub. I'm hooked. Good spiel. You've even got me thinking about property values. Slick. Sharp dresser. Grifter on big scams. But safe. Not a confidence man who uses violence if there's an easier way." Mom took in the yellow Cadillac convertible. "This year's model. Is that your car there?" "Yes. The neighbors are always curious about strange cars in the neighborhood. I'm the block captain." "Yes. I saw the sticker in your window. Knew you'd be the person to talk to." Mom smiled. "Then you also know that it's the best way to watch for anyone who might be watching me, without attracting suspicion. Information like that," he continued. "Is it a safe neighborhood? Pricey neighborhoods can fool you, you know. What's the crime rate? Do the police cope in their cars swigging down beers? Kids finding first love out on the golf course at night? Things like that." Mom held his eyes. "You're good, honey. Haven't heard cope in a bunch of years. You've been working New York, maybe, the cop-cooping capital of the world." "Just a second," Mom called over her shoulder. "Doc." She turned back and smiled at the man at the door. "Let me put the dog in the bedroom." She closed the door, clapped her hands to Wolf, and pointed to the bedroom. A bark echoed through the home. She returned to the door. Coming up behind her was a silver-haired man. He was around 60, well-groomed, dressed like a weekend golfer, and like Mom, his smile was ear to ear. "This gentleman here may become a neighbor," she said to Doc. "Really?" Doc exclaimed, his voice pleasant. Mom looked back at Doc, and with her small finger, flicked an imaginary speck of dust from her eye. Doc answered, his pinky finger digging into the corner of his eye. "Please come in," Doc said. "We're having tea in the yard out back. Care to join us?" "Why, thank you. You wouldn't be adverse to a spike of vodka in your tea, now would you?" Mom threw in. "Why, ma'am, you've just answered an important question about one of my potential neighbors. Pleased to meet you folks." "Doc, is it?" Roth stepped into the home, extended his hand. "I'm Davis. Jefferson Lee Davis." Doc poured drinks on the terrace behind the home, and after a few minutes Mom disappeared. No doubt to check Roth's license plate. That was okay. The plate would match the family name he'd given. He'd looked up Davis in the phone book, cruised past a few Davis homes, settled on 1-208, stole the guy's license plate. Of course, a check would come back with a different first name and make of the car. But folks hereabouts changed plates rather than pay to register more than one car, and he alluded to having kin hereabouts. He spent the next few days cultivating Mom and Doc, making inquiries about them in between lunches, cocktails, and dinners. He checked births, deaths, real estate, chattels, and property, police records, and litigation records. He played golf with Doc, whacking a few around on the course behind their home. Ever the con, Doc inveigled their way onto the course without paying. "No point in shelling out those country club prices," he said. In the evenings, they went out for dinners. Roth usually picked up the tab. Damn, but Mom could put away the sauce. And Doc was no slouch either. Roth had broken the ice that first afternoon, alluding first to some stock irregularities he'd been accidentally caught up in over in Louisiana. And thereafter he, Doc, and Mom swapped war stories about insurance scams and confidence games, neither party incriminating themselves per se. They just talked around specifics, just the way kindred souls would, people who are comfortable with their own. The evening before he departed Tampa, Roth considered taking down the for sale sign he'd placed on the corner property. But he decided not to bother. Jefferson Lee Davis had changed his mind about buying the place. 209, 37 New York City. "Hello?" Marcia Post's tinny voice came over the intercom. "Oh, hello," Towers answered, excited, surprised that finally there was an answer. He'd tried 4 times already today, and the voice took him off guard. He practically kissed the metal intercom plate, so close he stood. "Was it Lori?" "Lori?" he asked. Nervous now, his heart pounding. So close. He was so close. He'd moved into his temporary apartment down in Arlington last week, but instead of flying home to Denver for Christmas, he hopped a shuttle up to New York. He deserved some answers. His career had barely avoided disaster, and his emotions had been toyed with. Bullshit, they'd been trampled on. If nothing else, she'd certainly be surprised that he'd tracked her down. Impressed, maybe. Who knows? Maybe Lori was in trouble. She was obviously in with the wrong kind of people, judging from that creep Roth. "You have the wrong apartment." The voice came back. "No, is this the apartment of—" He clutched the note in his fist. "Of Marcia Post?" A reluctant, drawn-out "yeah" hung on the line. "I'm Bill Towers," he said, as if that explained everything. "I spoke with you some time ago, on the phone. Who do you want?" "Lori, Mrs. McMillan. There's no one here by that name. You have the wrong apartment." "That's impossible," he said. "I was told that Mrs. McMillan was staying with you as of 2 months ago." He tried to remember when he'd spoken with Maureen in Los Angeles. "The first week of October, for sure." "As of October," he added. "Who told you that?" "The people who rent her apartment in Los Angeles. Lori gave them your name and address." "Well, I don't know anyone named McMillan, So please go away. Please, please, Post, Towers croaked. He knew he sounded pathetic. Then it hit him. Maybe Lori was using another name. Her maiden name, perhaps. This is extremely important. I must speak with you. Marcia bit her lip. Doormat time. She wished her apartment faced the street so that she could get a good look at him before she buzzed him in. He sounded so sad, but still, that didn't mean he wasn't a crazed killer or somebody like that. Some funny things had been happening lately. Someone 210 was definitely getting into her mailbox. She was certain of that. So she'd done little tricks with the mailbox. Things like placing a length of hair across the opening. She'd seen that in a spy movie. Sure enough, someone was opening her box. But as far as she could tell, she wasn't missing anything. Could this guy be behind that? There's a place on the corner of 3rd Avenue, she said. The L. I'll meet you there in 15 minutes. Her name isn't Lori McMillan. Marcia Post studied the photocopy of Lori McMillan's passport. This is Julia Warner, Jordan's sister. She shook her head in confusion, put her coffee down, screwed up her face. Towers took the paper back. Julia Warner? Yeah, Marcia said, suspicious. Where'd you get her photograph? From her passport? When she came to Manila to identify the body of her dead husband. Husband? She's not married? Marcia said. Towers dug into his coat pocket, searching for the Form 2060 and a passport photograph of Peter McMillan. Who's Jordan? Julia's brother. Who are you? Towers explained. Again. This time Marcia listened. She wondered what had happened to Julia and Jordan. She hadn't heard from him for over a month, and realized for the first that she had no idea where Julia lived. Just somewhere on 5th Avenue. She guessed that Jordan hadn't returned from his last trip. Towers handed her the photograph of Peter McMillan, and explained again how he'd learned her name and address. Ethel came over to refill their coffee. This is Jordan Warner, Marcia explained, before reading Peter McMillan's name next to the photograph. No, it's Peter McMillan, Towers argued. No, it's Julia's brother, Jordan, Marcia said, tapping Robert's photograph. I should know. I date him. That wasn't exactly true, was it? They had a few dinners, and he jumped her. Once. Ethel, at the next table, twisted around, took the photograph from Towers. Yeah, he's a regular here. Towers and Marcia looked up at Ethel. He's a regular here? They asked in unison. Yeah, most every day now. He was in this morning. He was in this morning? Again, Towers and Marcia chimed out together, and then looked at each other. Yeah, name's Bobby, I think, Ethel said, working hard on a mouthful of gum. Bobby, again incredulous, again in unison. 211. Maybe you guys should put it to music, Ethel said, cracking her gum. Maybe take an act on tour. Yeah, like I said, he comes in, reads his mail over breakfast. That's what's happening with my mailbox, Marcia mumbled, even more confused. He's been in town all this time? Who? Towers asked. Ethel put her coffee pot down, hung around listening. Neither paid her any attention. Jordan, Marcia answered. Julia's brother. I used to hold his mail for him, but now he's picking it up himself, I guess. But I never gave him a key to the mailbox. This man? Towers tapped Millen's photograph. Yeah, I guess he doesn't want me to know he's around. It hurt to admit that, but there wasn't any other explanation. Where does she live? This Julia Warner. I saw her too. Once, Ethel chimed in, picking up Lori McMillan's photograph. Towers and Marcia yo-yoed back and forth, looking up at Ethel at each other. Yeah, Marcia said. She used my place a few times. For business. They were painting her apartment, and she needed a place to crash. But she never stayed over. Just came a few times in the afternoon while I was out. That's Julia Warner. Ethel shrugged. She was in here with some other guy who didn't treat her none too good. I thought maybe he was going to realign her teeth or something, you know. A customer came in, sat at the counter. Got to go, Ethel said. She picked up her coffee pot, left. Towers began to worry. He'd been right after all. Lori was in trouble. Marcia was a sweetheart. She let him drop his bag at her place while he canvassed apartment buildings on Fifth Avenue. Maybe she'd even let him crash on her couch tonight. He hadn't thought to make a hotel reservation, and didn't look forward to paying a couple $100 a night in a midtown hotel, even if he could find a vacancy, this being the holiday season. The late December weather was strange. A light snow one day, rain the next. The telephone operator confirmed that there was a Jordan Warner with an unpublished number on Fifth Avenue. Marcia thought it was in the East 60s, maybe the 70s, remembering that Jordan said he walked there from her place. That's when she'd first met Julia at the L. So, Julia must live nearby. It was Saturday afternoon, and it would be dark soon. Towers checked apartment buildings, starting from East 61st Street, just north of the Pierre 212 Hotel. Thankfully, there was only the east side of the street to work, Central Park being on the opposite side of the street, running all the way up to 110th Street. By dusk, he'd only gotten as far north as East 70th Street. It seemed hopeless. Maybe because he was trying to match the wrong name to Lori's face. He'd continue in the morning. As he'd hoped, Marcia offered him the couch. He countered with an offer to take her out for dinner, assuming that her trash was taken out more often than she was. But she was concerned, aggrieved actually, and such a sweet gal was too good for whoever had been causing her grief lately. They huddled over dinner, swapping their perspectives on Julia Warner. No doubt about it, Lori was Julia Warner, all right. Right down to the mole on her cheek. Back in her apartment, Marcia was hospitable to a fault. She became annoying. She offered him pillows and sheets and blankets, even offered to take the couch herself if he was too uncomfortable. Such a big man shouldn't have to ball himself up all night on a tiny couch, she said, then asked if he wanted a third cup of hot chocolate, maybe a snack. She offered to run to the deli around the corner for anything that he wanted. Towers was only glad that she didn't offer up herself. 213-38 in the Warner apartment, just 5 blocks from where Towers and Marcia were turning in for the night. Robert paced the floor, swearing. "You wanton whore." He replayed the conversation between Rachel and Roth for the 3rd time. Each time, pangs of hatred wrenched his gut. That she had screwed Roth was one thing. Business was business, after all. But that she actually liked the son of a bitch stunned Robert to the core. He'd changed tapes in the micro-cassette recorder daily, since he'd installed it under her bed, when Rachel was in Bangkok. She didn't really believe he'd bought her bullshit about getting stuck in Bangkok, did she? He'd eject the tape from the recorder and insert a new one, then listen on another recorder when he was out of the apartment. It was a simple $20 phone recording switch attached to the tape recorder that activated when the receiver was lifted. Most of the calls were Rachel's conversations with Mom, initiated from Florida, and Rachel hadn't spoken with Roth since last week. But he was coming to New York soon. Did she think he was stupid? Giving half the money to Roth was insane. Sure, Roth promised big things, high-flying $1-million scams using insiders. But for all Robert knew, it was just so much talk. They'd done all right before he barged into their lives, and he intended to see that they continued that way. No, sir, Rachel wasn't going to cash him in for a new partner. Not in this life. Rivera was late. Robert felt edgy waiting in the restaurant. The bar was packed, but he'd managed to grab a deuce behind the brass railing that separated the tables from the standing room-only bar action. The cheerful patrons agitated him. Only 3 more shopping days until Christmas, folks, so get the fuck out there and shop already. Business was bad enough without having to wait for Rivera in a public place. Why had he allowed Rivera to choose where they met? After all, he was the client, wasn't he? The restaurant, Mexican cuisine, was essentially a singles place. Guys and gals crowded 2-3 deep at the bar, hoping to meet that special someone to exchange blood tests with. He scanned the bar action, his eyes settling on a tall, attractive redhead, chatting with an awkward guy who looked surprised that she'd even giving him a second glance. But the nerd didn't notice her subtle eye movements, giving the place a once-over, checking out the guys. She looked at Robert and they played eye tag until she turned toward the bar. Maybe to give him another perspective. Great ass. But he wasn't really interested at the moment. He just enjoyed distracting women from other men. He saw the Cuban enter the restaurant, look around. After a few moments, Rivera spotted Robert's red bow tie. They locked eyes, the connection made. Rivera came over, sat down. Cold motherfucker out there. He rubbed his hands together, blew into them. From the corner of his eye, Robert caught the redhead turning, eyeing the Cuban. Rivera looked over at her, smiled, but she lost interest in them, scanned the bar for other action, said she obviously wasn't going to get any attention from men talking business. Rivera was a large man, cramped in the small chair, at the small table. Early 30s maybe, light-skinned. His head was big. His complexion, once ruddy, had either cleared up or he'd undergone dermabrasion. He was dressed well, smelled of musk. Friendly face, despite his cold eyes. "Jones," Robert said by way of introduction. "Jones." Rivera shrugged. "Sure, man. Whatever you say." He looked around for a waitress, then looked at Robert's drink for a suggestion, but ordered an Irish coffee. He worked himself out of his overcoat in the confined space, dropped it back on his chair. "You a friend of Vinny's?" Robert shook his head. "Never met him. Just spoke to him on the phone. Got his name from a guy in Florida." "By name of?" "Does it matter?" "It matters. Campobello." Rivera searched his memory. "Oh yeah, Soupy, Tampa, St. Pete?" Robert nodded. "Soupy's okay. So, now that we know everybody, what you need?" Robert took a photograph of Roth out of his jacket pocket. It was a snap taken in Bangkok, a picture of Roth and Rachel, real chummy-like, together in a swimming pool. Roth with that confident, knowing smirk of his. Robert had found it in Rachel's purse, hidden within the lining. He'd had the photocopied and blown up. It was grainy, but Roth's features were very clear. "He'll be in New York, soon, maybe tomorrow. Don't know where yet, but I'll let you know." "Slow down," Rivera said, studying the photograph. "What's his business?" "Insurance." Rivera's drink arrived. He sipped it, let out a long sigh, then looked at Robert, his hands signaling gimme. "An adjuster." "Don't look like no adjuster, man." Rivera flipped the photo back across the table. He sipped his coffee and looked around the restaurant. 215. Anywhere but at Robert. He was finished talking if Robert had nothing more to add. "An investigator." Robert shrugged. "No shit," Rivera said, taking him in. "Now that ain't the same fucking thing, is it?" "What's the difference?" "You know the difference, man. Or else you wouldn't lay that adjuster crap on me." He picked up the photo again, looked at it for long moments. "Who's the cunny?" "She's my wife." "Will he be alone?" "Yeah. He doesn't want people around for what he's doing." 30 should do it." 30? For what? 10 minutes work." Rivera shrugged. "Do it yourself then, if it's so easy." "I can't. He knows me." "That'd make it all the easier, right? Don't jack me around, Mr. Jones. Either you ain't got the balls or you want to be someplace else with a lot of witnesses when he goes down. 30, half now, the ballots when it's done, or I'm out of here." Half of 30,000 represented nearly every loose buck Robert had to his name, compliments of that hospitalization claim. He'd told Rachel he'd dropped it, but he hadn't. Roth had been wrong. The check from the Australian insurer arrived, no questions asked, in Marcia's mailbox last week. Still, 30,000 to have Roth hit was a lot of money. But it was too late to shop around. He was out of time. Roth would be here any day. Also, right after Roth was hit, he'd have to get the balance from Rachel. Rivera didn't work on the installment plan. Rachel would be furious about the hit. But she'd have no choice, not once she knew the kind of guy Rivera was. He glanced over at the redhead, thinking about the price. She was engaging another guy at the bar, the nerd trying to remain in her orbit of conversation. Fickle bitch, he thought. Yeah, it was a lot of money, but the redhead's flightiness helped make up his mind. Rachel, then Roth, that tore it. He looked back at Rivera, nodded. Surreptitiously, he removed a wad of money from his breast pocket, pretended to count out $15,000 under the table. Actually, it was every cent he carried. He tucked the thick stack of $100 notes into a menu, slid it over to Rivera. Rivera chuckled at Robert's attempt at stealth, opened the menu, counted the money right there. Just as Roth had taken his down payment at the diner on Northern Boulevard. These were reckless men, Robert thought. Rivera put the cash in his coat pocket. Only thing remains is when and where. Don't know where yet. Probably a hotel. He should be here tomorrow, like I said. 216. Rivera finished his drink, stood up. You got my number. I'm all yours for the next few days. He stood and pulled his coat from the chair, threw it over his shoulders like a cape, winked at Robert and left. Robert paid the check and worked his way up to the bar. The redhead had gone. He didn't see where. He scouted the room, pleased that a few women gave him a discreet double take. He edged into an opening at the bar, brushing against a guy next to him. The girl he was with, about the caliber of Marcia, gave Robert a wide smile, pulled the guy closer to her. Not that she liked him, she just wanted Robert to have a place at the bar next to them. Soon, she drew him into their conversation, some Christmas gibberish, asking what was a good present for a man. How about a stick to keep you in line, bitch? Robert smiled. A cane is always good, fashionable these days. She liked that. A novel idea, she said. She asked the guy she was with. He shrugged, hoping that he wasn't getting a walking stick for Christmas. Robert scanned the place again. The redhead was definitely gone, but he spotted a brunette at the end of the bar, talking with two other girls. Their eyes met, he winked. She held his gaze, looked back at her girlfriends, one of whom was wearing bright, freshly laundered workout clothes, as though she'd just come from a health club. Robert bet himself that the girl never worked out, just wore the outfit for a conversation starter. Phony twat. You should get the stick for Christmas. He ordered another drink, knew it wouldn't be his last. Not the way he was feeling. He replayed Rachel's words to Roth. How could she ever want to screw the guy? He was 40-something, with a face that looked fond of accidents. He smoked, drank like a sailor on shore leave, and was probably diseased from whoring around. And the crude bastard didn't know how to talk to people. His thoughts went graphic, seeing Rachel's beautiful body against that bastard's, seeing her doing things to him. He slammed his glass on the bar, headed for the door. But he didn't go back to the apartment. He hit another bar, this one less crowded. That was all right. He didn't want a woman. He wanted to think. Needed to think. Think about how to handle Rachel once Roth got his head blown off. How to get control of their money. That was the problem. She controlled the checkbook, and when a broad did that, well, things couldn't be good between a man and a woman. He'd let it happen, though. Little by little, she'd gotten stronger, bossier. That would change. What else? He ordered a drink, told the bartender to make it a double. What else? Oh yeah, he'd let her refuse him. That would cease also. She belonged to him, goddammit. What else? Oh yeah, the sassing would stop. Her smart-mouthing would come to a screaming, screeching halt. She'd know that he wasn't to be fucked with after Roth got his. 217. Rachel was in bed when Robert staggered in past midnight. A small shopping bag from Elizabeth Arden sat on the kitchen counter. Rachel was now spending her afternoons, not to mention small fortunes, at beauty salons, yet he was supposed to feel good when she doled out beer money. He staggered to the bedroom door, pushed it open, and plopped on the bed beside her. She stirred. You drunk. You reek. Robert stood up and reeled a bit, started stripping off his clothes. Rachel sat up, shaking her head. No, Robert. She took a pillow, started to get out of bed. Robert splayed his hand across the top of her head, pushed her back. But she rolled to the other side of the bed, stood up. She was wearing a pair of his pajamas, something she'd been doing since returning from Asia. So she wouldn't excite him, but it aroused him more. She came around to the door carrying the pillow. "I'll take the couch," she said, but he grabbed her and pushed her into the bed, falling with her. "You're sleeping here," he slurred. "With me? Like always." Always ended 4 years ago. That kind of always. Anyhow, she pushed him off of her, got up again. Robert grabbed at her, caught her wrist. "I said I want you, bitch." She broke free, scratching his wrist with her other hand. "Get out of here, Robert." She stood back, breathing heavily. Robert rolled out of bed, hearing nothing she said, and advanced on her. She slapped him. He stood dumbfounded, holding his cheek. Then he went into a rage, swung at her, connecting with her jaw. She went down, hitting her ass hard on the floor, but she bounced up, flew at Robert with her nails. He tried to protect himself from her fury, but was too drugged. She scratched his face and neck with a flurry of slashes. He fell backwards, hit the floor, moaned, rolled away from her. She pursued like a wildcat, kicking him with her bare feet as he crawled towards the door. "You little shit," she screamed. "I'll kill you." She grabbed a lamp, hurled it at him, striking him on the back of the head as he managed to get on all fours, cursing her but escaping. He crawled and squeezed out of the door, which she banged 5 times against his legs. He rolled along the floor, balled up, holding his shins, howling in pain. A few minutes later, the phone rang in the living room. Building management, no doubt. Robert stood, hobbling, and she gave him a final kick and pushed the door closed and locked it. "Answer the phone, you animal," she screamed through the door. "It's probably the police. They want to talk to you." But the phone rang on. Robert didn't answer it. Finally it stopped, and Rachel heard her voice on the answering machine. Whoever called, probably the guys on duty downstairs, didn't leave a message. She went into the 218 bathroom, rinsed her face, and pressed a cold towel against her jaw. She'd have a welt in the morning. Robert was quiet outside. She studied her reflection in the mirror. This shit was at an end. 219. 39. This was the place, Towers thought. Had to be. The way the doorman and elevator man exchanged glances when he showed them Maury's passport photo. He hadn't missed it. They knew her, all right. Just not under the name of Lori McMillan. "I think her name is Julia Warner," Towers offered. "It don't say that," Gus said, his thumbnail on the name McMillan. He showed it again to Hank. "What'd think? You know her?" Hank studied Towers. "You ain't a New Yorker, chum. President Jefferson would improved my memory marvelously. Jackson would be better. Funny, though, you're the second guy in the past few weeks showing photos of Mr. or Mrs. Warner." He shrugged. "My memory's not too good these days." "Yeah, mine neither," Gus said, winking at Hank. Towers put on a serious face. He whipped out his State Department ID card. "Does this help your memory?" They looked at the credentials. "Well, la da fucking da," Gus quipped. "A Fed. We should prostrate ourselves now." It was dumb to try to muscle a New York doorman. "Doesn't help a bit, J. Edgar." Gus turned his back, adding, "Say goodbye. We're busy." Towers put his ID card back into his coat pocket, shot him a stern look, turned and left. Hank chuckled. Didn't anybody tell him it's Christmas? The conference over, they went back to what they were doing. Fuming, Towers took up a position on the sidewalk across Fifth Avenue. He'd wait. If Lori lived here, and he was certain she did, she'd have to come out sometime. It started drizzling. He cursed at the thought of these insignificant building employees blowing him off, like he was nothing, a nobody. How he wished he had some embassy Marines with him, maybe walk back across the street and slap a subpoena on them, threaten them with arrest, maybe have them handcuffed. They'd beg to back. Talk to him then, the rats. Sometimes government people refused information to civilians, but it shouldn't be the other way around. Who did these damn people think they were, anyhow? Upstairs in the Warner apartment, Rachel stood at the kitchen sink, listening for the shower. Robert had said nothing this morning, not a word, avoiding 225. Her eyes. He went into the bathroom as soon as she'd come out of the bedroom. His left eye was bruised, but the scratches weren't deep. When she heard the shower running, Rachel shook rat poison into the milk container, the orange juice carton, and the tuna she'd mixed with onions, celery, and garlic. Lots of garlic. She wrapped a tuna salad sandwich in cellophane, put it on a plate, and opened the refrigerator. A tub of cottage cheese, another of Robert's favorites. She took it out, popped the lid, peeled back the cellophane, and shook the poison in that also. She whipped it with a spoon, then smoothed down the surface and resealed the cellophane across the lip of the container. She looked up at the fluorescent lights in the kitchen. Better leave them on. Wet rat poison tended to glow in darkened areas. She'd learned that when Jack Scarlett's time had come. Robert hardly lifted a finger in the apartment, so the lights would stay on forever if she didn't turn them off. He never thought about costs. She stopped what she was doing and thought about the Warner claim. There'd be no Robert for her to trek through the bush with down in Brazil, no expedition photos, and no witnesses who would see them together. So what? Either she'd change the death scenario or get someone else to travel down there with her. Whatever, she'd leave that to Roth. He'd know what to do. The telephone rang and she jumped. Probably Mom again. She thought not to answer it, but that might bring Robert out of the bathroom before she finished. She lifted the receiver, cupped it in her shoulder. Yes. Hi, beauty, Mike. You're here. Nowhere but? Oh God, that's wonderful. Well, wonderful, and not so wonderful. She needed time to clear out anything that could identify her and Robert. She heard Robert turn the shower off, and she hurried to finish what she was doing. Downstairs, Beauty, Roth said into his cell phone. Holding a cab. Get down here, right now, and bring your pussy with you. Robert came out from the bathroom as she put the cottage cheese back into the fridge. He shuffled into the living room, drying his hair. He eyed the stock ticker working across the television screen, fingered the remote, turning down the volume. I never leave home without her, Rachel breathed quiet. She'd have to return later, after Robert was, what? Unconscious? Dead? Robert watched Rachel's body language as she washed off the spoon, put it in the dishwasher. She looked around the corner at him, moved out of view. Robert turned his attention back to the television. Roth hung up without another word, and Rachel flew into the bedroom for her coat, emerging after a brief facial touch-up. She opened the linen 221 closet, removed Roth's Christmas present from between the folded towels, dropped it in her purse. She went into the living room. I'll call later, she said. Where is he? Downstairs. Robert said nothing, but his eyes were misting. She softened. Things end, Robert. New things begin. She went over to him, sat at the end of the couch. He'd put cream over the scratch marks on his face. She nearly touched his face with concern, didn't, but ran her fingers gently through his hair. She was going to miss him in a way. She wondered what she'd tell Mom. Oh well, she had time to think about that before she got down to Tampa. A pity it had to be this way. Otherwise she'd be able to make a claim on his death as Jordan Warner. The insurance coverage was purchased a year ago, but an autopsy would reveal poisoning. As it was, she'd have to return here without Roth, and erase their identity in the apartment as best she could, since this address wouldn't work for the Warner claim later. Jordan Warner couldn't very well die in the Amazon jungle of Brazil, and in a New York apartment, so Fifth Avenue could never come into play. A lot of time and money wasted. That thought made her angry with Robert again. Yes, even with his elimination, the bastard somehow managed to screw things up. What a loser. Robert didn't look up at her. He turned up the volume on the TV, whispered, Go on, it's all right. Rachel studied his beautiful face. She almost felt like crying herself. But it was too late for tears. She walked to the door, opened it, and stood there, her back to him. I've left a sandwich for you. In the fridge. He didn't say anything. I'll call later, when I know where I'll be. She closed the door after her and waited for the elevator. When it came, Hank didn't look at her. He probably heard about the commotion in the apartment last night. At the desk, Gus didn't look up at her either, confirming her suspicion. Fuck 'em, they'd only see her one last time anyhow. In the apartment, Robert stood and crossed to the door, listened for the elevator. He threw the deadbolt in case she returned, having forgotten something, then hurried into the bedroom and crawled under the bed. He reversed the tape without bothering to crawl back out. He listened to the conversation, then scooted out from under the bed and headed for the phone in the living room, mimicking Rachel, his inflection feminine. "I never leave home without her." "Cute, you slut." He dialed Rivera's mobile. The number was answered, but Rivera, as usual, only cleared his throat. "He's here," Robert whispered. "But I don't know where. Hotel, probably. I'm checking the places in the area." 222. Rivera stood on the sidewalk across the street, close to the apartment building. He'd seen Roth in the back of the taxi. "I have him," he said. He closed his mobile, looked over at the guy who'd been watching the apartment building for the past hour, ever since he'd arrived. Robert called Rivera back. "You have him? You have him? Okay, be careful. My wife will be with him." He hung up. He didn't want Rachel to get hurt, but if she saw Roth wearing his brains on his shoulders, that would be lovely. "It'll do the bitch good," he said to himself. Rivera was good, right there on the job, just like he said he'd be. Rain obscured the windows of Roth's taxi from where Towers stood. He couldn't see who was sitting in the back seat. It was a man, though. "Excuse me." Towers turned to see a large Latino man under an umbrella, asking him for a light for his cigarette. Towers shook his head, mumbled that he didn't smoke, looked back across the street. His heart lurched just then as he saw Rachel running out from under the canopy in front of the apartment building. The taxi's rear door opened and she got in, closed it, and embraced the man inside. The taxi pulled away from the curb. "Lori," Towers called out, running into the street. Drivers braked and honked their annoyance. Rivera watched Towers and then studied Roth's taxi ease into traffic, moving south on Fifth Avenue. Towers tried hailing an unoccupied taxi, but they cruised down the avenue with their off-duty lights on. Not enough cabs, traffic up the wazoo, and a million shoppers with oodles of cash. A cabbie's dream, a seller's market. Cars were backing up at the lights at East 65th Street. Rivera stepped into the street, held up a 20 and 2 taxis pulled over, dueled with blaring horns for President Jackson. Got in the first one. That taxi there. He pointed ahead. With the poster for Les Miserables. Follow him, but not too close. Got it? The driver nodded, turned on the meter. Rivera dropped his hat in his lap, looked at the driver in the rearview mirror. He removed his automatic from his overcoat, then the silencer, screwed it onto the muzzle, all the while keeping his eyes on the driver, who didn't look back. Rivera watched Towers running down the sidewalk across the street, trying to catch Roth's taxi. Who this dipshit running after the broad was, he didn't know, but he'd better find out. He cursed Robert under his breath. "You better not be holding out on me, fucker." The traffic on Fifth Avenue snailed south when the lights at East 65th Street changed. Rivera kept his eye on Roth's taxi, occasionally looking back to see Towers hurrying along the sidewalk. There was no doubt about it. Schmucko was interested in the same cab. Rivera chuckled. 223. More empty taxis with off-duty lights on rolled past Towers, who glanced skyward just as the weather turned nastier. Now and then a cab pulled over for a savvy New Yorker, but the drivers ignored Towers, who looked dangerously like a quarter tipper, a less desirable fare than a gang of kids. Harlem bound with ghetto blasters. Rachel didn't seem to have noticed anything on the ride down Fifth Avenue. She gave Roth her complete attention, feet up on the seat, her hand inside his coat, kissing his cheek. Towers ran a dozen blocks, at one point nearly catching Roth's taxi. He dodged Christmas shoppers, who hurried past him, their faces down against the gusts of cold rain. At Central Park South, Roth's taxi turned west, then U-turned and pulled up in front of the Park Strawberry Hotel. Rivera told his driver to pull over. He looked back at Towers, who was breathless, humping catty-corner across 59th Street and 5th Avenue, sopping wet, panting, holding his side. Rivera got his first good look at his mark as Roth stepped out of the taxi, holding his hand out for the woman. A doorman hurried down the steps with an umbrella. Checking the area, Roth made note of a dozen things, a dozen faces. He saw Rivera getting out of his taxi across the street, then scanned along the south side of Central Park South as a dark blue van pulled up near the hotel entrance. He saw Towers humping towards the hotel, looking like a wet rat about to have a stroke. He took Rachel by the arm, and they went up the steps and into the hotel. Near the hotel entrance, Towers stopping running and bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Rivera crossed the street. It had been an expensive ride, but at least he knew where his mark was staying. No thanks to his client, which meant that Roth didn't want Rivera's client to know where he was staying. Roth was being cautious. Did he smell a hit? Rivera bounced up the steps, looked back at Towers, who was leaning against the building, breathing hard, barely moving. Inside, he followed Roth and the woman through the crowded lobby to the elevators. Apparently, Roth was already checked in, had a room key in his hand. Rivera crammed himself into the same elevator car, listened as passengers called out their floors. From behind him, Roth called 10th. Rivera called the 11th. By the time the car reached the 10th, there were only 5 occupants left. Roth, Rachel, and another couple stepped out, and the operator started to close the gate. But Rivera blocked the door with his foot. He watched as the 2 couples, no apparent connection, pushed through the heavy glass doors leading to the corridors. "I'm on this floor," he apologized to the operator. Stepping out, he scanned the area, spotted the security camera high up on the wall, monitoring the elevator bag. He kept his head down. 224. Roth and Rachel turned into the right wing, the other couple walking behind them in the same corridor. Rivera pushed through the glass doors. No cameras covered the corridors. He reached under his coat, fingered the automatic safety off, and followed them down the corridor, but the other couple stopped at a door and rang the bell. Soon that door would open. There would be too many witnesses. Either he took the whole bunch down right now, or just identified Roth's room. Later would be better. Whacking a flock of out-of-town Christmas shoppers would be sloppy. Besides, the client didn't want the woman with Roth to get hit. Room 1019. Roth and the woman entered, closed the door. Rivera heard a deadbolt thrown. He walked back past the waiting couple, who rang the bell at 1017 again. Back to the elevator bag. He dropped his head as he passed under the camera, waited for a descending car. Roth occupied a bedroom suite, complete with bar. He reminded Rachel of Jack Scarlett in so many ways. As she was taking off her coat, he whisked her into the bedroom, threw her coat and purse on a chair. He kissed her and ran his hands across her body, his passionate feistiness surprising. Then he released her abruptly. "Later for this, call Hewlett first." "Now?" "Right now. The ultimatum's up, beauty. As of today. Hit him quick and hard. Don't let him think. Hewlett will know what to do. Tell him you want the checks tomorrow." "Just like that?" "Just like that." Acid test. She started to pick up the phone in the bedroom. "Use the one out there," Roth said, thumbing to the sitting room. Rachel shrugged, went into the next room, found the phone on the bar. She called Hewlett's office. He was in, said he was just about to call her to suggest the same thing. He'd make the calls and get back to her. She gave the hotel number and Roth's room. In the bedroom, Roth had gone through Rachel's purse and coat, says she wasn't carrying anything on her body. No weapons in her coat, none in her purse. There was a gift-wrapped present. He started to read the card tied to it as she hung up the phone in the outer room. He dropped the purse back on the chair. From his eyrie on the 45th floor, Hewlett looked down on 5th Avenue mobbed with shoppers. "Ants from up here, scurrying along the sidewalks, crossing at intersections in an orderly fashion. He'd heard nothing from Amalgamated Life or Chase Hampshire since their pathetic requests for just a little more time, the language in their letters being almost identical. He 225 went to his desk, called Amalgamated first, scribbled a reminder for a few Christmas gifts he still needed to pick up. At least he was spared having to buy another mink this year. He thought of the lovely Mrs. McMillan again. Kincannon, the voice came on the line. Robert Howell Hewlett here, Mr. Kincannon. On the Macmillan matter, my watch reads 11 o'clock. 5 hours until the county clerk's office closes. Shall I dispatch my clerk, Mr. Kincannon? No, Mr. Hewlett. That won't be necessary, Kincannon replied, defeat in his voice. No need to file suit. Hewlett smiled. He liked striking fear into the hearts of grown men, especially at Christmas time. We can have the check ready for you on Monday, 27th, Kincannon said. You can have the check ready tomorrow, Mr. Kincannon, Hewlett countered, rubbing his beard. He looked into the mirror on his credenza, took a comb from his breast pocket, and stroked it through his beard. My client is leaving on an extended trip and won't return until February. She'd like to pick up the check, and I agree that it'll be safer in her bank than remaining with Amalgamated. That puts quite a rush on me, Kincannon objected. Rush? My dear Mr. Kincannon, you've had precisely 110 days since my client filed her claim. Nations have risen and fallen within that time. Ancient galleys have sailed new oceans in less time. That doesn't strike me as a rush. So, regrettably, it's tomorrow or my clerk takes that subway ride this afternoon. All right, tomorrow. But before 3 o'clock, we're closing early. At each other for a moment, and both shrugged. Back down in the park's strawberry lobby, Rivera found